War has ravaged the world, leaving Ling Zihan with a multitude of choices for mobility: spider-like, track-based, chain-like. In terms of internal organs, he is afforded even greater options: multiple lungs, more than 2 hearts, numerous arms, and several stomachs. The formidable means of humanity lies in semi-mechanical modification, while the strength of biohumans is rooted in evolution. Ling Zihan exists in the liminal space between the mechanical and the biological. Amidst iron and blood, choices must be made. Chapter 1: Awakening. The sky was shrouded in darkness, a profound blackness obscuring all vision that sought to pierce its veil. Ling Zihan cast a glance at the electronic watch adorning his left wrist, which indicated that the time was 2:39 in the afternoon. Since he could remember, everything around him had been enshrouded in gloom. Of course, light existed, varying in hues. A deep, dark blue luminescence flickered intermittently, barely perceptible. This ethereal glow emanated from the remnants of various species' skeletal remains, ignited by the interaction of phosphorus with the air. The deep green light appeared exceedingly eerie, signifying foul, putrid sewage, thick and replete with a multitude of compounds. While this peculiar light illuminated the surroundings, it also emitted residual radiation, laden with toxins. The peril posed by the red light far surpassed that of the blue and green. It could very well be the eyes of mutated giant rats, swarming and gnawing at the decaying flesh of animals left behind long ago with their formidable teeth. The skeletal ruins of reinforced concrete had become their frequent haunt, a consequence of mutation that caused their incisors to grow unchecked. Each day, they would grind them down on rusted remnants of metal. Mosquitoes might also be a cause for concern, their size comparable to that of ancient Alaska dogs. Long-term habitation in the darkness of the underground had stripped them of their ability to fly. Most of their wings had become keratinized, allowing for only brief glides. Evolving at an accelerated pace, their eyesight had become exceptionally acute, with a remarkable efficiency in capturing movement, never allowing any prey to escape. These faint lights illuminated the hollow skeletal frames of skyscrapers, broken lampposts, and the scattered, twisted remnants of automobiles. Liao Qiu lay beside Ling Zihan on the cold, dry asphalt, gazing hungrily at the distant, flickering red lights of danger that danced in the shadows. "Ahan, they'll wager you a silver dollar that those are serrated rats or armored rats, not the pesky mosquitoes. How about we take a look and see if we can catch one or two? Dinner would be secured," he suggested, swallowing hard as he emitted a greedy gulp. Ling Zihan paid no heed to Liao Qiu, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the dark expanse above. At 18, perhaps 19 or 20, age was of little significance. No one would delve deeply into such matters. Ling Zihan appeared youthful, at least on the surface. By the aesthetic standards of a bygone era, he was strikingly handsome. His features were exquisitely defined, with sharp contours accentuating a high nose that framed deep-set eyes, and a long, elegant face. Particularly distinguished by his notably alluring lips together, they exuded a unique charisma that lingered in the minds of those who beheld him 2 years ago, while hunting amidst the ruins. Ling Zihan stumbled upon a photograph nestled deep within the rocky layers of debris. It was an autographed portrait of a star cherished by fans from a bygone era. The man in the photo was named Wu Yanzu. From that moment on, Ling Zihan began to consciously manipulate the movements of his facial muscles to resemble the visage captured in the image. For the humans of the olden days, this would have been unfathomable. Cosmetic surgery was a realm reserved for skilled practitioners. A mere incision on the face would cost thousands, if not tens of thousands, with no guarantees of success. Ling Zihan's physique was equally enviable. Though the chiseled contours of his robust pectorals were only genuine on the left side, the right was an intricate amalgamation of steel and a layer of bionic skin. His biological composition comprised 36% of his entire being. Liao Qiu, Ling Zihan's steadfast companion, had a slightly lower biological ratio of 22%. He harbored an unusual fascination for rodent flesh. It was said that prolonged consumption of animal blood and meat could catalyze cellular fission, significantly augmenting the biological ratio within the consumer's body. In this era, brothers transcended mere interpersonal relationships, serving as a unique term signifying a profound connection among 2 or more human entities. Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu shared 3 interchangeable mechanical lower bodies, spider-like, wheeled, and tracked. Naturally, when venturing out, each possessed their own bipedal mechanical legs, distinguished by various models, metallic materials, and additional functionalities. Nonetheless, they remained human. Ling Zihan, gently grasped Liao Qiu's left hand, sensing the unique texture emanating from the silicone of his middle finger. In a hushed tone, he issued a warning: "They are coming." The precise reference of they remained unclear even to Ling Zihan himself. In this region, the population speaking Mandarin was substantial, while speakers of English, French, and Russian collectively accounted for approximately 15%. Yet, regardless of the language, an accurate reference to the matter at hand eluded them. Liao Qiu remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, his right hand gripping an exceptionally sharp long knife. His gaze, directed towards the heavens, shimmered with anticipation and exhilaration as he instinctively licked his inner lip, unnoticed gesture concealing his inner turmoil and unease. Humanity, indeed, is inherently diverse. When Ling Zihan began to consciously alter his facial muscle morphology to mimic the photograph, he was oblivious to the transformations occurring within his own body. He merely perceived the man in the image as exceptionally handsome, particularly when he smiled. It was not until 6 months ago, during a serendipitous moment, that Ling Zihan was astonished to discover his ability to make subtle adjustments to his facial muscles, which could be sustained for up to 12 hours. This realization led him to understand that the number of mutated cells within him had significantly increased. In this age, mutations are commonplace. Each individual harbors mutated cells within their body, yet how these cells are utilized, their varying quantities, and the direction of their mutations differ from person to person. Liao Qiu's mutation trajectory was markedly distinct from that of Ling Zihan. His left hand once bore 7 fingers. At that time, Liao Qiu was still quite young and did not wish to be perceived as a monster by others. Thus he resolutely severed the 2 extraneous digits located at the outer edge of his palm, adjacent to the little finger. This act of self-mutilation triggered an even more terrifying mutation within the following week. The muscular layers between his index and middle fingers began to split, giving rise to 2 new fingers. With a heart hardened by resolve, Liao Qiu wielded his knife once more. Such occurrences repeated multiple times within a span of 6 months, as if a spirit, profoundly divergent from his own conscious logic, lurked within him. The entity believed that a normal human must possess 5 fingers, while the spirit obstinately insisted that 7 fingers were the rightful number. The severed digits left behind remnants of wounds for a brief period. In an effort to appear normal, Liao Qiu fashioned 2 false finger coverings from thin, dried wood, wrapped in adhesive tape to conceal the injuries. Remarkably, no new fingers sprouted from his left hand thereafter. It seemed that the spirit within him wholeheartedly endorsed Liao Qiu's actions. Although the finger coverings were mere substitutes, they sufficed to satisfy the requirement of the number 7. The thin wood material was of a rather inferior quality. Subsequently, Liao Qiu made a choice akin to that of countless women from a bygone era who artificially enhanced their busts to contest for space against the heavens. He opted for silicone finger coverings, which appeared quite appealing and could be removed at will, perfectly catering to his inexpensive and unnoticed desire for beauty. All individuals in a nascent state of mutation are collectively referred to as neophytes. After successfully mimicking and transforming into a visage reminiscent of Wu Yanzu, Ling Zihan experienced a significant enhancement in his auditory abilities. He speculated that this might have resulted from the distortion of facial muscles, causing a mutation in the cochlea. A faint sound emanated from the celestial canopy. Normal humans or other neophytes with divergent mutations were oblivious to it. It was a dull, mechanical noise, accompanied by the grinding of gears and the rumbling of treads, as well as the unsettling creaking of some hard object being subjected to tremendous pressure. Ling Zihan released Liao Qiu's palm and grasped the long knife positioned at his side. His movements were steady and powerful, as his mechanical legs slowly shifted from a prone position, with meticulously lubricated metal joints allowing for remarkable agility, maintaining a stance ready to spring forward at any moment. The long knives held by both men were identical in design, salvaged from the wreckage of an ancient helicopter. They had dismantled the rotor blades, reforged and sharpened them, adding essential components to create a formidable weapon. A fissure appeared in the dark sky. It was exceedingly white and bright, as if an invisible hand wielded a fluorescent pen, drawing a straight line across the obsidian night. Ling Zihan squinted, using his left index finger as a makeshift measure, noting that the gleaming white line was no longer than the first knuckle of his finger. The white line gradually expanded at both ends, transforming into an exceedingly small white rectangle at a speed perceptible to the naked eye within mere seconds. Ling Zihan sensed an unmistakable restlessness emanating from Liao Qiu. He quickly pressed his knife forcefully against Liao Chio's shoulder and urged, "Do not rush, the time is not yet right." That a multitude of blood vessels appeared in Liao Chio's right eye, indicating a rise in his internal temperature due to excitement. "How long do we wait?" Ling Zihan's response was both precise and succinct. "Count from 1 to 5. They silently counted in their minds. As the number 5 flashed in their thoughts, Ling Zihan and Liao Chio rose almost simultaneously, akin to two agile cheetahs, racing towards the white square embedded in the firmament directly below. The sky resonated with myriad sounds of collisions. The white square flickered ominously. On the dim earth, hundreds of dark figures surged towards the same focal point. The crash from above was so distinct that Ling Zihan could ascertain the exact landing spot of the object merely by sound. Having lived in a dark environment for an extended period, his eyes had adapted, allowing him to discern every detail with clarity in the shadows. Humans dwelling in similar conditions often possess this visual mutation. Among the airborne debris was a 3-meter-long engineering mechanical arm, its striking black and yellow stripes remarkably conspicuous. Chapter 2. Scavengers. This contraption was not only heavy, but also highly valuable. A rough estimate suggested it could be exchanged for at least 10 silver dollars. Gold and silver were hard currencies in the bygone era, and they remained so. Treasures are coveted by all, and the scavengers flocking from all directions were fixated on the mechanical arm plummeting from the sky. "Get lost! All of you, get out of my way! No one is allowed to snatch it from me. Otherwise, I will make you regret it," bellowed a scavenger towering over 4 meters. Equipped with a triangular spider-like mechanical body, he maneuvered nimbly through the ruins. His left arm was fitted with an engineering hook and a Temporal double-sided battle axe, while his right arm boasted a special prosthetic claw with finger joints extending 30 centimeters. Both his combat prowess and grasping ability were astonishing. Though spoken in English, all scavengers were equipped with automatic language translators, ensuring clear communication. No sooner had he spoken than heavy, continuous impacts echoed from the front. Crash! Boom! Clang! These falling objects, substantial in weight, stirred up clouds of choking dust upon hitting the ground. Smaller items clinked and clattered amidst the chaos, and countless unknown lightweight materials scattered into the air. The white square in the sky vanished, and the firmament reverted to an inky darkness. The crimson glow had long since faded. Sawtooth rats and blood-sucking mosquitoes fled at their highest possible speeds from this terrifyingly ferocious area. Although humans fell within their predatory range, the scavengers before them exhibited an alarming degree of strength and ferocity. The towering Spider-Man seized the heavy mechanical arm with his massive claws, relentlessly dragging it from the chaotic heap of debris. A robust elder stepped forward, blocking his path, and barked, "Davis, put down what you're holding." The nearby emerald glow illuminated the spider-like figure, starkly contrasting with his pale skin and his resplendent golden hair. Unfazed, he raised his left arm, clutching a makeshift battle axe, his face twisted in ferocity and unyielding brutality, striking down with the force of a mountain. "Get lost! Just get lost!" The elder stood on a pair of slender mechanical legs, joints extending over 2 meters, bending backward like those of a bird, exhibiting astonishing agility. He spat curses, yet dared not confront the onslaught directly, opting instead to sidestep, while a 20mm cannon mounted at his waist belched flames, launching a powerful shell towards Davis. In that fleeting moment of firing, regret flooded the elder's mind. The shell and ammunition were treasures. The value of this round equated to a quarter of the engineering arm. Had he not been compelled by circumstance, standing precisely in the line of Davis's axe, he would never have resorted to unleashing his most prized possession against this detestable target. The proximity was perilous. Davis' charge was relentless, leaving no room for evasion. His sole recourse was to slightly retract the axe in midair, utilizing its broad blade to shield against the oncoming shell. Boom! A brilliant explosion erupted in the air, the violent shockwave radiating outward from Davis, illuminating countless avaricious faces that surrounded them. The axe contorted grotesquely, and in an instant, Davis was rendered deaf, his mind engulfed in a terrifying buzz. Worse still, a substantial portion of the left side of his head was sheared away by flying shrapnel, his left eye dislodged from its socket, swaying precariously from his nose bridge, tethered by thin wires and crimson tissue. A section of his skull, roughly the size of an adult hand, was blown off, revealing his brain, which appeared worm-like from a distance. His towering frame collapsed with a thunderous thud, thick blood frothing from his mouth, his right arm's steel claw gripping the engineering arm, refusing to relinquish its hold, even in death. In the ensuing darkness, a cacophony of gasps erupted. This fellow is merely a partially modified organism. His head is his weak point. Kill him, sever his head. I want his brain. At least give me 2 silver horns worth. His right hand is mine. Anyone who dares to take it from me will face death. Scavengers harbor their own secrets, yet the gravest secrets pertain to the heart and brain. Protecting vital organs means enhancing survival. Odds many who appear normal are, in fact, entirely mechanized above the waist. The brain and heart, encased in alloy shells for protection, can be installed in the lower body, around the waist, or even at the knees and elbows. They embody a fusion of biology and machinery. Pure humans cannot survive in this world. They are too fragile, easily dispatched with a single blow. The elderly man closest to the scene moved with an agility reminiscent of an ostrich, executing 2 consecutive leaps to land firmly beside the nearly lifeless Davis. Driven by an overwhelming fervor and impatience, he unsheathed the dagger slung across his back and inhaled the damp, frigid air before launching a fierce assault on Davis's right arm. Sever the steel claw, only then can the mechanical arm be taken, he declared. You old bastard, that's mine, don't dare snatch it. Chop him up. Leave both the man and the goods for me. A dozen shadowy figures surged from various directions, and 2 thrown spears whizzed in from the side, one piercing through the elderly man's torso, while the other traversed his waist, forming a lethal angle. The 3-meter-long spear handle trembled violently in the air due to the momentum. He screamed in agony, relinquishing his dagger as he desperately attempted to extract the spears embedded in his body, turning without a backward glance and sprinting into the distance. In this world, there exists no law. Scavengers are drawn to such places solely to collect wealth. Having lost the initial opportunity, the only option left was to flee at the utmost speed. Otherwise, those ravenous like hyenas would swarm and leave no chance for survival. Davis's head was severed by a scavenger clad in black, who grinned wickedly as he retrieved his prize from the ground and swiftly stowed it in his backpack, darting into the depths of darkness. A human brain fetches a handsome price, particularly that of a robust warrior. The severed head alone could be worth at least 2 silver coins. Note: silver coins, not silver scraps. Liao Qiu observed the direction in which the figure in black vanished, regretfully licking his parched lips, enviously remarking, "That fellow is quite fortunate." Ling Zihan shook his head, exhibiting an unusual calmness. "Do not dwell on it. Those things are beyond our reach. They outnumber us, possess superior modifications, and our formidable are no match." Turning around to survey the mountainous debris before them, Ling Zihan remarked nonchalantly, "Let us diligently search for anything useful. Perhaps we may stumble upon some treasures." The materials raining down from the sky were abundant, comprising an array of refuse. Discarded metal objects, remnants of vehicles, old furniture, small appliances, tattered fabrics, and plastic products. There was even a used sanitary napkin. Everything could be recycled. Take the sanitary napkin. For instance, if one tears it open and collects the dry, untainted fluff, it can be sold to merchants in the town. With minimal reprocessing, a clean cover, and essential packaging, it could be displayed prominently on supermarket shelves for sale. The prime locations of the garbage mound had already been claimed by other scavengers. Numerous gangs occupied the area. Each time goods were discarded from above, they would preemptively secure advantageous positions to seize the most valuable items. In the presence of these gangs, Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu appeared merely as children as long as their scavenging actions remained discreet and their collected items were of moderate quality. The gang leaders would hardly take notice. The small fry had their own ways of survival. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu's backpacks were nearly half full. "All right, that should suffice. Let us depart." Ling Zihan tightened the straps of his backpack and gently patted Liao Qiu on the shoulder. The backpack is crafted from black thorn vines, a resilient plant that thrives in the arid conditions of the subterranean world. The vines possess remarkable durability once severed and stripped of their outer layer. They can be treated with synthetic materials, yielding a fabric reminiscent of jute. This material can then be woven and stitched to create backpacks or garments. In such a realm, one must exercise utmost caution against avarice. Should the backpack be overstuffed, members of the scavenger gangs guarding the trash heaps will undoubtedly intervene, compelling one not only to relinquish their possessions, but also risking inciting their ire, possibly resulting in the loss of one's life. While taking a life is permissible in this world, the timing and manner of such an act are governed by specific unwritten rules. For instance, the recently dismembered Davis and the elder who sought to monopolize the mechanical arm fell victim to the wrath of scavengers due to their excessive arrogance. Just as he was about to depart, Ling Zihan suddenly turned back, casting a deep glance towards the base of the trash mound, sensing the presence of something elusive. This sensation was peculiar, as if he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of an object, leaving behind a vague impression in his mind, though he could not articulate what it was. Liao Qiu nudged him with his shoulder, urging him to move. "Let's go." "Wait," Ling Zihan replied, furrowing his brow and remaining still. Liao Qiu, puzzled, inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Ling Zihan offered no explanation. He focused intently in that direction. After a few moments, he bent low, agile as a wildcat, navigating through the skeletal remains of concrete and steel, approaching the base of the trash mound. There, shrouded in shadow, lay a filthy rag. More precisely, it was a tattered men's jacket. The left sleeve appeared to have been torn as it fell from the air, while the remaining fabric was soaked in a puddle of murky water, presenting itself as nothing more than a worthless discard. Ling Zihan bent down, retrieved the damp rag without any pretense, and turned to leave. This was the only way to avoid drawing attention. Liao Qiu followed closely, curiosity piqued. "What do you need that for?" "As a cleaning cloth," Ling Zihan replied, his answer entirely logical and beyond reproach. Chapter 3. Yazi Town. Yazi Town is situated 11 kilometers away from the garbage mountain in a straight line, while the actual distance is approximately 20 kilometers. Originally, this place was known as Duck Town. It is said that many years ago, wandering nomads discovered numerous remnants of advertisements from a bygone era in this desolate wilderness. These slogans promoted the development of circular agriculture, advocated for clean production, and aimed for environmental friendliness. Dali implemented meticulous management of the poultry and egg industry, striving for a leap in rural economic development. They strengthened animal health supervision to maintain public health safety and legally enforced animal quarantine to ensure the safety of animal products for consumption. Many advertisements, over time, became encrusted on the surfaces of dilapidated buildings, merging into the very fabric of the town. In summary, everything here is intrinsically linked to ducks. Historical enthusiasts researching this area would undoubtedly uncover that it was once a flourishing poultry farming base, primarily focused on ducks. Legend has it that these were plump birds, waddling as they walked, laden with fat, sizzling with oil when roasted. The beauty of these delectable creatures lies in their inability to fly and their slow, lumbering gait makes them seem like the ideal companions in the eyes of contemporary humanity. One should not assume that the term companion is solely associated with romantic entanglements. Today, it largely refers to food. Beautiful things inevitably transform into vibrant aspirations. Although true, succulent ducks are no longer to be found in this era. The word duck continues to circulate among the nomads, who, in endless days and nights of hunger, caress their emaciated bellies while reminiscing about the roasted duck mentioned in historical texts, pondering the essence of true delicacy and tenderness. Over time, as the reality of reference points faded, coupled with the varied accents among the nomads, duck evolved into Yazi. Yazi Town is modest in size, with 3 main roads intercrossing to form a rough semblance of a character. As Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu approached the town along the southeastern road, they spotted Zhong Xiaowei bursting out of a tavern, sprinting towards the depths of an alley across the street. She wore a faded, narrow skirt that was exceedingly short, with its hemline at least 40 centimeters above her knees. Zhong Xiaowei possessed a slender waist, rounded hips, and a prominent bosom. Her delicate face perpetually adorned with a captivating smile that exuded an irresistible allure. Although she appeared to run swiftly, her steps were clumsy and uncoordinated. At the alley's entrance, she seemed to twist her ankle, staggering briefly but managing to regain her balance quickly, her leather sandals boasting heels of at least 10 centimeters. 2 towering men, as if under the influence of excessive stimulants, pursued her, their shouts a cacophony of joy or exhilaration. Their shirts were unbuttoned, revealing muscular chests. Their faces a blend of ferocity and savagery, racing into the narrow passageway. A piercing female scream erupted from deep within the alley, only to cease abruptly within a second. Ling Zihan cast a glance towards the now empty alleyway before turning to the nearby tavern. The tavern's wooden sign was dilapidated, barely held together by a few nails and scraps of tin, and under the dim, harsh white light, one could faintly discern the imprint of a slender-leaved flowering plant, a species of iris now long extinct. The tavern was eerily quiet. The incandescent lights hanging from the ceiling failed to dispel all darkness, rendering it a serene refuge. Aside from a few familiar faces of seasoned patrons, the atmosphere lacked the usual raucousness, music, and wildness characteristic of taverns from the bygone era. Zhong Jun, the tavern owner, sat on a high stool behind the bar, engrossed in a book, a cup of tea emitting a faint aroma beside him. As a tavern proprietor, Zhang Jun embodied all the elegant qualities that women of the olden days admired in middle-aged men: handsome, tall, well-spoken, and knowledgeable, complemented by a distinctive tuft of facial hair. In this era, books and tea were true luxuries. The tavern's iron door was antiquated, its rusted hinges creaking with every turn due to a lack of lubrication. Ling Zihan approached the bar, removing his backpack. "Brother Zhong, I'm back," he said. Zhong Jun closed the tome he had been perusing, glancing at Ling Zihan. "How was the harvest?" "Not bad." Ling Zihan pushed the bulging backpack forward with a smile. "Everything's in there. You can take a look, Brother Zhong." He then turned to urge Liao Qiu, "Open your bag and show Brother Zhong the goods." The appearance of garbage at the mountain was irregular, sometimes 3 days, 5 days, a week, or even as long as a month. However, the mysteries of the world are curious. Zhang Jun, the owner of the Iris Tavern, was one of the few who knew the secrets of when garbage would fall from the sky. Few were accustomed to measuring time by days, including Ling Zihan. They were all used to counting hours since sunlight was virtually absent here. Typically, Zhang Jun would announce the arrival of garbage 24 hours in advance, akin to a ticketed event. Each person would simply hand him a silver token in exchange for a numbered, flat, circular metal badge. The gang stationed at the garbage mountain would set up perimeters, leaving only a heavily guarded entry point. Those holding numbered badges could enter, while intruders without badges often met grim fates. Many speculated about the clandestine connections between Zhang Jun and the gang at the garbage mountain, yet the truth remained elusive. Zhang Jun meticulously examined the 2 backpacks. After a few minutes, he offered a succinct appraisal. "Good stuff." He was never one for verbose expression. Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. Zhang Jun returned the empty backpack to Ling Zihan and laid 5 silver tokens on the bar. In this era, currency was akin to waste paper. Even the colorful dollars from the olden days, regardless of the dignified president's portraits printed on them, were only good for wiping oneself after nature's call. Aside from traditional bartering, the most widely circulated currency was silver. 1 silver token was equivalent to a dime from the old era, with minimal alloy content and a silver purity of 96%. Silver held myriad uses, especially in a world where humanity had become partially mechanized, necessitating special silver-based materials for certain physiological functions. The rationale was simple. Silver has antibacterial properties. 100 silver tokens could be exchanged for 1 silver dollar. Having made a trip to the garbage mountain, Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu, after deducting the information fee paid to Zhang Jun, earned a total of 3 silver tokens. Liao Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm. Ling Zihan, more seasoned, quickly seized the silver tokens on the bar, wearing a sincere and ingratiating expression. "Brother Zhang, could you spare us some food? We've given you the information fee, and now we've nothing left." Liao Qiu chimed in promptly. "Yes, we haven't eaten in 2 whole days. We're truly starving." Zhang Jun's eyes reflected a seasoned understanding of the world. He shrugged, feigning a helplessness that suggested his patience was wearing thin. "You two will surely eat me into poverty at this rate." Nevertheless, he turned and retreated into the back room. When he returned, he carried a tray with 2 simple meals. According to the perspectives of the bygone era, the sun directly influenced the life and death of the planet's flora. The evolution of science and technology has made soilless cultivation a reality, leading to large-scale agricultural operations that thrive indoors without sunlight. It is said that the reason for Zhang Jun's ability to open a bar in the remote town of Yazizan lies in his acquisition of an old micro-agricultural reclamation station, which produces enough grain each year to sustain several hundred people. This assertion is not entirely unfounded. For instance, the simple meal sold at the bar consists of a generous flatbread made from bran, a half-cooked potato weighing around 100 grams, a tomato roughly the size of an adult's fist, and 50 grams of the exceedingly salty meat jerky from a saw-toothed rat. The flatbread, though coarse and mixed with salt, is not particularly unpleasant. When freshly made, it is soft and flavorful. However, as time passes, it becomes dry and hard, necessitating tearing it into pieces and soaking it in water before consumption. 1 silver coin can purchase 10 such meals. Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu casually chose a table and devoured their food ravenously. On the surface, Zhang Jun appears indifferent, but he possesses an extraordinarily rich inner world. The tome Zixi Tongjian has merely a cover made of synthetic leather, while the seemingly valuable pages are actually metal-coated with a faux paper pulp veneer, hollowed out to house a small display screen. By simply opening the book cover and connecting it to a power source, one can view the clear images of vintage action films from the bygone era. As for the cup of tea nearby, it is likely a decorative item of particular significance. Ling Zihan has never witnessed Zhang Jun partake in it. He is privy to a small secret about Zhang Jun, The bar owner always styles his hair into a thick pompadour and maintains a fixed posture at the bar, seemingly oblivious to the happenings around him. In reality, a miniature camera is concealed within his hair, its signal connected to the screen inside Zhijitong Jin, allowing for real-time surveillance of the outside world. As their meal neared completion, the tavern door swung open, and Zhong Xiaowei returned, her face radiating satisfaction. Her short skirt was splattered with dark red droplets of blood and emitted a pungent odor of machine oil. In her hand, she carried 2 severed heads, fresh and still dripping blood from their severed necks. Chapter 4. The thirsty one. Zhong Jun sat motionless at the bar, his countenance dark and sullen. He sighed patiently. Could you not enter through the back door? I just cleaned the floor this morning, and now you've dirted it again. Zhong Xiaowei appeared unconcerned, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor, her ample bosom swaying with each step. Approaching the bar, she lifted the heads high, her sensuous lips releasing a breath that was both fragrant and tinged with blood. These two are quite valuable, as per our usual arrangement. Their tongues and skin belong to me. You can decide what to do with the rest of the bodies. The skin has many uses. The high-heeled shoes Zhong Xiaowei wore were made from genuine human skin. After delivering this statement, she leaned forward, gazing down at Zhong Jun with an expression rich in joy and unabashed threat. Remember, I am your sister. Zhong Jun nodded obediently, replying with a sense of resignation, all right. Ling Zihan reached across the table and firmly tugged at Liao Qiu, lowering his voice. Stop staring. Finish your meal and let's leave quickly. Liao Qiu mumbled in response, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhong Xiaowei's alluring curves. Observing this, Ling Zihan could only shake his head in exasperation. Though Zhong Xiaowei possessed a hint of youthful innocence in her face, her brows were perpetually adorned with a teasing expression. Her curvaceous figure exuded a mature allure that, to a younger man like Liao Qiu, appeared as an enticing cherry ripe for tasting. Ling Zihan, being a normal man, held a nonchalant attitude towards women, neither pursuing nor rejecting them. Yet, despite his limited understanding of women, he found himself unable to discern Zhong Xiaowei's true age. The relationship between Zhong Jun and Zhong Xiaowei was perplexing. At times they acted as siblings, at others as mere acquaintances. Homicide was a common occurrence in Yazizan. Typically, the victims were outsiders, often vagrants who had violated the town's rules. After finishing their complimentary meal, the two returned to their residence in the town, a dilapidated small building. Based on Ling Zihan's estimation of the original structure, it should have had at least 4 stories. Now, only 2 floors remained, worn and dusty, but after cleaning, it was barely habitable. After a long day of back and forth, Liao Qiu, feeling fatigued, particularly after a hearty meal, bid Ling Zihan farewell and retreated into his room, soon producing rhythmic snores atop a bed made of hay and various soft fabrics. Once he confirmed Liao Qiu was asleep, Ling Zihan retrieved a scrap of fabric he had salvaged from the dump from his pocket, bringing it close to the light for a thorough examination. Despite its ordinary appearance and fabric, Ling Zihan found something peculiar about the rag. It seemed almost alive. To scrutinize every detail, he brought the lamp closer. Although it was summer, the sky was shrouded in darkness, rendering even daytime chilly. Fortunately, this era had achieved remarkable advancements in geothermal energy, allowing people to extract heat directly from the ground using specialized equipment. In addition to the fixed heating systems in residences, portable devices had also been developed. Electric heating lights operated on the same principle, for those accustomed to life underground. Using primitive methods to create light bulbs or recycling materials from various old-world refuse was deemed far simpler and safer than hunting saw-toothed rats. Ling Zihan held the rag in his hands, inspecting it closely, leaving no thread unexamined. Ultimately, he felt a twinge of disappointment, having found no suspicious elements. Yet, an odd sensation overcame him. His mouth felt parched, and a desperate urge for liquid overwhelmed him. He stood up, pushed open the door, and exited his bedroom to the spacious common area. Here, a large earthenware water jar, crudely crafted, stood against the wall. Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu used it to store drinking water, covered with a tightly woven circular lid made of black thorn vines to keep out dust. A dark river flowed alongside Yazizan, bursting forth from the cliffs over a kilometer south of the town, cascading down to form a waterfall before disappearing underground to become a new waterway. Though fresh, the water was undrinkable. All homes in Yazizan were equipped with similar water storage containers. The methods for disinfecting and purifying the water were primarily twofold: placing silver coins or a silver bar in the container, or boiling the water before consumption. Ling Zihan felt an overwhelming thirst. His tongue felt like a half-dead loach in his mouth, desperately yearning for hydration. At that moment, he disregarded everything else, lifted the thorn vine lid, and without bothering with the cup beside him, plunged his head deep into the jar, submerging his face entirely beneath the surface, drinking greedily with wild abandon. After a long while, he finally withdrew his head from the jar, feeling as though the surrounding air had been saturated with water. And breathing was accompanied by a delightful moisture. He gasped for air, lifting his left hand to wipe the dampness from the corner of his mouth. As his electronic watch brushed against his skin, he instinctively glanced at the numbers displayed on the screen. It was 9:21 at night. Ling Zihan was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that when he had left his room to drink water, it was 9:05, even discounting the seconds from 5 to 6. Merely the act of drinking had consumed a staggering 15 minutes. A shiver ran down his spine as he lowered his gaze. The water level in the jar had decreased by half. It had previously been full. More importantly, the height of this water tank is approximately 1.3 meters. And both the base and the opening of the cylindrical tank share the same dimensions, with a diameter of 1 meter. How much water did I actually consume? Why did I drink so much at once? A brief calculation could easily provide an answer to the former question, yet the latter remained shrouded in mystery. With hair dripping wet, water cascaded down Ling Zihan's smooth skin, soaking through the poorly made garment. Ling Zihan possessed a clear understanding of the concept of danger. In this world, cloaked in darkness, danger lurked like a predator in the shadows, poised to unleash ferocity and cruelty at any moment. To survive, one must tread carefully. Ling Zihan did not believe that he had drained the water from the tank. The capacity of the human body is limited. And with nearly half a cubic meter of water vanished, his physical form remained unchanged. This simply did not add up. Furthermore, rather than drinking, it felt more akin to soaking, with the process consuming an inordinate amount of time. He leaned on the rim of the tank, stepping back in a measured manner. And the floor beneath his feet remained dry, devoid of any trace of water. The missing water had not exited his body. He felt no urge to urinate. Stumbling backward, as his back pressed against the cold, hard wall, Ling Zihan raised his hands to shield his head, a profound sense of unreality flooding his mind, accompanied by vivid flashes of memories. He reaffirmed that he had indeed consumed an ample amount of water. He was also certain that all his actions and experiences prior to leaving the tavern and returning home had been entirely normal. Instinctively, he turned his head, directing his gaze toward the illuminated bedroom. More precisely, his focus was fixated on the tattered cloth sprawled beside the bed. What exactly was that? Why did it evoke such an overwhelming thirst within me? He stared silently and fearfully in that direction for a full 2 minutes. A sense of inexplicable anticipation and exhilaration surged anew. Ling Zihan felt as though he were being controlled by an invisible thread, guiding his legs with a mixture of fear and terror, intertwined with an even stronger, almost exponentially intensified desire for possession as he stumbled toward the bedroom. It was merely an unremarkable piece of fabric, lying quietly before him. Yet why did he feel such a compulsion to claim it? This was not normal. In a frenzy, he seized the tattered cloth, rotating the circular knob of the lamp with his left hand, illuminating the space to its fullest extent. Scrutinizing each fiber with the predatory gaze of a beast searching for prey. Had he glanced into a mirror at that moment, he would have discovered his eyes gleaming in intense crimson, with pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He opted for the most rudimentary approach, beginning at the torn edge of the cloth, methodically touching inward with his fingertips in search of answers. Half an hour passed, yet he found nothing. Ling Zihan had completely calmed himself. He tugged at his hair in frustration, directing his gaze toward the outer side of the fabric. The garment was made of cloth, and the finished product featured a process of hemming. This involved folding the fabric and stitching it together with fine, meticulous stitches, resulting in stiffer edges. He picked up the scissors resting on the bedside, carefully aligning them with the rigid portion of the sleeve, and began to cut. Minutes later, he had completed the edge of the garment, moving on to the collar. As the blade pierced the left collar, Ling Zihan instantly sensed an unmistakable obstruction. Clearly, the unknown target was concealed within. He skillfully navigated around the obstacle, using the sharp edge to slice through the outer layer of the collar. And as he turned the scissors inward, lifting a thumb-sized flap of fabric, he finally glimpsed the secret hidden within. It was a small piece of dried meat, approximately the length of 2 finger joints and only 5 millimeters wide. Ling Zihan was certain he could not be mistaken. This substance was thin and hard, with a thickness not exceeding 1 millimeter, easily overlooked to the touch. No wonder he had failed to notice it before. Its nearly translucent muscle fibers appeared in enticing dark red beneath the light. Ling Zihan brought the thin slice of jerky close to his nose to sniff, detecting no odor. An overwhelming desire surged through his mind once more. I want to eat it. I must consume it. It felt as though this was not merely jerky, but a mysterious food inscribed with the words "Eat me." Ling Zihan licked his lips, his hand trembling as he grasped the jerky. Chapter 5. Fire Magic. He had always been a remarkably disciplined individual. In the shadowy underground world, not everything was fit for consumption. Determining whether a particular species was edible required countless individuals to risk their lives in the process of trial and error. Ling Zihan stood in silent contemplation, fixated on the jerky in his hand, as that intense desire for possession surged once more. He felt as though he had lost control, from body to soul, with every nerve in his being quivering, each cell crying out, "Eat, eat, eat." As he parted his lips, the moment the dark red, dried substance touched his tongue, he discerned not a hint of the flavor one would expect from meat. Whether he had forgotten to chew or had entirely lost the ability to think, he swallowed it in a daze, immersed in confusion and oblivion. The unbearable thirst returned with a vengeance. It felt as if what he had just swallowed was not a piece of jerky, but a massive, searing hot coal, ablaze and releasing intense heat. Ling Zihan felt his body heat up, an indescribable discomfort enveloping him. He stripped off his outer jacket and the black turtleneck underneath, revealing his muscular chest and the mechanical components that protruded from beneath his biosynthetic skin on the left side of his abdomen. He possessed 2 hearts, 3 kidneys, and 4 stomachs. Enhanced hearts improved his sustenance capacity and blood flow. Multiple kidneys fortified his ability to expel toxic substances. Multiple stomachs increased food storage within his body and could decompose any inadvertently ingested toxins in the first or primary stomach, absorbing only the nutrients while directing harmful elements into the second metallic stomach, which expelled them through a process of artificial irrigation. Yet, regardless of whether it was a normal human body or a mechanical construct, neither could alleviate or diminish this intense heat. Ling Zihan was now left in nothing but a thin pair of undergarments. He turned swiftly and dashed to the water tank, bending at lightning speed to plunge his upper body into it. The force of his movement nearly brought his head to the bottom of the tank. In an instant, he drained the remaining half-tank of water. The dreadful heat persisted, and Ling Zihan felt as if he were a fish lying in a frying pan. For a few seconds, he sensed that the threat of death had never been so imminent, yet he could not ascertain its source, not even to himself. It was unbearably hot. He desperately needed to find a place of icy cold to extinguish the flames within him. Liao Qiu remained in a deep slumber, snoring heavily. Ling Zihan quietly pushed open the door and stepped outside into the streets. The surroundings were eerily quiet, everything enveloped in a thick darkness. He did not sweat. This innate human mechanism for dissipating heat seemed ineffective for him. One thought occupied his mind. Water, I need water. The moment he stepped forward with his left foot, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. To obtain sufficient water, he could only venture to the dark river waterfall outside the town. However, embarking on such a solitary journey at this hour was hardly a prudent choice. Water is the source of life. Humans need it, and so do other creatures. Wherever there is water, it becomes the prime hunting ground. The term hunting always carries a dual significance. Yet Ling Zihan could not afford to ponder further. The fear that had lingered in his mind for less than a second was utterly consumed by the raging heat. He sprinted ahead, quickly reaching his destination. Ling Zihan plunged directly into the pool at the base of the waterfall. At this moment, he finally experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, accompanied by a soothing and refreshing feeling akin to returning to the world from the scorching mouth of a volcano. With arms outstretched, he lay back in the water, allowing the flow from above to wash over him, clearing his mind of all thoughts and utterly relaxing. The question of whether the mechanical components on his body could withstand water or if they would be affected seemed inconsequential to Ling Zihan. Only now did he subconsciously ponder, what had he ingested earlier? Why did he feel so hot? The pool was not deep. Rising to his feet, he took slow and heavy steps to the edge, finding a flat spot to sit down. He rested his elbows on his knees, bent over, and fell into deep contemplation. The sensation of being submerged in the cold water was quite pleasant, as the intense heat within him dissipated, replaced by a harmonious balance of warmth and coolness. After a long while of pondering, he remained at a loss. Staying submerged in the water was not a viable solution. Ling Zihan stood up. His right hand splayed as he ran his fingers through his damp hair, attempting to tidy himself up before deciding to leave. As he stepped out of the pool, he caught a whiff of a foul stench mingling with the damp and cold air. His keen gaze followed the source of the smell and spotted 2 blood-striped dogs approaching him slowly from dozens of meters away. These ferocious beasts were said to be a hybrid of horses and corgis from a bygone era. Which parent was on top? Only God knows the answer to that question. Adult blood-striped dogs weigh over 30 kilograms, their black-gray fur serving as natural camouflage, adorned with multiple dark red stripes reminiscent of zebras, hence their name. These 2 blood-striped dogs likely hunted frequently in this area, though more than 60% of Ling Zihan's body was mechanically enhanced. They were not picky eaters and might particularly relish the unique aroma of blood mixed with engine oil and soft innards. Ling Zihan's expression shifted dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. He turned and sprinted toward the small town. His only weapon was a short dagger, even armed with a long-handled sword. He would not stand a chance against these two blood-striped dogs. Their mouths, lined with large canine teeth and densely packed, razor-sharp teeth akin to sharks, possessed a jaw strength capable of easily crushing a man's kneecap. Ling Zihan had never felt such fear before. The speed of the blood-striped dogs was more terrifying than he had imagined. In less than 5 seconds, the two horrifying beasts had closed in on him. The harshness of their survival environment had taught them to cooperate, one positioned in front, the other behind, blocking his escape route. The dog lunging from behind leaped onto Ling Zihan's left shoulder. Terrified, he desperately grasped the dog's paw with both hands, letting out an unrestrained scream. Bending forward and forcefully slamming the fierce creature to the ground. Such a minor injury meant nothing to the blood-striped dog. It agilely rolled on the ground, quickly regaining its footing and darting to a position about 5 meters away from its companion, fixing Ling Zihan with its bloodthirsty gaze, mouth agape revealing sharp teeth. Drool dripping down as it emitted a chilling hiss from deep within its throat. Ling Zihan fell into utter despair. If it were only one blood-striped dog, he might have stood a chance. But with two, there was no escape. He drew his dagger and assumed a standard combat stance, his muscles taut with tension and fear. The intelligent beasts discerned the emptiness within the human before them. They attacked from both sides. One leaped high, aiming for Ling Zihan's head, while the other targeted his abdomen, both strikes aimed at vital points. Ling Zihan was acutely aware of the blood-striped dog's attack patterns. He had witnessed someone's abdomen being torn open, the beast dragging out long intestines as the victim lay on the ground, clutching their belly and wailing in despair before succumbing to pain and hopelessness. With no time to deliberate, he thrust his knife fiercely at the creature lunging for his abdomen while his left fist clenched tightly, powered toward the blood-striped dog soaring through the air. Just as his fist was a mere 5 centimeters from the beast's sharp fangs, Ling Zihan suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, that indescribable heat returning, but this time, it flowed swiftly along his left arm, invigorating rather than discomforting him. It surged like a torrent of heat, or perhaps one could describe it as a highly heated liquid racing through his veins, ultimately breaking through the confines of muscle and skin, erupting from between his fingers and joints to form a blazing fireball, strikingly orange and filled with overwhelming force. Directly colliding with the hideously ugly head of the beast, Ling Zihan felt the impact of his fist against the blood-striped dog's head, its coarse fur instantly scorched. The combined force of his body and the heated air sent the blood-striped dog flying backward. This was no mere heated air, it was real fire. The blow propelled the dog 6 meters away, engulfed in flames as if it were a creature guarding the gates of hell. It let out a piercing scream, thrashing around like a spring-loaded mechanical toy, desperately attempting to extinguish the nameless fire engulfing it. The other beast, initially poised to attack, deftly avoided Ling Zihan's dagger. But upon witnessing its companion's fate, it turned and fled at the fastest pace, disappearing from Ling Zihan's sight within seconds. The burning blood-striped dog fell silent, and one could only imagine the intense heat of that flame. It lay motionless, transformed into a charred black husk, emitting a pungent, burnt odor mixed with the savory aroma of roasted meat wafting from beneath its crispy skin. Ling Zihan stood there, utterly stunned, maintaining his stance as his mind went blank. He muttered to himself, how could the fire-summoned magic be like this? Legends of magic had long existed in the underworld, categorized into the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. This was merely the terminology used by the white inhabitants of the Western continent. And with the mindless provocations from the central continent, the term sorcerer emerged. In the eastern continent, people scoffed at such notions. Radiation had birthed mutations, and humanity had gradually developed what could be termed elemental control abilities. Taking fire as an example, it involved concentrating the combustible elements in the air through mental focus, releasing flames to create shockwaves. This principle is akin to that of a military flamethrower from the olden days. The difference lies in one utilizing high-temperature fuel while the other employs hydrogen and oxygen. The water element follows the same principle, controlling water molecules in the air through concentration of thought. Those with lower ability could only sprinkle water, while the more capable could instantly freeze it into ice. The earth element is simpler. This planet is abundant in soil, and one can utilize it as they wish. Naturally, the most common combat technique involves using stones to strike opponents. Wind element users are mysterious, rarely revealing details about their wind manipulation. Some pretentious individuals blow out foul air to declare themselves wind sorcerers, only to be soundly defeated. Despite the varied terminologies, the existence of the 4 elemental users is undeniable, with earth element users being the most numerous and common. Ling Zihan had always dreamed of becoming an elemental user. It signified superiority over others, yielding greater rewards while scavenging, and the potential to earn more money. Everyone enjoys the pleasures of life. the key lies in ability. Yet now, possessing the inexplicable ability to manipulate fire was simply unfathomable. The fire mage is a term used to describe both Caucasians and individuals of African descent. In the Eastern continent, those who manipulate flames are referred to as fire callers. Fear and anxiety consume a significant amount of energy. Ling Zihan trudged heavily toward the charred blood-patterned hound, despondently seated himself, and used his dagger to slice through the surface of the blackened crust, revealing the golden-brown cooked flesh beneath. He cut off a substantial piece of meat, heedless of the scalding heat, hastily chewing a few times before swallowing. The surreal events that had just transpired were almost beyond belief, according to Ling Zihan's simple logic. Only food that could be ingested and possessed a unique flavor could serve as the best criterion for judgment. He consumed the meat with remarkable speed, satiating his hunger in less than 3 minutes. Rising, he moved to the edge of a pond to cleanse the grease from his hands. And once he confirmed that his body had returned to normal, he set off toward Chaizi town. The hound's meat was delectable, yet he could not bring it back. Otherwise, he would be unable to explain how he had hunted it. He decided to pause and contemplate a plausible story that would allow him to claim newfound abilities. As for the carcass of the hound, he need not worry. Various predators would soon arrive, guided by the scent. Within 10 minutes at most, there would be nothing left but bones. Upon returning to his dwelling, the digital clock displayed that it was past 3 in the morning. Everything remained in the state he had left it, for darkness serves as the best cover. Stealthily entering the living room, as he was about to head toward his room, Ling Zihan suddenly halted, turning to observe the bedroom across the way with its door ajar. He could distinctly sense that Liao Qiu was awake, sitting motionless at the edge of the bed. After a moment's thought, Ling Zihan strode over, halting at the doorway as usual, and in his customary friendly tone, inquired, "What's the matter? Can't sleep?" Liao Qiu pressed the bedside lamp switch, and a warm, pale yellow glow filled the darkness, casting a long shadow of his gaunt figure upon the opposite wall. "Where did you go?" Liao Qiu raised his head, the corners of his eyes crusted with dry sleep, confusion evident in his gaze. Ling Zihan replied calmly, "Just went for a walk." This casual response seemed to Liao Qiu as good as saying nothing. He scrutinized Ling Zihan, who was clad only in a pair of undergarments, and asked, "Then why aren't you dressed?" A composed expression of maturity and depth surfaced on Ling Zihan's face. Even while lying, he appeared remarkably sincere. "It was too hot. I went out to catch some fresh air." Liao Qiu shook his head in disbelief and disdain. "You must be joking. You went out to cool off? Why not just admit you sneaked out for air refuel?" In the old days, refuel was a term filled with encouragement and positive energy. Now, however, it bore an utterly gruesome and cruel connotation. War had altered many aspects of existence, including humanity itself. Purely human beings could not adapt to a radiation-filled environment, when skin and muscle began to decay extensively, impacting internal organs. Survivors had no choice but to replace them with various substitutes: hearts, livers, kidneys, intestines, and lymphatic tissues, except for the brain. All organs fell within the realm of replacement. The first generation of cyborgs, half biological and half mechanical, had a lifespan of only 5 years. Later, tubular docking valves made from special gelatin appeared, fundamentally resolving the rejection issues between biological tissues and metallic components. However, the energy required for mechanical operation could not be supplemented through a single means. Half biological, they needed traditional nourishment through food. Thus, rice, meat, fruits, vegetables, and vitamins became indispensable for the propagation of life. Half mechanical, batteries were the most common and cost-effective power source, though there were also specialized mechanical bodies powered by gasoline and diesel engines. As machines, they inevitably involved wear and tear of parts, along with regular maintenance. In this world, there existed a multitude of lubricants. The best quality was widely recognized to be from renowned brands before the Great War, such as Longpan, Great Wall, Kunlun, Mobile, Unification, and Shell. In this unique era, all inhabitants of the underground world required lubricants. This substance now held a status and concept in human society akin to salt in the old days. Mechanical joints that went without lubrication for extended periods would inevitably rust, leading to immobility and a slow, inevitable demise. Of course, one could opt for part replacements, but such an approach was exceedingly luxurious for the majority, and even worse, finding suitable components was not guaranteed. The distinction between half biological, half mechanical beings and old-world automobiles lay in the former's unique intrinsic characteristics. To articulate it in eloquent terms, the former possessed a soul. Simply put, each individual harbors distinct personalities and varying lifestyles, leading to significant differences in the practical performance of mechanically identical components when installed on different individuals. For instance, a pedestrian with a splayed gait would experience a certain degree of distortion from the outward bias of his mechanical leg. Thus, If he were to replace it with a brand new identical mechanical limb, he would feel uncomfortable. Even if offered 10 silver coins and a free replacement, he would not part with the worn components that had been with him for years. The necessity for lubricants had long since permeated every aspect of underground society. High-quality oil was indeed a pleasure to use, but came at a steep price. Everyone favored free offerings. Consequently, the use of animal fats as a substitute for lubricants became a trend, warmly embraced by the common folk. Fierce beasts roamed the wild. Even seasoned hunters could not guarantee success on every outing. Naturally, those with malicious intent turned their gaze toward their fellow humans. Under unfortunate circumstances, acquiring fat from the deceased and proportionately mixing in various ingredients could yield a commendable homemade lubricant upon cooling. This represented the brutal reality of refueling in an era devoid of mercy. Where do you think you're going? Am I that kind of person? Ling Zihan's eyes sparkled with a deep, ocean-like mirth. Liao Qiu reiterated his earlier question, which he deemed crucial. Why aren't you wearing clothes? He clearly did not believe the explanation of heat. The smile in Ling Zihan's eyes gradually faded as he regarded Liao Qiu with a cold stare. After a full 5 seconds, he asked nonchalantly, "Are you thinking about Zhong Xiaowei?" The best way to evade an inquiry was to pose a new question that was difficult for the other to answer. Liao Qiu's mouth fell open, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. The question struck at the very depths of his being, a soul-searching inquiry that was indisputable. His expression was one of intense struggle, and a bit of eye crust fell from the corner of his left eye. "Do not deny it," Ling Zihan interrupted coldly. "Speaking from experience, I have seen oil stains on your sheets several times. I know your muscle regulator functions well, but please explain." Liao Qiu clenched his teeth, a fierce yet suppressed anger bubbling within him as he retorted, "Mine is a tube, not a metal pipe. It's not unreliable. That was just natural wear and tear." Ling Zihan regarded him with a slow, deliberate gaze, asking, "Is there a difference?" Liao Qiu blinked, momentarily rendered speechless. Adolescent males often construct pink fantasies about the objects of their affection, and Liao Qiu was no exception. He had secretly taken several photos of Zhong Xiaowei, pulling them out to gaze upon when his heart felt restless. Ling Zihan smiled at Liao Qiu and earnestly advised, "Get some sleep." His voice, rich with masculine charm, harmonized beautifully with his handsome visage. Liao Qiu looked up at his old friend, a flicker of genuine emotion glistening in his eyes. Overthinking unrealistic matters could be detrimental. Sleep would help him recuperate. After all, a friend who shared trials and tribulations wished him well, urging him to take care of his health. Ling Zihan offered no explanation. Turning toward his room, he lightly left behind a parting remark, "Sleep well. Everything will come together in your dreams." It was only then that Liao Qiu realized. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, he raised his left hand and extended his middle finger toward Ling Zihan's retreating figure. In the underground world, the concept of dawn is non-existent. The human biological clock serves as the most reliable timekeeper. The notion of waking up naturally is a luxury that eludes the majority. Even after a night of excessive drinking, the internal electronic clock will rouse the inebriated from their stupor. Ling Zihan arrived early at the tavern, ordering a simple meal and savoring it slowly. While there are numerous establishments in town offering food, he has a particular fondness for this one. Firstly, the tavern is bustling with patrons, providing a wealth of information without any cost. Secondly, Zhang Jun, the proprietor, is fair in his dealings, offering affordable and genuine simple meals, where hard biscuits, potatoes, and tomatoes are all organic. In this era, consuming meat carries significant risks, without the existence of food safety regulatory bodies from the olden days. Sellers will never disclose the source of their meat. The tale of Wusong encountering a human thumb in a bun at Sun Earnyang's establishment could never transpire here. There are many explanations surrounding this phenomenon. Belief is subjective. Chapter 7. Entrance. Lastly, there is the same reasoning as with Liao Qiu. Zhong Xiaowei is strikingly beautiful, with an exquisite figure. While it remains uncertain whether her appearance and physique are natural or enhanced, it is undeniably pleasant to admire her in the tavern. An elderly man with a gaunt frame entered, making his way to a table nestled in the corner against the wall. His name is Yang Ligang, a longtime resident of the town. The exact duration of his stay eludes Ling Zihan, who only knows that Yang Ligang had been a resident long before he and Liao Qiu arrived. A glass of Hongfu, the old man signaled to Zhong Xiaowei, who stood behind the counter. Hongfu is the tavern's most popular and best-selling liquor, distilled from cassava and categorized by alcohol content into varying grades, with the most common being 30 and 45 degrees. Should one desire anything above 50 degrees, an additional charge applies. The liquor has a mediocre taste, with a slight bitterness upon sipping, yet even the most discerning palate finds no criticism. Those from the old era could never fathom the difficulty of cultivating crops in such a wretchedly dark environment. The plants that have survived the ravages of war and radiation are indeed the elite of their kind. The term cassava liquor sounds harsh, yet rebranding it to hongfu evokes endless delightful imaginings, much like calling boiled vegetables with tofu emerald and white jade soup. Zhong Xiaowei, balancing a tray and strutting in high heels with the elegance of a professional model, traversed the tavern, delivering a glass of hongfu to the elderly man before gracefully turning away under the gaze of all, including Ling Zihan. He noticed that young Li always occupied the same table, a seemingly permanent seat he has claimed for years. Midway through his meal, Lao Qiu arrived, yawning. He approached the bar with an excessively sweet smile, attempting to engage Zhang Xiaowei in conversation while placing his order. After a prolonged 5 minutes, he finally made his way to Ling Zihan's side, pulling out a chair to sit. I took a closer look just now. It should be synthetic rubber layered over human skin, Lao Qiu stated, his demeanor serious, his eyes gleaming with the focused light of a scientist. Akin to that of a devout believer, Ling Zihan raised a piece of boiled potato to his lips, bewildered, and inquired, "Did you not assert with utmost certainty last time that it was silicone filler? Silicone could never have such softness, nor does it possess the right luster." Liao Qiu pondered with the gravitas of Newton contemplating the laws of gravity. Luster? The term astonished Ling Zihan, nearly causing him to drop the potato he was holding. "Are you implying she showed you?" Liao Qiu slowly shook his head. "No," Ling Zihan scoffed, exclaiming, "Then why utter such nonsense?" With a serious expression, Liao Qiu articulated each word with utmost precision, devoid of any jest. "Today, she wore a lace bra, and I could see significantly more than usual." Ling Zihan opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to a mood of frustration as he popped the cooked potato into his mouth. Chewing slowly, their earlier discussion revolved around the composition of Zhong Xiaowei's upper body. Liao Qiu always managed to present refreshing insights in such matters. Zhang Jun appeared at the counter, placing a metal-crafted human skull atop the bar. Upon witnessing this action, the tavern fell silent, all eyes turning to him. Holding a finely crafted small hammer, Zhang Jun wore an expression of undeniable seriousness, akin to that of a saint, as he gently tapped the metal skull, producing a clear, melodious sound. He then hung a blackboard, approximately the size of a laptop screen, outside the counter for all to see. In clear white chalk, it read, "Tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Zhang Jun, twirling his meticulously groomed mustache, smiled charmingly, as per tradition, 1 silver token per person. This indicated the latest time for the appearance of the garbage mountain. Before midnight tonight, the small blackboard would remain displayed here. Conversely, after midnight, the information would no longer be valid. Having finished his meal, Ling Zihan approached the bar, retrieving 2 silver tokens from his pocket and presenting them with a hint of a pleasing smile. "Zhonggu, this is for me and Achio." Zhang Jun accepted the tokens and handed Ling Zihan 2 numbered metal tags, saying meaningfully, "Wishing you prosperity." The term Garbage Mountain is merely a colloquial reference among scavengers. The actual name of the place is Black Rye Mountain. It stretches endlessly, with nearly all areas shrouded in darkness being referred to as Black Rye Mountain. The reach of any faint light is exceedingly limited, and the inhabitants of the underground world remain oblivious to the concepts of sunrise and sunset, or even the silhouette of a horizon. The idea of individuals traversing long distances alone or in small groups is unfathomable, given the myriad dangers along the way. Over time, the underground dwellers have cultivated a logical worldview. If someone vanishes for an extended period, they must have been consumed by the darkness. Although Garbage Mountain is not far from Yazzie Town, one can never be certain of the perils that may arise on the journey. In an environment where vigilance is paramount, travelers avoid wheeled or tracked mechanical limbs, while wheeled limbs offer speed and energy efficiency. The harsh conditions of the underground world have rendered the roads left from the old era nearly impassable, making self-preservation in emergencies exceedingly difficult. Tracked limbs can handle poor road conditions but have a maximum speed only 2/3 that of wheeled counterparts, if not lower. They are capable of off-road navigation but cannot surmount mountains. Spider-like limbs offer numerous advantages, yet their primary drawback is their excessive energy consumption, at least 3 times that of other mechanical limbs. Without sufficient backup batteries or the possibility of resupply along the way, embarking on such a journey is tantamount to suicide. Overall, bipedal mechanical limbs exhibit the most balanced performance across various aspects. The irregularly shaped mountain path firmly constrains the entrance. Steep rocks rise on either side, forming a narrow gorge that extends about 100 meters. Dozens of vehicle wrecks, scavenged from the ruins, are piled together at the entrance, creating a wall exceeding 4 meters in height, leaving only a slender passageway in the middle. Several burly men stand guard, engaging in banter about human anatomy and women while casually collecting metal tags from those waiting to enter, checking them with nonchalance. In the open space before the entrance, A crowd of over 100 scavengers gathers. These individuals halt about 10 meters away from the entrance, beyond a white line hastily marked on the ground with scattered lime. Serving as a waiting distance akin to that of old banks, ticket counters, or airport security checkpoints. Where there is water, life abounds. In the region traversed by the Dark River, there exist as many as 4 factions. To strictly categorize them as criminal organizations based on antiquated notions would be an overly simplistic view. Initially, these factions were merely groups of wayward wanderers seeking solace in numbers. As their ranks swelled, they delineated spheres of influence, evolving into distinct enclaves that, while maintaining a wary coexistence, were compelled to interact due to mutual needs and disputes over resources. Besides Yazzie Town, there are also Suegu Town, Chili River, and Suehong Tower. Small settlements associated with the Bone Crushing Gang, Blood Wolf Gang, and Insha Gang respectively. The timing of refuse falling from the sky constitutes the greatest secret among the gang leaders. Though they harbor mutual animosities, they share a unanimous understanding regarding their interests. The strength of the 3 gangs is roughly equal, creating a delicate equilibrium. Should any one faction exhibit signs of expansion or increased power, it would immediately face a united counterattack from the other 2. Regarding the management of the Garbage Mountain, the 3 gangs collaborate on the release of timing and information, taking turns to wield the relevant authority. The rationale is straightforward. The quantity of refuse appearing from the sky is unpredictable, and the ensuing profits are not evenly distributed. A single harvest might yield over 50 gold coins, or it might amount to merely 2 or 3 silver coins. In essence, such matters hinge on fortune and happenstance. The throng of scavengers starkly contrasted with the narrow thoroughfare, clustering together to encircle the entrance. A burly man with a mechanical eye, presumably a newcomer, was oblivious to the local customs. He aggressively pushed through the crowd, bellowing loudly, "Clear the way. I've paid my dues. Let me in." His outburst triggered a chain reaction. This fellow doesn't know the rules. Must be new. What is he shoving for? Form an orderly line behind. A few individuals shouted in unison, surging forward to deliver blows to his vulnerable spots, rendering him defenseless and soon to be tossed out of the circle, half-conscious. In another context, such a rule-breaking individual would have been swiftly dismembered and divided amongst the scavengers, leaving no trace. However, the current situation was different. Regardless of whether it was the Bone Crushing Gang, Blood Wolf Gang, or Insha Gang, maintaining a necessary order under the alternating management of the Garbage Mountain's profits was paramount. While violence was permissible, it had to be executed at the right moment and under the right pretext. Consideration for the gang's reputation and order was essential. If a minor dispute led to infamy, no outsiders would pay the entrance fee in the future. As the crowd thinned, observing that the time was ripe, Ling Zihan tapped Lao Chio's shoulder. "Let us go. It's our turn." A gaunt middle-aged man stood at the entrance. He examined the 2 metal tokens handed to him by Ling Zihan for an extended period, before lifting his gaze, a mischievous expression playing upon his face. "Kid, I know you," he said, his eyes glinting with malice. "You were present during the last scavenging." Ling Zihan remained still, his smile unwavering, now sweeter and tinged with a hint of flattery. "Indeed, I've been here scavenging for a living. Thanks for your care." After a brief pause, he inquired, "May I ask your surname?" His voice had a deep, magnetic allure. "My surname is Wang," the middle-aged man replied, a smirk playing on his lips, laden with hidden intentions. "Call me Brother Wang." "Hello, Brother Wang." Ling Zihan greeted obediently. He had no desire to instigate trouble, for this was someone else's territory. The middle-aged man appeared pleased with his demeanor. "It seems you are quite understanding. I prefer dealing with sensible individuals." He toyed with the metal tokens in his grasp, showing no intention of returning them to Ling Zihan. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Ling Zihan's heart sank. He pointed towards the shadowy distance and smiled. "Brother Wang, please hand me the tokens. Time is of the essence. I must enter." "Why the rush? There is still plenty of time." Brother Wang chuckled dryly, brandishing a steel pipe drawn from his thigh holster, weighing it in his hands while gazing at Ling Zihan with unabashed greed. "You were quite fortunate during the last scavenging. I heard you managed to sell 5 silver horns for that trip." Upon hearing this, Ling Zihan understood, as did Liao Qiu. And all those gathered near the entrance grasped the underlying implications. In terms of the purchasing power of the old world, 5 silver horns, while not excessive, constituted a substantial sum, sufficient to sustain a typical person's monthly expenses. The allure of wealth was evident. The middle-aged man was clearly intent on extorting money. Ling Zihan's handsome visage remained impassive, resembling a cold, emotionless statue. After a prolonged silence, he inquired flatly, "How much do you want?" His voice was devoid of emotional fluctuation, akin to a monotone mechanical synthesis. Patience could also be a means of survival. Sometimes one had to bow one's head. Despite the blatant injustice and exploitation, Ling Zihan felt that as long as it was not overly egregious, he could tolerate it. The Blood Wolf gang stationed 11 armed guards at the entrance checkpoint, equipped with swords and bows, standard weaponry in the wasteland. Among them were 2 individuals wielding homemade gunpowder rifles, crafted from salvaged steel pipes, meticulously refined and fitted with firing mechanisms. These crude devices, filled with gunpowder and fragments of metal, possessed limited range but formidable lethality due to their wide caliber. Within a 10-meter radius, they could cleave a grown man in two. Of course, such homemade weapons had glaring drawbacks. They were exceedingly slow to reload, and the quality of the metal pipes rendered them prone to catastrophic failure. Nevertheless, the deterrent power of a large-caliber gunpowder rifle was never to be underestimated. The harsh and unforgiving environment of the wasteland had instilled in Ling Zihan a profound understanding of the importance of seizing the moment. The man named Wang bore an increasingly fervent smile, spreading his legs, puffing out his chest, attempting to project an imposing figure. Yet, despite his efforts, he appeared as a stunted baboon. 3 silver horns, he declared, raising 3 fingers, his voice dripping with arrogance, disdain, and the thrill of exploiting the weak, as well as the satisfaction derived from wealth. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Hundreds of eyes flitted between the man named Wang and Ling Zihan, revealing a spectrum of emotions: fear, envy, surprise, apprehension, and eagerness. This was an age defined by a contest of greed and courage in the wasteland. The bold thrived while the timid perished. Initially bewildered, Liao Qiu struggled to comprehend the dialogue between Ling Zihan and the middle-aged man. It was only when his mental fog cleared that an intense, fervent anger surged from his very core, igniting a fierce spirit of defiance. "On what grounds do you demand money from us?" Liao Qiu instinctively grasped the long knife slung behind his back, brandishing it with a swift motion. He glared fiercely at the self-satisfied middle-aged man, his voice booming with rage, spittle flying as he spoke. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Ling Zihan grasped Liao Qiu's knife-wielding hand and stepped forward, his deep black eyes radiating an unprecedented calmness and depth. "I can offer you 1 silver horn." His tone was eerily placid, devoid of any emotional tremor, as if delivered by a mechanical voice. Endurance can be a survival strategy. Sometimes one must yield. Though the other party was unreasonable and intentionally exploitative, Ling Zihan felt that as long as it was not excessively outrageous, it was something he could accept. The middle-aged man squinted and laughed, stretching out his arm to direct the thick steel pipe towards Ling Zihan. Despite his smile, his face was contorted with malice. "Do you think this matter can be negotiated?" Liao Qiu, filled with rage, shouted hoarsely, "Why should I give you the money I earned through hard work? Just because this is the territory of our bone-crushing gang?" The expression on the middle-aged man's face shifted abruptly as he turned the pipes in towards Liao Qiu, spitting contemptuously on the ground. "I say what I say. You think a little brat dares to challenge me? Believe it or not, I can slice you up and turn you into oil." Liao Qiu's eyes reddened at an alarming speed, and the joints of his right hand, which gripped the long knife, creaked unnaturally. The long knife, fashioned from a helicopter rotor, appeared extraordinarily thick and heavy. Ling Zihan seized Liao Qiu's wrist, tightening his grip. He fixed a cold gaze on the middle-aged man and extended his right hand. "Return the pass to me." The man did not grasp his intent. "What did you say?" "I said, return the pass." Ling Zihan reiterated, adding an explanation, "We are not entering." His thought was simple. Since this bone-crushing gang member was deliberately making things difficult, they would reclaim the pass and leave. One significant reason why Zhongjun could establish a tavern in Yahtzee Town was his commitment to keeping promises. His credibility was exceptionally high. Any metal tag sold by him would be fully honored. Since they could not enter the garbage mountain this time, they would take the tag back and seek a refund from Zhongjun. After all, this area was jointly managed by the Bone-Crushing Gang, the Blood Wolf Gang, and the Insha Gang. When the garbage mountain appeared next, they could avoid this incredibly greedy middle-aged man. Exchanging a silver horn for entry was Ling Zihan's bottom line. Given the other party's insatiable demands and clear refusal, they would have to settle for less. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He clearly did not expect Ling Zihan to make such a request. His surprise swiftly morphed into fury, and his astonished expression transformed into one of furious shame. Clenching the 2 metal tags in his palm, he glared at Ling Zihan with a predatory gaze. "Want to leave?" "Not so easily." Ling Zihan's expression shifted repeatedly, and everyone present could see he was engulfed in a struggle. "I paid for that pass. On what grounds do you withhold it? Why should I give you 3 silver horns? We pay to enter freely, taking as much as we can based on our abilities. It has always been this way. Why does your Blood Wolf gang not adhere to the rules?" It must be acknowledged that youth has its advantages. If someone older and more mature had uttered these words, they would not have resonated as powerfully as they did coming from Ling Zihan. He appeared youthful, even somewhat naive. his mix of indignation and resentment striking a chord with other scavengers waiting at the entrance, leading to murmurs of agreement. This method was indeed against the rules. The young man was right. He had paid for the pass and was being denied entry, which was inherently unreasonable. They came to the garbage mountain to scavenge for profit. And if someone struck it rich, would they have to regurgitate their gains? The whispers grew louder, quickly forming a potential storm of dissent. The middle-aged man named Wang became alarmed. In the bone-crushing gang, although a lookout had limited power, overseeing just 3 subordinates, many coveted this position. Without strength or backing, it was precarious. Having invested a large sum to become a lookout, he needed to maximize his benefits swiftly. If it were not for Ling Zihan's youthful appearance, he would not have chosen him as his first target. Everything relies on primacy and continuity. If Ling Zihan capitulated, presenting his money, those in line behind him would follow his lead, preying on those they deemed weaker, forcibly demanding double the entry fees. Yet, unexpectedly, Ling Zihan refused to bow to his will, adamantly declining entry. This immediately sparked public outcry, placing the middle-aged man at the center of attention. His face turned ashen, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Without further ado, he swung the steel pipe down violently towards Ling Zihan's left shoulder. "You little brat, you're asking for death." He was acutely aware that he needed to subdue Ling Zihan with overwhelming force, or the situation would spiral out of control. Only through bloody and brutal violence could he instill fear in the others, even if the rules of the 3 gangs prevented open killing at the checkpoint. He intended to incapacitate these 2 insufferable youths on the spot. Chapter 9. You're asking for death. The steel pipe, propelled by mechanical strength and slicing through the air with an ear-piercing whistle, descended swiftly upon Ling Zihan's head. Surprisingly, Ling Zihan did not flinch or evade, confronting it head-on. The pipe struck his left shoulder squarely, producing a dull thud as Ling Zihan's body twisted, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. He collapsed to the ground. His left shoulder visibly caved in. He curled up, his legs extending and retracting in agony, dust rising from the ground as he writhed. His face turned pale, the brutal impact momentarily numbing his nervous system, causing his lips to stretch unnaturally, unable to close. Each breath he took was laced with pain, and blood-tinged saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding scavengers became agitated. What is happening? They've started to fight? How could the bone-crushing gang act like this? The young man was right. They rely on their skills to make a living. And he had already paid a silver horn for the entry pass. Why should he pay extra? The bone-crushing gang was indeed disregarding the rules. The young man had clearly stated he would return the pass and not enter, yet they were intent on silencing him. Would everyone have to pay more to enter in the future? What about us? The middle-aged man stood there, holding the steel pipe, wide-eyed, watching Ling Zihan roll on the ground in agony. He knew very well that he had not exerted much force. It was barely half of what he could have done. He certainly did not intend to injure or kill him. He simply wanted to teach Ling Zihan a lesson, so his swing had been deliberately slow. Given the middle-aged man's experience with scavengers, he had believed Ling Zihan could easily dodge. Yet, unexpectedly, this blow struck true. Ling Zihan's shoulder had collapsed, and the bone was undoubtedly shattered. This instantly ignited the unstable emotions of the onlookers. Seizing the moment, Liao Qiu screamed, "Murder! You're untrustworthy. Taking our money yet denying us entry, and now you want to kill us." The middle-aged man's entire body trembled as he responded, pointing at Liao Qiu and angrily retorting, "You're talking nonsense." However, his words were drowned out by a cacophony of voices. The bone-crushing gang is killing people before they had even entered. It had escalated to this point. "I'm not going anymore. Refund my money. Give me back the price of the tag." Yes, the bone-crushing gang must refund us. The scene erupted into chaos. The middle-aged man could no longer focus on Ling Zihan or Liao Qiu. He needed to address this overwhelming hassle immediately. It would be manageable if only a few individuals requested refunds, but now everyone was voicing the same demand. A single misstep could lead to a terrifying crisis. "Silence. Everyone. Quiet down." His face flushed with urgency, he waved a steel pipe and shouted loudly, "Form an orderly line. Everyone can enter. And I will not charge you a single extra cent." Yet, no one heeded his words. The scavengers possessed a simple and clear understanding of the rules. 1 silver horn exchanged for a passage token, with a full refund if entry was denied. It was a fair trade, devoid of deception. The middle-aged man had already broken the rules. The fallen Ling Zihan was the best evidence of that. As for whether a murder had occurred, or if someone had truly died, such matters were trivial. The ferocity, cruelty, and tyranny etched upon his face were unmistakable, clearly visible to all present. Such actions were traditionally despised by scavengers, who had little interest in the man's identity, only knowing him as a member of the bone-crushing gang. Seeing the situation deteriorate, The man named Wang hastily grabbed the bone whistle hanging from his neck and blew into it with all his might. The bone-crushing gang members stationed on the mountain paths responded swiftly, rushing to occupy the advantageous terrain near the checkpoint, blocking the road completely. In response, the scavengers brandished their weapons, standing defiantly in the open space outside the path. Countless tense faces flickered in the shadows, revealing anger, fear, anxiety, and schadenfreude. The cacophony of insults gradually faded, replaced by the weighty sound of heavy breathing. In their hands, various long knives and sharp blades glinted, while bows and crossbows, crafted from diverse materials, were aimed directly ahead. Any sudden movement would provoke unrestrained violence. With Liao Qiu's support, Ling Zihan trembled as he stood up. His complexion was pale, and his left shoulder sagged, the arm hanging limply and swaying with his movements. He looked across with eyes filled with pain, trembling as he extended his right hand. A voice tinged with fear and defiance escaping his lips, "Return my passage token." This was his sole demand. In truth, Ling Zihan was unharmed. The appearance of his left shoulder was merely a ruse, with the actual metallic skeleton situated 10 centimeters below the normal visual threshold. To put it simply, his shoulders had been artificially elevated by 10 centimeters, encased in a layer of biosynthetic skin and filled with soft padding, closely mimicking human flesh. The steel pipe had only shattered the outer padding. The inner armor remained intact. Ling Zihan had seen through the middle-aged man's bluster, which was the true reason he dared to confront him. From the outset, he had planned to escalate the situation. Believing that only by rallying more support could he retrieve the passage token and return to Yazi Town for a refund. The middle-aged man glared at Ling Zihan with a look of pure hatred, convinced that this damned youth was merely putting on a show. If the young man had truly suffered a shattered shoulder blade from his blow, he would not be able to stand even with assistance. Such grievous injuries he had witnessed before. Without prompt medical attention, death was inevitable. An unprecedented urge for revenge gnawed at the middle-aged man's mind, stripping him of his composure and igniting increasingly frenzied thoughts. Ignoring Ling Zihan, he raised his head, surveying the crowd with a menacing glare. "I have a personal vendetta against this man," he declared, pointing at Ling Zihan, his voice ringing out in urgency. A bystander, reveling in the chaos, shouted, "Refund the token. Refund the money." The middle-aged man shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Once I deal with those two little brats, I will return your money." The refund was but a hollow promise. He merely needed to eliminate Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu, using intimidation and threats to regain control. Then utter a few cost-free flattering words to reassert his authority. With a darkened expression, the middle-aged man turned to his companion, procuring a large-caliber gun from his hands. He stepped forward, aiming the gun at the seemingly lifeless Ling Zihan. A cruel greed mingled with malice danced across his gaunt features. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. 5 silver horns for your life," he said slowly, his eyes glinting with insatiable desire for wealth. "Otherwise, I'll blow your brains out." In the face of money versus murder, the middle-aged man still chose the former. Ling Zihan bowed his head into silence. After a few seconds, he raised his gaze, his eyes devoid of the previous hesitation and doubt. From deep within his throat, he released a scornful utterance. "You must be out of your mind for money." After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of laughter, loud enough to shatter eardrums. Even those from the Blood Wolf gang standing at the entrance could not suppress their mirth. The middle-aged man could no longer contain his fury. His face contorted with rage. He raised his left hand, gripping the gun, while his right hand manipulated the stock and trigger, aligning Ling Zihan's strikingly handsome face within the gun's sights. Some averted their eyes, bracing for the impending bloodshed. The distance was perilously close, threatening to obliterate Ling Zihan's upper body with a barrage of iron shrapnel and metallic pellets. At that moment, Ling Zihan executed an incomprehensible maneuver. He raised his seemingly incapacitated left arm, fingers splayed, palm facing the middle-aged man mere inches away. Boom! A fiery orange fireball, roughly the size of a human head, erupted from Ling Zihan's palm, striking the target's head directly and detonating before the astonished crowd. The searing flames surged forth, and the tremendous force combined with the intensity of the blaze rendered the fireball as lethal as a cannonball. The middle-aged man's fragile neck was blown apart, his burning head tumbling through the air, enveloped in a chilling char and searing heat. He had no time to scream, propelled by the explosive force. He was flung over 10 meters, crashing against the cliffside and shattering into pieces. Liao Qiu reacted swiftly. As Ling Zihan unleashed the fireball, he seized the gun from the side and forcefully wrested it from the middle-aged man's grip, his heart racing with shock and disbelief as he watched the headless body slump to the ground. The scene fell into a brief silence. Moments later, a cacophony of voices erupted again. "Wang Chao is dead. My God, that kid can control fire? Is he a fire caller? He killed Wang Chao. Capture him. He's a fire caller. If you wish to die, do it yourself. The chaos left no one willing to remain in such a place. The dread of death gripped their minds like a nightmare. They shouted and fled, seeking safety wherever they deemed secure. Ling Zihan dashed towards the headless corpse, reaching into the dead man's pocket to retrieve 2 metal plates. Liao Qiu grasped his arm, urging, "Hurry." Ling Zihan complied without hesitation. As they ran, Liao Qiu asked, "How can you control fire?" Chapter 10. The gang leader Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu shared a brotherly bond, devoid of secrets. He answered earnestly, "Do you remember when we were scavenging at Garbage Mountain last time, and I picked up that tattered cloth?" Liao Qiu, running, recalled, nodding, "I remember. It was an old shirt without sleeves." Ling Zihan quickened his pace. "That shirt concealed a small piece of jerky. After consuming it, I became like this." "Wow." Liao Qiu's eyes widened in amazement. "I understand now. That night, you sneaked out, and when you returned, you spun a tale involving me and Zhong Xiaowei. But it turns out the issue was with you all along. The mechanical leg is one of the most crucial components for maintaining the body." And Liao Qiu increased his running speed by 20% compared to usual. He felt a sense of dissatisfaction within, yet his face betrayed an unmasked expression of envy. "Hey, did you really search thoroughly for that piece of clothing?" Ling Zihan turned his head to glance at the chaotic scene receding behind him. Having not quite caught Liao Qiu's question, "What did you say?" Liao Qiu clicked his tongue. His voice laced with the careful caution and intense anticipation of someone who had been there before. "I meant, did you look again? Perhaps there are still some leftover jerky in that piece of clothing?" "None left," Ling Zihan replied honestly. Liao Qiu, feeling a surge of urgency, wanted to curse but found it difficult to lower his pride. He swallowed hard, his face a portrait of longing and desperation. "All right, fine. You selfish glutton. You didn't eat it all, did you? At least save some for me." A flicker of guilt crossed Ling Zihan's eyes. "It was just a small piece of jerky. I didn't anticipate things would turn out this way. I truly didn't save any. I'm sorry." Liao Qiu, caught up in the heat of the moment, found himself at a loss for words, feeling both frustrated and angry. "This is too much. Whenever I found something good, I never failed to save a portion for you. Every time I caught cockroaches, I always left you a couple of legs. The cheek meat from the serrated rat is the tenderest. And I always set some aside for you. And last week's green fly eyes, those were prime delicacies." The food chain in this underworld differed vastly from the old era. Resilient cockroaches had mutated into various branches in the radioactive environment. One particular black variant, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, was rich in fat and, when roasted with a sprinkle of salt, proved to be quite delectable, especially the robust legs of the insects, which were flavorful and chewy. The serrated rat inherited the traits of rodentia, possessing highly active facial muscles that rendered its cheek meat exceptionally tasty, akin to the pork face meat of the old days. The green fly, a type of fly, was comparable in size to a large coconut. This mutated insect had lost its ability to fly but gained extraordinary visual and olfactory senses. Its compound eyes, as large as an adult's fist, were filled with liquid and soft tissue. When seasoned with salt and vinegar, they offered an exceptionally delicious liquid and a jelly-like refreshing texture. Ling Zihan also felt he had acted inappropriately. "In the future, if I come across similar jerky, I will definitely save some for you. I want to eat Zhong Xiaowei." Liao Qiu felt a sudden surge of impure thoughts. He had always harbored various ideas and methods regarding the concept of eating. Ling Zihan chuckled. "No problem. I'll assist you." The fractured bone gang received an urgent message. Their leader, Yin Shangzhu, hurriedly arrived with dozens of subordinates to restore order. The open space at the intersection had regained a semblance of control. Despite the conflict, both sides exhibited remarkable restraint. Some were injured, but not severely. The only casualty was Wang Chao. Yin Shangzhu was a quintessential Type B new body. His imposing stature, exceeding 2 meters in height, was not natural but supported by mechanical parts and frameworks. His biological components constituted a mere 11.6%. In other words, only the most vital organs, including the brain, first heart, and first gastric pouch, were retained. According to the power ranking in the Dark World, there were 9 tiers from weakest to strongest. The first tier was the new body, a broad concept of strength. In simple terms, all residents living in the Dark World could be classified as new bodies. This was because half biological, half mechanical humans possessed capabilities that distinctly surpassed those of pure-blood humans. The distinction lay in the varying degrees of modification, from the highest Type A to the most common civilian Type B. As long as the alloy strength of the mechanical body was sufficiently robust and the installed weaponry powerful enough, even a mere 5-year-old child could dispatch an adult with ease. The second tier was the adaptive body. Any mechanical body undergoes a process of adaptation post-installation. When manipulated properly, the lethality of a 7mm caliber universal rifle can to some extent, surpassed that of a 30mm cannon. Naturally, this involved an array of expensive equipment such as high magnification scopes, external auxiliary computers, temperature testers, and infrared conductors. Regardless, a Type E adaptive body with long-range sniping capabilities would certainly outclass a Type A adaptive body. The third tier was the enhanced body, a critical stage in the modification process, also known as the terminus of mechanical alteration. Any conceivable external device could be installed, exponentially increasing the combat effectiveness of the modifier. This stage encompassed various modification methods, ranging from small, agile mechanical assassins to heavy combat bodies exceeding 50 tons. A standard combat knife, paired with an agile climbing mechanical prosthetic, could allow one to scale walls effortlessly. A heavy chassis equipped with a 105mm howitzer, a quad 12, 7mm machine gun, smoke and flash grenade launchers, and battlefield thermal scanners could even transform an immobile elderly woman into a ruler of the battlefield. As long as there were financial resources, the concept of strength could be materialized from mere theory into reality. Whether new body, adaptive body, or enhanced body, all had undergone countless modifications earned through the blood and lives of many. Purely personal consciousness had become less significant under the premise of mechanical alteration. As long as one possessed a complete brain and ensured healthy biological organs, one could accept modification. From the mechanical core to the energy supply device, everything adhered to standard templates. Moving further up the hierarchy, the fourth stage, known as the alien body, was akin to a divine existence for the vast majority of people. Few had ever encountered a true alien body, as it was a form of advanced life beyond the reach of ordinary underground residents. Unlike the previous three forms, becoming an alien body required not only wealth and resources but also serendipity and more enigmatic special components. 2 makeshift searchlights were erected on-site, crafted from various parts with limited power, providing a bright beam that reached about 30 meters, typically employed to maintain order. In the dark underground world, possessing a high-powered light source signified strength and prowess. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. Wang Chao's body lay sprawled in the center of the clearing, the remnants of biological matter still fresh, appearing tantalizingly succulent. His pants and shoes had long since vanished amidst the scuffle, leaving only a male symbol crafted from alloy pipes and springs slightly protruding towards the dark sky. Nearby, a small pool of light yellow liquid, emitting a foul odor, pooled on the hard stone ground. This was the residue from a ruptured bionic bladder. His bionic bladder was of poor quality, repurposed from the water tank of an old gasoline vehicle from the bygone era. Nearby, remnants of Wang Chao's head were discovered, totaling 7 fragments, 2 large and 5 small. When pieced together, they barely resembled a human skull. Yet the large gaps between the bones made it appear as if he had suffered a brutal execution. His hollow eyes radiated intense fear, with more blood and agony solidifying on the meager remains of what was left of his skin and muscle. Yin Shangzu fixed his gaze upon the remnants of Wang Chao's corpse, his voice chilling and filled with murderous intent. Who did this? A confidant quickly handed over a pre-prepared small player. This device, constructed from parts salvaged from an old mobile phone, was simple to operate and consumed little energy. Now a standard installation for nearly all underground residents. Yin Shangzu did not hastily reach for it. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at his confidant, questioning, where did this come from? In this area, the alliance of 3 gangs held a formidable reputation, with the Fractured Bone Gang being the largest and most powerful among them. On his way to the scene, Yin Shangzu had gleaned a rough understanding of the events through hearsay. He could comprehend the reckless behavior of scavengers driven by greed. However, with Wang Chao dead and being one of the parties involved in the chaos, this scavenger not only did not flee but actively presented the recording video of the scene. What on earth was this person trying to achieve? The confidant discerned the doubts lingering in Yin Shangzu's heart and approached. Lowering his voice to explain, he wishes to align himself with us. Yin Shangzu's icy demeanor softened slightly, even inclining his head ever so slightly. The Broken Bones Gang does not accept just anyone, yet he has always extended opportunities to those capable individuals who can contribute to the gang. The confidant glanced at the scavenger standing diagonally across from them and continued in a hushed tone. He wants to sell this video for $2 silver. Yin Shangzu felt as if he might have misheard. What did you say? The confidant reiterated his earlier words and elaborated. He has proposed 2 conditions. First, to join our gang, and second, that this video should not be given away for free. It must be sold for at least $2 silver. Yin Shangzu withdrew his gaze from Wang Chao's corpse and pressed the player, but the anticipated image did not appear. The confidant clarified, he didn't provide me with the playback password, stating that we must first agree to his 2 conditions before he would grant us the password. Yin Shangzu narrowed his eyes slightly and gestured towards the scavenger, standing not far away. You. Come here. The man hurried over, wearing a broad smile and bowing deeply. Yan Shangzu, uninterested in further conversation, reached into his pocket and tossed $2 to the ground, then raised the player. Shaking it in the air, "What is the password?" Chapter 11. The gang leader. The other bent down to pick up the money, his smile growing even wider. The scavenger casually recited a string of numbers. Yan Shangzu entered the password, and the screen of the player immediately flashed to reveal the previously recorded footage. He witnessed the entire sequence of Wang Chao extorting Ling Zihan, including the moment Wang Chao swung a steel pipe violently at her. When Ling Zihan unleashed a torrent of flames that struck Wang Chao squarely in the head, Yan Shangzu felt his heart race, his pupils constricting in shock. As an overwhelming sense of vengeance and fury was swiftly quelled by fear and astonishment, he instinctively gasped. The other was a fire controller? Those endowed with abilities across 4 elements are regarded as formidable figures in the underworld. Although they too undergo mechanical enhancements, they possess unique capabilities distinct from regular modifications. To illustrate simply, imagine a group of children raised in similar environments with equal nutritional intake. Their hand-to-hand combat abilities as adults would not differ significantly. Yet, among them emerges an anomaly who disregards rules and ethics. He acquires a firearm. Note, it is a firearm, not a knife. The specifics of its acquisition are irrelevant. The critical point is that this weapon utterly disrupts the balance of power within their circle. The combination of mechanical enhancements and extraordinary abilities yields a force far greater than mere arithmetic addition. It multiplies exponentially, at the very least equating to 1 + 1 = 10. The video, though brief, boasts commendable quality, allowing for clear visibility of Ling Zihan's frontal and profile images. Yan Shangzu paused the video, magnifying Ling Zihan's face, and inquired of the scavenger standing nearby, "Do you recognize this person?" "I do." The scavenger nodded vigorously. "He resides in Yazi Town. I've seen him several times there." Yan Shangzu nodded slightly, murmuring thoughtfully, then fell into contemplation. Before viewing this video, he had been consumed with rage and an intense desire for revenge. Wang Chao was merely a minor player, originally a 5th-level novice, a quintessential weakling. However, he had an older sister. The woman, in her 20s, was of average appearance and build. The crucial point was that her entire body was composed of bionic structures. In industry parlance, she possessed the physical form and limbs of a normal human. The notion of pure-blood humans is a fantasy. Such biological entities cannot exist. Their worth far exceeding that of the ancient panda, perpetually coveted by various factions and organizations. Women with fully bionic structures are common in major cities. They serve as living advertisements in bars, hotels, and nightclubs, though they too are semi-mechanical enhancements. The presence of a skin layer resembling pure blood humans signifies an alternative interpretation of beauty. Silicone, activated rubber, and industrially synthesized proteins can all serve as foundational materials for this bionic skin. They feel soft to the touch, starkly contrasting the cold, hard mechanical components. Awakening primal desires within men. Wang Chao had long surpassed 50 years, yet this woman was his sister. This peculiar sibling relationship would be met with disbelief. But for Yan Shangzu, it was inconsequential. As long as she complied, allowing him to manipulate her as he pleased, that sufficed. The Tsuehong building is the domain of the Insha gang, where the residents are all female. Yet even the reputedly unparalleled beauty of the Insha gang leader, Yao Yu, conceals a titanium alloy mechanical leg beneath her wide pants. As she walks, the crisp sound of metal resonates, and her sharp, rigid foot can extend and retract freely to seize from angles and positions one could scarcely imagine. The beloved brother of a beloved woman has perished. An explanation must be provided. There is another reason. This young man on the screen has disrupted the territory of the Broken Bones gang. Even if Wang Chao acted without decorum and extorted on the spot, today was the Broken Bones gang's turn to oversee matters. Here, the authority lies with the Broken Bones gang. Regardless of Wang Chao's myriad faults, Yan Shangzu believes it is imperative to safeguard the interests of his own. Power is the ultimate principle. Do not preach to me about justice and reason. Such notions only held sway in the bygone era before the war. As for the present, the law lies discarded in the mire, trampled upon like refuse. The orange-red flames unleashed by Ling Zihan in the video profoundly altered Yan Shangzu's perspective. Engaging with an ability user is an absolute folly, especially one possessing the formidable fire-controlling capability among the 4 elements. Otherwise, one might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Yan Shangzu's expression shifted continuously as his mind raced. Those who scrape out a living in the wilderness possess an extraordinarily deep understanding of the relationship between the dark world and survival. Observing Yan Shangzu lost in thought, the confidant, attuned to the mood, leaned closer, whispering so only they could hear, "Chief, what shall we do now?" Yin Shangzu's face bore no expression beyond a somber countenance. A full half-minute passed before he lifted his head, surveying his surroundings slowly, his fierce gaze sweeping over each individual present as if to penetrate their very souls. He raised the small player, holding the screen displaying Ling Zihan's image aloft. Behold, this individual is not a fire controller at all. His voice was emphatic, imbued with undeniable authority. At his proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This is impossible. I witnessed that young man unleash flames. I saw it too. Wang Chao's entire head was incinerated. How could this possibly be false? The entire sequence of events in which he killed Wang Chao was recorded, surely. The video itself could not be a fabrication, could it? In the face of the ensuing tumult, Yin Shangzu remained composed, exuding confidence. He disdainfully scoffed. Is what you see truly reality? You have all been deceived. What is a fire controller? When a flame is unleashed, not only Wang Chao's head would be charred, but likely his entire body would be consumed in the blaze. Yet now, examine for yourselves, apart from his head. Wang Chao's corpse remains intact, even his fingernails are present. According to the recognized hierarchy of combat prowess, not even a second-level adaptive body could contend with a fire controller, let alone a third-level enhanced body. Why does the Broken Bones gang manage to coexist with the Blood Wolf gang and the Insha gang in governing this Refuse Mountain? It is because the three factions possess comparable strength, with no one holding the upper hand. Should either the Blood Wolf gang or the Insha gang possess an adaptive body, none of you, including myself, would stand a chance. The events were clear to all present. The catalyst was a certain young man who refused to pay Wang Chao the entrance fee of 3 silver horns. If he were indeed a fire caller, how could he be so impoverished as to not possess even this modest sum? If he truly wielded formidable power, would he regard such a trifling amount with disdain? Similarly, if he were genuinely a fire caller, he would have long since departed the wilderness for the city, where opportunities for substantial profit abound. With a mere utterance, the major factions would vie for his attention, and he would not need to scavenge alongside us in such a desolate place. His hasty flight after committing murder only reveals his fear of capture by us. A powerful fire caller would certainly have lingered to confront us. It must be acknowledged that Yin Shangzu's analysis was astute and reasonable. The members of the Bone Fragment gang nodded in agreement. The leader spoke truthfully, it made sense. No wonder the young man fled after committing murder. If he were truly a fire caller, why would he run? Yet, how could he unleash such a colossal fireball? In response to the skepticism, Yin Shangzu had a logically sound explanation. With mechanical parts, one could assemble any device, no matter the power of the flamethrower. It was not beyond reach. With a miniature fuel tank and an automatic ignition nozzle, producing a fireball or even flames extending 10 meters was entirely feasible. I wager 10 gold coins that the young man has mechanical bones installed in his left arm, and the fuel storage he carries is likely limited to just 1 or 2 shots. Were there more fuel, he would not have killed Wang Chao and then fled. Showmanship is an art that requires skill. Yin Shangzu clenched his right fist and brandished it fiercely. The dignity of the Bone Fragment gang shall not be violated. Since he dared to kill one of our own, he must pay the price. In the wilderness, right and wrong are irrelevant. The only currency is strength. Those with the might dictate the terms. Yin Shangzu harbored his own calculations. Talk of avenging Wang Chao was mere pretense. Although Wang Chao had provoked the incident, he was still one of their own. Furthermore, there was his sister, who possessed complete bionic skin. If she were to become enraged and obstinate, Yin Shangzu's nocturnal amusements would be severely disrupted. He had ways to discipline that woman. But excessive violence was not an option. If her skin were damaged or torn, it would be irreparable, leading to a loss far greater than the gain. He surveyed the surroundings once more and raised his arm, calling out, "Come with me to Yazi town, and let us track down that wretched scoundrel. Tonight. You may take pleasure in his body. Do as you wish. I have no interest in his brain or parts. Whoever claims them may keep them." This declaration ignited a fervent response among the crowd. The boss speaks with such conviction, I can almost taste the sin of money. I shall carve a large piece of flesh from that young man's shoulder. None shall contest me. I want his brain. He is clever to have thought of using a flamethrower to masquerade as a fire caller. The essence of his intellect could be distilled into a genetic serum, which would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Yin Shangzu reveled in the wave of murderous intent he had stirred. He tossed a small player to a trusted aide standing nearby, when his gaze suddenly fell upon the scavenger who had previously taken 2 silver coins from him. The scavenger, shrinking away, intended to slip from the crowd. This place was far too terrifying. Having received his reward, it was best to depart swiftly. You stand where you are. Chapter 12, Brain Substance. Yin Shangzu strode forward, extending the alloy steel claws affixed to his right arm, seizing the scavenger by the shoulder. His aim was precise. The sharp tips pierced through the frail skin and muscle, which remained unaltered biological structure. The scavenger's face turned ashen, and the agonizing sensation coursed through his nerves to his brain, causing his eyes to bulge like a frog's, while his lips stretched into an elongated oval, releasing a hoarse scream from deep within his throat, escaping between his tongue and broken teeth. "Please, let me go." He gasped for breath, racked by excruciating pain, blood pouring from the wound, and his body began to tremble. The scavenger was merely a low-level novice, no match for Yin Shangzu. A glint of malice flickered in Yin Shangzu's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the writhing scavenger, showing no intention of releasing his grip. "If you could record this video, why did you not prevent that young man from escaping?" he asked ominously. The scavenger was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the conversation would shift in this direction. He could only endure the intense pain and stammer in response. "I was just standing by, watching. It's none of my business." Yin Shangzu unsheathed the combat knife tucked at his back, pressing the sharp blade against the side of the scavenger's throat. He could feel the faint pulse of blood beneath the skin and the palpable fear emanating from the scavenger's very bones. "Do not kill me." The scavenger was on the brink of losing his faculties. In that moment, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his life. But what had incited Yin Shangzu's wrath against him? The scavenger's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, utterly unable to comprehend. A sinister smile crossed Yin Shangzu's face as he exerted force with his right hand, the blade effortlessly slicing through all obstacles, severing the scavenger's windpipe and navigating through the gaps in his neck bones, before the tip of the knife circled back, detaching a complete head. Murder is an art. For those eking out a living in the wilderness, it directly correlates with profit. The dead can be sold. Typically, the biological organs and mechanical components of the deceased are dismantled and sold separately. Starting with the head, the most valuable part is the brain. After the war, the surface was blanketed in thick layers of radioactive dust, rendering both humans and other flora and fauna unable to escape its effects. Amidst a backdrop of universal mutation, the brain underwent transformations as well. Each person's mutation exhibited distinct variations, resulting in differing abilities. The genetic modification agents and high-energy cultivation liquids derived from human brains emerged in this context. Genetic modification agents are high-end commodities in the market. They are expensive, with their value rooted in the enhancement of the user's capabilities to varying degrees post-injection. This specifically pertains to biological abilities. The enhancement effects include, but are not limited to, muscle strength, skin elasticity, bone reinforcement, and central nervous system response regulation. Such agents are reminiscent of those seen in old sci-fi films. In essence, they are mysterious liquids capable of transforming the frail into the superhuman with a single injection. It is said that a certain individual known as Captain in the United States once used such injections, after which he shed his lanky form to become a muscular giant. Though he had to carry a small shield while using the restroom, presumably to conceal the diminutive nature of his urinary organ. Genetic modification agents are costly. Despite their intimidating name and lofty reputation, they are of little utility to most denizens of the underground world, as their enhancement focuses solely on biological forms rather than mechanical ones. In this unique era, myriad methods exist for self-enhancement, with mechanical modification being the most common. Compared to the exorbitant genetic modification, the installation of mechanical parts to achieve exponential increases in speed and strength is undoubtedly more economical and practical. A single genetic modification agent costs at least 2 gold coins, with biological strength enhancement not exceeding 50 kilograms. Impact force data. In contrast, a Blue Xiang Type 2 universal mechanical arm costs only 15 silver horns, and if it is a second-hand piece removed from another, the price can be even lower. Yet the claw's enhancement can achieve a maximum force of 120 kilograms, with a minimum of 35 kilograms. High-energy nutrient liquids represent another form of product derived from the human brain. Its market value, in certain respects, may even surpass that of genetic modification agents. Due to the undeniable demand for this commodity, whether among urban dwellers or wilderness drifters, even those residing in the filth and malevolence of the world often carry 1 or 2 spare units. Its effects are akin to the amphetamines of yesteryears, augmented by a unique ability to stimulate adrenaline in the human body. As advertisers would proclaim, it offers a euphoric experience, akin to being enveloped by countless beauties in paradise while wielding the most formidable power to act at one's whim. In more colloquial terms, its stimulating effects on users are reminiscent of the narcotics of a bygone era, yet it poses no harm to the body, while killing for profit is lucrative. It is not an endeavor one can undertake at any time or place. Although the wilderness lacks formal laws, it is rife with vigilant eyes, constantly alert due to the pressures of survival. Drifters are well aware of the necessity of banding together for warmth, with the bone-crushing gang serving as a prime example. Yan Shangzu's attempts to incite the crowd stem from his instinctual belief that Ling Zihan could not possibly be a fire elemental adept, as well as the need to appease the members of the bone-crushing gang, especially since Wang Chao is one of their own. Despite his acts of extortion, he is indeed a member of the gang. Regarding organs such as kidneys, stomachs, and spleens, outside of specialized medical institutions in major cities, they hold little value. Generally, the profitability of killing in the wilderness pales in comparison to that in urban settings. This is primarily dictated by market demand, compounded by the fact that drifters lack the necessary refrigeration equipment to preserve fresh biological organs, rendering them unable to maintain their viability for long. Thus, they are left to watch as the flesh decays. Yan Shangzu lifted the severed head of the scavenger he held aloft, scrutinizing it closely for several moments before laying it flat upon a smooth rock beside him. He retrieved a small electric saw from his backpack and gestured for a trusted confidant to fetch a torch from nearby. Yan Shangzu brandished the torch and thrust it towards the head, igniting the flammable hair immediately. The smooth skin shrank under the high temperature as it lost moisture, filling the air with a foul, charred odor. Satisfied with the disfigured visage of the deceased, he nodded appreciatively before activating the electric saw, its shrill whirring filling the atmosphere as he commenced his grim task. As irregularly shaped bone fragments fell away, they revealed the soft, compressed brain matter beneath. Yan Shangzu extracted a fist-sized leather pouch from his backpack, untied it, and sprinkled a small handful of white powder over the exposed tissue. This was finely ground mineral salt, meticulously selected beforehand. The typical ratio of brain matter to salt is 300:1, as stipulated by the Doctors Association's publicly announced procurement guidelines for brain material. This process bears a striking resemblance to the production of caviar from the olden days, with the distinction that the former serves as a medical resource while the latter is an expensive delicacy. Yan Shangzu, lacking a scale, relied solely on instinct to judge the amount of salt, as this substance could never be a standard possession for wilderness drifters. After sprinkling the salt, he took out a silver-plated spoon and began to stir gently, ensuring that each grain of salt was thoroughly integrated. This meticulous work required at least 10 minutes. But given the potential earnings of at least $2 silver, it was undoubtedly worth the effort, leaving little room for complaint. As he stirred, Yan Shangzu glanced sideways at his confidant, nodding towards the 2 decapitated corpses on the ground, casually instructing, "Distribute them. Once I finish here, we will set off." The decision to eliminate the scavenger stemmed from the latter's lack of awareness. He desired to leverage the scene's footage as a means to join the bone-crushing gang while simultaneously seeking the benefit of $2 silver, an insatiable greed. The bone-crushing gang does not accept just anyone. Yan Shangzu welcomes capable individuals, provided they do not pose a threat to him. Those who foolishly seek to gain from him can only be deemed to have a death wish. His confidant instinctively inquired, "What about Wang Chao?" Assuming that the distribution pertains solely to the scavenger. "Wang Chao is included as well," Yan Shangzu replied, turning his focus back to his task, his tone laced with unmasked sarcasm and indifference. He brought this upon himself. He cannot blame others. Keeping such an idiot around would eventually lead to trouble, but fortunately, someone has dealt with him for me. Let it be. Consider it a boon for the others, allowing them a moment of joy. It is a pity, however, that this bastard's head is gone. That's $2 silver lost. A greater clamor erupted in the darkness, as people surrounded the 2 bodies. A multitude of shadows thrashing about as if a pack of ravenous rats had discovered carrion, eagerly vying for their share. Yan Shangzu had completed the final touches of his work. He retrieved a modified extractor from his backpack. This device consisted of 2 segments, the front, an oversized syringe devoid of a needle. As he pulled the piston from the rear, a light gray, viscous brain matter was drawn into the large tube, slowly flowing into a steel canister at the back. This brain matter, infused with salt, served as a raw material for producing gene-modifying agents and high-energy nutritional fluids. This semi-solid substance could be preserved for 72 hours within a specially designed canister. The Doctors Association has established purchasing stations in many wilderness settlements, and as long as the goods are undeteriorated, they will pay accordingly. Establishing dominance through violence, Yan Shangzu reaped the rewards, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Next, he would journey to Yazi Town. Chapter 13. The beautiful brutality without the sun. It is impossible to gauge time through the cycle of day and night. Morning and afternoon hold no distinction. The concepts of night and day are limited to mere chronology. As Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu entered the Iris Flower Tavern, the bartender, Zhong Jun, raised his head, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. He was known for his composure, rarely flustered in the face of adversity, though it could also be interpreted as a lack of sensitivity, resulting in a slower overall reaction than most. Liao Qiu appeared somewhat agitated, striding purposefully through the maze of tables and chairs to the bar. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Ling Zihan, who followed closely behind, grasped his shoulder with formidable strength, compelling him to turn and face her. "What are you doing?" Liao Qiu's eyes blazed with fiery anger. Before Ling Zihan could respond, Zhong Jun rose from his seat, his gaze flitting between the two young visitors before him. "What brings you back so soon?" he asked, confusion evident in his voice. He recalled the timing of the Garbage Hill's commencement, and given the time spent scavenging, it was reasonable to expect that Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu would not return until evening. Liao Qiu, in a state of impulsiveness, perceived Zhong Jun as the source of all their troubles, unleashing a stream of furious accusations. "I want a refund. I'm done." He produced 2 metallic tokens from his pocket and slammed them forcefully onto the smooth bar top. Zhong Jun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the tokens with a lingering gaze before instinctively asking, "What on earth happened?" Ling Zihan remained silent, opting to listen as Liao Qiu vented his frustrations at Zhong Jun. He understood his friend's current mindset. In truth, Ling Zihan had been contemplating a particular issue throughout their journey back from the Garbage Hill. He felt he had stepped into a certain pitfall. The commotion stirred by Liao Qiu attracted the attention of other patrons, who began to gather around. Zhang Xiaowei emerged from the kitchen, arms crossed defiantly over her chest, leaning against the bar with a piercing gaze. Her attire remained as provocatively alluring as ever, especially with her skirt cut several inches shorter than usual. Curiously, even in this attire, it was impossible to discern the point where her long legs converged, as if that intersection existed in a realm of infinite mystery, forever parallel and never to meet. Despite Liao Qiu's narrative being overly infused with personal emotions and repetitive content, Zhong Xiaowei grasped his intended message within mere minutes. No one witnessed the precise mechanics of her leap, yet all observed her landing gracefully in a crouched position atop the counter. Her 10-centimeter heels accentuated her elegant arch, while the black fishnet stockings exuded an intoxicating allure. She descended directly from the counter, astonishingly fast, her hands gripping Liao Qiu's shoulders with a force reminiscent of a mountain pressing down, propelling him onto the nearest dining table. Liao Qiu's body was forced to recline, forming an uncanny 90-degree angle from his thigh to knee. Zhong Xiaowei's right leg emerged from the slit of her short skirt, accompanied by a rhythmic mechanical whir, revealing a 30-centimeter steel cable extending from below her knee. This spring-loaded device, guided by a central brain, resembled a sentient steel serpent, wrapping tightly around Liao Qiu's legs and binding him securely. Her entire form pressed down upon him. The striking pink of her fitted waitress uniform featured openings at the sides, enhancing the wearer's allure. Yet, Liao Qiu's mind was devoid of such thoughts, as mechanical claws sprang forth from either side of her waist, anchoring her to the table's surface without tearing her attire, rendering him immobile. With deliberate slowness, she leaned closer, her porcelain-like face hovering less than 5 centimeters from his nose. This exquisite image had graced Liao Qiu's dreams countless times, accompanying him through many a cold, dark night. Yet, at this moment, he could not summon the long-awaited impulse. He suspected that the springs in his prosthetic leg had malfunctioned, perhaps due to the rapid pace of his earlier flight, leading to signs of dislodgement and an inability to function normally. Zhong Xiaowei's lips, a vivid crimson, curled as she raised her right hand. The delicate tip of her slender finger split apart, revealing a 10-centimeter metallic component emerging from beneath her nail. Although only 3 millimeters wide, its blade gleamed with a menacing shine. "It has been 33 years, 9 months, and 7 days since my brother opened this tavern. I remember vividly that you arrived later, starved nearly to death. Had it not been for my brother's generosity in providing you a cassava biscuit, you would not have survived to this day," she spoke, her voice melodious and natural, devoid of any electronic synthesis. Business requires integrity, a principle that applies equally to personal conduct. 1 silver horn exchanges for a pass to gather goods in the mountains, a rule set by my brother that has never changed. The Broken Bone Gang's refusal to allow you entry is a matter between you and them. You often watch me furtively, capturing numerous videos and photographs of me in secret. Do not deny it. I could uncover a trove of evidence from your residence right now. I am aware of many things, yet I choose not to expose them. As there is no necessity, I advise you to find a seat, enjoy a chilled beverage, and calm your overheated mind. Do not force my hand towards violence. Perhaps you wish to experience the sensation of having your eyes gouged out. I find your face rather intriguing. It would make a splendid mask to adorn my wall, serving as an exquisite decoration. Liao Qiu's complexion paled as he comprehended the true meaning behind the phrase, "Beneath a beautiful visage lies a wicked soul." I was wrong, he admitted, feeling that, despite the embarrassment of confessing before a woman. Uttering those 3 resounding words paled in comparison to the horrifying fates of losing his eyes or having his skin flayed. Zhang Xiaowei's smile blossomed like a flower, and the terrifying finger knife vanished. The steel locks around her waist disappeared, and the cables binding his legs retracted, leaving one to ponder the dreadful metallic contraptions concealed between her legs. Ling Zihan observed the entire humiliating episode unfold between Liao Qiu and Zhang Xiaowei. He reached out to assist Liao Qiu, who had been released by Zhang Xiaowei, softly chiding, "You were too impulsive. This matter does not concern Brother Zhang." Liao Qiu nodded sullenly, having calmed down and pieced together the situation. Ling Zihan turned, casting a sharp gaze across the room. Soon, his attention fixed upon an elderly, stooped figure. He parted the crowd and approached Yang Ligang, who sat in a corner, scrutinizing him for several seconds before earnestly inquiring, "You did this, didn't you?" The elder's disheveled, graying hair contrasted with the multitude of wrinkles etched upon his face, interspersed with age spots of varying sizes. His lips were drawn tightly together, forming a thin line, while the veins on either side of his forehead throbbed, likely due to anxiety and fear. "I do not understand what you are saying," he responded slowly after a prolonged silence. "I cannot comprehend your words." Ling Zihan's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he pulled a chair from the side and sat down, strategically positioning himself to block any possible escape routes for Yang Ligang. "You sat in this very spot yesterday morning," he stated coolly. "When Boss Zhang hung the blackboard at the bar, you witnessed me and Liao Qiu purchasing passes from Brother Zhang. As a regular patron of the tavern, you come here daily, and over time, it becomes a habit. The town is small, and your seat has become fixed. That day, when Liao Qiu and I returned from the garbage mountain, you were still sitting here, observing as we presented our findings to Brother Zhang, who rewarded us with 5 silver horns. You secretly relayed this information to the Broken Bone Gang, inciting them to trouble me and demand money." Yang Ligang remained silent, his face flushed from the alcohol he had consumed, his eyes slightly unfocused. Ling Zihan continued, "I only arrived in Yangtze town a few years ago, surviving by hunting and scavenging. I do not provoke trouble in this town, nor have I ever crossed paths with you. I fail to understand why you would act in such a manner." All eyes shifted to Yang Ligang. Zhong Jun stood behind the bar, observing the scene through the gaps in the crowd. Zhang Xiaowei stepped forward, positioning herself beside Ling Zihan, her expression cold and unwelcoming. Liao Qiu squeezed himself into the fray, attempting to appear as if he were merely adjusting to the crowd, his chest pressed against Zhang Xiaowei's shoulder and arm, occasionally brushing against her. Uncertain of the nature of this intimate contact, Yang Ligang remained mute, as if suddenly bereft of the ability to speak. "Silence is futile," Ling Zihan declared, striking the rough surface of the table with his hand. "The Broken Bone Gang operates with tyranny. They demanded 5 silver horns from me, Liao Qiu, and I nearly lost our lives at their hands. You should understand the implications of this. We were fortunate to escape. Now, you must provide me with an explanation." Yang Ligang shuddered, struggling to suppress his trembling body while desperately trying to quell his overwhelming fear. He stammered, "Hey, are you going to kill me?" Ling Zihan's eyes glimmered with disdain and ferocity. "You may offer me a reason for sparing your life, but you must persuade me." "I am old," Yang Ligang thought to himself, believing it might be a compelling argument to sway Ling Zihan. Ling Zihan regarded him with an expression of calm determination. On the journey back from the garbage mountain, he had pondered the situation. Wang Chao's extortion must have stemmed from someone tipping him off. Otherwise, Wang Chao would never have known that he and Liao Qiu had recently ventured into the mountains to collect goods for 5 silver horns. The crux of the matter lay in uncovering who had betrayed him. Initially, Ling Zihan harbored doubts regarding Zhong Jun. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed. As Zhang Xiaowei aptly stated, in a place like Yangtze town, reputation is paramount for conducting business. Ling Zihan was uncertain when Zhong Jun began selling permits. Yet he vividly recalled depending on the permits acquired from Zhong Jun to make a living since his arrival in the town. There was no need for Zhong Jun to covertly inform the bone-shattering gang over a mere 5 silver horns. The traitor was someone else. Ling Zihan narrowed his suspicions to the patrons present in the tavern that day. He distinctly remembered 3 individuals seated at a table in the corner. He was uncertain whether the betrayer was Yang Ligang. Liao Qiu, with his impulsive nature, had stormed into the tavern, drawing everyone's attention. While the crowd gathered to witness the commotion, Yang Ligang remained seated, leisurely sipping his drink. Was this a sign of guilt or merely a reflection of his indifference to life's vicissitudes? Ling Zihan decided to test the waters, beginning with Yang Ligang, employing intimidation and threats. To his surprise, the fierce demeanor coupled with his probing inquiries revealed cracks in the elder's composure. Do the elderly believe they can act with impunity? Ling Zihan inquired calmly, his stance unwavering, resembling a cold, unyielding statue of steel. The elder's pallor intensified, and he sat rigidly in his chair, trembling uncontrollably. I need money," he stammered, his voice significantly diminished, revealing the inner turmoil he was grappling with. "This is not a justifiable reason." Ling Zihan slowly shook his head, his tone remaining devoid of warmth. There are myriad ways to earn a living, yet you chose the most sordid path. Yang Ligang did not respond. He lowered his gaze to the half-filled cup of cassava liquor before him, its murky contents reminiscent of unsettled sludge. After a prolonged silence, he began to murmur to himself. I once roamed the wilderness, hunting countless beasts, selling hides and bones, preparing meat and rendering fat. My greatest desire was simply to have a woman by my side, one who cared for me and was willing to share a life together. I toiled endlessly, yearning for a suitable place to settle down. To have a home, just a home, where hope could flourish. Then, I stumbled upon a woman in the wild. She was barely alive, having lost her right hand and left leg to gnawing rodents. She had escaped from the northern wastes, a woman of the rabble, who encountered a massive horde of vermin during her flight. Her face was nearly devoured, and her body was in ruins. By the time I found her, she was on the brink of death, begging me to grant her a swift end. I offered her food and water, managing to revive her. We built a makeshift shelter amidst the ruins near Tsuehong building, scraping by together. According to the rules of the Insha gang, only women could reside in Tsuehong building. A man could stay if accompanied by a woman, but he was barred from entering the town. Couples had to find their own place in the ruins nearby. My decision to save her was, in truth, a bid to forge a connection with the Insha gang. We spent 11 years together, the happiest days of my life. The elder raised his cup and drained the remaining dregs. The potent aroma of alcohol intensified, mingling with his palpable fear and profound resentment. Once, while I was out hunting, I returned to find her gone. Our home had been ransacked, leaving no valuables behind. I searched the wilderness for over a month, only to discover her right hand in a hollow of the mountains. I later learned that the rabble forbade their members from leaving the wastes. Every member bore a tracking device akin to a signal transmitter. When I initially saved her, she resolved to build a life with me. So she endeavored to excise that device from her body. Yet, it proved futile. Long before she extracted it, the signal had already been transmitted. Although the rabble did not locate her then, they persistently scoured the area until eventually I found my faith, yet I failed to keep her. I lost the most precious thing in my life. At this, young Ligang raised his gaze, his weary and indifferent eyes locking onto Ling Zihan's. He reclined in his chair, arms spread wide, defenselessly exposing his most vulnerable core. Young man, you see clearly. Indeed, I was the one who secretly informed the bone-shattering gang. Wang Chao promised me a silver horn once the deed was done. I am old, and many things I wish to do I can no longer manage. In my youth, I was stronger than you, but gradually I lost the desire for such pursuits. I shall not offer you any apologies. If you wish to kill me, then do so. After all, I have little left to cherish. You may sever my head and sell it to the doctor's union. It is the most valuable thing I possess. He appeared remarkably unfazed, though his speech bore a hint of difficulty. A profound silence enveloped the room. Liao Qiu parted his lips several times, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. Ling Zihan scrutinized young Ligang with an investigative gaze, as though striving to penetrate the frail and decaying facade of the elder. A regular patron of the tavern could no longer contain himself and approached Ling Zihan, an expression of compassion on his face as he softly urged. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. Ling Zihan calmly turned to regard him, without uttering a word. This seemed to mark a peculiar beginning. As another patron lamented, in these times, survival is a challenge for all. I have known Old Yang for many years, and never before have I learned of these matters. In my opinion, while Old Yang's revelation to the bone-shattering gang is indeed reprehensible, one must consider he was compelled. The prior individual nodded in agreement. If he had even a few coins to spare, I truly believe Old Yang would never have resorted to such actions. He patiently counseled Ling Zihan, young man. One must know when to show mercy. A step back can lead to broader horizons. You stand to lose nothing, so let it go. Another chimed in, indeed. We all reside in the same town, crossing paths daily. I can persuade Old Yang to apologize, grant him this reprieve. The chorus of voices advocating for peace grew louder. A flicker of hope glimmered in young Ligang's murky eyes. Ling Zihan patiently awaited the clamor to subside. His gaze remained fixed upon young Ligang, unwavering. The bone-shattering gang is numerous and powerful. We were fortunate to escape the refuse mountain. Had luck not favored us, we would have perished at their hands. And this tale would have remained unknown. Ling Zihan slowly turned, casting a chilling and eerie gaze over each of the persuaders. On what grounds should I simply let this matter go? His life is fraught with difficulty. Yet mine is any easier? I acknowledge his age, but does fabricating a sob story entitle him to deceive me? I have dwelled in Yazi town for nearly 2 years. Why had I never perceived the goodness in you all before? Who among you has not stained your hands with blood? Who can claim to have never engaged in the sordid affairs of selling human parts and other vile acts? Each word struck home, leaving the patron who had previously advocated for peace visibly distressed. His face flushed with anger, he pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Zihan, exclaiming, young man, You truly do not comprehend the weight of your actions. Old Yang is in this state already, and you still refuse to relent? Is your heart so cruel? Ling Zihan regarded him with a cold smirk. Dare you assert you have never taken a life? The man fell silent, his anger transforming into a flush of humiliation. He strode confidently to Yang Ligay's side, gripping the back of the chair with his right hand, and boldly declared in a somewhat reckless manner, "Today, I will do everything in my power to protect old Yang. Young man, I leave this warning. If you dare to lay a finger on old Yang, I will ensure you regret it." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, completely interrupting his words. "Who are Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu? Come out here at once." This was accompanied by the heavy sound of chaotic footsteps. Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu exchanged startled glances, turning to push through the crowd and step out onto the desolate, dilapidated street. A horde of over 100 wild wanderers was slowly approaching from the town's entrance. Their attire was a motley assortment: Zhongshan suits, Western suits, jackets, and more, all tattered and stained with grime that had accumulated over an unknown duration. Countless mechanical feet struck the pavement, producing a cacophony of varied rhythms, while the dust they kicked up obscured the electric lights they carried, leaving only dim glimmers and hazy silhouettes in the murky darkness. Yin Shangzu led the way, wielding an electronic megaphone with a volume sufficient to rouse even the heaviest of sleepers. The patrons of the tavern emerged, their faces reflecting shock and horror as they beheld the approaching throng. Suddenly, Yang Ligay, moving with a speed that belied his age, broke into a sprint. Chapter 15. Step forward, the ones you seek are here. They are right here. It was utterly unexpected. No one anticipated that Yang Ligay would charge out at this moment. Even the most starved and frenzied bloodstained hounds would not match the speed of this elder in pursuit of prey. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, questioning whether their eyes deceived them. Just minutes prior, Yang Ligay had been weakly reclining in his chair, recounting poignant tales, seemingly resigned to the dark world around him. Indifferent even if Ling Zihan were to sever his head right then and there. Yin Shangzu remained vigilant, his right hand gripping a knife aimed directly at the oncoming figure, adjusting the small spotlight affixed to his left shoulder to illuminate the newcomer. "Who are you?" he barked. "I am one of you," Yang Ligay declared, more lucid than ever. He halted about 3 meters from the blade's edge, gesturing frantically, eager to assert his identity. Yin Shangzu's confidant, who had remained at his side, furrowed his brow and scrutinized Yang Ligay before shaking his head. "I have never seen you. Our bone-crushing gang has no one like you." Yang Ligay felt his heart race, as if it might burst forth from his chest. "I am not lying. I truly belong to the bone-crushing gang. Wang Chao promised to report my identity to Suigu Town. You can ask him." The confidant instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, casting a cautious glance at the unyielding Yin Shangzu. "Wang Chao is dead." Yin Shangzu slowly sheathed his knife, adopting a more relaxed grip. He regarded Yang Ligay with a scrutinizing gaze and asked coolly, "What was your relationship with Wang Chao?" Yang Ligay wiped the dense cold sweat seeping from his hairline. "Wang Chao promised to bring me into the bone-crushing gang. He even agreed. That is impossible." Yin Shangzu appraised him with a cold demeanor. "The bone-crushing gang would never accept someone like you." He spoke truthfully. There were rules for recruitment among the gangs in the wilderness, favoring the strong. As long as one demonstrated significant transformation and formidable combat prowess, age was a secondary concern. "Wang Chao took my money. He took my money." Yang Ligay's knees buckled, and he instinctively knelt before Yin Shangzu, his face a mask of pleading and hope. Yin Shangzu squinted and inquired, "How much did he take from you?" Yang Ligay, having begun to answer, quickly corrected himself. "Oh, no, it was 5. He took 5 silver horns from me." Yin Shangzu's gaze sharpened. He recalled a video he had seen earlier, where Wang Chao had loudly demanded 5 silver horns from Ling Zihan. A dismissive snort escaped Yin Shangzu's nostrils, laden with derision and mockery. "You, an old dog like yourself, believe you can join the bone-crushing gang? 5 silver horns as an entry fee? Even if you were to spin a tale, you might consider adding a bit more creativity. As I said, the bone-crushing gang does not accept just anyone. Whatever transaction you had with Wang Chao is your affair. Many seek to join the bone-crushing gang. But do you really think 5 silver horns can fool me? You may be foolish, but do you think I share your ignorance?" With that, he advanced swiftly, seizing Yang Ligay by the throat with immense force, lifting him off the ground. "Did you tell Wang Chao that someone made a fortune picking goods in the mountains last time, leading him to cause trouble for those 2 young men today?" Yin Shangzu's face darkened. He had pieced together the events and was taken aback to discover that this elder approaching him was one of the key figures involved. Yang Ligay's legs flailed helplessly in the air, his hands clinging desperately to Yin Shangzu's arm, striving to escape the iron grip, yet no matter how he struggled, he lacked the strength to break free. He gasped in pain and despair. I am willing to do anything for you," he stammered. like a fish on the brink of death, finally managing to utter a few disjointed words from the depths of his throat. "Please, let me go." Yin Shangzu tilted his head back, regarding him with a malevolent glint in his eyes, bursting into a loud, derisive laugh. "What can you do for me? Can you hunt? Or fight? With your tattered and worn-out parts, you are of no use to me. Your death would only waste efforts to dig your grave." So he sneered, "Go die." The mechanical arm suddenly exerted force, crushing Yang Ligei's frail windpipe. A look of shock and agony froze on his face, as if it were a grotesque pattern carved into his gaunt features. Yin Shangzu tossed the lifeless body aside, and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed behind him, mingled with the greedy gasps of the crowd. Though he is old, he can still fetch a price. Yin Shangzu continued his march forward, stopping a short distance from the tavern, exuding an aura of fierce menace. He once again directed the blinding spotlight ahead. "Who are Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu? Come out now." Ling Zihan felt a tremor radiate from Liao Qiu, who was pressed closely against his right arm. He turned to glance at his old friend, whose familiar eyes betrayed a struggle, rage, murderous intent, and evident fear. According to the power hierarchy of the Dark World, both he and Liao Qiu were classified as Tier D initiates. Yin Shangzu was notorious, having secured his position through bloodshed and violence. The gap between Tier B and Tier D was significant, and his overwhelming combat prowess posed a crushing threat to Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu. Ling Zihan placed a gentle hand on Liao Qiu's shoulder, offering a faint smile as he stepped forward from the crowd. He gazed at the towering figure of steel before him and declared, "I am Ling Zihan." Yin Shangzu paused momentarily. During his approach, he had envisioned countless scenarios, yet he had not anticipated the target would so boldly present himself, articulating his name with a voice rich in masculine charm. Was this young man courting death, or did he possess some form of confidence that rendered him unafraid? If it were the first scenario, this young man must surely have some mental issues. He is either paralyzed by the fear of being crushed to death by the hundreds of members of the bone-crushing gang who previously killed Yang Ligang, or he is fully aware that he cannot escape them and has come to seek his own demise. Such occurrences are quite common in the wilderness, particularly between spouses and parents and children, where one may willingly trade their life for another's in order to ensure survival for others. Ling Zihan and Liao Qiuhua have already appeared. Does he wish to exchange Liao Qiuhua's life with his own through such a means? Yin Shangzu squinted, his eyes fixed on Ling Zihan, illuminated by the light. But if it were the second scenario, where the opponent held powerful trump cards, what then? What if he truly is a fire caller? Yin Shangzu suddenly felt a headache coming on. The possibility of him being a fire caller had already been publicly dismissed by Yin. He believed it to be the most logical explanation, the very reason he had brought a large gang to Yazi Town to capture and kill. However, observing the calm demeanor of his opponent, the fearless actions, and the cold, indifferent gaze emanating from those black eyes, Yin Shangzu felt overwhelmed. No, it was more like a shiver running down his spine. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have made such a grand display. There are countless ways to resolve problems, yet he chose the worst one. Yin Shangzu was certainly not timid by nature. For those living in the dark wilderness, dignity holds little value. Yet deep within, he harbored a flicker of hope. What if I am mistaken? What if he is not a fire caller? Admitting a mistake publicly is not out of the question, but doing so would mean a complete loss of face and authority within the bone-crushing gang. After much contemplation, Yin Shangzu managed to force a fierce expression onto his face, raising his right hand, knife pointed straight ahead, and asked, "Did you kill Wang Chao?" The question was, in truth, redundant, yet he felt compelled to press on with this futile endeavor. Wang Chao? The name was unfamiliar to Ling Zihan. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before recalling an image of a middle-aged man with the surname Wang. Yes, it was I who killed him. He stood there leisurely, while simultaneously calculating the possible attack angles of his opponent and his own escape routes. He continued. He did not abide by the rules and demanded an extra 3 silver horns as a fee to enter the mountain. Liao Qiuhua stepped forward from the crowd, standing alongside Ling Zihan, and shouted angrily at Yin Shangzu, "Your bone-crushing gang does not adhere to rules. We have already paid for the passage permit. Why do you still demand more money?" Yin Shangzu, somewhat embarrassed and enraged, retorted, "You think the bone-crushing gang is easy to bully over such trifles?" Ling Zihan smiled. A genuine smile this time. "So, according to you, we deserve to be extorted and bullied?" He read Yin Shangzu's uncertain and apprehensive demeanor with keen insight. The fireball he had unleashed earlier was a desperate measure, but to some extent, it was also a deliberate display of strength. He had expected the bone-crushing gang to retreat, believing the matter settled. To his surprise, they relentlessly pursued him all the way to Yazi Town. Before Yin Shangzu could speak, Ling Zihan tilted his head back, raising his right hand, and slowly moving his 5 fingers through the air. "Shall we engage in a brawl?" he added with a haughty tone. "Or do you think my strength is insufficient and wish to test it for yourself?" Chapter 16. The powerful one's Yin Shangzu glared at Ling Zihan, feeling increasingly frantic, his mind brimming with rage and murderous intent. Yet he dared not display any of it on his face. At this moment, he could most likely ascertain that Ling Zihan was a fire-type ability user. Although his opponent had yet to make a move, the aura he exuded spoke volumes. Ling Zihan maintained a smile emanating from genuine confidence rooted in strength. The Ling Zihan of several days prior was a far cry from the one standing now, though equipped with a combat knife on his mechanical arm. It was an outdated civilian model, the Hongxing II, with limited output. His combat capabilities were barely sufficient to deal with a blood-striped hound, or perhaps 3 serrated rats, or 2 hyena mosquitoes. In essence, as long as he did not encounter large mutated creatures like armored bears, he could protect himself and even procure a portion of high-quality protein. Life in the wilderness is far less affluent than in urban areas. In the dark underworld, wealth carries a multitude of meanings. Generally, there are 2 interpretations. The first is straightforward, referring specifically to the rich who possess vast amounts of gold and silver. The second pertains to weaponry and the extent of enhancements. After all, powerful weapons and high-level modifications require money, even if one is left penniless after such modifications. As long as one possesses an unusually robust mechanical arm, an impressively sized shoulder-mounted electric grenade launcher, or a multi-barreled heavy machine gun installed on a folding platform at the waist, no one would be foolish enough to associate them with poverty. The wilderness suffers from a severe shortage of ammunition and shells. To replenish their stock, one must venture to large cities or substantial settlements with factories. At that time, Ling Zihan was cautious and never sought out trouble. After consuming that mysterious jerky and defeating 2 blood-striped hounds by a waterfall, his logical reasoning and worldview underwent a transformation. Even he could not articulate why, but the sensation of wielding immense power seemed to significantly boost his self-confidence, not to the point of arrogance, but certainly enhancing his personal conviction and awareness. In the presence of Wang Chao, Ling Zihan had felt a tinge of fear. However, with the release of the formidable fireball, he instantaneously realized he was no longer an ordinary individual. The fireballs unleashed by ability users differ fundamentally from traditional flamethrowers. Fireballs carry immense impact, akin to projectiles fired from a cannon, with the ability user determining the timing of their release, and they possess the advantage of continuity and unpredictable angles of attack. Snipers are the nemesis of ability users. Yet, at this moment, Ling Zihan dared to confront Yin Shangzu with a haughty demeanor because he harbored no such concerns. The alliance of the 3 gangs sounded grand and formidable, yet in reality, it was merely a desperate amalgamation of destitute and starving individuals. Resources in the wilderness are limited, allowing even a mere B-class initial body like Yin Shangzu to swagger with hundreds of followers, establishing a gang and dominating a territory. Although Ling Zihan was weaker in both strength and speed compared to Yin Shangzu, his fire-type ability was akin to being armed with a ferocious assault rifle, one with an inexhaustible supply of ammunition. He extended his left arm, raising it levelly, fingers splayed, and with a shift of intent. A fireball materialized approximately 30 centimeters above his palm. It was a standard orange-red sphere, roughly 10 centimeters in diameter. Its brightness was so dazzling that it rotated slowly in a clockwise direction, revealing the burning core within and the flames enveloping its surface. The intense heat posed no threat to Ling Zihan, the wielder. His expression was one of contentment, as if he was merely holding a common toy. In the midst of darkness, the flame appeared as a beacon of light, dazzling each onlooker's eyes and dispelling the lurking shadows nearby. Yin Shangzu's gaze was fixed on that terrifying orb of flames, his tightly clenched teeth showing no signs of separation. He instinctively tightened his fists, the immense power causing his skin to stretch taut, the prominent knuckles revealing white patterns, as if he wished to amplify and unleash that power boundlessly, yet was compelled to suppress his ambitions by the pressure emanating from his opponent. My God, what on earth is that? I would wager my head that it is not merely a flamethrower. The child is indeed a true psychic. I had only heard of such individuals before, never having witnessed one myself. By the grace of the heavens, he can emit flames. Both the members of the bone-shattering gang, led by Yin Shangzu, and the residents of Yaotown, standing behind Ling Zihan, are whispering amongst themselves. Ling Zihan is quite pleased with this intimidation effect. He retracts the fireball in his palm and then releases it once again, the interval being approximately 5 seconds, which is the limit of his supernatural ability. The rate of fire of the Metal Storm heavy machine gun can reach an astonishing 60,000 rounds per minute for a single barrel, and the multi-barrel variant can exceed 160,000 rounds per minute. No known psychic can achieve such velocity. between science and the mysterious forces of nature. It is evident that the heavens favor the former. Liao Qiu's emotions are somewhat complex, yet he swiftly dispels the chaotic negative feelings in his mind, becoming excited and fervent. That is my brother, my iron mate. His tone is animated and fervent, his eyes shining brightly as he gazes at Ling Zihan's retreating figure. Naturally, Liao Qiu garners much awe and envy from those around him. In truth, these words are primarily directed at Zhong Xiaowei. She stands with her back to Liao Qiu, side by side with Zhong Jun. Despite the close proximity, she remains oblivious to the voice emanating from behind her. Watching her slender and graceful silhouette, Liao Qiu swallows hard. Yin Shangzu is consumed with regret. He feels as though he is teetering on the edge of an abyss, and one misstep could send him plummeting to a shattering demise. Why did I stand up for that bastard Wang Chao, who is already dead? Even if it was for a mere woman. There are countless women to be had once I secure my position as gang leader. What significance does synthetic skin hold? Why can't I simply change my mindset and eliminate Wang Chao's sister, peel off her skin, and replace her with a docile and obedient woman? Regret festers within him, as tangible as the knowledge of a mahjong game where he knows the other players are close to winning. Yet he clings to a glimmer of hope for his own hand, which is precariously incomplete. He has watched Ling Zihan unleash flames through a small player. Yet he stubbornly believed that a psychic could not possibly appear in such a place, desperately concocting logical justifications. Now, he finds himself in an inextricable situation. Yin Shangzu's eyes twitch as he gazes at the radiant young man across from him, an overwhelming sense of fear surging within him. I am doomed. I am no match for him. He will incinerate me into a charred husk, just as he did with that old man. Ling Zihan retracts the fireball resting in his palm and walks forward at an unhurried pace. Yin Shangzu hears a commotion behind him, without turning around. He knows that the bone-shattering gang members are retreating. Such is the nature of people in the wilderness. They swarm towards benefits and scatter in the face of danger, indifferent to the fate of their leader, which seems to them an occurrence from another realm. As Ling Zihan approaches, Yin Shangzu's face pales, and the mechanized bladder in his lower abdomen, governed by a primal fear, generates an almost uncontrollable urge to relieve itself. Ling Zihan draws near, stopping merely 3 meters away from Yin Shangzu. He gazes into the cold sweat-drenched forehead of the bone-shattering gang leader with eyes as clear as water, saying nothing, yet observing intently in the suffocating silence, as though imprinting every detail of Yin Shangzu's form into his memory. Yin Shangzu never imagined he would one day be regarded as mere prey or a specimen. A flame of anger ignited by humiliation flares up within him, yet it is extinguished in less than a second. The young man before him feels like a monster, and he perceives himself as a trifling quarry in the eyes of this predator, who is merely assessing which part of him is the most tender and delectable. Ling Zihan parts his lips, his melodious voice uttering words that leave Yin Shangzu incredulous. What do you want from me? Yin Shangzu's first instinct is to believe he has misheard. His mouth agape, he is left in astonishment. Ling Zihan's handsome visage is once again adorned with a pleasant, sunny smile as he reiterates his question with a clarifying explanation. What do you want from me? A fight? A drink? Or do you simply wish to sit down for a proper conversation? Overwhelmed by shock and fear, Yin Shangzu struggles to regain his composure, his mind flooded with chaotic thoughts. Some he had never contemplated, surging from the recesses of his consciousness, eluding his grasp. Ling Zihan's smile carries an alternative, profound implication. Surely, you aren't here to cause me trouble? This insinuation is crystal clear, and Yin Shangzu finally awakens from his daze. Gasping for breath, he nods fervently, a sense of relief washing over him as he narrowly escapes the clutches of death, stammering, yes, I know of your existence. I came to invite you for a drink. This serves as a perfect excuse to forge a temporary bond between men, to deepen their understanding of one another. Chapter 17. I believe we can become friends. The Iris Flower Tavern has never been as packed as it is today. Every table is filled with patrons from Suegu Town, who, merely 10 minutes prior, were filled with murderous intent, their eyes scanning Zhong Xiaowei with malicious fervor akin to a high-powered cleansing device. The small tavern cannot accommodate so many people, and about half of the outsiders sit against the wall outside, resting their drinks in hand. They intermittently erupt into boisterous laughter, their conversations predominantly revolving around psychics and women. Liao Qiu temporarily assumes the role of a server, which he does not mind at all. In fact, he relishes it. The constant back and forth between the dining hall and kitchen inadvertently increases his chances of encountering Zhong Xiaowei, allowing him to feign closeness as they brush against each other. Despite such superficial contact offering no real depth to their relationship, Zhong Jun has arranged a private room for Ling Zihan and Yin Shangzu, understanding the necessity for these two men to converse in a discreet manner, away from prying eyes. Of course, The specifics of their discussion, whether they reach a verbal agreement or engage in the more common form of profound injury, remain a mystery to outsiders. On the modest dining table lies a bottle of cassava liquor, a plate of fried sulfur ants, and a dish of cold cactus greens. The sulfur ants are mutated creatures that emerged post-war, roughly the size of an adult thumb, with over 60% of their mass composed of muscle tissue. These ants possess a formidable bite and choose to reside in areas with deep underground heat, feasting on a vast array of creatures, including their own kind. The cactus greens are a variant of cactus, distinguishable by their greater number of sharp spines, which are even harder and sharper. However, once the outer skin is peeled away, the inner portion reveals a pleasingly tender green, crisp, and sweet to the taste. The bottle of cassava liquor that Zhongjun presents is not the ordinary kind served to the outside crowd, but rather a concoction infused with special ingredients. A hint of military-grade stimulant, a touch of a neurotoxin that stimulates the brain without causing harm, and a dash of urine from the rare mosquito. Aged for at least 6 months. Though these components may sound alarming, when combined, they create a remarkably delightful flavor and stimulating effect. The military stimulant is actually an improved version of old-fashioned heart tonics, designed to enhance the release of adrenaline and dopamine. Trace amounts of neurotoxins can induce a sensation of paralysis in the consumer, prompting the central nervous system to generate a targeted response. This response manifests as an influx of naturally occurring hormones, which collide with foreign blockages, allowing the user's regional nerves to recover while simultaneously experiencing heightened pleasure. The urine of the tiger mosquito is among the unique delicacies of the underground world. The origins of its discovery remain shrouded in mystery. The mutated mosquitoes have inherited and intensified their ancestors' awareness of the deliciousness of human blood and the means of energy conversion. To procure usable urine, one must first capture live tiger mosquitoes and nourish them with the blood of humans and several other mutated creatures. After 3 months, urine can be extracted from the mosquito's body and sealed in a container lined with silver. The critical aspect lies in the extraction process, rather than merely collecting the normal excrement of the mosquitoes. This enhanced version of cassava liquor is quite expensive, and even in major cities, it is seldom consumed. As 2 glasses clinked together, a crisp sound resonated through the air. 2 men of considerably different ages raised their glasses and drank in unison. Ling Zihan perceives alcohol as a stimulant, a sentiment shared among all residents of the dark world. In times of scarcity, no one indulges in excessive drinking to appear gallant as in the old days, even when their stomachs can hold no more. They may rush to the restroom to purge and return to continue drinking until they vomit, losing consciousness, or even succumbing to alcohol poisoning. Despite the unmistakable solidity of the chair beneath him and the clarity of his own reflection on his retina, as well as the rapid spread of the alcohol as sting along his tongue and down his throat, Yin Shangzu still felt a disconcerting sense of unreality and elusive illusion. He was the one provoking, while his counterpart possessed formidable combat prowess, yet refrained from taking his head, instead extending a cordial invitation to drink. What could be the reason? He could not discern nor ascertain, only managing a forced smile as he awkwardly remarked, "That scoundrel Wang Chao has no eye for greatness. You have done well." Ling Zihan nudged the fried sulfur ant towards Yin Shangzu, nodding with a smile, yet remained silent. He could easily eliminate Yin Shangzu, but such an act would bear little significance. This is a world that reveres strength. Having already subdued Yin Shangzu with absolute power, there was no need to resort to murder. This was a different concept from his dealings with Wang Chao. A friend gained is a path opened. Although the relationship between Ling Zihan and Yin Shangzu bore no resemblance to friendship, Yin Shangzu had made his stance clear. He would never oppose Ling Zihan. The alliance of 3 gangs, with the Bone-Crushing Gang as the most powerful faction, comprised astute individuals, and Ling Zihan was no exception. He understood the art of leveraging power. Despite his unexpected acquisition of abilities, he still felt relatively insignificant in terms of overall strength. His immediate desire was to break through as swiftly as possible, aiming to become a Class B newborn entity. According to the modification formula for Class B, the necessary components include, but are not limited to, the Hongda Type 1 mechanical arm, or components of equivalent power, Climber S mechanical legs, high-speed computing chips, and compatible standard parts, as well as iron flow high-energy batteries or Jialing internal combustion engines. These components are not particularly rare. Major conglomerates possess heavy manufacturing plants. And regardless of product quality, various means of acquisition exist, with some sellers even offering complimentary installation services. The caveat is the possession of ample funds. For instance, the Hongda Type 1 mechanical arm boasts an output power of 100 public units, originally developed for cargo transportation vehicles in the pre-war era. It later caught the military's attention and was included in the metal exoskeleton support plan, becoming one of several experimental mechanical arms. The term public unit denotes the mechanical output power of this era. The current market price for such a mechanical arm is $5 silver. Available from multiple groups such as Shinjun Industrial, United Steel, and Dafu Gue. Given its mass-produced nature, it is a well-refined industrial product. However, for wilderness drifters, $5 silver is an exorbitant price. Without considering aesthetics, numerous methods exist to enhance the power output of other mechanical arms to meet the 100 public unit standard. The specifics need not be elaborated upon, as they are akin to the modifications of private vehicles in the old days. As the adage in the industry goes, with enough money, especially when disregarding driver safety and vehicle strength, even a Changhe van can be transformed into a supercar capable of exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. A 50 by 50 diameter exhaust pipe is just the beginning. If larger, more extravagant dimensions are desired, that can also be accommodated, provided one is psychologically prepared. As the techniques for modifying private vehicles differ significantly from those employed in advanced spacecraft, like Shenzhou 15. Nevertheless, there are indeed individuals in the wilderness with exceptional modification skills. And acquiring mechanical arms of equivalent power from them would undoubtedly be cheaper than purchasing from major conglomerate stores. Everyone yearns for strength. Just as an infant requires substantial nourishment to become an adult, the residents of the dark world possess a more straightforward understanding of power. It is fundamentally a process of wealth accumulation. Ling Zihan lived frugally, saving $6 silver. Liao Qiu had accumulated a similar sum. The old adage from the bygone era rings true. All things in the world indicate their price. The package installation price for a Class B newborn entity, publicly disclosed by all conglomerates, amounts to $20 silver. Ling Zihan remained silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Yin Shangzu, unable to fathom the thoughts of the young man before him, treaded carefully with his laughter, fearing he might inadvertently offend someone he had never encountered before. Ling Zihan picked up the bottle and filled the empty glass across from him. He gazed at the anxious Yin Shangzu and suddenly smiled. I believe we can become friends. His smile radiated warmth, and his melodious voice drew them closer, leaving Yin Shangzu somewhat astonished. Alcohol serves as the finest lubricant between men, and more importantly, this era lacks the cumbersome drinking customs and etiquette of the old days. With the second glass downed, the alcohol stimulated Yin Shangzu's brain, releasing an increasingly potent excitement throughout his body, his nerves fully relaxing as his words began to flow. You truly are young and promising. Haha, another day. I shall introduce you to some lovely ladies, and I assure you will be satisfied. Why not this? Come join us in the bone-crushing gang. My meaning is this. Yazi town is too small and lacks people. You can directly move to our Suegu town, choose any residence you desire, and as for women, any one you fancy, I will ensure she follows you obediently from now on, and you can treat her as you wish. Yin Shangzu was no fool. Those who rise to the position of gang leader are astute. He perceived that the young man before him lacked social experience. Hence his invitation for Ling Zihan to join the bone-crushing gang. This was akin to procuring a powerful ally for his gang at no cost. Had Ling Zihan been a few years older, Yin Shangzu would never have uttered such words, as it would be tantamount to inviting a rival, potentially competing for the position of gang leader. The tale of Lin Chong in Water Margin, who faced relentless suppression from Wang Luan upon ascending Liangshan, serves as a parallel to this reasoning. Ling Zihan maintained his smile, nodding slightly without responding. Yin Shangzu spoke with fervor, his words flying as the third glass quickly emptied. Observing his mood stabilize, Ling Zihan cast forth the first step of his plan. Old Yin, have you ever considered becoming the true power holder of the Tri-Gang Alliance? This simple inquiry jolted Yin Shangzu into clarity. He fixed his slightly reddened eyes on Ling Zihan. What do you mean by that? Just the literal meaning. Ling Zihan replied candidly. An inexplicable surge of impulse welled within Yin Shangzu. He once experienced a similar frenzy, the exhilaration of his first intimate encounter with the opposite sex, the adrenaline of his inaugural act of murder, the gratifying moment of earning a gold coin through his own endeavors. Yet, none of these initial experiences could hold a candle to the present. The longing for power among adults is insatiably intense, and Yin Shangzu felt a flicker of resentment towards Ling Zihan. Why bring this up? It was as if a devil who could see through human hearts had placed a delectable bait right before him, to consume it or to relinquish it. Perhaps this enigmatic young man was merely speaking casually, putting on an act? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Yin Shangzu lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with a hint of hope. What extent can you assist me with? He was acutely aware of the underlying implications in Ling Zihan's earlier words. Ling Zihan's voice pierced through the air. What do you wish me to achieve? Yin Shangzu grasped the handle of the wine jug, yet did not lift it to pour. He maintained his stance, exhaling a potent scent of alcohol, his predatory gaze fixated on Ling Zihan. Help me eliminate Yao Yu and Song Xiao. Yao Yu is the leader of the Insha gang, while Song Xiao heads the Blood Wolf gang. Ling Zihan did not respond, but posed another question. What can I gain from this? What do you desire? Yin Shangzhu reacted swiftly. A complete set of A-type newborn body components. Ling Zihan revealed his cards. That is impossible, Yin Shangzhu asserted without a second thought. His reasoning was sound. It was utterly unfeasible to acquire A-type components in the wilderness. Having spent nearly 30 years in Suegu town, he had only encountered B-type parts twice. Both incomplete. If A-type components truly existed, he would have utilized them himself long ago rather than hoarding them. Ling Zihan sat upright. Showing no sign of retreat, the assistance I can offer far outweighs the benefits you could derive. The two are not comparable. A complete set of A-type newborn body components includes Type 3 Honda mechanical arms, Grade 4 high-tension steel mechanical legs, Type 2 Xinglock chips, and compatible standard components, along with either new Nafu high-energy batteries or Jialing Guardian internal combustion engines, all collectively valued at 5 gold coins. Ling Zihan discerned the hesitance within Yin Shangzhu. He lightly tapped the back of Yan's hand, picked up the wine jug, and filled both their cups. I know you lack ready components, but you possess wealth. He smiled, emphasizing the crux of the matter. Yin Shangzhu's expression shifted rapidly. He had to suppress his displeasure to maintain a facade of calm. As the highest authority in Suegu town, he greatly resented being dominated in both presence and speech. However, Ling Zihan's previous inquiry had awakened an insatiable thirst for power deep within him, forcing him to suppress his temperament and contemplate the topic at hand. I don't have that much money, Yin Shangzhu replied with evident annoyance. I only possess 3 gold coins and over 50 silver coins. Ling Zihan responded with a calm smile. If you become the true leader of the Triad Alliance, 5 gold coins would be a trivial matter for you. Yin Shangzhu concealed his displeasure, gazing intently at the wine cup before him, deep in thought. After a few seconds, he raised his head, looking at Ling Zihan with a complex expression. Are you certain you can help me eliminate Yao Yu and Song Xiao? Ling Zihan extended his right hand. I need to see the complete A-type newborn body components first. He did not disguise the arrogance and indifference in his words, even carrying a hint of provocation. The suppressed anger within Yin Shangzhu surged once more. He glared at Ling Zihan, his right hand slamming down on the table with formidable force. I told you I don't have that much money. Do you not understand my words? Ling Zihan maintained his aloof and haughty demeanor. The members of the bone-crushing gang could each contribute a little. My asking price is not steep. You may consider it carefully. He raised his wine cup and took a sip. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. If you find it difficult to accomplish, just disregard my words. I will approach Yao Yu and Song Xiao next. I trust they will find my proposal intriguing. I estimate their situation is similar to yours. They likely won't have much cash on hand, but if they follow my advice and get the Insha gang and Blood Wolf gang to chip in, not only 5 gold coins, but even 10 would not be an issue. This statement struck at the very core of Yin Shangzhu's vulnerabilities, unleashing an indescribable terror within him. No, you cannot do this. His face was awash with fear as he shouted in a mix of surprise and anger. Why not? Ling Zihan countered, almost ruthlessly pressing down on the last syllable. This is a fair world. Everything and everyone must adhere to the principles of fairness and justice. Yin Shangzhu's eyes reddened, veins bulging in his eyes from the alcohol and rage, making him resemble a wounded beast cornered by a formidable opponent, reluctant to extend its claws. He found Ling Zihan's words utterly ridiculous. Fairness and justice? How dare you utter such antiquated phrases? Even in the civilized world before the cataclysm, these words belonged solely to the realm of politicians. Like the Americans showcasing mysterious white powder in a small vial at the United Nations, supposedly a highly radioactive substance, only to be derided by KGB agents as possibly just laundry detergent. Yin Shangzhu felt as though he had fallen into a trap. Ling Zihan's enthusiasm and familiarity were merely veils for his true intentions. Reflecting on it, it was clear that his own people had provoked Ling Zihan, who sought vengeance through murder. He had foolishly believed his strength was sufficient to crush this young man, leading a large number of gang members to Yazi town, only to display his power by launching fireballs without causing any casualties and then sitting down to drink with him, all the while smiling amiably. Such an occurrence would be hard to believe if spoken aloud. To repay virtue with malice? Nonsense. Yin Shangzhu was increasingly convinced that Ling Zihan's true objective was the A-type newborn body components. Yet, he was not wrong. When compared to the immense power and future benefits of controlling 3 gangs, a mere set of A-type newborn body components was inconsequential. Yin Shangzhu felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The title of bone-crushing gang leader sounded formidable and glamorous, but the hardships behind the scenes were known only to him. The number of capable fighters in the bone-crushing gang barely exceeded 100, half of whom brought their families, while the total population of Suegu town was nearly 400. The most pressing issue was food. Liquid cultivation technology was no longer a secret. Anyone could establish their own farm with the right equipment. The prerequisite was having a sufficient geothermal energy absorption and conversion system to generate a continuous light source. Suegu town was well-positioned, with abundant clean groundwater. The only challenge was energy. A complete geothermal conversion system required 200 gold coins, an astronomical figure for Yin Shangzu. While he had a steady income from the garbage mountain, the profits were unreliable, with a significant portion of sales needed to purchase food. Hunger would lead to shifting loyalties. An uncontrollable source of chaos. Yin Shangzu was the only B-type newborn body in the entire bone-crushing gang and the strongest in overall strength. One-on-one, he could eliminate any challenger to his authority. The ratio of overwhelming victory could extend to 1 against 3. If it were 1 against 4, he would likely sustain some injuries but still emerge victorious. 1 against 5 would come at a greater cost, perhaps an arm or a leg. In a 1 against 6 scenario, he would suffer grievously, potentially ending up paralyzed or losing most of his biological tissues, left with just his brain encased in an automatic escape pod. A pair against 7. His demise is unequivocal. This conclusion rests on a crucial premise. All challengers are at the initial stage of the D grade. Should they possess the prowess of the superior C grade, Yin Shangzu's combat limit would diminish to a mere 1 against 3. Therefore, Ling Zihan's suggestion to collect funds from the henchmen to amass 5 gold yuan strikes Yin Shangzu as utterly unacceptable. Should he proceed with such a course, he would undoubtedly incite a collective uprising against him. The chieftain of the wasteland bears no resemblance to the exalted figures of bygone gangster films, nor does he enjoy the myriad privileges that once elicited envy. Indeed, while Yin Shangzu's gains may slightly surpass those of ordinary followers, and his rations may be more plentiful and of superior quality, it ends there. Of course, if he must collect funds, it would necessitate a compelling justification. Provoking the ire of the masses is a transgression Yin Shangzu dares not commit. Otherwise, he would not have distributed the corpses of Wang Chao and the informant to his followers at the entrance of the rubbish hill. Ling Zihan keenly observed the fluctuations in Yin Shangzu's demeanor. He gently swayed the glass, containing a meager amount of residual liquor, and softly remarked, "If you are unwilling, then so be it. I do not relish imposing upon others." As he spoke, he extended his left hand, conjuring a small fireball, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter. This seemed to be his favorite toy, malleable and devoid of any sensation of heat that might scorch the skin. Yin Shangzu remained stoic, his lips pressed tightly together, silent as ever. Suddenly, the door to the small room swung open, and a resounding, hearty voice emerged from behind Yin Shangzu. "It's merely 5 gold yuan. I shall take this deal." Chapter 19. The Female Chieftain. Yin Shangzu turned around in utter astonishment, recognizing an old acquaintance, the chieftain of the Blood Wolf gang, So Xiao. Standing behind him, beside him was a woman he loathed with all his being, the leader of the Insha gang, Yaoingyu. So Xiao, not particularly tall, donned a somewhat clean yet complete suit. The black and white striped cotton fabric exuded a sense of prestige, while the deep blue tie knotted at his chest seemed superfluous, yet served as an essential accessory of pretense. In the wasteland, few, if any, dressed as he did. It is challenging for those accustomed to the old world to fathom a life where more than 50% of one's bodily components are mechanical. The men and women of the wasteland typically forego trousers, not due to an evolved disregard for modesty, but because the mechanics of their limbs far exceed the coverage offered by fabric. A simple stride could render cloth in tatters. Large aprons have become one of the favored garments among wanderers. This attire, slightly longer than a micro-skirt, primarily serves to shield the upper thigh region. A wide elastic band at the hem secures it in place, preventing any unfortunate exposures while also warding off pesky insects. The upper garments follow a similar principle. For those accustomed to exposing their muscular torsos and mechanical arms, the only fitting style is a diminutive version of a cassock, draped diagonally across the body. The likes of Zhong Xiaowei, who perpetually exude feminine charm in their attire, are exceedingly rare in the wasteland, primarily due to her limited scope of movement confined to Yaoko town, or more accurately, to the local tavern. Song Xiao, as a gang leader, sports a complete and formal style that offers no alternative explanation than to impress. It simultaneously indicates that all the mechanical components he bears are of standard size and biomimetic design, lacking any combat-ready features. Of course, this is merely superficial. Individuals living in the wasteland harbor their hidden trump cards. You can never ascertain whether a rival's finger conceals a modified firearm ready to reveal its dark, circular muzzle at the slightest trigger of the fingertip. Yaoingyu possesses an appealing countenance, with shoulder-length hair dyed a rich burgundy. Adorned in a tailored beige women's jacket and a form-fitting skirt crafted from elastic fabric, accentuating her near-perfect curves. Should one wish to indulge in fantasies of femininity, their gaze must cease at this point. Below, her mechanical legs, the Dulu 3 model, produced by Shinjun Industries, exhibit a design that bends inversely at the knee, rendering her incapable of standing upright like a normal human. What do you intend to do? After a brief moment of astonishment, Yin Shangzu bellowed with clenched teeth. So Xiao casually approached the table, pulling a chair beside him to sit. The room was so small that he nearly enveloped the chair entirely. His chest pressing against the edge of the table, he nonchalantly took an empty cup, displaying no awareness of his role as a guest, and poured himself a drink, carefully savoring a sip. So Xiao disregarded Yin Shangzu entirely, not even casting a glance his way, and turned to Ling Zihan with a scrutinizing gaze. I can acquiesce to your request, but you must join our Blood Wolf gang. Ling Zihan, neither boastful nor attempting to raise the stakes due to the unexpected arrival of these two uninvited guests, smiled and nodded affirmatively at So Xiao, expressing his approval with a simple good. The room was too cramped, lacking a fourth chair for Yao Yu to join the three men. She was left to stand at the doorway, where space was slightly more accommodating, adjusting the power of the loudspeaker mounted on her left shoulder to the maximum. Your name is Ling Zihan, isn't it? Come to our Insha gang, and I shall grant you 5 gold yuan, along with the position of deputy leader. Song Xiao shot an irritated glance at Yao Yu, frowning as he retorted, Why are you disregarding the rules? I was here first. Yao Yu, her full lips painted a vivid red, let out a boisterous laugh. Does such a thing as first come, first served even apply here? This lad, Ling Zihan, piques my interest. Song Xiao, if you wish for him, make your offer. I shall not hinder you. Song Xiao, unwilling to yield, glared fiercely at Yao Yu, and then turned back to Ling Zihan with fervent eyes. I can offer you the position of deputy leader and even grant you greater authority. In a word, you will have command over the hundreds of members of the Blood Wolf gang. Behind them, Yao Yu's mocking laughter echoed. Ha ha. What joy is there in being among a bunch of rough men? Young brother, you should join our Insha gang. The Tsuehong Tower is home to many young ladies who are not only beautiful but also understanding. They will care for you. Just tell me who you fancy, and I guarantee your satisfaction. Even with the most amiable temperament, Song Xiao could not suppress his darkening expression, his eyes betraying a glimmer of unmasked murderous intent. In this realm, though claimed to be a coalition of 3 gangs, the Insha gang remains the wealthiest and most formidable. It is said that decades ago, during her wanderings in the wasteland, Yao Yu stumbled upon a tattered feminist text amidst the ruins of the old world. Despite its dilapidated state, the scant remnants of pages opened a new world for her. She quickly gathered like-minded women, proclaiming her intention to create a sanctuary for women in the wasteland. At the time, the Tsuehong Tower had yet to be established. The wasteland was littered with temporary shelters. Yao Yu, accompanied by her followers, traversed the land. And within a mere month, she had slain over 100 men. Her targets were not just any men, but those who were already married. In the wasteland, the institution of marriage takes on a unique form. Civil registries exist only in larger cities, where the protection of powerful factions is guaranteed, adhering to established laws and order. In the so-called free zones of the wild, marital bonds often see women forced to depend on men for survival. Although mechanical enhancements have mitigated the disparities in individual strengths between men and women, the majority of women still find themselves significantly lacking in overall prowess in the harsh wilderness. After all, the scientific systems of this era remain incapable of addressing all biological issues. Take, for instance, the phenomenon of menstruation. Even the most formidable type A enhanced beings, who have undergone extensive mechanical modifications, inevitably produce a certain quantity of unique fluids at regular intervals each month. Whether it be the crimson essence known as hibiscus water or perhaps the coolant circulating within their mechanical bodies, it could also manifest as antifreeze or even machine oil. This inexplicable phenomenon remains shrouded in mystery. Even in these extraordinary times, scientists are baffled by this occurrence. Motivated by potential profit, various conglomerates have invested substantial resources into researching this enigma, yet the passage of time has yielded no revelations. Rumors began circulating that even robots experience menstruation, which gradually evolved into a common saying within the underground world. In the early stages of its development, the Insha gang employed various methods that instilled fear in men. Why should women heed the words of men? Why should men languish at home while women venture into the wild to hunt, only to return and prepare meals for them? Men should be equipped with bionic wombs, allowing them to experience the trials of childbirth. A role reversal is imperative. Women should don mechanical spring columns, while men should assume the roles of metallic valves so they can understand the weight of oppression. Sisters, rise against your oppressors. With wealth and power, You can attain all that you desire. Sever the heads of the men around you by selling their brains and body parts. You may secure the first fortune needed to embrace a life of happiness. These slogans, though harsh and terrifying, resonate deeply with women, particularly those who have endured mistreatment, cultivating a profound sense of identification. Many have indeed taken up knives to sever their husbands' heads, immersing themselves in the fervent movement to liberate not only themselves but all suffering women worldwide. Thus, the Insha gang was established. In no time, the Insha gang became the focal point of dread for all men in the wilderness, inadvertently contributing to the emergence of the Bone Crusher gang and the Blood Wolf gang. The conflict between men and women persisted for an extended period, with both sides suffering heavy casualties and neither able to gain the upper hand. Reluctantly, the leaders of the three gangs convened for negotiations, resulting in the establishment of the settlements of Suegu Town, Chili River, and Suehong Building, while women also existed within the Bone Crusher and Blood Wolf gangs. Their numbers were few, often comprised of couples with deep emotional bonds and a strong sense of familial duty. Men, by nature, possessed normal physiological needs. To find relief, they must venture to Suehong Building. Yin Shangzu could scarcely produce 5 gold coins, a sum he could barely muster from the limited resources at his disposal, whereas Yao Yu, should she choose, could effortlessly present 10 gold coins or even more. Her true strength has always remained an enigma. After the truce between the three gangs, no one has witnessed Yao Yu in action. Years prior, she possessed the strength of a Type B newborn. Speculating on her current capabilities is futile without evidence. She gazed at Ling Zihan with a serene smile, her voice amplified by the speaker. Little brother, come join our Insha gang. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. It must be acknowledged that her offer is exceptionally tempting, brimming with dazzling possibilities. Chapter 20. True Thoughts. Yin Shangzu rose from his seat. The situation was grave. He needed to take action. What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death? Yin Shangzu's visage twisted into a snarl as he puffed out his chest, attempting to project an image of muscular strength. He longed to overturn the table, yet this was Yazi Town, the territory of Zhongjun. Moreover, the bottle of liquor and the 2 dishes before him were not inexpensive. Their mere existence in this joint territory of the 3 gangs was baffling. Both Yin Shangzu and Song Xiao had inherited their positions from the former leader, having no familial ties to the previous bosses. In essence, they had murdered their way to power. Such occurrences were commonplace. The strongest fist dictates leadership, yet they also bring forth a series of unpredictable repercussions. For the death of a former leader never yields the revelation of pertinent secrets, such as the history of the region, the origins of the gang, and various hidden matters vital to their survival. Neither Yin Shangzu nor Song Xiao could ascertain Zhongjun's true origins, yet they both understood that without absolute certainty, they could not afford to offend him. Yao Yu might be privy to Zhongjun's secrets, but she would never divulge them to Yin Shangzu or Song Xiao. Song Xiao, seated leisurely, spat disdainfully at Yin Shangzu. You can't even scrape together 5 gold coins, yet you dare challenge me? Let me be frank, this person is mine today. He pointed at Ling Zihan, as if claiming a personal possession. Yin Shangzu fixed a piercing gaze upon Song Xiao, an intense and unsettling energy radiating from him. Care to repeat that? I'll make sure to end you right now. Song Xiao's demeanor shifted. He raised his hand and began to unbutton his shirt, layer by layer. First, he shed his jacket, followed by a shirt, ultimately revealing a torso wrapped in cotton, juxtaposed with the glaring metallic sheen of his mechanical lower body. The act of a gang leader disrobing is often a jest among many in the Blood Wolf gang, signifying Song Xiao's utter fury, a precursor to violence. In truth, he was merely a miser, lacking even spare clothing, reluctant to ruin what little he had. In bygone cinematic depictions, a hulking figure tearing through garments to intimidate onlookers was both explosive and captivating. Song Xiao dreamed of replicating such a striking image at some point. Yet actions must align with one's capabilities. It might feel exhilarating in the moment, but what follows? Would he thereafter be relegated to living in shame? He glared at Yin Shangzu, coldly declaring, "Do you wish to fight? I'm more than willing to oblige. Let us step outside and discuss this properly." Yin Shangzu was tempted to agree, but upon noticing Yao Yu, who stood smiling at the door, he swallowed his frustration. That wretched woman had been watching like a hawk. Patience is crucial in the grand scheme of things. The 3 gang leaders were on the brink of violence, the atmosphere in the room growing palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. At that moment, Ling Zihan slowly rose from his chair, a charming smile gracing his face. Let us not act impulsively. Every issue can be resolved through dialogue. Everything was under control, proceeding according to his meticulously crafted plan. The presence of Song Xiao and Yao Yu at the Iris Flower Tavern was, in fact, the result of Liao Qiu's covert message. In this era, Individuals are equipped with systems for sending and receiving information, akin to the mobile phones of the old world. The difference lies in the fact that, when residing in large cities, small information devices can connect to local networks for a fee. The operators of these networks are formidable military factions, bases, and conglomerates. Suegu Town, Chili River, Suehong Building, and Yazi Town each maintain their own dedicated mini-signal stations, forming a localized network that radiates and interconnects. The energy supply derives from geothermal sources. Due to the limited user base, the gangs have opted to provide these services free of charge as a benefit to their members. That evening, as Ling Zihan returned from the waterfall to his residence, he pondered a pressing question. Possessing fire-based abilities and newfound strength, what should he do next? Such matters cannot remain concealed for long. He was acutely aware of the enhancement levels of the three gang leaders. Given his current capabilities, even combined, Yin Shangzu, Song Xiao, and Yao Yu would not pose a threat to him. Certainly, engaging in a conflict yields little advantage. While fire-based ability users possess formidable offensive capabilities, their speed and strength cannot reach an overwhelmingly crushing state in a short duration. With the passage of time, as Ling Zihan's individual evolution gradually enhances, he could stand unafraid against the three gang leaders. Moreover, the three major factions are not solely comprised of their leaders. They command a multitude of followers. Should they swarm, it would be akin to ants gnawing at an elephant, and even if Ling Zihan were to emerge victorious, it would come at a grievous cost. Why must there be conflict? Coexistence would yield far greater benefits for all. Ling Zihan initially planned to approach the leader of the Broken Bones gang, Yin Shangzu. After concluding his expedition in the mountains to demonstrate his abilities, every faction requires a formidable expert to oversee their operations, especially given the myriad of lethal factors present in the wilderness. The threats posed by beast tides, mobs, mutated humanoids, and the predatory groups of the earthly realm, known as the living, are significant, particularly for the displaced. His choice to approach Yin Shangzu was deliberate. As the expedition was led by the Broken Bones gang, Ling Zihan was acutely aware that he had become a coveted asset. Once word spread, all three factions would vie for his allegiance. When Yin Shangzu publicly executed Yang Ligang, Ling Zihan discreetly signaled Liao Qiu to relay this information to the Bloodwolf gang and the Yinsha gang. He had been engaging in casual conversation with Yin Shangzu in the tavern to buy time, waiting for Xiao and Yao Yu to react and arrive. Since Yin Shangzu could not meet his demands, he opted for transparency, fostering a competitive environment among the three leaders. Regardless, he remained in a position of advantage, ensuring a profitable outcome, with the key being the maximization of that profit. Ling Zihan lifted an empty cup from the table, filled it with wine, and strode confidently to Yao Yu, presenting the cup with a sincere smile. This wine is delightful. Let us share a toast. Yao Yu, known for her straightforward demeanor, accepted the cup and drank it in one go. In such a public setting, she trusted that Ling Zihan would not poison her. Moreover, their lack of prior acquaintance meant there was no animosity, and thus no reason for him to act against her interests. Turning around, Ling Zihan cast a smile across the three gang leaders, cleared his throat, and spoke in a voice imbued with rhythmic resonance and magnetic charm. I believe it is time for us to sit down and engage in an open discussion. I am willing to join your ranks, but I have two stipulations. First, I wish to be the vice leader. Second, as previously mentioned, I require a set of Type A metamorphosis components. Yao Yu, perceptive and quick-witted, detected the underlying implications in Ling Zihan's words. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, after all this, which gang do you wish to join? Ling Zihan chuckled lightly, exuding confidence and authority as he replied, I intend to join all three of your gangs simultaneously. With that, he extended his left hand, conjuring a massive fireball that blazed fiercely above his palm, its diameter exceeding 50 centimeters. The temperature in the room soared dramatically, the brilliant flames rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Power is essential in any endeavor, Ling Zihan stated calmly, his eyes reflecting clarity and sincerity. Yao Yu gazed at the fireball in awe, her mouth agape, revealing her imperfect teeth and the metal framework supporting her jaw. Years ago, a gunshot had shattered her chin, mercifully sparing her brain. Presently, a third of her facial muscles had been replaced with silicone, and her skin was stitched with artificial fibers so meticulously that the seams were nearly undetectable unless observed closely. Xiao stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear, as it was his first encounter witnessing an ability user unleash flames. His understanding of abilities had remained purely theoretical. He had known they were powerful but had never anticipated such a terrifying magnitude, especially at such close range. Ling Zihan could easily hurl that fireball at him, incinerating everything in its path. Yin Shangzu's face flushed with heat, a consequence of the accelerated blood flow and the overwhelming warmth surrounding him. He struggled to breathe, acutely aware of the intimidation and pressure emanating from Ling Zihan. He had never imagined the fireball could grow so enormous, far surpassing its earlier manifestation outside the tavern. I could extinguish every one of you, Ling Zihan declared. Without a leader, the Broken Bones Gang, Blood Wolf Gang, and Insha Gang would crumble today. I could effortlessly seize everything you possess, becoming the supreme ruler to whom all on this land would bow. I need not squander time here. I could easily acquire your diligently cultivated town and every coin you have hidden in your wallets. His tone was fierce and authoritative, making it clear to the three leaders the gravity of their situation. He then shifted his tone, yet, I choose not to pursue that path, nor do I desire to. Turning first to Yin Shangzu, he said, as I mentioned before, we could be allies. He then addressed Xiao, this applies to you as well. Finally, he turned to Yao Yingyu, and you, I regard all equally, regardless of gender. Ling Zihan extinguished the fireball, his tone once again sincere. I will not join any one faction. I wish to become the shared vice leader among all three. Why must there be violence? My intention is simple. Let us discuss and develop together. Chapter 21. Objective achieved. Yao Yingyu quickly reacted, expressing her agreement. I concur. Yin Shangzu and Xiao simultaneously turned, gazing at her with incredulity and shock. Have you lost your mind? Yin Shangzu thought, had he not heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed it. What are you thinking, agreeing to such terms? Xiao wondered if his ears were deceiving him. Yao Yingyu brushed back her hair, striding confidently to Ling Zihan's side, deliberately distancing herself from Yin Shangzu and Xiao, her smile radiating charm. Why not? He is an ability user, and moreover, one emerged from the displaced. In other words, he is one of us. Do you two fools not comprehend? This young man is voluntarily offering to be our vice leader. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. His demands are hardly excessive. For just 5 gold coins, we can secure a powerful ability user. This is a risk-free investment. Do you think ability users are as common as rats in a burrow? Have you seen any wilderness gangs with ability users? I have often remarked that you two are brainless, ignorant, human-shaped pigs, but now I see I was mistaken. I should not insult pigs. You're both far beneath them. Yao Yingyu exhibited remarkable logical reasoning as she moved closer to Ling Zihan, wrapping her arms around his right arm in a gesture of camaraderie, signifying her recognition of him as one of their own. This affectionate gesture caused Ling Zihan to involuntarily shudder. Yao Yingyu's age was far greater than her youthful appearance suggested. Based on the founding timeline of the Insha Gang, she was at least 60 years old. Thanks to industrial-grade soft rubber and silicone biocompatible skin, she possessed skin as smooth and tender as an 18-year-old's, devoid of any wrinkles. At this moment, Yao Yingyu turned to Ling Zihan, her smile radiating sweetness. If you treat me well, I will take good care of you. Meanwhile, Liao Qiu stood outside the open door, his expression a mixture of astonishment, envy, and schadenfreude as he observed the scene unfold. Xiao pondered for a moment before stepping forward to Ling Zihan, extending his right hand with a complex expression. Welcome to the Blood Wolf Gang. His voice was not loud, yet both Ling Zihan and Yao Yingyu, standing nearby, could hear him distinctly. Similar to Yao Yingyu, he found himself swayed by the woman's words. The presence of adept supernatural beings within the gang promised safety, and as for the 5 pieces of gold, they merely required Ling Zihan to become the deputy leader of the 3 factions, gathering that some would not be a challenge. When divided among themselves, it amounted to less than 2 pieces of gold each. In summary, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Yin Shangzu was engulfed in inner turmoil and resentment. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Prior to this, the alliance of the 3 gangs was merely a verbal agreement. However, the clandestine acts of murder and theft could not be curtailed and had always persisted. As long as the leading gang leader turned a blind eye, such transgressions would go unpunished. The wilderness was inherently a ruthless battleground where survival depended on conflict, and killing was a mundane affair, provided it did not exceed certain limits. Yet, the situation was now different. Once Ling Zihan ascended to the position of deputy leader among the 3 major gangs, she would possess a legitimate reason to unify everyone. Consequently, his power as the gang leader would inevitably be curtailed, and both Xiao and Yao Yingyu would dispatch their subordinates to infiltrate and sway the fragmented Bone Gang. The notion of the 3 gangs standing as one sounded appealing. However, to Yin Shangzu, it resembled a mere ruse. Nonetheless, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. The alliance of the 3 gangs was predicated on mutual disdain and a lack of respect for one another, coupled with their relatively comparable strengths. Now, with Xiao and Yao Yingyu having made their intentions clear, should he continue to refuse, the Blood Wolf Gang and the Insha Gang would undoubtedly join forces against him. The thought of such a formidable alliance, especially with Ling Zihan's considerable supernatural prowess, sent chills down Yin Shangzu's spine. With a heavy heart, he sighed internally, lifted his mechanized leg, and walked slowly towards Ling Zihan, forcing a smile as he extended his right hand. I agree. In the ancient scriptures of the Old Era, it is said that money is the ultimate source of power. In the shadowy underworld, formidable factions exist. The Legion is an evolved form of the armies of the Old Era. The Qinglong Legion dominates the eastern continent, while the Taliban Legion primarily operates in the central region, and the Steel Wool Legion occupies the northern territories. Further west, one can find the Teutonic Legion, the Knights Templar, the Maritime Overlord Legion, and the Thistle Flower Legion, among other military entities. The Consortium is a continuation of the enterprises from the Old Era, wielding influence primarily within urban areas. To some extent, their approach towards civilians is more amicable than that of military groups. On the distant fringes of the continent lies the ocean, beyond which other lands await exploration. These matters seem exceedingly remote to Ling Zihan. However, he is filled with curiosity and an intense desire for discovery. 2 days later, he acquired a brand new set of Type A neonatal enhancement components. Luyun, the city closest to the gathering place of the three gangs, is merely 40 kilometers away in a straight line according to the map. Yet, in the dark underworld, one must never rely on maps. They can be misleading, as drone-measured distances and publicly downloaded map data are often vague. The vast black expanse between the two locations conceals intricate terrains, roads, ruins, and biological details that can only be uncovered through the painstaking efforts of explorers. This echoes the ancient adage, nothing good comes for free. Of course, the map data controlled by the major factions is undoubtedly more precise. Yet they would never disclose it to the public. The significance of the three-gang alliance lies in their collective strength. While they may overlook the clandestine duels, robberies, and illicit relationships among their members, when faced with shared interests and common adversaries, the concept of cooperation truly comes to fruition. Large cities are abundant in resources and serve as the optimal trading destinations for the nomads of the wilderness. Every 90 days, the three gangs organize a long-distance trade. According to their agreement, each faction contributes 100 members to form a large contingent of 300, bringing goods salvaged from the refuse to sell in Luyan. There is a vast array of items for purchase, primarily food. Traveling the wilderness alone is perilous. Yet, for those possessing sufficient strength, danger can, to some extent, translate into high rewards. A set of Type A and neonatal enhancement components is indeed exorbitantly priced, regarded as a true luxury among the nomads of the wasteland. However, when weighed against the terrifying specter of death that lurks in the dark wilderness, the transaction of 5 pieces of gold appears less significant. The Doctors' Union is a rather unique organization. As the name implies, its personnel structure is predominantly composed of physicians. It is said that the Doctors' Union has offices worldwide, projecting an image steeped in the ancient civilizations of the Old Era. Their motto, to heal the sick and save lives, belies their more sinister undertakings. Human brains are a highly sought-after commodity for them, alongside the business of organ harvesting and transplantation. In this era, there are no specialized obstetricians. Yet it is universally acknowledged that the profits from delivering newborns are substantial. Newborns are an exceptionally rare breed. Born from the womb, they possess no metallic components, embodying true biological purity. However, from the very first day of development from the fertilized egg, they are afflicted with critical and fatal defects. Radiation has become the hallmark of this dark world, permeating every form of life, including humanity. Organs suffer from abnormal congestion, immunological capabilities are diminished, and osteoporosis is rampant. There is no need for prenatal screening, as all newborns, upon separation from their mothers, are fated to be patients due to their inherently adverse conditions, with a natural lifespan not exceeding 72 hours. God cannot save humanity. The progress of science and civilization instigated total warfare, leaving the remnants of humanity to cling to survival through scientific advancement in the aftermath of war. This is, in every sense, a tragically absurd joke, one that elicits no laughter. Each infant must undergo a series of surgeries from the moment of birth: amputation of malformed limbs, respiratory system reconstruction, transplantation of secondary and tertiary hearts, depending on specific circumstances, and external pulmonary integration. Initially, the success rate of neonatal surgeries was around 15%, which later improved to 50%. Over time, the likelihood of success has continued to grow. Under the aegis of the Doctors' Union, a series of surgical standards for neonatal modifications has been developed, with a focus on the brain. Currently, the scope of modification for all newborns is no less than 50%, a conclusion drawn from millions of failed attempts. Typically, newborns who undergo successful surgeries will not receive mechanical prosthetics until they are 2 years old. The implanted auxiliary organs are solely intended to sustain life and enhance various physiological functions. The factions have reached an agreement regarding neonatal medical care, significantly reducing surgical costs. The cost of having a child is remarkably low, a feat unimaginable in the old era. Do not be misled into believing that this is a gesture of goodwill from the major factions. It is largely driven by considerations of urban stability and future profits. After all, birth rates have a profound impact on all facets of human society and are the foundation upon which these factions survive. An additional crucial factor is that comprehensive industrialization has directly lowered the medical costs associated with neonatal surgeries, both for raw materials and finished products. For instance, the cost of an artificial heart, based on industrial collagen, can be as low as 1 silver horn for every 1,000 hearts. Alternative blood sources are widely utilized. It is worth noting that normal human blood is still required in this era, though it is predominantly reserved for unconventional culinary uses. Chapter 22. The female doctor newborns undergo 3 surgeries from infancy to adulthood. As internal organs transition from external to embedded modes, their biological ratios diminish accordingly. By adulthood, the basic ratio is approximately 35%. Of course, there are exceptions. Some newborns develop exceptionally well during the embryonic stage, which can be summarized as having a higher biological index. Thus, the extent of transformation they undergo during childhood is relatively modest, not exceeding 60%. From infancy through childhood, adolescence, youth, and into adulthood, individuals must receive corresponding mechanical enhancements at various stages of physiological development. This is akin to the impossibility of fitting oversized clothing and shoes onto a child, beyond the initial transformation opportunity granted to newborns at no cost. Subsequent upgrades of mechanical components during growth must be financed. Many speculate whether this is a conspiracy orchestrated by the medical union. In reality, it is the result of collusion among various conglomerates. They provide the first transformation at an exceedingly low price, compelling parents to invest more for their children's growth. Just as in the bygone era, conscientious parents will strive to nurture their offspring, even if it means utilizing outdated mechanical limbs for decades. They still allocate funds to procure the latest components for their children. The medical union's proclamation of universal values is not mere propaganda. They genuinely extend their influence into every corner of the underworld. It is rumored that even in the most dreadful and sinister places, inhabited by the lawless, one can occasionally spot representatives of the medical union. Huang Ping is the head of the medical union stationed in the Tri-Alliances region. She resides in a spacious 3-story building within the Tsue Home Tower, a luxurious abode rare in the wilderness. Not due to its decor, but because maintaining such a large living space underground necessitates a formidable energy supply. The absence of sunlight renders the underground world exceedingly cold, making heating and power systems critically important. The former safeguards physiological functions, while the latter serves as a secondary food supply system for the subterranean inhabitants. For instance, Ling Zihan requires only a thick garment to keep warm, snugly wrapping his torso and abdomen. The purpose of trousers is solely to provide modesty. Although the male appendage is merely a coiled steel pipe with a spring mechanism, no one would shamelessly flaunt it in an ostentatious manner. Huang Ping's residence is conspicuous, with the majority of its exterior walls painted white and a prominent red cross adorning the upper wall. Despite the high level of computerization and mechanization in the underground world, the owner of this house evidently favors hand-painted craftsmanship. While the intent to save costs is commendable, Huang Ping lacks artistic skill, resulting in the oddly angled intersecting lines of the red cross, which from a distance appear as a fallen crimson cross, exuding an ominous aura of death. The publicly listed price for a set of initial mechanical enhancement components is $5. Yet those residing in the dark wilderness must pay considerably more to acquire the same parts. Such items are rarely sold in wilderness settlements due to the scarcity of customers, and the profitability of long-distance trade remains uncertain, fraught with peril. Approximately 20 years ago, the medical union publicly declared its willingness to facilitate the procurement of varied modified components for the wilderness residents, employing drones as transport vessels. Initially, other conglomerates attempted similar methods, but the high failure rate of remote trading led to its cessation under shareholder pressure. Why can only the medical union succeed with this approach? The secret remains unknown. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the existence of the medical union has indeed generated profits for the various conglomerates. Ling Zihan entered the small building with Liao Qiu and spotted Huang Ping seated at a table, enjoying a serving of tomato noodles contained within a square plastic container. Tomatoes exhibit remarkable adaptability to diverse seasons and climatic conditions, thriving even in the radiation-filled environment post-war. Although they have undergone some mutation, their fruits remain rich in vitamins and antioxidants. Liao Qiu instinctively licked his lips, entirely captivated by the noodles in the container. The noodles possess commendable elasticity, glimmering with a meaningful golden hue under the light. They're evidently not the commonplace mechanized products, but rather enticing handmade noodles. The air is filled with a rich aroma of meat sauce, mingled with a subtle hint of wheat. Many relics from the olden days evoke longing among the denizens of the dark world, including fried sauce noodles and tomato pasta. Acquiring meat in this world is not particularly difficult, yet the flavor leaves much to be desired. The meat of blood-patterned hounds is notoriously foul, reeking of urine. The flesh of the bristly mosquito bears a bitter taste, accompanied by an unpleasant acidity. Therefore, it must be boiled for over 10 minutes to drain the residual blood, diminishing the sour and bitter flavors. The meat of the serrated rat is relatively palatable, yet in comparison to the blood-patterned hound and bristly mosquito, it is merely acceptable. The method of blanching meat in boiling water is common, as is the practice of drying cooked meat coated in various seasonings on wire. However, this approach often attracts the attention of drooling onlookers, resulting in a perilous confrontation. Liao Qiu is a natural gourmand, with an unusually keen sense of smell. Detecting from afar that the minced meat in the noodles originates from the serrated rat, by stir-frying it at high temperatures with red garlic roots, sharp purple perilla leaves, fire onions, and cannibalistic cinnamon bark, one can mask the unpleasant odor of the mutated rat meat. Lastly, there are the exceedingly rare tomatoes. Those who lived in the old era could never fathom the arduousness of cultivating tomatoes in the shadowy underground world. Without a complete liquid cultivation system, no amount of effort would yield a harvest. Liao Qiu inhaled deeply, akin to a bear enticed by honey. Stepping into the room and taking a seat across from Huang Ping, fixating intently on the noodles in her container. Huang Ping's aged visage was lined with wrinkles, her long hair cascading in a mix of withered yellow and pure black. She eschewed mechanical enhancements to her appearance, favoring the hazardous plant liquids from the wilderness to dye her hair. Setting aside her unfinished noodles, she inserted her right pinky into her mouth, using her over 3-centimeter long nail to pick her teeth. This unrefined action would be incomprehensible to women from the old era, especially with Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu present. A mass of overly fibrous meat was extracted from between her teeth, and she extended her right hand, still engaged in this unsightly act, towards Liao Qiu. Using her thumbnail, she dislodged the now colorless mass of meat from her pinky nail and flicked it, sending the grotesque, sticky substance flying past Liao Qiu's head and adhering firmly to the wall behind him. Liao Qiu was utterly astonished by this adept display. He distinctly felt the sensation of disgust materializing in his mind, gradually shedding its conceptual shell to reveal a tangible engraving. Every doctor wears a white coat, and Huang Ping is no exception. Crossing her legs, a vintage bionic mechanical foot peeked out from beneath her garment, exhibiting an alluring silhouette that enticed countless men, albeit marred by rust accumulated from neglecting to clean it. Raising her gaze, she directed a keen, scrutinizing look at Liao Qiu, with her pinky still engaged in dental hygiene. Huang Ping lifted her chin, gesturing towards Liao Qiu seated across from her, and then turned her attention to Ling Zihan standing behind him, inquiring earnestly, "Is this the one you mentioned?" This simple question ignited a foreboding sense of unease within Liao Qiu. Instinctively, he glanced at Ling Zihan, only to see his old friend, familiar enough to share a pair of trousers, nodding in affirmation before replying, "Yes." What could this possibly mean? Liao Qiu was taken aback, hastily pressing for clarification. "What are you two discussing?" Huang Ping disregarded him, casually sweeping her disheveled long hair to one side, her right lip curving upward to reveal a smile rich in meaning, youthful indeed, yet still a virgin to the taste of meat. Ling Zihan nodded in full agreement, complimenting her with, "Your perception is truly astute. So, I kindly ask you to be gentle when you take action, lest you damage his spring mechanism. You know how men are." The smile on Huang Ping's face deepened, and her toothpicking gesture became more pronounced, releasing a distinctly human halitosis from her parted lips. An unspoken danger was fermenting rapidly within Liao Qiu. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to rise and flee from this place. Despite standing behind him was his most trusted friend, Han could only manage to call out 2 words before Liao Qiu felt an itch at his neck. Reaching up, he found himself grasping a slender, hard needle. With a look of disbelief, he tilted his head back, seeing Ling Zihan smiling sweetly at him. 2 hours later, at Yazi Town, in the Iris Flower Tavern, Zhang Jun rose from behind the counter, retrieving a bottle of wine, wiping away the thick layer of dust with a cloth, and gently placing it on the table. Ling Zihan reached for the bottle, bringing it closer for a detailed inspection. It was a common Bordeaux bottle. Despite Zhang Jun's repeated efforts to clean it, the surface still bore stubborn stains from prolonged contact. The grape leaf-shaped label was torn in half, and the square logo on the back was tattered, with the text and images long since blurred. Zhang Jun took 2 empty glasses from the shelf and placed them before Ling Zihan and himself. He took the bottle from his hand, uncorked it with a specialized tool, and with a teasing smile remarked, "The bottle is genuine, but the wine is counterfeit." Chapter 23. The letter of recommendation. This statement is not difficult to comprehend. Since the Great War, it is not an exaggeration to describe time as infinite. The wines left over from the old era have long since transformed into toxic substances. Not only is consuming them unthinkable, but even the slightest contact may lead to dire consequences. There are few valuable antiques left, and a bottle of wine is one of them, although the exact origin of this Bordeaux bottle can no longer be verified. In the eyes of those who wield wealth and power, a well-preserved bottle is worth at least 2 gold coins. Zhong Xiaowei had already hung a sign indicating the tavern was closed. The establishment would not be open today, and should any obstinate fool insist on knocking to purchase wine, she would make it clear with her fists and blades the dual nature of her identity, a waitress and a bouncer. Zhang Jun emerged from the kitchen, bearing a large platter of roasted meat. It was the upper limb of a giant tube worm, tender and exceptionally delicious. This subterranean, worm-like mutant creature was formidable in battle, making it naturally valuable. Also on the table were mixed flour buns made from cassava and wheat, a dish of roasted potatoes, and several vibrant tomatoes. Observing the wine glass before him, Ling Zihan donned a necessary expression of wariness and curiosity, a friendly smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Brother Zhong, what prompted you to invite me for a drink?" He had hurried back after receiving a message from Zhong Jun, having rushed from the Tsuhong building. The cheeky lad. Inviting you for a drink yet chattering away. Zhong Jun chuckled as he filled the empty glass and handed it directly to Ling Zihan, his eyes radiating a captivating charm that only adulthood could bestow. Ling Zihan shrugged and lifted his glass, declaring, "Brother Zhong, I toast to you." Having spent a considerable amount of time in Yazi town, Zhong Jun was one of the few individuals who instilled a sense of security in Ling Zihan. Zhong Jun took a sip of the wine, set the glass down, and picked up a mixed flour bun, tearing it in half with chopsticks. He placed a few pieces of the roasted giant tube worm inside, drizzling a bit of sauce over it before closing the bun and cheerfully offering it to Ling Zihan. His cordial demeanor reaffirmed Ling Zihan's intuition. "Brother Zhong, do you need to discuss something with me?" Zhong Jun crossed his left leg over his right knee, humming a tune only he could comprehend, his left foot swaying rhythmically. This carefree posture did not irritate Ling Zihan. Rather, it enhanced Zhong Jun's aura of arrogance, charm, and aloofness. He retrieved a pack of open cigarettes from his pocket, shaking it towards Ling Zihan. "Care for one?" Ling Zihan hesitated briefly before nodding, "Sure." Zhong Jun tossed a cigarette into the air, executing a graceful arc, which landed perfectly in Ling Zihan's hand. Nicotine and alcohol both offer stimulating effects to the denizens of this era. However, compared to the old times, the concept of cigarettes has undergone significant transformation, now containing numerous synthetic components. Under normal circumstances, adults should limit their smoking to no more than 20 cigarettes within a 24-hour period, equivalent to 1 pack. Failure to adhere to this can result in the accumulation of irritants leading to severe and debilitating effects on the central nervous system. Smoking is meant for stimulation, yet it is toxic. Moreover, cigarettes in this era are prohibitively expensive, and the impoverished souls wandering the wilderness seldom choose to buy them, often relying on discarded butts. This has evolved into a business in urban areas and large settlements, where 100 butts equate to 1/5 the price of a regular pack of cigarettes. Watching Ling Zihan ignite his cigarette with a lighter attached to his mechanical arm, Zhong Jun instinctively raised his left hand, lightly scraping his freshly trimmed beard with his thumb, and remarked, "This morning, I noticed you and Liao Qiu left town heading towards the Tsuehung building. If I'm not mistaken, you took Liao Qiu to Huangping, hoping she would install that set of A-type modified components for him?" Ling Zihan's left hand trembled slightly, nearly dropping the cigarette held between his fingers. He moved his fingers with excruciating slowness, shifting the mixed flour bun from his right hand to the tips of his thumb and middle finger, creating a space akin to that needed to hold an egg between the bun and his palm. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Zhong Jun casually glanced at Ling Zihan's right hand, smirking as he said, all right, I was merely making an offhand comment. Why so tense? I know you're strong. Discarding that bun, you could effortlessly conjure a fireball larger than a human head. But let me remind you, wasting food is unacceptable. By the way, I am not your enemy. If I truly wished you harm, why would I waste time and energy engaging in idle chatter with you? Ling Zihan's expression stiffened momentarily. Then he concealed his inner unease behind a mask of awkwardness. Brother Zhong, Zhong Jun interrupted him. You're a clever lad, far sharper than most I've encountered. Allow me to clarify the sequence of events for you. You suddenly acquired fire-based abilities, which must have come as a tremendous surprise and delight. If it were anyone else, I suspect they would either wreak havoc, eliminating Yin Shangzu and Song Xiao, ascending as the true gang leader, or they would directly subjugate Yaoing Yu, monopolizing all the women in the Tsuehung building. But you were different. When you requested a set of A-type modified components, I sensed something was amiss. Why would you want to modify components? Simply eliminate Yin Shangzhu and Song Xiao, and you could easily strip their corpses of assets, yielding far greater rewards. All you need to do is establish dominance through bloodshed, unifying the three gangs, whether it be power, wealth, or women, as long as your desires aren't overly excessive. I believe you could attain everything you seek. Yet, you shockingly propose to become the deputy leader of the three major gangs. That is a rather audacious maneuver. Zhang Jun lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply with an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Pointing at Ling Zihan with his left hand while wearing a somewhat flamboyant smile. From that moment on, I knew you had ulterior motives. Ling Zihan refrained from defending himself. A childlike grin of confusion and delight gradually spreading across his face. In the absence of understanding the other's intentions, this was the best disguise he could muster. Zhongge, your intelligence is truly remarkable. You effortlessly discern my subtle thoughts. He inserted a cigarette into his mouth. Raising his left thumb towards Zhang Jun in a gesture of praise and flattery, words flowing from him as if they were of no consequence. Though his speech was somewhat muffled by the cigarette, it was clear enough for Zhang Jun to grasp his intended meaning. Zhang Jun refrained from interrupting Ling Zihan's performance, seemingly relishing the moment, a serene expression gracing his face. After a full 2 minutes, he finally sat up straight, extinguishing the spent cigarette but in the ashtray on the table. That should suffice. I'm not as great as you claim, Zhang Jun remarked, his smile fading as he focused intently on Ling Zihan. Now, share your true thoughts. Ling Zihan beamed with an innocent smile, characteristic of youth. Liao Qiu is my brother. Who else would I help? The set of armor modifications was prepared solely for him, and I had every intention of supporting him. I don't believe you, Zhang Jun interrupted, waving his hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly. You're slipperier than a red mudloach in a puddle. Let me speak plainly. You want to make a grand gesture here, so you deliberately push Liao Qiu forward to be your spokesperson. This statement struck at the very core of Ling Zihan's concealed feelings. His smile faded as his clear eyes fixated on Zhang Jun, seemingly attempting to see through him entirely. After a prolonged silence, Ling Zihan slowly replied, Zhonggu, I've always believed you to be extraordinary. It appears my instincts were correct. Zhang Jun shook his head in resignation, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face. The reason for bringing out his long-preserved fine wine and preparing such a lavish spread was to disarm Ling Zihan, to extract the secrets hidden within his heart. Yet, he realized that this young man's age did not match his cunning. He was, in fact, a slippery old fox. Enough of this. If you're unwilling to speak, so be it, Zhang Jun said, dismissing the probing thoughts. The reason I called you here is to discuss something important. With that, he retrieved a brown paper envelope from his coat pocket and placed it on the table. Ling Zihan remained seated, calmly observing the proceedings. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the other's demeanor, while also reflecting, you, my friend, are quite perplexing. At such a young age, how do you harbor such intricate thoughts? This is merely a standard recommendation letter. I haven't tampered with it. Would you like me to open it for you? Ling Zihan looked at Zhang Jun with a puzzled expression. A recommendation letter? Zhongge, what do you mean? Zhang Jun quelled his previously carefree demeanor, his face now composed. I know you've been yearning to leave this place. It's quite normal. Young people often seek to explore the world beyond. I have a friend in Luyan City, and if you're interested, you could pay him a visit and perhaps secure a job. Ling Zihan's face brightened with a sunshine-like smile as he reached for the letter on the table. Thank you, Zhongge. Zhang Jun casually waved his hand. No need for such formality. I'm merely fulfilling a request. We've chatted so long that the food has gone cold. Let us eat. He then inquired, by the way, when do you plan to leave? Do let me know in advance. I've been considering sending Xiao Wei to Luyan City with a shipment. It would be safer for you two to travel together. After leaving the tavern, Ling Zihan made his way towards Tsuehong building, estimating the time. He presumed Huang Ping had finished the modification surgery on Liao Qiu, armed with the special badge sent by Yao Yingyu. The armed guards at Tsuehong building did not hinder Ling Zihan's passage. However, their eyes gleamed with menace, and they scrutinized him with predatory gazes akin to that of a finely honed chainsaw, lingering between his legs. The emblem of the Tsuehong building's gang was quite distinctive. Though crudely crafted, the main design depicted a robust woman. She wielded a knife in her right hand while holding a severed head in her left. Her feet resting upon a headless corpse, a proud symbol of masculinity indicating the prey belonged to women. Slay all the men in the world was a prevalent refrain within Tsuehong building. Rotten roots was the exclusive derogatory term women used for men, equating to the word slut or cheap often hurled by men at women. Besides verbal threats, vibrant slogans were painted between the crumbling walls. Sisters unite, equip men with wombs. Let them experience the pain of childbirth. There has never been a savior. Eradicate men, and you shall be the queen. Start with me, reject men, and steer clear of poison. Happiness can only be achieved through self-reliance. The mouth of a man is a deceiver. As Ling Zihan walked through, he acutely felt the omnipresent threat of death from all directions. In many hidden corners, glimmers of metal reflected light, revealing sharpened blades and pointed steel guns. These women, though frenzied, were not devoid of reason. The Yin Sha gang badge hanging from their chests served as a life-saving emblem for Ling Zihan. Upon entering Huang Ping's quarters, Ling Zihan was immediately hit by a strong scent of alcohol mingled with oil. Huang Ping, her wrinkled skin marred by age, held not a cigarette, but a hemostatic clamp between her teeth. With arms crossed over her chest, her long left leg, devoid of stockings, rested on the workbench. The hem of her lab coat hiked up around her waist, revealing a lower half composed of various mechanical components. A mechanical box measuring 30 centimeters square protruded from her inner thigh, seamlessly merging with an electronic welding gun at her abdomen, forming a rudimentary yet intricate workspace. It was said that this was standard equipment for all external staff of the Physicians' Union, capable of being outfitted with surgical knives and sharp drills for use as weapons in emergencies. Liao Qiu lay supine on the bed, his vacant gaze seemingly proclaiming the futility of his previous resistance. Ling Zihan approached Huang Ping's side and inquired earnestly, "Has it begun?" "It is already complete," Huang Ping replied, removing the clamp from her mouth, her eyes glimmering with the satisfaction that follows a fulfilling endeavor as she glanced at Liao Qiu. She retracted the mechanical workspace, restoring her body to its normal form. Kicking Liao Qiu lightly on the rear, she used coarse language to conceal her admiration. "You are the second prototype I've successfully modified. From this day forth, you shall be the strongest man in this area." Ling Zihan chose to overlook the most revealing part of Huang Ping's statement, grasping Liao Qiu's hand to help lift him from the bed. "How do you feel? Let us take a walk outside." The sky over Tsuehung building remained shrouded in darkness, the wind carrying an endless chill from afar. The distant terrain was obscured from view, while faint blue and red lights flickered amidst the nearby ruins. Though fraught with peril, they posed no threat to the formidable half-mechanical beings. Standing in the center of an empty, dilapidated road, Liao Qiu gazed down at his new mechanical arm, which exuded the scent of oil. He could feel the immense power contained within it. Even faced with 5 blood-patterned hounds simultaneously, he was confident he could crush them one by one, tearing them to shreds. "Why?" Liao Qiu's voice was hoarse and heavy, filled with confusion. "Why give me this set of armor modifications?" Ling Zihan stepped closer, mimicking the familiar gesture of gently patting Liao Qiu's shoulder. "Because you need it more than I do." Liao Qiu suddenly turned to glare at him, feeling deeply insulted at that moment. "Are you implying that I'm not strong enough, that walking alongside you would bring you shame?" Ling Zihan smirked, the familiar blend of rebelliousness and warmth radiating from him. "You're reading too much into it." Liao Qiu had calmed down, standing there with his anger simmering beneath the surface, his expression revealing confusion rather than displeasure. "Tell me your thoughts. What exactly do you intend to do?" Ling Zihan and Liao Qiu stood side by side, gazing into the distant, shadowy world with an air of tranquility. "This place feels too confined. I yearn to venture outside and explore," he mused. Yet, he acknowledged, "We cannot abandon this territory. The Triad Alliance signifies that thousands will heed our commands and act according to our desires." Liao Qiu's eyes flickered with confusion and uncertainty. "What do you mean by that?" Zihan smiled and interjected, "Indeed, we." He then leisurely elucidated. "Do you believe that simply becoming a type and newborn entity grants you dominion over all? While such a notion is not entirely erroneous, it is limited. One could become a ruler, instilling fear and obedience in everyone. With my current strength, I could eliminate Yin Shangzhu, sever the head of Cao Xiao, and extract the heart of Yao Yingyu. However, such actions would be utterly futile. They would only render the members of the Shattered Bone Gang, Blood Wolf Gang, and Yin Sha Gang to perceive me as a merciless tyrant, yielding no advantages for me. I could certainly seize every gang member and execute them, leaving no remnants of their corpses or assets. I've calculated that this could procure approximately 300 gold coins, which I could exchange for a set of Type B adaptive modification components. Undoubtedly, this would enhance my power, yet it would obliterate the Triad Alliance, transforming this place into a dreaded realm of death that would invite further complications. Excessive bloodshed invites retribution. Do you think the Doctors' Union dispatched Dr. Huang here solely to procure human brains? I would wager my life that once I don the Type A modification components and wreak havoc, Huang Ping would be the first to come after me. Even if she is not my equal in combat, she would swiftly report to the Doctors' Union headquarters, dispatching formidable experts to thwart me. The principle remains, one can kill, but not excessively. Liao Qiu began to grasp Zihan's intentions, his previously cold demeanor softening. You wish to establish operations here? Why not? Zihan replied, not denying it. This area possesses abundant underground water, and the quality is remarkably high for drinking. The garbage mountain opens periodically, attracting wanderers from the wasteland. If utilized wisely, this place could evolve into a new city. Liao Qiu was skeptical. What about the food supply? I will address that, Zihan remarked with a serious smile. This is one of the reasons I wish to provide you with the Type A components. You will serve as my proxy, guarding our territory while I maintain communication from the outside. Inform me of your needs. There are numerous ways to generate income with funds. Liquid cultivation equipment can be purchased. Liao Qiu appeared moved. Are you leaving? Zihan nodded with a smile. To Luyan City, where opportunities abound. I will return periodically. After all, I am the deputy leader of the three gangs. Yin Shangzhu, So Xiao, and Yaoing Yu will not willingly relinquish power, thus you must possess strength surpassing theirs. When necessary, eliminate a few individuals to establish authority. Liao Qiu fully comprehended Zihan's overarching strategy. What will I do when you leave? His gaze reflected a hint of melancholy. I cannot sleep alone at night. Zihan smirked, having grown familiar with Liao Qiu's tactics over time. You are enamored with Zhong Xiaowei, not me. I cannot compete with her. She wields a knife. Now that you are a Type A newborn entity, I suggest you give it a try. After all, you have learned the signature move Tiger descending the mountain from that old comic book. Use it at a crucial moment, and I believe Zhong Xiaowei will regard you with newfound respect. Hey, are we still friends? Precisely because we are friends, I share this with you. As they conversed, the night sky bore no moon. Nor could they spot any shooting stars. A chilling howl from distant beasts echoed through the darkness. Suddenly, two large beams of light illuminated the surroundings as a powerful off-road vehicle sped along the old highway. This vehicle belonged to Zhong Jun. He claimed its chassis was derived from an old military model, and with a united steel engine and self-welded armor plates, it was both affordable and practical. Zihan was skeptical of this assertion, at least not entirely convinced. The armor plates indeed bore signs of welding, yet the chassis and other components were tightly integrated, resembling a well-crafted vehicle rather than a haphazard assemblage. The driver was Zhong Xiaowei, donned in a form-fitting black leather bodysuit that exuded an intense allure, while Zihan caught a peculiar scent emanating from her. The attire was crafted from the skin of a blood-patterned hound, treated with black dye, reminiscent of the leading lady in old detective films from the islands of the past. The unique odor was a faint metallic tang, akin to meat decaying in high temperatures, mingled with disinfectants, perfumes, and sulfur, resulting in a diluted final scent. Such leather garments were commonplace in the wasteland, essential for both genders. Most mutated creatures, including the serrated rats, avoided this scent, significantly reducing the wearer's risk. While ordinary leather jackets could not compare to Zhong Xiaowei's, in terms of effectiveness, they were indistinguishable. Blood-patterned hounds were ferocious, often found in packs, making them difficult to hunt. Yet, if one had the means, they could easily purchase such attire from clothing stores in large settlements. Zihan and Liao Qiu had struggled in the wasteland, managing to acquire only 2 pairs of blood-patterned hound leather shorts. Chapter 25. Entering the city, Zhong Xiaowei was affluent, a fact Zihan understood profoundly. As vast illuminations emerged from the darkness, he felt a fleeting sense of having entered another realm. He raised his left hand to shield his eyes, taking a couple of seconds to adjust to the blinding brightness. There was light, too much light. Unlike the dim, scattered glimmers of Yazzie town, the brightness here was overwhelmingly stark. Observing the surroundings, he noted at least 5 buildings exceeding 10 stories. The clarity of their height was due to the bright lights emanating from each floor's windows. These were not mere shelters constructed atop the ruins of the old world. They were high-rise edifices meticulously designed and erected by architects and laborers. Low-rise buildings comprised over 80% of the city, equally resplendent with lights, particularly in special districts adorned with dazzling neon hues. This indicated 24-hour operations, offering a myriad of women, various intoxicating substances mixed with potent stimulants, and every conceivable form of entertainment. Creatures of the wasteland were drawn to light. Wanderers sought illumination to ignite campfires for cooking and to illuminate their paths. Beasts craved light, associating it with succulent flesh, rich marrow, and the satisfying allure of fresh blood. Yet, under the intense illumination of densely populated urban settlements, thoughts of robbery, slaughter, or predation were foreign. The populace was vast, with strong individuals abounding. The concepts of law and order existed solely within the city's confines. As they approached the city entrance, approximately a mile away, Zhong Xiaowei applied the brakes, turning off the engine. Zihan glanced at her in confusion. Why have we stopped? Get out. I can only take you this far, she replied, her voice still melodious but tinged with detachment. Thank you. Zihan extended his hand to open the car door, but halted, redirecting his gaze to Zhong Xiaowei. I must tell you something. Liao Qiu is quite fond of you. Zihan felt it necessary to convey this with utmost seriousness. As a brother, one must lend support when needed. I know. Zhong Xiaowei tilted her head back, her elegantly sculpted profile revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. Many people adore me. Far too many, she declared. Ling Zihan shrugged and exited the vehicle. The necessary words had been spoken, and he could assist Liao Qiu no further. Retrieving his backpack from the trunk, Ling Zihan flashed a radiant smile at Zhong Xiaowei, mimicking the etiquette he had gleaned from antiquated tomes. He leaned forward slightly and offered a modest bow before turning away, heading towards the hope-laden city awash in myriad lights. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaowei's voice called out from behind him. I will consider what you just said. Please convey to Liao Qiu that I shall grant him an opportunity. Ling Zihan did not look back. His smile faded into the shadows. He raised his left hand over his shoulder, pinching his thumb and index finger together to form a gesture of freedom. This was a realm of darkness, where sentinels and armed guards at the city's periphery were stationed to ward off swarming beasts. To ordinary humans, their demeanor was invariably amicable. At 107, Changhang Road, Dongyang Grocery Store, Ling Zihan stood by the roadside, gazing thoughtfully at the sign suspended above the entrance. A lean middle-aged man emerged from behind the counter, adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose, and greeted him with polite enthusiasm. What would you like to purchase? Come on in. Ling Zihan maintained a cheerful expression. Boss, are you hiring? On the side wall of the shop, a help-wanted notice was posted. The smile on the shopkeeper's face vanished at an observable pace. I'm in need of a general laborer. He assessed Ling Zihan from head to toe, a hint of derision glinting in his eyes. Young man, with those tattered pieces you possess, I'd wager you're barely a level C novice. Am I mistaken? Ling Zihan displayed an air of resignation, spreading his hands and sighing, I truly have no other options. I had hoped to accompany a friend on an expedition outside the city for a lucrative catch, perhaps a few serrated mice, but encountered an armored bear along the way. Lost all my gear, and merely returning alive is a stroke of luck. The shopkeeper replied briskly, I want to waste words. The monthly salary is 15 silver horns. Deducting 5 if you eat and sleep here, leaving you with 10. As for the work, you'll assist in watching the shop and moving some goods. Ling Zihan nodded eagerly. All right, I choose the second option. In the shadowy underworld, a grocery store is a broad term encompassing various establishments. Generally, any shop engaged in business can be classified as such. From daily necessities to mechanical parts modifications, interpersonal desires to spiritual imagery, songs, and even extending to batteries and firearms. Everything can be procured from a grocery store. Naturally, the scale of operations and professionalism vary. Dongyang Grocery Store, as the name implies, is owned by a man named Zhao. Wearing glasses is often seen as a pretentious act. Those with poor eyesight may opt for mechanical prosthetic eyes, while those insistent on retaining their biological eyes can procure substitutes through various means. The high value placed on fresh human head stems from this very principle. Beyond brains, eyes, teeth, tongues, and even skin have extensive consumer bases. A salary of 10 silver horns covering meals and lodging is exceedingly low. Typically, a general laborer's monthly wage should be 20 silver horns. However, achieving such a salary entails greater sacrifices, including indulging the boss's whims when required. Personal strength is crucial. And Ling Zihan is acutely aware that if not for his status as a level C novice, Zhao Dongyang would not have employed him at all. Given his own modest abilities, merely a level D novice. Any verbal disputes or escalated conflicts could lead to significant trouble for the shopkeeper if he were unable to handle them. Ling Zihan projected an image of utmost sincerity. He diligently followed Zhao Dongyang's instructions, moving goods, cleaning, and washing various mechanical parts before arranging them on the shelves. Zhao Dongyang expressed his satisfaction with the new laborer, showering him with praise. The electronic clock soon indicated it was 6 in the evening. Ling Zihan approached Zhao Dongyang with a new request. Boss, I'd like to take a walk. The latter scrutinized him. Aren't you going to have dinner? Ling Zihan beamed innocently. Of course, I will eat. Please just save my portion. Zhao Dongyang remained non-committal, continuing to inquire. Where are you headed? Ling Zihan candidly revealed his intentions. I'm going to see if I can find a nighttime part-time job. This indirectly communicated to the shopkeeper that he was well aware of the laws and regulations in Luyuan City. Normal working hours are from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening, with overtime compensated. Institutions such as labor arbitration committees exist solely in larger cities. And legal aid can be procured from law firms at the client's request, provided they possess sufficient funds. Zhao Dongyang responded succinctly. All right, go ahead. I'll leave the back door open. If you return tonight and need to eat or sleep, take care of it yourself. Just remember to keep it down. Don't disturb me. The Hengwei Boxing Gym is situated in the western district of Luyuan City. Casting a glance at the house number 1325 displayed beneath the gym's sign, Ling Zihan strolled through the entrance. Certain rules of the underground world starkly contrast with those of the old era. In Luoyang City, for instance, house numbers do not start from 0 but begin from 1,000 onwards. This practice is said to create an illusion of a larger population. Like grocery stores, boxing gyms are merely a conceptual industry label. The notion of curious students paying to learn boxing is utterly implausible. Every gym serves primarily as a fighting arena. The distinction lies in the size of operations and whether they operate with official licenses or engage in unlicensed underground bouts. As evening approached, the gym's main hall buzzed with hundreds of people. Electronic screens mounted around the walls displayed the evening's events and the odds for various competitors. 5 silver horns for the Hellhound. I'll take the steel drill beast for 7 silver horns. I want the steel hammer giant for 2 silver horns. The names of the competitors sounded formidable, far from resembling those of ordinary individuals. Ling Zihan navigated through the throng, making his way towards the counter located in the southern part of the hall. It was a circular workstation, surrounded by several burly men clad in black leather vests, adorned with shiny, spiked metal ornaments, casting menacing glances at anyone daring to approach. Behind the counter sat a provocatively dressed woman. Her excessively short skirt barely concealed her modesty, and her ample bosom featured 3 pronounced mounds, her smoky eye makeup revealing faint lines of age. As Ling Zihan positioned himself before the counter, he was immediately flanked by 2 robust men, effectively trapping him in their midst. I'm here to fight. Ling Zihan had seen the gym's advertisement online and stated his purpose directly. The expressions of the 2 burly men softened slightly, though the coldness in their eyes remained. The woman behind the counter produced a form and inquired, death match or regular match? Regular matches end when an opponent concedes, while death matches are determined by the shattering of the opponent's skull. Ling Zihan's expression remained impassive. I'll take the regular match, not the death match. The woman raised her faux eyelashes from 8 to 12, half an hour per match. Which slot do you want? I'll take the 10:30 match. This was a carefully calculated decision on Ling Zihan's part. Chapter 26. Entry. According to the recommendation letter provided by Zheng Jun, Ling Zihan could directly approach the gym owner, Su Xiaoxiao, to clarify everything and receive her assistance. However, Ling Zihan intended to test the waters independently. This was not merely a young man's stubborn pride, but stemmed from deeper considerations. At 10 o'clock that evening, Ling Zihan punctually entered the resting area behind the competition stage. Several hulking figures clad in black leather jackets lounged about, engaging in jovial banter. They stood tall, each exceeding 2 meters, their muscular physiques a testament to extensive modification, with heavy hitters installed within and covered in synthetic skin. Among them, Ling Zihan, at a height of 1.90 meters, appeared diminutive. His entrance drew considerable attention, but the black boxer badge adorning his chest alleviated much of the hostility. In a way, this badge served as a pass to the Hongwei boxing gym. Though not completely recognized as one of their own, it granted him unobstructed passage during the competition tonight. A particularly towering man stood at the center of the lounge, raising a hand and commanding with an authoritative voice, "You, come here." Ling Zihan complied, approaching him. The man's arms were crossed over his chest, and he regarded Ling Zihan with satisfaction, his gaze falling upon the badge that read, number 307, Bronze Boxer. First, let's conduct your check. All boxing gyms categorize their fighters into tiers. These tiers include the initial body, the adaptive body, the enhanced body, and the altered body. Due to the significant disparities in individual strength, opponents in matches are usually paired within the same tier, initial body against initial body, adaptive body against adaptive body, and so forth, ensuring that mismatches do not occur. The gamblers placing bets are astute. No one would recklessly throw money away. The categorization further breaks down fighters within the same tier into 4 levels. A, B, C, and D. Fighters of the same level face each other for fairness. To ensure a fair competition, all fighters must undergo a check before their matches, during which officials also verify that no concealed weapons are hidden. Any violations detected grant the gym the authority to take action against the offenders. As Ling Zihan stepped up to the scanner, he removed his jacket and trousers, unfastening his thermal undershirt to stretch his arms and legs. An attendant in black scrutinized the display, gesturing towards the towering man. "Graugo, this kid is clean, nothing hidden. The data matches his records, C-level initial body." The tall man nodded, tossing a fighting shirt to Ling Zihan. "Wear this when you enter the arena." Though termed a fighting shirt, it was merely a strip of synthetic leather, with forked sections draped over the shoulders and a thick center covering the lower body, ensuring maximum exposure to the air. Ling Zihan silently accepted the belt, deftly slipping it on. This silence, perceived by the man as a sign of obedience, pleased him as he patted Ling Zihan's shoulder and laughed heartily. "This is our gym's standard fighting attire. Don't underestimate its simplicity. Women love this style. You're quite the handsome lad. Even if you lose, don't fret. There will surely be a few robust women willing to spend on you. Even if you lie around all day, you'll have no worries. His words elicited a chorus of laughter. The man glanced at the electronic timer on his wrist, instructing, "It's almost time. Prepare to enter the ring. Remember, in the gym, your name is Wilderness Hyena, and tonight your opponent is Hell's Demon. Defeat him, and you will receive 50 silver horns." Ling Zihan nodded and inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I am Luo Biao," the man replied with a grin. "Just call me Biaoga from now on." The fifth arena was a medium-sized boxing venue, capable of accommodating 600 spectators. Its architectural style and seating arrangement echoed the aesthetics of a bygone era, with the circular boxing ring at its center surrounded by a dense, sturdy steel mesh, designed to prevent fighters from fleeing in fear during life-and-death matches. Upon stepping into the ring clad in his leather fighting attire, Ling Zihan instantly captured the audience's interest. They gathered around the wire fence, scrutinizing this unfamiliar newcomer like beasts eyeing their prey. "I've never seen this guy before. He must be new. He looks good, fair-skinned and tender. He seems delectable. I despise that cursed handsome face of his. I'll pay for a disfigurement bet 2 silver horns. I want to see his beautiful face splattered like a ripe tomato." At that moment, a passageway opposite the boxing arena opened simultaneously, revealing a middle-aged man whose height and physique mirrored Ling Zihan's. His dark skin, clad in a similar leather fighting outfit, showcased a less harmonious physique. With rough skin and unremarkable features, simply put, he was not attractive. The audience's comments surged like a tidal wave. "This guy is truly ugly. I think he should undergo surgery to remove an eye," highlighting whatever charm he has left. "What is this? A sleek, beautiful hound against a hellish worm? This is going to be exciting. I'm eager for tonight's sea-level bout." The female audience represented about a quarter of the spectators. Ling Zihan finally understood why Luo Biao had suggested that several robust women would be willing to spend on him. "Hey, darling, come down so I can feel you. Once it's over, strip down. Let me savor your tender flesh. I'll give you 2 silver horns to take off that damn belt and show me your pecs and goodies. 3 silver horns for a night with you, darling." These women were truly wild. Adorned in lavish garments, they clearly belonged to the upper echelon, yet they lasciviously gestured at Ling Zihan. Even those who remained silent leered at him, assessing every muscle on his body while contemplating how best to draw closer for intimate encounters. The starting signal echoed the customs of a bygone era, a brawny man, clad in the same leather fighting attire and boasting more chest hair than on his head, wielded a massive hammer beside a giant gong over a meter in diameter. With all his might, he swung the hammer down upon the gong, producing a deafening metallic crash. The middle-aged man across the arena, his eyes filled with ferocity and murderous intent, strode past the red dividing line at the center of the ring, lunging towards Ling Zihan with a frenzied vigor as if eager to consume him. Those who came to such places did so for monetary gain. No one believed that engaging in life-or-death battles was an act of charity. Hell's Demon was, of course, not his true name. Much like Wilderness Hyena, it was merely a moniker assigned by the gambling house. The middle-aged man was thoroughly incensed by the audience's overwhelming preference for Ling Zihan. Unlike life-and-death matches, equal-tier bouts meant both fighters had the chance to survive. This implied that the victor would not only receive 50 silver horns as a reward, but also potential tips from the spectators. The woman shouting about 2 silver horns was exceptionally wealthy. If Ling Zihan complied with her request to remove the superfluous belt, he could earn 1 silver horn. The same logic applied to the woman offering 3 silver horns for a night, provided he could tolerate her bumpy face and barrel-like waist. Thus, he could earn a silver horn plus 50 silver horns. The tips would be split evenly with the gym, mirroring the regulations of a previous era. Since his entrance, the middle-aged man had yet to receive any applause from the audience, nor had anyone made any demands of him. This lack of attention caused his initial hopes for a profitable match to plummet. "I will slaughter you, you damn bastard. I will shatter that handsome face of yours." Rendering it a complete joke. "I shall utterly shatter you." This is not a terrifying deterrent before a murder. The boxing gym is a place governed by reason and rules. Signing the equal combat agreement implies that one must never seek to take a life during the match. The term shatter is to be taken literally. As long as the opponent's central nervous system, namely, the brain, is kept secure, one may do anything to the opponent's body. Tear off an arm, dislocate a thigh, or rip open a belly to extract various entrails, performing a gruesome and bloody dance that provides immense psychological satisfaction to the audience, who will conveniently overlook your unattractiveness and shower you with coins. This is a manifestation of sheer exhilaration in watching a match, unrelated to winning or losing. A middle-aged man, his eyes reddened, fixated on Ling Zihan, his heart swelling with an indescribable pleasure. He was evidently a worthless individual hoping to earn easy money in the arena. He had seen too many young men, resembling soft cream and no different from stars of a bygone era, who could do nothing but please women. With a single punch, He could knock the very life out of them. The middle-aged man was acutely aware that this disdain stemmed from his formidable prowess. According to the gym's rules, winning 10 consecutive matches would elevate one from a bronze fighter to a black iron fighter and subsequently to silver and gold, the pinnacle being the diamond rank. Attaining this level would signify reaching the zenith of one's life. 2 months prior, the middle-aged man began competing in the novice sea-level boxing matches and had since won 4 consecutive fights. Under the premise of equal foundational abilities, fighting skills and willpower become exceptionally crucial. Just like 2 street brawlers of similar height and weight engaging in a fierce contest, the victor would be determined by who had more fighting experience and resilience. As long as one perseveres until the end, even with but a smidgen of skin left, they are the winner. I can win. With fury fueling his ferocity and thoughts of wealth, the middle-aged man swung his right fist at Ling Zihan with ferocity. The punch was precise, sending Ling Zihan reeling backward. He clearly had not anticipated the speed of his opponent, dubbed the Hell Fiend. Everyone witnessed blood spewing from Ling Zihan's mouth, a bloodied tooth flying out and glinting white under the chandelier's light. The audience erupted with countless curses laced with obscenities. Damn useless wretch. You are a worthless piece of human refuse. You made me lose 20 silver coins. Gamblers are often pragmatic, save for the few female spectators with peculiar preferences. The disparity in strength is often most evident during the first round, for the sea-level matches differ from life-and-death battles or higher-tier fights. It is no exaggeration to say that the outcome of their initial exchanges could be determined by a single punch, especially as Ling Zihan was knocked down by a single blow, even losing a tooth in the process. Ha! The middle-aged man erupted in exuberant laughter, feeling clever for having discerned that his opponent was nothing but an inexperienced novice, indeed, a feeble worm. Elated, he charged forward, raising his foot to stomp on Ling Zihan's midsection. This was a vulnerable area. The force of a mechanical foot could be tremendous, and a well-placed stomp could utterly crush the opponent's kidneys, leaving the outcome of the match with no doubt. As he descended, Ling Zihan deftly rolled to the side. Seizing the moment when the middle-aged man had yet to adjust his stance, he clutched the man's right foot tightly. Using the momentum of his body to roll toward the side of the boxing ring, the Hell Fiend lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. Ling Zihan's mechanical arm began to exert force, his hand seemingly welded to the ankle of his opponent, executing a deft twist, accompanied by a sharp crack. The middle-aged man's right foot's connection system was completely severed. Although the all-metal structure of his lower limb would not produce pain, the sensation of losing control over his legs was dreadful. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, shocked and furious, struggling to rise with his left leg, only to be horrified as Ling Zihan released his grip and counterattacked like a cunning mouse, swiftly seizing his right arm and twisting it behind him. With both hands securing his thumb and middle finger, he unleashed a force that tore through with devastating strength. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, his mouth widening in an unprecedented grimace, emitting a horrific scream of pain. Most humans would not fully mechanize their hands, for throughout the lengthy evolution of humanity, hands have become the most sensitive contact organs with the external world. Fingers are densely packed with capillaries and nerve endings, making the ability to touch acutely precious in the dark, subterranean world. Mechanical arms merely provide auxiliary strength, akin to a localized exoskeleton installed on specific areas. The audience erupted once more, witnessing the middle-aged man's right hand being brutally torn apart by Ling Zihan, mechanical parts scattering and blood splattering, exposing white bones to the air, while muscles and tendons either ruptured or remained connected, flickering with blue-white electronic sparks and accompanied by the faint scent of burnt flesh from short circuits. I concede. No more. I concede now. The middle-aged man's face was devoid of color as he screamed and begged for mercy, weeping like a child caught stealing candy and being severely reprimanded. Crying is not shameful. Begging for mercy is the most fundamental tactic for survival. Who has ever seen such a fighting style? Taking advantage of my inattention, first breaking my right foot, then flipping over to directly tear my right hand apart. According to the physiological balance of the human body, it would be acceptable if the opposing right foot and left hand or left foot and right hand were damaged. But here I am, suffering injuries on one side, and with no hope of recovery through rest in a short time. What is the point of fighting now? Admitting defeat now could mitigate losses. Continuing would only result in more injuries, and the repair costs would be exorbitant. The Hell Fiend decisively surrendered. After the match concluded, Ling Zihan returned to the resting area. Luo Biao approached, blocking him between the metallic bench and the storage cabinet. He chuckled. I didn't realize you could fight so well. Though he laughed, his expression carried an ominous undertone. Ling Zihan wore an innocent expression. It was all right. Previously, hunting in the wild, I found blood-patterned hounds and serrated rats far more challenging. The gloom in Luo Biao's eyes dissipated significantly at this remark. He showed no inclination to step aside, continuing to scrutinize Ling Zihan with piercing eyes, as if attempting to see through him entirely. As a figure of authority within the Hangwei boxing gym, Luo Biao possessed formidable strength, being a Class A adaptive body, a full rank higher than Liao Qiu's Class A novice body. Ling Zihan was well aware of Luo Biao's intent in cornering him here. He widened his eyes, adopting a childlike innocence and bewilderment, and asked curiously, "Brother Biao, what's the matter?" Such pretense had no effect on Luo Biao. Like a beast poised to erupt, he stared at Ling Zihan for a full 5 seconds before issuing an irresistible command, "Open your mouth." Ling Zihan had no choice but to comply. Luo Biao raised his left arm, activating the illumination on his wrist, observing Ling Zihan's mouth from above. Soon, he pinpointed the location of the broken tooth. The swollen pink gums, sharp remnants of the broken tooth, and the still oozing socket were all vividly displayed before Luo Biao's eyes. His expression softened considerably, yet his suspicions remained unmitigated. He turned his head and summoned the man in black standing behind him. "Mouse, conduct another test on him. Be thorough. If there are any oversights, I'll dismantle you piece by piece." The man in black nodded vigorously. "Brother Biao, rest assured. My eyes are sharp. No one can deceive me." The test results indicated that Ling Zihan's strength remained unchanged from his previous report, still classified as a grade C novice. Of course, there were fluctuations in the strength range, but they would not exceed the lower limit of grade B-5. Any values from -5 to +1 are regarded as within the normal index range for boxing matches. Only upon reaching +1 can one truly be considered a grade B novice. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Luo Biao's stubbled face. He picked up a pouch of money that had been prepared nearby and handed it to Ling Zihan. "You fought well. I have high hopes for you." Luo Biao patted Ling Zihan's shoulder firmly, a direct gesture to forge a bond between men. "You must understand that fairness is paramount in the arena. After all, this is not a life and death battle. You were knocked down at the start, yet within 5 seconds, you turned the tide. If I cannot provide sufficient evidence to show you did not intentionally conceal your strength, those who lost money will surely be displeased. So, you must understand." Ling Zihan nodded in agreement. "I understand, Brother Biao. I see that you are looking out for me." As he spoke, he untied the pouch and pulled out a handful of silver coins, around 7 or 8, counting none and directly stuffing them into Luo Biao's hand. "What are you doing?" Luo Biao's expression shifted abruptly, glaring at him, yet his grip on the silver coins remained unyielding. "Thanks to Brother Biao's care. I will need your assistance in many matters moving forward." Ling Zihan bowed slightly, his smile radiating flattery. "Aha." Luo Biao laughed heartily. "You really are something. I like you." Upon returning to Dongyang's general store, it was nearly midnight. Ling Zihan quietly entered through the back door and made his way to the temporary sleeping quarters arranged by Zhao Dongyang. This was a typical practice of unscrupulous employers from the old era, dubbed a single dormitory for employees. It was merely a small partition constructed from cheap materials like foam boards between the warehouse and the store. It was hot in summer and cold in winter, and one had to walk a considerable distance to relieve oneself at night. Yet the advantage was clear. Employees sleeping here essentially served as free security, waking at the slightest disturbance. During his initial stay, Ling Zihan had meticulously examined the room, ensuring no hidden cameras or electronic devices were installed. To some extent, this indicated Zhao Dongyang had no particular interest in him. Untying the pouch, Ling Zihan began to tally his earnings for the night. Aside from the portion given to Luo Biao, the pouch still contained $6 silver and 89 silver coins. Gazing at the glimmering silver currency illuminated by the electronic lights, Ling Zihan exhaled deeply, a surge of excitement and joy swelling within him. The plan was divided into 2 parts. First, to strengthen Liao Qiu, who would manage the territory of the 3 allied gangs, utilizing the rubbish hill to seek and accumulate resources and forge a strong reputation. Second, to use his special abilities to acquire more wealth. With money, many difficult matters could become simple. Like all the impoverished souls in the world, Ling Zihan's first bucket of gold could only come from presenting himself as a commodity in the boxing arena, fetching a good price. Chapter 28. The Merchant. Every individual fighting in the arena is unique, and Ling Zihan harbored his own secret. His extraordinary ability was his greatest reliance. This was not merely about casting fireballs. The reason those with abilities are revered is that any elemental power, earth, water, fire, or wind can advance. Fire callers, fire manipulators, fire masters, and fire lords represent 4 major tiers, each subdivided into 3 levels, totaling 12 levels. Abilities are exceedingly rare, and information regarding their strengths is scarce. For instance, with fire abilities, common knowledge merely pertains to the size and power of the fireballs released. On the night Ling Zihan formulated his plan and made his decision, he felt a unique energy surging within him like a tidal wave. He was uncertain how to assess the specific strength level of his abilities. Yet he distinctly sensed a monumental shift in his overall power. Although Ling Zihan was indeed a Grade C novice, he could exhibit strength comparable to a Grade B adaptive body during combat. He could not fathom why this was the case. Despite being a wanderer in the wilderness, Ling Zihan possessed a profound understanding of the social rules within the underground world. Mechanical devices could detect the strength levels of different individuals. Light could illuminate and penetrate all barriers, yet no testing institution could discern whether someone possessed extraordinary abilities. Perhaps this was the greatest advantage of carbon-based life. In that moment, Ling Zihan discovered the most suitable method for amassing wealth. With this secret, he could start as an ordinary bronze fighter and ascend level by level, thereby acquiring corresponding riches. Such endeavors must be conducted with utmost secrecy. In fact, when Ling Zihan entered the arena that night, he was well prepared. He could easily evade the punch from the hellish demon, yet he deliberately took the hit. He bit his tongue, causing blood to spurt forth. He even lost a tooth as a consequence. No wonder Luo Biao harbored suspicions. The contrast of his performance in the boxing ring was undeniably pronounced. Yet Ling Zihan showed no signs of vulnerability. Both post-match checks and light scans confirmed him as a Grade C novice. The rewards were indeed substantial. At this rate of earning, Ling Zihan felt he could soon replace his current mechanical components, transforming into a Grade B novice or even a Grade A novice like Liao Qiu. The stronger he became, the higher the boxing level, resulting in multiplied bonuses and tips. Clutching his money, he finally felt a sense of relief, closing his eyes and drifting into a sweet slumber. In the underground world, there is no concept of dawn. Everyone is equipped with electronic wake-up services, which come in various types. The simplest is electronic synthesized music, tailored to individual preferences, featuring moans, roars, profanities, and nature's sounds that evoke terror. Some prefer the sensation of automated needle pricks, believing it showcases their toughness. Others opt for devices that scratch their armpits at designated wake-up times. It is said that some have their wake-up service configured to pluck a hair each morning, which somewhat explains the increasing number of bald individuals seen on the streets. At Dongyang's general store, the complimentary breakfast staple consists of cassava biscuits, accompanied by a thick soup made from seasonings and cassava flour. Zhao Dongyang is a man of considerable taste. He believes that mere biscuits and soup are insufficient. Thus, the dining table also features a plate of cold noodles made from cassava. Cassava is the most widely produced crop in this world. It embodies all the virtues of its ancestors from the old era. As long as there is soil and moisture, it thrives underground. Much like a non-picky eater, its yield is astonishing, with the old varieties reaching up to 6 tons per acre, and after enduring the trials of war and radiation, the current cassava can yield as much as 8 tons per acre. In the words of the big shots, this is true commoner's fodder. Indeed, fodder, not food. Wheat, rice, and potatoes may be delicious, but their yields are limited. Acceptance of fate is necessary. For one can find a safe place in the dark underground world and eat cassava until the end of their days. However, the majority of humanity, as highly intelligent beings, ultimately harbors aspirations. We want to eat meat. In the urban slums and wilderness settlements, many voices are raised in defiance of fate. This is why cassava is often referred to as the common man's feed. Hunting wild beasts for fresh meat requires hunters to possess formidable strength, all while risking their lives. In contrast, breeding is a different matter. The impact of war and radiation on future generations is not nearly as dire as predicted by the so-called experts of the old era. The bloodlines of pigs and chickens continue to thrive, and cattle and sheep have not gone extinct. The only difference is that their temperaments have grown exceedingly ferocious, even developing sharp teeth. They exhibit a strong aversion to cassava feed, yet it is not entirely unacceptable to them. It merely requires the addition of some bloody ingredients. As long as there is profit to be made, anything is possible. To reiterate, sustenance is not an issue, but the pursuit of quality food demands considerable effort. Zhao Dongyang had no intention of allowing Ling Zihan to remain idle. Throughout the morning, Ling Zihan was busily employed, akin to a spinning top. The grocery store was inundated with various tasks: replacing parts, repairing electronic devices, recycling scrap goods, reselling grain, and clandestinely trading in various prohibited items that the City Management Bureau forbade. Despite the busyness, the profit from each transaction was modest. However, when accumulated, it amounted to a significant figure. Ling Zihan calculated that from 8 in the morning until noon, Zhao Dongyang had earned at least 3 silver horns in pure profit, not including subsequent orders totaling 22 silver horns. In comparison, the meager salary he paid himself was nearly negligible. Ling Zihan had no intention of haggling. As a newcomer, he required a work identity for cover, and Zhao Dongyang had indeed provided him with free food and lodging. Even if he were to propose higher demands, he would have to wait until next month. In the afternoon, the number of customers in the store was noticeably fewer than in the morning. Ling Zihan rummaged through the piles of second-hand goods and found a set of bionic muscle blocks. He approached Zhao Dongyang, who was napping in a chair behind the counter. "Boss, I want this. Can you sell it to me for a lower price?" Zhao Dongyang, ever interested in matters involving money, quickly shifted from a state of lethargy to alertness. His keen eyes darted towards the bionic muscle blocks in Ling Zihan's hands, and his brow furrowed, his expression becoming quite animated. "What do you want this for?" he asked. "This set of muscle blocks is quite old, with several noticeable damages and patches of mold that need cleaning before they can be used." Ling Zihan was candid in his response. "I'm going to the boxing gym tonight. Wearing this will make me look more robust and is mainly for intimidation." Zhao Dongyang adjusted his black-framed glasses, puzzled. "You're quite bold to go boxing. Are you out of your mind?" Ling Zihan's rationale was straightforward. "I need the money." Zhao Dongyang didn't engage in further chatter. "Think carefully. This set of bionic muscles is an outdated model from over a decade ago, with a power enhancement of less than 3%. Even if you intend to use it for show, the added weight won't be negligible." Ling Zihan nodded. "I want it." The bionic muscle blocks were military goods developed towards the end of the old era's warfare, serving a function akin to an alternative exoskeleton aimed at enhancing strength beyond normal limits through microcurrent stimulation. After the war, various industrial conglomerates developed new products based on this foundation, which could be directly affixed to the surface of mechanical arms, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. A set of the latest bionic muscles could sell for as much as $2, with a power enhancement of up to 30%. At this juncture, Zhao Dongyang's shrewd merchant instincts came to the fore. He displayed a grin that he deemed charming, but to onlookers, it might evoke a sense of discomfort. As he licked his lips, "We're all familiar here, and since you work at the store, I won't charge you much, 20 silver horns." He added, "I'll even install it for you free of charge. We can settle your salary at the end of the month." Ling Zihan regarded him with a look of disdain. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Zhao Dongyang felt no guilt whatsoever. "This is business. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it." Ling Zihan laid out the facts. This morning, the owner of the food store across the street bought a set of bionic breast implants and a bionic rear for half a silver horn. The items she purchased were nearly new, while mine is old and moldy. "Boss, one must have a sense of conscience," Zhao Dongyang retorted without a second thought. "That is not the same. She is a woman. I could be a bit more hands-on when I installed her parts. And she promised to give me discounts on future purchases. What can you offer me?" Ling Zihan replied earnestly. "I could offer you the same. Not interested in men." Zhao Dongyang replied, visibly displeased. "Fine. I'll reduce the price for you. 18 silver horns, and that's the best I can do. Then I want to buy it," Ling Zihan declared, placing the bionic muscles back on the counter, his face a portrait of disgust. "The grocery store at the corner only charges 5 silver horns. I'll go there instead." "Wait, just wait a moment." Zhao Dongyang quickly rose to stop him, a pained expression on his face. "Hey, why are you being like this? Let us talk this over. Even if we don't make a deal, the relationship remains. It's just 5 silver horns. I'll give it to you." Ling Zihan, sharp-tongued, continued to negotiate. "I'll pay a maximum of 2 silver horns. Don't think I'm unaware. This old junk is only worth that much." Chapter 29. The middle-aged woman Zhao Dongyang, both angry and frustrated, glared at him. 2 silver horns? Absolutely impossible. Ling Zihan turned to leave. "If not, then it's settled. I'll find someone else." "Wait," Zhao Dongyang called out again, his expression one of toothache. Fine. You win. Take it for 2 silver horns." He understood that Ling Zihan truly wanted the bionic muscle blocks, and that price was quite reasonable. If he went to another grocery store, it might have sold for 1.5, or even 1 silver horn. This old item had almost no market value. It had sat in the warehouse for years without moving. To sell it now would be a stroke of luck. Earning money from one's own employee was also quite the skill. By 10 o'clock that evening, Ling Zihan returned to Hungwei Boxing Gym. "You're quite punctual." Luo Biao sat comfortably in a rattan chair, smiling as he watched him enter the lounge. Ling Zihan approached and bowed slightly, with an ingratiating smile etched on his face. "Good evening, Brother Biao." Luo Biao casually picked up a cigarette box from the nearby coffee table, shaking it at Ling Zihan. "Want one?" Ling Zihan, aware that nicotine was not beneficial for his physiology, nevertheless relished the stimulating effect it had on his central nervous system, so he nodded. "Thank you, Brother Biao." Luo Biao tossed him a cigarette and observed as Ling Zihan lit it with an electronic lighter, wrinkling his brow. "I say, can you pronounce my name a bit more clearly? Those who know will recognize you calling me Brother Biao, but those who don't might think we're relatives. Calling me cousin. You're trying to take advantage of me, aren't you?" Ling Zihan smiled broadly, offering no explanation. The others around them chuckled, all picking up on the teasing tone in Luo Biao's words. It was evident that Luo Biao had a knack for winning people over. Hey, why did you leave early after yesterday's match? A moment later, Luo Biao effortlessly shifted the topic. A mysterious expression, one only men could comprehend, crossed his face. A few bosses are quite interested in you and have asked for your contact information. Ha ha ha, should I give it to them or not? Ling Zihan took a deep drag from the cigarette, savoring the rush of nicotine as it surged through his lungs, stimulating his nerves and wreaking havoc on his biological tissues. He thoroughly enjoyed this experience, his eyes narrowing slightly. Thank you for your concern, Brother Biao. However, such matters depend on the individual. Several individuals clad in black leather jackets stood nearby, their attention riveted on the conversation between Luo Biao and Ling Zihan. All of them were seasoned individuals. Many matters could be inferred from merely the beginning of a dialogue. Their faces were a blend of lewdness and ferocity, interspersed with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Perhaps feeling a bit warm, Luo Biao unzipped his leather jacket, revealing a chest adorned with dense black hair. He sat up straight, leaning forward with his left arm resting on his left knee, disdainfully rasping, I didn't see that coming. You, my friend, are surprisingly discerning. Do you think those who come to the gym to watch matches are all saints? Do you believe that the women who can afford to spend money here are all stunning beauties? Beside him, a henchman leaned closer and chuckled. Biao speaks the truth. The women who come to watch fights here are all wealthy, but they are either divorced or unable to find suitable men outside. Another henchman immediately interrupted. Nonsense. With money, what kind of man can't they find? All right, I misspoke, the first henchman quickly amended. What I meant to say is that only the men who can step onto the boxing ring are the ones they truly admire. Enough. Let's not interrupt. I'm discussing serious matters with Xiaoling. Luo Biao cast an irritated glance around, prompting everyone to fall silent. He shifted his focus back to Ling Zihan, adopting a more serious demeanor. Here's the deal. Let me be clear, I'm not joking. There are indeed a few women interested in you. Luo Biao counted on his fingers for Ling Zihan. There are 3 in total, all women. One is named Lu Yuqin. She is the most attractive among the female patrons of our Hangwei gym. Of course, beauty is subjective, as long as one is willing to spend money on cosmetic enhancements. Turning a sow into a beauty is no problem. The second is Yang Yaya. Her name sounds like that of a little girl, but she is actually over 50. She's a real wealthy woman. I pride myself on never speaking ill of others behind their backs. After the match, don't leave right away. I'll introduce you to Yang Yaya. Whether you accept or not is entirely up to you. The last woman's surname is Sang. I don't know her full name. People in the business refer to her as Sister Sang. She has expressed interest in you, but the specifics are for you two to discuss privately. Ling Zihan nodded slightly, the smoke curling upwards with his movement. In truth, he was already mentally prepared for what Luo Biao had said. This was an open yet dark world. The internet's impact on humanity encompassed not only the exchange of information but also changes in knowledge absorption and personal logical thinking. Ling Zihan held a neutral stance towards intimate encounters between men and women, neither rejecting nor proactively seeking them. He understood the vast discrepancies between outward appearances and actual ages. After all, throughout history, the wealthy have been able to purchase most of what they desire, including love. After contemplating for less than 10 seconds, Ling Zihan quickly made his decision. He discarded the nearly finished cigarette and flashed a bright smile at Luo Biao. Thank you, Biao Ge. I'll follow your lead. As soon as he uttered these words, he noticed the surrounding henchmen regarding him with newfound respect. Their expressions ranged from surprise to disbelief, but most bore a hint of schadenfreude. Luo Biao's face was animated, his smile stretching from corner to corner, revealing a set of yellowed teeth ravaged by alcohol and nicotine. He gave Ling Zihan a thumbs up. I knew you were a clever one. Haha. I didn't misjudge you. After the match, don't leave. I'll introduce you one by one. At 10:30, the match commenced punctually. Today's opponent was the Hellish Tiger, whose skill level matched that of yesterday's Hellish Ghost. As a necessary guise, Ling Zihan intentionally allowed his opponent to land 2 punches on him. After the premeditated maneuver, his fingers were knocked aside. But he seized the opportunity to swiftly twist his opponent's knee, following up with a series of elegant elbow strikes that rendered the opponent incapacitated. Without any suspense, he effortlessly secured victory in this round. After stepping down from the boxing arena, Luo Biao, who had been waiting in the corridor, promptly approached and led Ling Zihan to a small room adjacent to the lounge. A middle-aged woman, adorned in a classical black gown reminiscent of a bygone European era, sat in a chair. She appeared to be around 40, her slightly wrinkled face devoid of any smile. Although the gown was simple, it was made of luxurious fabric. Luo Biao's demeanor shifted. He seemed somewhat apprehensive in the presence of this coldly imposing figure. Sister Sang, this is Xiaoling, Ling Zihan. Xiaoling, this is Sister Sang. After a brief introduction, Luo Biao bowed slightly towards the black-clad woman, his smile more ingratiating than the one he had shown Ling Zihan, almost bending over as he retreated from the room. The atmosphere within the room thickened with silence. The black-clad matron broke the stillness first. "I watched your match. You performed well yesterday." Ling Zihan nodded. "Thank you." He was utterly perplexed by her demeanor and expectations. However, one thing was certain. The woman known as Sister Sang was vastly different from the desires Luo Biao had previously described. Since entering the room, Ling Zihan had detected no hint of hormonal interest in her expression or gaze. The black-clad matron opened her handbag, retrieving 3 silver coins, placing them delicately on the coffee table before pushing them towards Ling Zihan. "Yesterday was your first match, but you left immediately afterward, so you didn't receive my reward." As she spoke, she raised her right index finger, then retracted it, only to raise both her index and middle fingers again. "This is the reward for yesterday and today." Ling Zihan's eyes twitched slightly, and he involuntarily gasped. He suddenly recalled a post he had seen long ago on the internet, which spoke of a mysterious benefactor in the city who rewarded victorious boxers, though their identity remained unknown, as did their gender. "If you win again tomorrow, I will double your reward." Her tone was monotone and devoid of emotion. She then stood, casting a commanding gaze at Ling Zihan. "Take the money." Remembering her authoritative tone, Ling Zihan complied without wanting to stir trouble, pocketing the silver coins that were on the table. The black-clad matron spared him another glance, turning to leave as she opened the door. Luo Biao had been waiting outside. Watching the matron's silhouette vanish at the corridor's end, he stepped back into the room, clapping Ling Zihan on the shoulder with a low chuckle. "That woman is quite the character, isn't she? Honestly, I don't fancy that sour face either." Ling Zihan spread his hands, revealing the 3 silver coins he held, his expression innocent and genuine like that of a child. "Biao Go, she gave me this. But she didn't make any demands." Luo Biao clearly understood the black matron's rules. He was pleased with Ling Zihan's transparency. "If she gives it to you, keep it. Just stay here for a moment. I'll bring in the second woman." Chapter 30. The great and novice Ling Zihan was certainly not a fool who would readily part with every penny in his pocket. Luo Biao was a local big shot. Even if he took all 3 silver coins, Ling Zihan would have accepted it. After all, the black-clad matron had previously indicated, as long as he continued to win in the boxing matches, he would receive double the reward. That signified 4 silver coins. Ling Zihan reflected profoundly on this. Only those who have spent time in the wilderness truly understand the essence of poverty. The reason one cannot even satisfy their hunger is due to the inability to cultivate crops in the wilderness. Although cassava yields a high output, not everyone can partake in its generous harvest. The significance and costliness of indoor cultivation systems lie in their ability to produce essential and crucial special light sources for crop production. An old saying from bygone times states, "All growth relies on the sun." The dark and frigid underground world lacks natural light. The term sun is a distant and unfamiliar concept for the inhabitants of the underground. It is a privilege reserved for those above ground. In the bustling city, a single silver horn can purchase 10 portions or even more of cassava cookies. However, in the wilderness, particularly during special times, a single cassava cookie can be exchanged for a silver dollar. In stark contrast, Ling Zihan felt that the reward from the dark-clad noblewoman seemed somewhat too hot to handle. A few minutes later, Luo Biao brought in a second middle-aged woman. She was Lu Yuqin. "Mrs. Lu, this is Ling Zihan. I will step out. You may converse." Luo Biao's demeanor now resembled that of a pimp. Lu Yuqin appeared youthful, her delicate beauty hinting at maturity, possibly in her late 20s to early 30s. Estimating a woman's age in this era is quite a challenge. One can never truly discern whether the woman beneath the bionic skin is a young maiden or an elderly matron. However, one thing is certain. A 99-year-old woman will always possess the heart of an 18-year-old girl. Moreover, Luo Biao had previously mentioned that those interested in Ling Zihan were predominantly middle-aged women. Lu Yuqin's words were similar to those of the dark-clad noblewoman, though her offered reward was lesser. According to her, since Ling Zihan won yesterday, she would provide 1 silver dollar. Today's boxing match also resulted in victory, but the reward remained at 1 silver dollar, with no doubling. After placing the money down, she left without leaving any contact information or making any demands. The third middle-aged woman Luo Biao introduced was quite plump, exactly as he had described, appearing to weigh at least 200 kilograms. If she were a mechanical modification, her intent in forsaking the feminine form would be highly suspicious. "This is Manager Yang Yaya. This is Ling Zihan. You may converse." Yang Yaya spoke candidly, offering Ling Zihan a few compliments. Her reward method mirrored that of the dark-clad noblewoman, promising that if Ling Zihan won again tomorrow, the reward would double. Leaving behind 3 silver coins before departing, Luo Biao re-entered the room alone, holding a heavy pouch of coins. "This is for today." He seated himself on the opposite chair, placing the pouch on the tea table, and gazed at Ling Zihan with a cunning look, asking with a smirk, "How do you feel? Are these women not enticing?" Ling Zihan did not conceal her thoughts, directly asking, "Brother Biao, I have no prior connections with them, so why are they giving me money? How would I know?" Luo Biao shrugged, adopting an indifferent stance. Such individuals frequently appear in the boxing arena, both men and women. Perhaps they have ample money and enjoy throwing it around. Ling Zihan could tell this was a dismissive response. She stood up, grabbed the pouch of coins from the table, pulled out a handful of silver coins and silver horns, and boldly approached Luo Biao, placing the money in his hands, sincerely stating, "Brother Biao, I am young and inexperienced. I truly feel uneasy taking this money. Please, be magnanimous and guide me." In truth, Luo Biao was deliberately putting on airs to gauge Ling Zihan's reaction. After toying with the round coins in his hand, he finally set aside his mocking smile and said earnestly, "This matter is not as complicated as you imagine. The reason these women are willing to give money is that the so-called rewards are merely words. They seek something from you." Ling Zihan furrowed her brow, perplexed. "What could they possibly want from me?" "There are many things you could do," Luo Biao explained. "For instance, you could accompany them to bed. Though it may sound unseemly. Think about it. Spending money to buy companionship is akin to purchasing food. The difference lies in the nature of their needs. One is hunger, the other desire for a man." Ling Zihan's frown remained. If it were truly for that, why haven't they said anything? Luo Biao scoffed. "Do you think these women would behave like the impoverished souls you encounter in the wilderness? Even if they are interested, they wouldn't just throw money at you to undress immediately. Such matters require taste and mood. It's about reeling in a big catch over time. Some things I cannot say outright. You'll have to grasp them gradually." As he spoke, Luo Biao reached out and pinched Ling Zihan's bulging left arm. "You won money yesterday, and today you've equipped yourself with a set of bionic muscles. See, this is the advantage of having money. The technician informed me that your strength has increased by 3% compared to yesterday. Clearly, you hesitated to spend, opting for a set of discarded goods. Those who come to the boxing arena do so for monetary gain. I believe that as long as you can earn money, and as long as it's not morally reprehensible, anything goes. You're still young, and your fresh face is clearly untouched. That's why these aunts and older women are willing to invest in you. Do you think they have money to burn? But since they've already made requests, you must comply." Luo Biao paused, gazing at Ling Zihan with a complex expression filled with life's philosophy. "I was merely joking with you earlier. The notion of accompanying them to bed was entirely my fabrication. I have managed this place for many years, and while the boxers may not number in the thousands, there are at least 700 or 800. You're quite the fighter and understand the rules, so I am willing to offer you some advice. Focus on boxing, and I will arrange for you to face some easier opponents to quickly ascend to the rank of a bronze fighter." Ling Zihan was filled with admiration and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Biao." Yet, she did not believe a single word of what he had said. Every morning, the electronic timer signaled the crowing of roosters and the evening croaking of frogs. 9 days passed. Ling Zihan had won 9 consecutive matches. On the 10th day, he arose early and concocted a flimsy excuse to request leave from Zhao Dong'ang, who consented but deducted 1 silver horn from his wages. Ling Zihan proceeded directly to the exclusive stores set up by Shinjun Industrial in the district. The mechanical clerk, with their rigid rubber face, did not spark any attraction in Ling Zihan. He placed the pouch filled with gold and silver coins on the counter and made his request. "I would like a set of class and neonatal body enhancement components." The mechanical clerk emitted a melodic electronic synthetic voice. "Esteemed guest, the requested items include the Hongda 3 mechanical arm, a set of level 4 ultra-high-tension steel mechanical legs, the Xinglock 2 chip along with corresponding standard components, and a set of new non-Fu high-energy batteries, totaling $5 gold. Would you prefer to pay in full or through a bank loan?" Ling Zihan untied the pouch. "I will pay in cash." The mechanical clerk continued. "Would you like to pick up the items now, or would you prefer to enjoy complimentary installation services at our store?" Complimentary installation. Ling Zihan believed he should not miss anything that was free. At 8 in the evening, Ling Zihan arrived at Hangwei Boxing Gym as usual. His consecutive victories over the past 9 days had made him a familiar face and a local celebrity. His name was now featured on the promotional display in the hall, with a 1.5-minute fighting video playing on a loop, showcasing the formidable reputation of the wild hyenas, their names glowing and striking red on the screen, exuding an overwhelming presence. The fierce black-clad enforcers also changed their demeanor towards Ling Zihan, their faces now adorned with smiles. As per the rules, an application form must be filled out for the boxing matches each day. The young woman seated at the central counter greeted Ling Zihan with a smile, her figure accentuated by a snug jacket that concealed 3 voluptuous curves. The radiation had altered not only the physicality of humanity but also the intricacies of logical reasoning. While 2 curves were deemed standard, there existed a preference for 3, 4, or even more. Ling Zihan found himself quite impressed by her, for while many handsome men existed, few possessed the prowess to match. With a smile, he completed the form and presented it to her with the requisite decorum. As she accepted the document and prepared to stamp it with the gym's seal, her gaze fell upon the application's power level section, where the words class a newborn were inscribed. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively gasped, questioning whether there had been a mistake. Is this filled out incorrectly? You previously declared yourself as a Class C newborn. How is it now? Ling Zihan interjected with a smile. Indeed, that was the case before. I just underwent a transformation surgery today, and I am now a Class A newborn. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the receptionist's face, and the gym's attendants fell into a hushed silence. After a prolonged pause, a man who appeared to be their leader stepped forward, fixing Ling Zihan with a steely glare. You are not adhering to the rules, kid. Ling Zihan countered earnestly. In what way am I not following the rules? The man jabbed a finger forcefully into his shoulder. Sneering, you should discuss that with Brother Biao. Chapter 31. The gym owner. Moments later, in the gym's lounge, Luo Biao fixated on Ling Zihan with a chilling gaze. Why did you choose to upgrade at this moment? Tonight is your 10th match, and you opt to enhance your abilities now? Do you understand that I have been preparing for this for days? The promotional posters have already been distributed, and many patrons have placed their bets in advance. What am I to do now? Luo Biao's ire escalated, and as he uttered the words what to do, his rage exploded. And he slammed his fist down onto the steel coffee table, reducing the lifeless object to a heap of scrap. His frustrations were rooted in reality. According to the gym's standard protocol, any fighter achieving 10 consecutive victories would ascend to a higher rank: bronze, black iron, silver, gold, and diamond. Generally, the 10th match, being the final contest of the promotion series, would be arranged based on the fighter's prowess and the bets placed by spectators. The outcome of such matches typically led to either victory or defeat. During these times, the gym would set special red bets, with odds reaching 1 to 3 or even higher to entice patrons. This business strategy harked back to the casinos of a bygone era. In essence, the gym was prepared for 2 scenarios. If patrons wager heavily on the 9th victorious fighter, a strong contender would be assigned to eliminate them in the promotion match. Conversely, a weaker fighter would be designated to allow them to progress. Profits were paramount, and human life held little value. This was a closely guarded secret among all gyms. So the emergence of a 9-win fighter always signified a high-stakes gamble. Ling Zihan's defense was cogent. I cannot guarantee victory in tonight's 10th match. I do not wish to perish. No one informed me that I could not upgrade during consecutive matches. I have not violated any rules. Luo Biao opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the Hungwei gym had no such stipulation. However, rules are inflexible, whereas people are not. For many years, there had never been a precedent of a 9-win fighter suddenly upgrading before their 10th match, as everyone was acutely aware that winning this match not only meant promotion, but also a substantial monetary reward, tenfold that of the previous 9 matches. Choosing to upgrade at this juncture would inevitably diminish the prize by at least 2/3. Confronted by the fierce and unfriendly gym attendants, as well as the furious Luo Biao, Ling Zihan reiterated his earlier statement. I do not wish to die. I arrived earlier than usual today specifically to clarify this matter, so that you would be prepared. Luo Biao refrained from arguing. Leaning his right hand against his stubbled chin, he fell into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he raised his head, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. This matter exceeds my authority. It must be reported to the gym owner for her determination. The owner's office was situated on the 3rd floor of the gym. Luo Biao led Ling Zihan to a door located in the center of the corridor. The floor was carpeted, and the walls and door were elegantly adorned, with 5 ceiling lights illuminating the 20-meter corridor, an extravagant use of energy and light that Ling Zihan viewed as excessive. Nevertheless, he understood that when wealth reached a certain threshold, all extravagance and waste became commonplace. Luo Biao tempered his usual brazen demeanor, standing at the door and swiftly transforming from a ravenous beast into a timid kitten within a matter of seconds. He raised his right hand, exhibiting an extreme caution that seemed almost comical, and gently knocked 3 times on the door. Come in. The voice emanating from within was melodious, tinged with a hint of feminine languor. As Luo Biao pushed the door open, Ling Zihan felt as though he had stepped into a radiant expanse, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the focal point ahead, accompanied by a slight discomfort that compelled him to avert his eyes. Yet an insatiable urge from within urged him to maintain his gaze. Seated behind a large, dark wooden desk was a young woman. Her finely crafted face glowed with a rosy hue, and her long, elegantly curled eyelashes were evidently well maintained. The subtle lavender eyeshadow accentuated her captivating gaze, which bore an enchanting mystery. Her straight nose and beautifully contoured lips, adorned with a glossy sheen, complemented her delicate and seemingly translucent skin. Her silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, partially obscuring the edges of her low-cut sheer jacket, creating a striking contrast with her exceptionally fair and voluptuous figure. Ling Zihan felt momentarily entranced. He swiftly regained his composure, shaking off the initial surprise. He had encountered this woman's photograph on public networks before Su Xiaoxiao, the owner of the Hengwei Gym. In person, she surpassed her pictures in beauty, both in appearance and overall aura, eclipsing even Zhang Xiaowei. Luo Biao stepped forward briskly, positioning himself behind the desk, and leaned in closely to Su Xiaoxiao, whispering in a hushed tone. She listened intently, her expression remaining largely unchanged. Habitually, Luo Biao recounted the entire sequence of events. Su Xiaoxiao exhibited remarkable patience, allowing him to finish without interruption. Once he concluded, she stepped back a few paces, standing silently to the side like a loyal hound awaiting further commands. Su Xiaoxiao activated the computer screen on her desk, swiftly locating Ling Zihan's pertinent information. You are classified as a bronze-level fighter, officially registered and tested as a Class C newborn. From June 11th to June 19th, you have achieved 9 consecutive victories. And today marks the 10th match. Is that correct? Her bright eyes sparkled, and even the simplest gestures exuded a unique charm that captivated numerous men. Indeed, Ling Zihan confirmed, not denying the facts. Su Xiaoxiao continued, the 10th match is a promotion match. According to gym regulations, the rewards for a promotion match are at least 3 times that of regular matches. Your prior performance was commendable, and Luo Biao has been nurturing you as a prospective candidate. Why did you choose to upgrade precisely at this critical juncture? Do not mention rules. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao's gaze turned icy, emanating an intense and formidable aura. The concept of fairness holds significant weight at Hengwei Gym. We never coerce others into fighting, nor do we intentionally set traps to undermine our fighters during matches. If, hypothetically, you had informed us in advance, agreeing to fight only 9 matches and postpone the 10th, or delay the 10th match, everything could have been negotiated. Do not speak to me of fear of death. Since you have come to the boxing gym, your primary motivation must surely be monetary gain. I am aware that you have earned a considerable sum in recent days, otherwise, you would not have undergone modifications and upgrades, easily transforming into a grade A novice fighter. She did not attempt to conceal her mocking tone. Having reaped the benefits, you wish to flee. But it will not be so simple. You must fight in the 10th match today. Luo Biao, instruct the others to prepare. We shall proceed with the implantation of components immediately, dismantling all of his grade A parts, entering the ring as a grade C novice fighter. Are you not afraid of death? I offer you an opportunity. Step into the ring and fight honestly, and you may not meet your demise. However, should you refuse, I will sever your head, gouge out your eyes, extract your brain, and finally cleanse your skull to adorn the wall as decoration. Her demeanor was exceptionally fierce, devoid of the gentleness one would expect from a woman of such exquisite beauty at her age. Ling Zihan maintained a composed expression, locking eyes with her for 2 seconds. He remained silent, merely retrieving an item from his inner pocket and placing it on the table with deliberate calmness. It was the letter of recommendation given to him by Zhongjun. Su Xiaoxiao and Luo Biao were utterly perplexed by his intentions, both furrowing their brows in unison. After a moment, Su Xiaoxiao reached for the letter, opening it. The instant her gaze met the contents of the paper, she instinctively parted her exquisitely shaped lips, emitting a sound of surprise. She read with remarkable speed, finishing in less than 10 seconds. As she set the letter down, Su Xiaoxiao found herself ensnared in a dilemma of choices. The content of the letter was straightforward. Zhang Jun spoke highly of Ling Zihan, asserting that he was an exceptionally talented young man, or else he would not have recommended him. The distinction between a letter of recommendation and a letter of introduction lies in the former's broader applicability, while the latter is far more specific and directed in particular contexts. Su Xiaoxiao pressed her left temple, not due to a headache, but rather because she suddenly perceived the complexity of the situation. Ling Zihan stood tall, arms crossed before him, articulating each word with clarity. I am a friend of Brother Zhong. I am aware of that, Su Xiaoxiao replied, her expression and tone decidedly unfriendly. After a moment's reflection, she abandoned the pleasantries she had nearly prepared and asked directly, with evident displeasure. If you possess Zhong Jun's letter of recommendation, why did you not present it upon your arrival at the gym? Ling Zihan answered with startling straightforwardness. I feared that Zhong Jun would betray me. Su Xiaoxiao and Luo Biao widened their eyes in unison, the logic of his reasoning seemingly sound. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, incredulous. Did you not just claim that you and Zhong Jun are friends? Friends can betray friends. Ling Zihan replied with an innocent visage and utmost seriousness. I am alone in Luyun City, and I merely wish to earn a living based on my own merits. Moreover, if Zhong Jun deceives me, and I cannot find him upon arriving at the gym, I would not only be ridiculed, but perhaps also beaten. Su Xiaoxiao continued to shake her head. You are overthinking this. Zhong Jun is not that kind of person. It is uncertain, Ling Zihan countered, shaking his head as well. If Brother Zhong truly held deep affection for you, he could have sent you an email rather than having me deliver this letter of recommendation. Thus, when I first arrived in the city, I dared not approach you directly and instead sought employment in the slums. The employer claimed to provide food and shelter, offering me 15 silver coins a month, deducting 5 silver coins for meals. Luo Biao, who was listening nearby, gasped in shock. Only 10 silver coins? That seems rather exploitative. Ling Zihan wore a look of deep despair, his handsome features accentuating the helplessness and fear that Su Xiaoxiao and Luo Biao could not help but perceive. I simply cannot place all my hopes on this letter of recommendation. I must first secure stable employment. I understand that the income of a boxer can be substantial, but I am uncertain if my skills are sufficient to qualify. Luo Biao understood this all too well. Thus, when you came to box, the application form indicated a regular match. Su Xiaoxiao leaned back, furrowing her brow as she regarded Ling Zihan with an icy gaze. Her perception of him had plummeted, nearing an absolute zero. The letter of recommendation from Zhong Jun had not enhanced his standing in her eyes. She merely viewed it as evidence that Zhong Jun knew Ling Zihan and that they shared a cordial relationship, nothing more. Enough, I will not make things difficult for you. Since you have reservations and do not wish to fight in the 10th match, so be it, Su Xiaoxiao declared, activating her computer screen. Time was of the essence, and she needed to find a suitable fighter to fill the slot quickly. Suddenly, Ling Zihan smiled. I am willing. Su Xiaoxiao looked up, taken aback. What did you say? Luo Biao also felt he might have misheard. What did you just say? I said I am willing. Ling Zihan clarified with clear enunciation. I am willing to fight in the 10th match as a grade C novice fighter. Although Su Xiaoxiao was internally astonished, her expression betrayed none of it. Were you not refusing until now? Why the change of heart? Because Brother Zhang did not deceive me. His acknowledgement of you renders my previous worries and concerns seem superfluous. Ling Zihan's explanation was reasonable. Su Xiaoxiao's mood lightened slightly. A fleeting sense of hope flickered in her mind for less than a second, only to be utterly shattered by Ling Zihan's subsequent words. I have 2 requests that I hope you will fulfill. A shadow once again darkened Su Xiaoxiao's exquisitely beautiful face. Speak. She swore that had it not been for Zhong Jun's favor, she would have ordered Luo Biao to take Ling Zihan's head right then and there. I wish to become a licensed fighter at Hengwei Boxing Gym. This was Ling Zihan's first request. Fighters are categorized into licensed and street fighters. The former denotes professionalism and affiliation with Hengwei Boxing Gym, while the latter implies the freedom to work in any gym without restriction. Surprise spread across Su Xiaoxiao and Luo Biao's faces as they exchanged glances, each reflecting profound confusion. Why? Luo Biao inquired, perplexed. Ling Zihan spread his hands. I need money. This rationale was simple yet compelling. Su Xiaoxiao's furrowed brow showed no sign of easing, yet she sensed no malice from Ling Zihan. Very well. Once you complete today's match, I will have someone update your information. Ling Zihan continued. The second request is that I would like you to assist me by providing a letter of recommendation to join the Qilong Corps. Luo Biao was about to speak when he noticed Su Xiaoxiao raising her right hand, signaling him to remain silent. No one uttered a word, and the room fell into silence. After several seconds, Su Xiaoxiao swept her long hair back and responded decisively. Very well, I agree to your request. Chapter 32. The disappearing memories. Ling Zihan is a man of calculated action. His time residing in Yazi town has not been brief. A year? 6 months? Or perhaps a year and a half? This question may seem peculiar, and it must be answered solely by Ling Zihan himself. However, he is devoid of any concept of time, feeling as though fragments of memory have inexplicably faded, rendering him unable to ascertain the precise duration of his stay in Yazi town. This conundrum has lingered in Ling Zihan's mind for quite some time. He dared not inquire of Liao Qiu. Initially, he merely sensed that Liao Qiu's situation was likely akin to his own, suspecting that he would be hard-pressed to obtain an answer from him. Over time, this feeling has grown more pronounced, though lacking evidence. Ling Zihan is acutely aware that Liao Qiu cannot possibly know the exact answer. What is more troubling is that should he ask, it could trigger a series of unforeseeable consequences. Such matters may seem absurd to others, who might even perceive Ling Zihan as intentionally crafting an air of mystery. In truth, Ling Zihan would willingly swear on everything precious in his life that he speaks no falsehood, that he is not feigning mystery. Rather, he is genuinely filled with trepidation towards this terrifying world. 6 months and 11 days ago, Ling Zihan began to contemplate the origins of his residency in Yazi town. He recalled his days of wandering in the wilderness, where he had repelled a swarm of sawtooth rats with a modified long knife. He remembered countless faces, both familiar and oddly alien, men, women, the elderly, and children, all expressing a spectrum of emotions, from cries to smiles. Some were dismembered, juxtaposed with tender scenes of familial life. He even caught glimpses of peculiar scenes linked to the terrestrial world, though most specifics had faded from his memory, leaving only vivid impressions of bright light and a sun reputed to emanate warmth and radiance. Fragmented memories surged and ebbed in Ling Zihan's mind, and as he oscillated between dreams and deep reflection, he ultimately realized that his efforts to dredge them up were in vain. More alarmingly, Ling Zihan discovered that Liao Qiu's situation mirrored his own. He could not recall when he first encountered Liao Qiu or how they became inseparable friends. Liao Qiu's origins remained an enigma, as if he had materialized out of thin air. For a time, Ling Zihan suspected he might be losing his sanity. He feigned illness to send Liao Qiu out hunting, while he endured a long 17 hours steeped in solitude and dread. Ling Zihan needed solitude to think. He was uncertain whether his reflections would yield genuine answers, yet he felt this was the most logical explanation. He had lost a part of his memory. Perhaps he was ill with Alzheimer's, commonly known as senile dementia. One thing he could ascertain was that Liao Qiu was indeed a true confidant, someone with whom he could entrust everything. These thoughts were peculiar. Ling Zihan struggled to find evidence to substantiate them, yet he felt them to be true. Yazi Town struck him as an exceedingly frightening place, rife with an anomalously intense magnetic field, potentially toxic substances in the air or water, and food that might be laced with hallucinogens or impurities. From that moment, he harbored the desire to leave, nay, to escape Yazi Town. Regardless of whether he had stumbled upon that tattered coat in the rubbish heap or unwittingly consumed that mysterious jerky, Ling Zihan resolved to depart once he had amassed 10 silver horns. His decision to leave Liao Qiu behind to manage the 3 major gangs in Yazi Town, after his own powers surged and he became an extraordinary being, was likewise the result of careful contemplation. If Yazi Town truly harbored some concealed mystery, observing whether Liao Qiu would undergo illogical changes in 6 months could offer some insights. Ling Zihan felt uncertain, yet a faint conviction lingered within him that such changes would likely be positive, steering Liao Qiu toward a beneficial path. Yet again, he was confronted with an unsettling and unfathomable mystery. Ling Zihan set a provisional timeline for his departure, 6 months. He needed to accumulate sufficient funds within this time frame. Sufficient would not suffice. He required in abundance. However, on the eve of his anticipated departure from Yazi Town, he was horrified to discover that the situation had deteriorated further. The subconscious questions plaguing him had expanded beyond merely how long he had been in Yazi Town to encompass an entirely new query. Who were my parents? These inquiries, seemingly mundane and lacking in peculiarity to the average person, bore a weight of existential torment for Ling Zihan, intensifying to the point of inducing genuine headaches. On that fateful night before his departure, he summoned immense willpower and endurance to suppress these harrowing thoughts, striving with every ounce of strength to purge his mind of all aberrant notions. Returning to his earlier reflections, Ling Zihan was a man of deliberation. His plans to journey to Luoyan City and his long-term aspirations had been meticulously crafted long ago. Apologies for not recalling precisely how long ago. That too was a terrifying aspect of time. Perhaps he once possessed a clear answer, but it had since slipped from his grasp. He retained the crux of his plan, to join the Qilong Corps. This appeared a simple yet daunting objective. The Qilong Corps was said to be a continuation of the armies from a bygone era, a cohesive yet loosely structured organization that never disclosed personnel or equipment details, yet stood unrivaled in strength among all factions in the dark underworld. Ling Zihan had always perceived Yazi Town as an exceedingly strange locale. Despite his favorable impression of Zhong Jun and their amicable rapport, he could not, nor would not, extend absolute trust without certainty. However, he required Zhong Jun's recommendation letter. The Qilong Corps did not accept individuals of ambiguous origins. Their criterion for recruitment was singular. One must possess formal city residency. In the old days, this could only be resolved through the local police station. Now, myriad avenues existed, with Hangwei Boxing Gym being one. The gym welcomed any fighter willing to compete, as they contributed to its revenue. No identification was necessary to step into the ring, whether for a single match or 10. Fighters motivated solely by monetary gain were termed wild fighters, while those under the gym's management, contracted and scheduled to compete, were known as licensed fighters. Provided the gym issued relevant documentation affirming a fighter's contract and licensing, the Qilong Corps would regard them as city residents and approve their membership. Not just anyone could join the gym, for the fighters bore the risk of life and death once they entered the ring. Any unfortunate incidents could implicate the related entities of the old era, involving personnel classified as either formal employees or temporary workers. In truth, becoming a licensed fighter was not as insurmountable as one might imagine. As long as Ling Zihan participated regularly at Hungwei Boxing Gym and maintained his amicable relationship with Luo Biao, he could likely submit an application to become a licensed fighter after a year and pass the evaluation. Yet Ling Zihan was unwilling to wait that long. He feared that one day he might again be gripped by an inexplicable dread regarding his duration of residence in Luyun City. His uncertainty regarding Zhongjun precluded him from seeking out Su Xiaoxiao upon his arrival in the city. As he had previously mused, what if Zhongjun sold him out? Thus, he opted to first engage in 9 matches, uncertain of the specific speed at which he could earn money from the fights. His admission of working at Zhao Dongyang's grocery store hinted at his financial struggles, a weakness he openly displayed as a means of self-protection. Winning 9 consecutive matches would suffice to demonstrate his prowess, although the registration indicated his strength as a level C novice. Ling Zihan was acutely aware that not just anyone could achieve 9 victories in a row. It signified his extensive combat experience and fighting skills. As the gym owner, Su Xiaoxiao would likely lean in his favor when it came to decisions involving profit and loss. With sufficient funds, modifying and enhancing his abilities would merely require a word. Yet experience and combat skills could not be acquired through implanted chips. One undeniable truth emerged. The speed at which he generated income through fighting far exceeded Ling Zihan's expectations. In a mere 9 days, he had accrued an impressive fortune of approximately 6 gold coins. Presenting himself as a fully modified level A novice before Luo Biao was merely a statement of intent, and he hoped Luo Biao would accompany him to meet Su Xiaoxiao. At that moment, revealing the recommendation letter would yield the maximum impact. Seeking assistance and then, upon reaching a certain height, turning the tables to ask, "Do you need me?" These are 2 entirely distinct concepts, and the perception of one's worth by others, along with the accompanying psychological trade-offs, diverges significantly. Of course, one cannot make absolute statements. Ling Zihan was aware that he had violated the unspoken rules of the boxing gym. So he proactively offered to compete in the 10th match with the strength of a novice C-level fighter. He successfully obtained a recommendation letter to join the Qinglong Legion and earned the status of a licensed fighter at Hungwei Boxing Gym. Ultimately, he was granted the opportunity to fight in the 10th match as a novice C-level fighter. Ling Zihan never overlooked any chance to earn money. He was confident in his ability to win. Pocketing the recommendation letter signed by Su Xiaoxiao and stamped by the gym, he followed Luo Biao out of the gym owner's office when a sudden, terrifying thought resurfaced. Who are my parents? He had suppressed this question for a long time, unwilling and afraid to confront it. Su Xiaoxiao's astonishing beauty stirred within him a fleeting, common fantasy that inevitably morphed into an illusion of intimacy, followed by an indescribable love. The dreams of family and children, these thoughts were inescapable. A throbbing headache ensued. Luo Biao led Ling Zihan to the mechanical modification workshop located on the 3rd basement level of the gym, where various models of modification parts were displayed. Among them, the most striking was a multifunctional mechanical leg of the Dongfeng 225 model, one of the powerful B-level enhancement components. Luo Biao gestured towards the assembly workbench ahead, glancing back at Ling Zihan, and coldly commanded, "Lie down." His goodwill towards Ling Zihan had completely evaporated. Luo Biao felt deceived, even betrayed. This wretched young man was exceedingly cunning, had it not been for the time constraints with Ling Zihan set to compete immediately after the modifications. Luo Biao would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson with a fist. Ling Zihan bowed his head, pressing his left hand firmly against his temple, letting out a low groan. The pain radiating from his head was so intense it felt as if a dull blade were mercilessly slicing through flesh. He could not comprehend why such a simple thought could evoke such dreadful agony. From Luo Biao's perspective, Ling Zihan's gesture appeared as an attempt to hide his face. Disdainfully, he spat on the floor and pointed at the workbench, barking, "Don't play games with me. Since you've come here, it's too late to have second thoughts. Time is short. And the task is urgent. Get on there now, or I'll disassemble you into pieces." Ling Zihan gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort and excruciating pain, and staggered onto the workbench, lying back against the ceiling. Drills and screwdrivers busily worked on his body, and as screws were removed one by one, his arms and legs were taken off, replaced by a set of outdated C-level novice components, devoid of bionic skin, with over 50% of their waterproof varnish peeling off. Luo Biao grabbed Ling Zihan by the shoulders and hoisted him off the workbench, his coarse features twisted into a menacing expression. "How does it feel?" This question held 2 meanings. One was excitement and satisfaction, watching an A-level novice being forcibly stripped of components, resulting in a loss of strength akin to a wealthy heir being stripped and thrown into a slum. Delightful, indeed. The second was inquiring about Ling Zihan's experience post-modification. After all, the temporary components differed greatly from his accustomed original parts. Without adequate coordination and adaptability, his combat effectiveness would be significantly compromised. Tonight, Ling Zihan was set to face the hellish mad demon, and given that it was the 10th match, the odds set by the gym were 1-3 and 1-0. 8. The hellish mad demon was a black iron fighter, while Ling Zihan was merely bronze. According to computer statistics, the total amount wagered on Ling Zihan had already exceeded 1,900 gold coins before 8 o'clock this evening. The total amount wagered on the hellish mad demon surpassed 2,000 gold coins. Regular gamblers were astute. While a 3-to-1 payout seemed generous, the odds of winning were slim. It was akin to the national football team in the old era facing off against Vietnam, where all indicators and data suggested a guaranteed victory for the national team. Yet, no one could deny the possibility of a sudden surge from the underdog, Vietnam, becoming an unexpected dark horse. Chapter 33, Borrowing Money. Ling Zihan gritted his teeth against the discomfort, striving to clear his mind and expel those dreadful thoughts. Feeling slightly better, the pain had lessened but remained. He glanced at his electronic watch. 45 minutes remained until the match began. Taking a deep breath, he stepped down from the workbench, gesturing towards the scattered body parts on the metal rack before turning to Wang Biao. Brother Biao, are these parts worth anything? Luo Biao regarded him with a puzzled expression. His tone unfriendly. What do you mean? These parts cost me 5 gold coins. They're all new, mine. Even if temporarily removed, they still hold that value. Ling Zihan's eyes sparkled with an insatiable fervor and obsession for money. Can I place a bid of 5 gold coins against myself using this set of A-level parts? Luo Biao's eyes widened in surprise, quickly shifting to a fierce, mocking glare. What, do you think you can win? Ling Zihan raised his left hand to alleviate the pain while instinctively smiling, a gesture that lent him an air of youthful innocence. I need the money. I want to give it a try. Of course, Luo Biao burst into raucous laughter. Win? Win my ass. Do you think the boxing gym is a charity? Luo Biao harbored an overwhelming admiration for Su Xiaoxiao. This seemingly delicate beauty had single-handedly established a boxing gym in Luoyang City, a feat akin to competing for food amidst a horde of mutated beasts. The gym supported many fighters, without money, who would follow you. Thus, every fighter's advancement, particularly the 10th match, was crucial for the gym, signifying a substantial influx of profits. You think you can win? Don't you understand the disparity in strength between bronze and black iron fighters? According to the current betting data, the amount wagered on the hellish mad demon notably exceeded that on Ling Zihan, indicating that most gamblers were rational. Luo Biao was acutely aware that this was merely superficial data. More detailed odds were still being compiled. Simply winning or losing did not elicit a strong thrill for gamblers, as boxing, especially in regular matches, differed from games like blackjack or dice. The latter could yield results in mere half a minute, thus intensifying gamblers' anticipation for the next round. Even if they lost this match, they could quickly move on to the next with minimal time investment. Therefore, boxing needed to incorporate more betting options. For example, predicting the fighter's submission time paid 6 times, guessing whether a competitor sustained physical damage during the match paid 4 times. Predicting severe bodily harm, residual brain damage, paid 12 times. Over half of the gamblers preferred betting in these aspects. According to computer simulations, although both were sea-level novices, the hellish mad demon boasted an 88.6% chance of victory. Only those orchestrating the match understood the subtle intricacies involved. In summary, as the boxing gym's overseer, Luo Biao, although the match had yet to commence, already knew the outcome of today's event. Ling Zihan could not possibly win. Even holding a recommendation letter signed by Zhang Jun, Luo Biao neither knew nor cared to know who Zhang Jun was. Ling Zihan wished to place a bet on himself? No problem. If he wanted to wager 5 gold coins against his victory using this brand new A-level novice set, Luo Biao would gladly oblige. He was eager to witness Ling Zihan's devastating defeat in the boxing ring, leaving him with nothing, not even his underwear. The impulse from within was overwhelming, stirring within Luo Biao an unprecedented desire for cruelty. His face was adorned with a cruel expression akin to that of the big bad wolf eyeing Little Red Riding Hood. Yet the words that escaped his lips were imbued with a tender affection that could almost bring one to tears. You seem to be in dire need of money, don't you? Indeed, Ling Zihan did not conceal his intentions. I wish to become stronger. This reasoning was entirely logical. Luo Biao retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, playfully rolling it between his fingers without hastening to ignite it. Would you like to earn some money? The pain radiating from his head continued to diminish, prompting Ling Zihan to release his hold on his temple and nod earnestly. Of course I would. Luo Biao cast a sidelong glance at him, weaving a trap with his words and demeanor. I can lend you some money. Instantly, Ling Zihan's face reflected an overwhelming excitement. Really? Luo Biao suppressed the urge to laugh triumphantly, managing to contain his desire to swallow Ling Zihan whole in a fit of rage, and endeavored to maintain a facade of kindness. Actually, this is not a personal loan. Rather, it is a benefit provided to boxers by the boxing gym. Life is tough these days. We all fight tooth and nail just to make a living. Sue, the gym owner, is a good person. She has established rules that allow the gym to provide some financial assistance. Ling Zihan nodded in understanding. Brother Biao, are you suggesting that I can borrow money from the gym? Luo Biao smiled with satisfaction. I have the authority to approve the loan. But the maximum amount cannot exceed 200 gold coins. This was no idle boast. As the gym's manager, Luo Biao indeed possessed such power. He continued, his tone laced with temptation. I must forewarn you, since this is a loan, there will certainly be interest. The monthly interest is 20%. After deducting the handling fee and security deposit, should you borrow 200, you will receive a mere 100 in cash. What do you think? If you are willing, I can take you to handle the paperwork right now. Ling Zihan smiled, inwardly cursing Luo Biao's relatives in silence. This was a typical case of usury, and the interest compounded continuously. Heaven knows what terrifying existence those handling fees and security deposits entailed. Receiving only half of what he borrowed was no different from being bled dry. Ling Zihan tilted his head, gazing innocently at the tall Luo Biao. Thank you, Brother Biao. I truly need this money. The process for obtaining the loan was quite straightforward. The receptionist, possessing 3 ample and rounded bosoms, furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the completed loan application, lingering on Ling Zihan's signature and red handprint in the bottom right corner for a few fleeting seconds. A hint of fleeting sympathy crossing her features as she firmly stamped the gym's seal in the upper right corner. She thought it madness to lend such money. Believing Ling Zihan must surely be insane. Her impression of the young man was quite favorable, primarily due to his handsome appearance. Regardless of the era, physical attractiveness remains the primary standard by which strangers are judged. Though there are certainly individual variances when high-strength alloy clamps collide with springs exceeding 20 centimeters in length. A satisfying connection can invariably be found through exploration. 200 gold coins is a considerable sum, converted to the currency of the bygone era. It amounts to 200,000 or even more. In the past, refusing to repay a loan after borrowing was inconceivable. A borrower would have to face a myriad of repercussions, as long as Ling Zihan remained within the confines of Luyun City. Luo Biao had countless methods at his disposal to locate him. When the time came, selling off parts and bartering his brain would be unavoidable. Observing the 100 gold coins placed on the counter by the receptionist, Ling Zihan flashed his signature charming smile. I'm betting on myself to win. The receptionist gazed at him incredulously. Are you out of your mind? Yet, a flicker of kindness still lingered within her. Ling Zihan reiterated his earlier statement. 100 gold coins, plus an additional 5 gold coins as a collateral bet, all on my victory. At 10:06 p.m. In the second boxing arena, most of the audience had taken their seats, while the electronic screens suspended around displayed profiles of the Wild Hyena and Hellish Fiend, as well as the results from previous matches for the spectators to consider before placing their bets. In the VIP room on the second floor, a young man clad in a black tuxedo sat in a leather chair, intently focused on a small information player in his hands. This electronic device resembled the functionality of a mobile phone from the old era, albeit with a larger screen that received signals more clearly through the city network, resulting in smoother playback. He had striking black hair, and his unusually pale complexion made him appear more akin to a Caucasian. Though the design of the black tuxedo was simple, the silky fabric indicated its luxury, especially the shoes adorned with a complete circle of humanoid teeth along the edges. This era has its own peculiar aesthetics. Humanoids, not humans, but rather the mutated remnants of humanity that have survived in the irradiated environment post-war. The reasons for their emergence are complex. Modern biological research suggests that they are likely the result of genetic merging between human mutants and animals under abnormal circumstances. This fusion is thought to occur between living and deceased entities. The prevailing theory posits that human mutants are consumed by beasts, resulting in a minuscule likelihood of genetic invasion and alteration. For example, a bloodline hound feasting on decaying human corpses in the wilderness. Over time, repeated consumption of the same type of food leads to genetic assimilation in the bloodline hound. Regardless of gender, as bloodline hounds mate and produce offspring, genetic mutations become inevitable. There is also the possibility that post-apocalyptic human survivors, for specific purposes, conduct artificial gene injections on captured animals. Additionally, the chance of survivors engaging in interspecies mating in a frenzied state is exceedingly low, nearly negligible. There exists a plethora of humanoid varieties: avian, canine, rodent, and more. They dwell in the shadows of society, fully feral, unable to alter their circumstances. The pearl teeth are a unique adornment of this era, sourced from rodent-like humanoids. Skilled jewelers select only the incisors, which are then extracted and treated through a series of chemical processes, resulting in products that are typically round or conical in shape. Pearl teeth exhibit a beautiful luster and a delightful texture. The circulation of these unique ornaments among the wealthy class is largely due to the ferocity of rodent-like humanoids. Hunting teams often incur casualties to yield a reward. The societal consensus is that only that which is obtained at the cost of human life is truly valuable. The information displayed on the small player's screen pertained to the odds of the upcoming boxing match. Yet, this seemingly simple odds chart had been scrutinized by the young man in black for over half an hour. His name is Fang Jiaoyang, the third heir of the Tiansheng group. He frequents such places to watch boxing and place bets for profit. Fang Jiaoyang typically prefers to place his bets at the last possible moment. He is a meticulous thinker, possessing eyes capable of piercing through any secret at least. That is his own belief. A melodious electronic chime emanated from the communicator affixed to his left wrist. Fang Jiaoyang casually tapped it, and Luo Biao's stubbled face instantly appeared on the small screen. Good evening, young Master Fang. Luo Biao's smile shone brighter than usual, his eyes brimming with unabashed pride. The VIP room was empty save for Fang Jiaoyang. With his personal bodyguard stationed outside, no one could enter without permission. Luo Biao's overly exuberant demeanor irked Fang Jiaoyang, who furrowed his brow slightly and replied coolly, "It seems you have good news." "Indeed," Luo Biao affirmed with certainty, "otherwise, I wouldn't be contacting you at this hour." Fang Jiaoyang instinctively glanced at his electronic watch. The time read 10:16 p.m. "With 14 minutes until the match starts, you certainly know how to pick your moments." He scoffed with indifferent detachment, shaking his head. "Now, what is it?" Luo Biao has never been adept at concealing his emotions. He gestured with a powerful motion. Fingers splayed and then clenched tightly. "Bet on hell's madman. I assure you, victory is guaranteed." Fang Jiaoyang paused momentarily, then instinctively twitched the corner of his eye. "Are you certain?" "I guarantee it." Luo Biao's tone was resolute. Fang Jiaoyang did not respond immediately. His mind raced. Every gambler who enters the boxing arena seeks to win, and he was no exception. Fang Jiaoyang was not an ordinary individual. He was wealthy, beyond money. He desired more, such as Su Xiaoxiao and the Hangwei boxing gym. The simplest method to make a woman submit to a man is to throw money at her. Fang Jiaoyang believed that if he invested enough, the beautiful woman sitting in the gym owner's office would undoubtedly acquiesce to his every demand. The Hangwei boxing gym was a lucrative enterprise, its allure in some respects even surpassing that of Su Xiaoxiao. Tiansheng Group had a vast reach. And if he concentrated all his financial resources, Fang Jiaoyang was confident he could simultaneously acquire both the Hangwei boxing gym and Su Xiaoxiao. The problem lay in the fact that he was merely the third heir to the group, aside from his father, who had held the presidential position for decades. He had two older brothers who seemed impervious to demise. In his attempts to eliminate them, Fang Jiaoyang had covertly invested considerable effort, all of which had ended in failure. Fortunately, these plots had remained undisclosed. At least on the surface, they could not discern any issues. Fang Jiaoyang was still viewed as the dutiful son and the exceedingly humble younger brother. He could only resort to other means to amass wealth. Chapter 34. High-stakes. Luo Biao was an informant whom Fang Jiaoyang had bribed at the Hangwei boxing gym. "Young Master Fang, I assure you, this time you will win." Luo Biao, locked away in his office, urged repeatedly with impatience. Fang Jiaoyang wore a smile. His mood had notably improved since earlier. The initial tension dissipated, replaced by an oddly delightful sense of ease. His initial bribery of Luo Biao had been a mere casual move. Many others were engaged in similar schemes. And aside from the boxing gym, there were banks, auction houses, commercial firms, and police departments. The significance of first-hand information from enterprises was self-evident. Everyone's aim was to profit. The information provided by Luo Biao was highly effective, with a remarkable accuracy rate. Over the past 6 months, Fang Jiaoyang had amassed over 60,000 gold coins through betting on various gyms, including Hangwei, Xianyun, and Mengshi. Winning solely from the Hangwei boxing gym would raise suspicions. Although Luo Biao was in charge of the Hangwei boxing gym, he was well connected within the circle, exchanging information with other gyms, making accurate judgments about many matches' outcomes. Engaging in such activities was certainly clandestine, and Luo Biao was not a fool willing to offer his insights for free. He had earned a substantial profit from this arrangement, totaling 5,000 gold coins. Fang Jiaoyang valued Luo Biao for 2 reasons. Firstly, Luo Biao was astute, never making absolute statements. Each time he disclosed information, he would only assert a winning probability of approximately 70 to 80%. This was the internal assessment of fighters' win-loss predictions, although surprises could occur during matches. If one placed bets based on this criterion, a sure victory could generally be achieved. The second reason was Luo Biao's personal strength. He was a Class A adaptive fighter, which, in the grand scheme of the underground world, was neither particularly high nor low, but his advantage lay in his role at the gym. Typically, those who worked in gyms were formidable fighters. Their combat skills were honed, ensuring a significantly higher chance of victory at the same level. Fang Jiaoyang sought to recruit Luo Biao as his personal bodyguard. The assurance he provided was not made lightly. Although Fang Jiaoyang had known Luo Biao for less than a year, he had a general understanding of Luo Biao's character and modus operandi. If Luo Biao was not absolutely certain, he would never claim such a definitive victory. Fang Jiaoyang narrowed his eyes slightly, the slender lines of his gaze appearing intense. He deliberately remained silent for 5 seconds, tantalizing Luo Biao with anticipation before estimating the timing and slowly posing a new question. I relish the thrill of victory. And should I win, your share is assured. He quickly added, but you must provide me with a solid rationale for my bet. Luo Biao did not hesitate. Tonight's contenders are Hell's Madman and the Wild Hyena. You are already aware of Madman's situation. He has been competing in Class C novice matches and has secured 17 consecutive victories, and he is a Black Iron level fighter. The Wild Hyena has 9 consecutive wins. And today marks his promotion match. However, this fellow has inexplicably spent money to purchase a set of Class A novice modifications for a self-upgrade. Upon hearing this, Fang Jiaoyang instinctively uttered an "oh," a smile of intrigue gracing his face. Is that so? He was well versed in the various rules between gyms and fighters. Ling Zihan's actions were tantamount to voluntarily forfeiting the substantial rewards for 10 consecutive victories, erasing his previous 9 wins. Although his overall combat power had been enhanced, he had to start anew with the strength of a Class A novice. There were aspects Luo Biao preferred Fang Jiaoyang remain unaware of, and time was running short. The fighters would soon enter the arena. So he opted for brevity. I managed to persuade the Wild Hyena to compete with the strength of a Class C novice for his 10th match. Fang Jiaoyang's mind was exceptionally quick. He immediately grasped the underlying implication of Luo Biao's words. You modified the Wild Hyena? Luo Biao chuckled, his voice brimming with bravado and pride. The spare Class C components at the gym are all outdated. There are daily wins and losses, with a plethora of assorted parts. There are no less than 20 complete sets of Class C novice components. Such items fetch little on the outside market and are best kept as spares. The set I installed on the Wild Hyena has been diminished in overall functionality by 7.85%. The electronic sensor in his left arm is aging, and if the force exerted exceeds the normal limit, it will cause the joint connector to break. I removed his spring column. At this point, Luo Biao let out a lascivious laugh. Young Master Fang, you are not a stranger. I will share an insider's secret with you. The spring column is akin to a man's reproductive organ. From the perspective of mechanical modification, it may seem superfluous. Yet it is crucial, especially for fighters, as it plays a vital role in balance and sensory feedback. Fang Jiaoyang had never encountered such a description before. He instinctively reached down to touch between his legs, feeling somewhat surprised and puzzled as he asked, You must be exaggerating, right? I don't feel anything. That is because you, young Master Fang, have never fought. You certainly lack the experience of grappling for your life, Luo Biao explained. Every man understands that this aspect belongs to the body's vital areas. It is a nuanced sensation, and you will only achieve a clear understanding after experiencing it yourself. This was not a pleasant topic, nor was it familiar to Fang Jiaoyang. He straightforwardly inquired, So you modified the Wild Hyena? And you are certain he cannot defeat Hell's Madman? Luo Biao nodded emphatically. Indeed. Fang Jiaoyang smiled. He glanced at his electronic watch. There are 7 minutes until the opening. I have 200,000 gold coins available. Please provide a suggestion. Which bet should I place? He referred to special betting options concerning injuries, match duration, fighter performance, etc. Beyond simple win-loss betting, these higher-odds individual bets piqued Fang Jiaoyang's interest. Luo Biao was taken aback by the staggering figure of 200,000. He gaped, stunned for a full 2 seconds before recovering from the overwhelming awareness of the money. Young Master Fang, you should stick to betting on win-loss outcomes. Luo Biao inhaled deeply. A 1 to 3 odds is already quite high. If you win, you could earn 600,000. That is an astronomical figure. Fang Jiaoyang gazed at the screen with a subtle air of superiority. In this moment, he felt genuine pride in his lineage and surname. Luo Biao, though seemingly formidable, was merely a small fry scraping by at the fringes of society. A mere few 100,000 gold coins could send him trembling with fear. This sensation was utterly delightful. Thank you for the information. Let us keep in touch. With that, Fang Jiaoyang severed the connection. He navigated to the fight information on the screen and pressed the prominent victory button for the hellish madman, which immediately brought up a blank betting slip. His slender fingers danced across the numerical keypad, swiftly entering 70,000 gold coins. Fang Jiaoyang had only 76,400 gold coins available for discretionary spending. As for the 200,000, that was merely a FAOD for Luo Biao. After all, he was the third heir of the Tianqing group. If word got out that he had less than 100,000 gold coins at his disposal, he would quickly become the laughingstock of his social circle. Bragging was one thing. There were myriad ways to explain it away. After all, the 200,000 was in my possession. How I chose to spend it was entirely my affair. I have my reservations, as nothing in this world is absolutely secure. I am only willing to stake 70,000 gold coins. Even if it yields a smaller victory, it remains my choice. Just as Fang Jiaoyang was about to press the confirmation button at the bottom right corner of the screen, he suddenly furrowed his brow. A flicker of doubt flashing through his dark eyes. Could this be a trap? If I can bribe Luo Biao, others can certainly bribe this scoundrel too. He assured me of a guaranteed win, but what if someone paid him to deliberately throw the match? Those two troublesome brothers of mine are always scheming to bring about my downfall. They would relish seeing me lose a significant sum at the casino. Fang Jiaoyang was beset by uncertainty, his overly cautious and retrospective nature becoming evident. He swiftly erased the 70,000 gold coins he had inputted on the betting slip, reducing it to 10,000. Moments later, he changed it to 30,000, then back to 70,000. Time ticked away. Outside, the two boxers had already entered the ring. A bright red border appeared at the edge of the electronic screen, reminding the audience that only 2 minutes remained for final bets. Fang Jiaoyang remained entangled in a web of what-ifs. In the final 15 seconds, he finally typed in the number 50,000 with trembling fingers, illuminating the confirmation button in the bottom right corner. The deafening sound of the starting gong reverberated through the air. Ling Zihan did not rush into an attack. Instead, he clasped his hands and bowed to his opponent. For boxers, this gesture was a significant source of respect. The hellish madman paused momentarily, evidently taken aback by his opponent's unexpected display. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting in a cruel smirk, as he launched himself at Ling Zihan like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. How foolish to bow when the match has begun. With such thoughts, his assessment and vigilance toward Ling Zihan markedly diminished. The hellish madman's preemptive strike immediately sparked discontent among some spectators. This fellow lacks decorum. He shows no courtesy. Indeed. His opponent bowed, yet he not only failed to reciprocate but also attacked first. He is a man devoid of principles. I do not favor him. Ling Zihan remained steadfast, maintaining his posture with hands clasped and body slightly bent, as if still processing the situation. Seeing this, the hellish madman was elated. His speed surged as he opened his mouth, his expression wild and frenzied, embodying an overwhelming force as he raised his right fist high and aimed a devastating blow at Ling Zihan. He perish in terms of both strength and speed. He was among the elite in this novice stage, and with a record of 17 consecutive victories, the hellish madman was renowned. Under the same conditions, today's match was merely a formality for him. Victory was as easy as pie. Ling Zihan moved. He sidestepped to the left, evading the hellish madman's powerful punch and forcing him to reduce his speed and alter his stance to change his attack angle. All spectators clearly witnessed Ling Zihan extend his hands, performing a simple pushing motion. He pressed against the hellish madman's left shoulder, resembling an ordinary individual with no fighting experience, yet exerting force to push him away. The hellish madman immediately lost his balance, toppling over like a heavy vehicle skidding at high speed. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Zihan lunged forward, raising his right fist to deliver a series of brutal strikes to the side of the madman's neck. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The first blow sent a wave of numbness through the hellish madman's upper body, targeting a vital physiological area, a weakness in his torso. In the face of such violent mechanical force, flesh and blood were utterly defenseless. The second punch landed with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the connection buckle between the madman's chest armor and shoulder. The metal fastener crumbled, and the liberated alloy armor split open, exposing the fragile metallic components beneath. After a brief moment of numbness, excruciating pain surged along the nerves to his brain, a heart-wrenching agony that made the hellish madman wish he could simply perish. He screamed in anguish, just as Ling Zihan delivered the third punch. Without armor, his shoulder shattered completely, a deep dent formed beside his neck. Blue and white electronic sparks flickering. After landing the blow, Ling Zihan extended his fingers, grasping the connection point between the madman's shoulder and neck, and forcefully tore out a mass of scattered parts and wires. I concede. Despite the overwhelming pain assaulting his brain, the hellish madman possessed an unusually clear understanding of the difference between life and death. He screamed desperately, cranking the volume of his internal electronic amplifier to the maximum, pleading for his opponent to spare him. The scene descended into chaos. Many spectators found it utterly inconceivable that the match was over in less than 2 minutes. The arena erupted with cheers and accolades, accompanied by a chorus of curses. This was the typical reaction of winners and losers, a customary spectacle following each match. In the VIP room number 11, Fang Jiaoyang sat dazed in his chair, clutching shattered pieces of a small electronic display in his hand. He had brutally crushed the poor device. Chapter 35. A request. I actually lost? It feels so surreal. Where's the promised guaranteed victory? They had whispered about tampering, reducing the overall functionality of the components by 7.85%. The electronic sensor in his left arm had aged, and any exertion beyond normal limits could damage the joint connector. Moreover, the spring column was said to be crucial for balance and sensitivity. Someone quickly. Fang Jiaoyang's face turned pale. His voice hoarse with rage as an abnormal flush rapidly crept up his cheeks. The bodyguards waiting outside hurriedly pushed the door open, swiftly approaching and bowing to inquire. Young master, what is the matter? Overwhelmed with shame and anger, Fang Jiaoyang snatched the electronic communicator from the bodyguard's hands, his trembling fingers inputting Luo Biao's contact number. This is an infernal trap. Guaranteed victory? In less than 3 minutes, I have lost 50,000 gold coins. At this moment, Fang Jiaoyang was certain that Luo Biao was a mole sent by the opposing side. This scoundrel had deliberately betrayed him, costing him a substantial amount of money. Like all victims of fraud, Fang Jiaoyang is now desperate to reach Luo Biao, seeking answers and attempting to recover his losses. The phone line emits a cold, rhythmic busy tone. A second call yields the same result, no connection. He tries again, yet the outcome remains unchanged. The other party may have outright rejected his calls, perhaps even added his number to a blacklist. A chill courses through Fang Jiaoyang's limbs. He strives to compose himself, trembling hands retrieving a cigarette. Observing his distress, the bodyguard promptly produces a lighter, assisting Fang Jiaoyang in igniting the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, the stimulation of nicotine and various harmful substances brings him a modicum of calm. He gestures for the bodyguard to lean closer, moistening his dry lips with his tongue in an effort to maintain composure, and commands, deploy personnel immediately. Even if it means digging deep, I want Luo Biao found. In the owner's office, Su Xiaoxiao sits upright in an expansive leather high-back chair, her gaze complex as it rests on Ling Zihan. After the match concluded, he requested an audience with her. Such matters typically fall under Luo Biao's purview, yet he seems to have vanished, ignoring calls, leaving the venue's enforcers no choice but to escalate the issue until it reached Su Xiaoxiao's ears. Speak. What brings you here? She inquires coolly. She has donned a silk qipao adorned with a plum blossom pattern, the smooth fabric accentuating her perfect curves. The hem is short, with high slits on either side, revealing her long, smooth legs with an audacious allure. Of course, from Ling Zihan's seated position, he cannot see this captivating spectacle, which lends Su Xiaoxiao the confidence to adopt such a brazen posture. Ling Zihan lifts a betting slip in his hand, sliding it across the table until it reaches Su Xiaoxiao. I wagered 100 gold coins on my own victory. Su Xiaoxiao picks up the slip, scrutinizing it closely. Noticing a large ring on her left hand's middle finger, Ling Zihan discerns its metallic sheen suggested is crafted from some alloy, topped with a diamond weighing at least 30 carats. In bygone eras, such adornments were exceedingly costly. Today, they are mere products of human craftsmanship. Having examined every detail of the betting slip, Su Xiaoxiao furrows her brow slightly, her clear eyes sparkling with allure as her lips part gently, releasing a melodious voice accompanied by a hint of fragrance. 100 gold coins, plus a set of top-tier body modification equipment worth 5 gold coins, totaling 105 gold coins. Ling Zihan nods affirmatively. I won. Su Xiaoxiao shifts into a more comfortable position, a seemingly innocuous movement that accentuates her voluptuous figure. Her words carry a hint of mockery. 315 gold coins in total, and you come to me about such trivial matters? Do you think the people below will refuse to honor their debts? Certainly not. When Ling Zihan arrived, he had already groomed himself, cleansed his face of grime and blood. His eyes are clear and precise, a smile perpetually gracing his features, radiating an unusual charm. He retrieves a previously signed loan agreement from his jacket pocket. I borrowed 200 gold coins. The interest is exorbitant. Su Xiaoxiao takes the document, glancing at it briefly before her focus sharpens on the interest rate. Her brow deepens. Why did you sign such a loan agreement? Ling Zihan's smile remains bright. I need money. Su Xiaoxiao shakes her head. That's not what I meant. It's obvious you have your own reasons for needing a loan. Otherwise, who would engage in such dealings? My question is, as a licensed boxer, why would you sign a loan with such high interest? According to regulations, licensed boxers can borrow at a low interest rate of 1%. Look at your terms. You borrowed 200 yet received only 100. Have you lost your mind? How could you agree to such harsh conditions? Ling Zihan shrugs, feigning helplessness. I truly had no choice. I exerted all my strength to win today's match, hoping for greater rewards. Yet now, he sighs deeply, falling silent. Su Xiaoxiao's keen eyes flicker as she quickly grasps the crux of the matter. Who compelled you to do this? Although she suspects the answer, she seeks confirmation from Ling Zihan. Luo Biao, he replies. Have you offended him? Su Xiaoxiao posits, considering this the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. Ling Zihan raises his left arm. Lowering his tone while articulating with clarity, he provided me with a set of faulty Tier C components. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze shifts to the mechanical arm he has raised. Isn't that rather normal? You agreed to fight at Tier C strength in the 10th match. She adds. No one is forcing you. I advise against denying it. I have surveillance here, and every word you've spoken is recorded. Ling Zihan does not dwell on this point. Instead, he lays his entire left arm across the table. There is an issue with the components of this arm. I suspect the electronic sensors are malfunctioning, preventing me from performing at full capacity, and the connection between my leg joints and hips is sluggish. Su Xiaoxiao is taken aback but conceals any sign of surprise. Continue. Please. Ling Zihan's expression is resolute. Before the match, I expressed my willingness to fight at Tier C strength. I am grateful for the identity you granted me as a licensed boxer. In other words, today, I represent the boxing club. Su Xiaoxiao contemplates for a moment, then asks, are you implying that Luo Biao is at fault? Ling Zihan nods. He manages the boxing club. From a financial perspective, we should be united. I can understand him deliberately equipping me with defective Tier C components out of spite. I also recognize he arranged this loan with interest exceeding the normal rate. From the very beginning, he never considered me one of his own. Su Xiaoxiao raises her hand, signaling for calm. Her expression is complex. Regarding the matter of borrowing money, I have always maintained a stance of non-coercion. Ling Zihan's smile remains sunny. Luo Biao knows I need the money. He comprehends the underlying implications of her words. Su Xiaoxiao falls silent. The room descends into a profound stillness. The stunningly beautiful female owner finds the situation somewhat challenging. It is not that she disbelieves Ling Zihan, rather. From the perspective of the boxing club, especially subjectively, Su Xiaoxiao unconsciously views Luo Biao as one of her own, having been by her side for quite some time. Yet reason compels her to acknowledge that everything Ling Zihan has stated is true. Analyzing from this angle, Luo Biao indeed presents significant issues. According to the customary practices of the boxing club, the wild hyena, with 9 consecutive victories, faces the hellish maniac, boasting over 10 wins, though publicly professing fairness in matches. Behind the scenes, there is always some degree of support for the former. This is an unwritten rule among all boxing clubs. From a market standpoint, gamblers' craving for the bloody violence of the boxing arena is never as fervent as their desire for victory. Betting is primarily about profit. In most cases, they will choose competitors with higher odds of winning. This is akin to the concept of the national football team versus Brazil in the old days, unless one is foolish. No one would wager on the national team regardless of Brazil's low odds, provided the match is fair and just. Su Xiaoxiao is aware that Luo Biao harbors disdain for Ling Zihan, if not outright loathing. However, Ling Zihan is not wrong. As the manager, Luo Biao should consider matters from the perspective of the boxing club. Especially in today's match, the majority of spectators place their bets on Hellish Demon. During the transformation process, Luo Biao not only neglected to enhance Ling Zihan's technical abilities but also went so far as to install faulty components, clearly intending for him to suffer a more thorough defeat. Ling Zihan stood up, his hands pressed firmly against the table, and gazed into Su Xiaoxiao's deep black eyes. I believe you should investigate today's betting slips. I have a strong feeling that there are several substantial bets placed against my victory. If I am not mistaken, these bets are likely connected to Luo Biao. His voice was soft yet resolute, imbued with his distinctive magnetism and masculine charm. Su Xiaoxiao remained silent. Given how the situation had developed, she felt a twinge of regret. In truth, she had underestimated Ling Zihan from the very beginning and failed to recognize the potential of this young boxer. It was becoming evident that Ling Zihan was the type to be relentless, ruthlessly exploiting any flaws in his opponents. Luo Biao's behavior was highly abnormal. He undoubtedly had ulterior motives. As for the large bets Ling Zihan had mentioned, Su Xiaoxiao was already aware of them before the match commenced. In addition to Fang Jiaoyang's 50,000 gold coins, there were multiple wagers from various patrons, totaling a staggering 160,000 gold coins. In bouts involving enhanced physiques or extraordinary beings, such sums would be commonplace. However, this was merely a match for novice fighters. Since the establishment of Hangwei Boxing Gym, there had only been 2 instances of wagers exceeding 10,000 gold coins at this level. Was it possible that Ling Zihan's handsome appearance had captivated the audience, leading them to favor him? Or perhaps his amiable nature encouraged others to lavish their wealth upon him? Nevertheless, Su Xiaoxiao realized that she needed a way to save face at this juncture. Had she known Ling Zihan would be so tenacious, the best course of action would have been negotiations rather than allowing the situation to escalate into this awkwardness. Her mood soured. and her delicate visage bore a frosty demeanor. Leaning back, she crossed her arms defiantly, meeting Ling Zihan's gaze with icy eyes and retorting, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Ling Zihan's bright eyes remained fixed on her. "I have two requests. Not demands, but requests." Su Xiaoxiao's stern expression softened slightly. "Speak, I am listening." Ling Zihan gently tapped the loan agreement laid on the table. "It has been less than an hour since the loan was issued, and I hope to have this debt waived." Su Xiaoxiao scoffed. "A no-interest loan of 100 gold coins? Your calculations are quite astute." "I agree. Thank you." Ling Zihan's gratitude was sincere. He continued, "For my second request, I hope you can arrange for the replacement of the components and reinstall the previous set of enhanced gear." Su Xiaoxiao nodded. This request was reasonable and could be accommodated. She fixed her cold gaze upon Ling Zihan, yet he remained silent. Su Xiaoxiao's expression was a curious blend of disappointment and relief. After a long pause, she parted her lips, uncertainly inquiring, "Is there anything else?" Ling Zihan revealed a radiant smile. "Thank you. This is already sufficient. I am a licensed fighter at the gym. It is no exaggeration to say that without your support, I would not possess my current status, nor would I have earned this generous prize. One must remember to be grateful. I will only take what is rightfully mine. I hope our communication and cooperation continue to adhere to the principles of fairness. As long as it is reasonable, legal, and compliant, I am willing to do anything for you." With that, Ling Zihan took 2 steps back, bowing deeply with an enchanting smile. The old era had many different types of toxic platitudes, and discussions regarding women were rampant online. Ling Zihan had encountered numerous remnants from that era amidst the ruins. Women are indeed a peculiar species, wielding 3 of the most lethal weapons. First, beauty. Second, wealth. Third, power. Of course, this logic applies equally to men. Chapter 36. Unexpected extortion. Had he been less than pleasing to the eye, Ling Zihan would never have dared to confront Su Xiaoxiao directly. Wu Yin was heralded as the most handsome Asian man of the old era. Ling Zihan felt fortunate to have discovered his photograph in the ruins and used it as a reference for his own enhancements, rather than modeling himself after someone of lesser stature. As for whether Luo Biao was betraying him from within, Ling Zihan could not provide more concrete evidence. All accusations were based on speculation. However, one thing was certain: Ling Zihan had conducted a thorough logical analysis, and he was confident enough to persuade Su Xiaoxiao. Knowing when to advance and retreat was crucial. He understood he could make further demands that Su Xiaoxiao would likely acquiesce to. Yet, such actions would only serve to incite her anger, spiraling the situation out of control. Compared to him, Su Xiaoxiao shared a closer bond with Luo Biao. Although Luo Biao had erred, and his actions were suspect, his role as the gym's manager still held weight. One must progress step by step, taking what is rightfully owed before seeking more. Su Xiaoxiao's agreement to waive the debt was already a significant victory for Ling Zihan. Coupled with the prize money from his victory, his total earnings for the evening exceeded 450 gold coins, equivalent to about half the wealth of the 3 allied factions, provided they eliminated everyone in the villages of Sui Gu and Qilihe. As well as the Chui Hong Lu. Su Xiaoxiao's humble demeanor left her feeling satisfied, and a hint of allure crept into her gaze as she looked at Ling Zihan. "Relay my orders. Deploy all capable personnel from the gym to locate Luo Biao." This was a directive for Ling Zihan. In her eyes, he had become one of her own. Upon returning to Donyang grocery store, the clock had already passed 2 in the morning. Ling Zihan entered through the back door, the door hinges creaking in protest from lack of lubrication. Moments later, a figure with a large expanse of pale skin exposed in the dimness rushed down from the 2nd floor, darting out the front door with a speed and agility surpassing that of a wildcat, vanishing into the cold night. Shortly after, footsteps echoed again from the staircase. Unlike before, this time the sounds were far heavier, and Ling Zihan recognized the rhythm. Zhao Donyang flicked the light switch on the wall, his gait slightly unsteady, bare-chested, and clad only in his undergarments. Within a mere 5 meters, Ling Zihan could clearly see the surface of the alloy spring device between his legs, which was coated with a layer of light gray biological substrate. It was unclear whether this material was natural or the result of post-modification. "Boss, has a thief entered the store?" Ling Zihan inquired with a smile, slyly adding, "When I came in earlier, I saw someone rush out." Zhao Dongyang's expression turned as stern as granite. "You must have seen wrong." Ling Zihan insisted. It appeared to be a woman, resembling the owner of the food store across the street. Zhao Dongyang's mouth twitched slightly, yet he maintained his previous assertion. "You must have seen wrong." Ling Zihan began to present his case. Her bionic prosthesis was a Model 11, and I recall we had an identical set of second-hand goods in the store. Her posterior shape and color matched the Model 22, advertised by the bio company for its dual functions of smooth comfort and needle defense. I remember we had a used set, but the needle defense function had been removed, leaving only the smooth comfort. A few days ago. Did you not mention that the proprietor of the grocery store had purchased these 2 pieces of used goods? You also said she could buy them at a discount. As Zhao Dongyang sat down on a nearby stool, his demeanor was grave, and perhaps due to a mere coincidence. His posture bore striking resemblance to the renowned sculpture of the thinker from a bygone era. You are mistaken, and you have misremembered, he advised Ling Zihan earnestly. I understand that young people enjoy their outings, but you must be mindful of time. Additionally, cultivating good habits, rising early and retiring early, is paramount. Look at you, not yet 30. Yet your eyesight is failing, and your memory is severely diminished. If you continue down this path, your hair will dwindle, and the likelihood of becoming a simpleton will increase dramatically. Ling Zihan shot him a glance. I am certain the woman who just dashed out is the owner of the accessory shop across the street. Zhao Dongyang, with a solemn expression, spoke in a tone that bordered on insolent. You are mistaken. Ling Zihan shrugged. Very well, I shall step outside and shout through a megaphone. I believe many would be intrigued by such a colorful tale. Zhao Dongyang smacked his lips and yawned lazily, then reached behind his waist, retrieving a large-caliber modified pistol. He subtly raised the barrel, aiming it at Ling Zihan. One must have a conscience. Just days ago, you arrived here in dire straits, unable to afford a meal. Now, after a few days of wandering about, you've acquired wealth and turned your back on us? It was late at night, and amidst the silence, Zhao Dongyang's voice echoed, accompanied by the metallic clinks of his movements. Ling Zihan stepped forward, positioning himself within the light's embrace for Zhao Dongyang to see him more clearly. Indeed. The grocer's expression shifted drastically. He observed that Ling Zihan's arm had been replaced with a Honda Model 3 mechanical arm, and his legs had been upgraded to standard grade. High-tension steel prosthetics. You have upgraded? Zhao Dongyang could not conceal the envy and resentment that emanated from his eyes. His own capabilities were merely those of a fledgling B-grade entity, while this newcomer had swiftly ascended to A-grade, leaving him with a profound sense of psychological disparity. Ling Zihan did not respond but continued with the previous topic. Boss, you have been involved with another's wife. Zhao Dongyang's psychological fortitude and audacity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. What we did was merely lying in bed discussing life and the future. How can you twist this innocent matter into something vile and sordid? Ling Zihan sighed, cutting to the chase. Aren't you concerned her husband might come looking for you? Zhao Dongyang dismissed this concern, already mentally prepared for the eventuality. Her husband wouldn't even think along those lines. I've had drinks with him. He's a decent man. Ling Zihan shook his head. You cannot take advantage of honest individuals. Zhao Dongyang's expression grew serious, his tone unusually grave. I have not taken advantage of him. It was his wife who pursued me. Consider it. I am merely a grocer, not a doctor. That woman frequently visited, claiming discomfort and seeking my assistance. She mentioned her menstrual cycle was irregular, either arriving early or late, likely due to issues with her synthetic storage pouch or plastic drainage tubes. Asking me to open her abdominal metal panel for inspection. In truth, these are trivial issues easily resolved at a local clinic for a small fee. Yet she placed her complete trust in me, insisting I was her sole confidant. As he spoke, Zhao Dongyang spread his hands, feigning innocence. I have committed no wrongdoing. What reason do I have to fear? Besides, I am merely assisting her. Ling Zihan nodded in understanding. So, you equipped her with bionic implants and enhancements? She paid for it, you know. Zhao Dongyang's reasoning adhered to conventional logic, emphasizing, this is business. Ling Zihan gently stroked his chin, deep in thought. I believe a serious conversation with the grocery store owner is in order. A sinister glint flickered in Zhao Dongyang's eyes. What do you intend to do? Without waiting for Ling Zihan's response, he continued, I am aware you have been boxing at the gym. Do not think I am intimidated by you. Being formidable in the ring does not guarantee the same outcome in other circumstances. Do you believe that if I, Zhao, were to call out, half the people on the street would not rally to my side? Ling Zihan narrowed his eyes and smiled. I believe, of course. He swiftly shifted the conversation. But that's irrelevant. I also believe that if I were to disclose tonight's events, that woman's husband would use a meat hook to suspend you, slicing off pieces of your flesh to sell as street food. Zhao Dongyang fell silent for a prolonged moment, contemplating. He lifted his gaze, a complex expression on his face as he regarded Ling Zihan. Very well, you have one. Speak. What is it that you desire? Ling Zihan smiled. He was not interested in Zhao Dongyang's private affairs. As for exposing someone's secrets, that was a pastime for those who thrived on gossip in the old days. To put it bluntly, engaging in such activities would earn one scorn for a lifetime. Concerning the matter between Zhao Dongyang and the honest grocery store owner, Ling Zihan had no intention of meddling. Despite his brief tenure at the grocery store, Ling Zihan had observed Zhao Dongyang's exceptional business acumen. He possessed a remarkably extensive network, a wide array of supply channels, and an audacious spirit, willing to engage in any enterprise. In matters of love and desire, each party had their needs. Ling Zihan had no intention of extorting Zhao Dongyang. He simply aimed to present facts and reason, encouraging Zhao Dongyang to willingly assist him in overcoming a minor obstacle. He was unperturbed by the pistol Zhao Dongyang kept at hand. Without absolute certainty of delivering a fatal shot, Zhao Dongyang would not dare to pull the trigger. Should he injure Ling Zihan, the rift between them would be irreparable and negotiation would be futile. Ling Zihan had already completed the transformation into an A-grade entity. The underground city's network was highly developed, and Zhao Dongyang had witnessed Ling Zihan's brutal prowess in the boxing arena. After much contemplation, he resolved to concede. Ling Zihan retrieved a stool from nearby, seated himself, and stated plainly, "I require a Model 091 rifle and a Raging Wind pistol." Zhao Dongyang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "A 091? Why don't you just go rob a bank?" The 091 was a rifle with numerous variants. It was said that the name originated from an old firearms research institute. After the war, the blueprints were seized by various factions, leading to the emergence of several new rifle models in the market. The Raging Wind pistol bore a similar status to the 091. In the shadowy underground world, firearms commanded exorbitant prices. For instance, the 091 had a public price of 5 gold coins, equivalent to a set of A-grade transformation components. The Raging Wind was priced at 1 gold coin. This was merely the base price. Additional costs for magazines, grenade launchers, electronic sights, barrel replacement kits, and cleaning equipment were not included, nor did it account for the expense of ammunition. Though Zhao Dongyang operated a profitable grocery store, this expenditure loomed large in his mind. Ling Zihan patiently continued to reason, "Old Zhao, as an adult, you should comprehend that all matters in this world adhere to the law of value. Since you have been involved with another man's wife, you must take responsibility." Zhao Dongyang opened his mouth, the foul words nearly spilling forth, but he swallowed them back. If possible, he would have relished the opportunity to blow Ling Zihan's head off. Yet that was not feasible. He contemplated turning his back on their prior camaraderie, a 091 and a Raging Wind. How about we trade instead? I could summon that woman to engage in a proper discussion with you, and you could do as you please with her. She would heed my words. Your demands are simply too exorbitant. A couple of silver coins could easily procure you 2 of the girls from the back street. Ling Zihan remained steadfast in his reasoning. I believe I shall speak with the grocery store owner. Zhao Dongyang weighed his options and concluded that the cost of being a rogue was far less than the conditions proposed by Ling Zihan. If you want to go, then go, he thought. He was certain Ling would first give him a beating before seeking trouble with him again. At worst, he could just have a fight with him. After all, problems were ultimately resolved through brute force. However, this sentiment had no effect on Ling Zihan. With a slight smile, he pressed the network switch on his left arm and sent 2 video clips to Zhao Dongyang. One was the footage of the grocery store owner's wife fleeing down the stairs, escaping from the store. The other captured the entire conversation he had just had with Zhao Dongyang. As Zhao Dongyang watched the video, his initial fury burned like a raging inferno, accompanied by an overwhelming impulse to silence Ling permanently. Yet, as he continued to watch, a chill enveloped him, causing his body to tremble subtly as his central nervous system subconsciously reacted. Ling Zihan spoke eloquently. There are certainly those who would pay for these 2 clips. Not just the 091 and the Gale, but even at a steep price, there will be eager buyers. Old Zhao, I'm only considering our close relationship by prioritizing you. You wanted to confront the grocery store owner, right? I can head over to the street opposite and convey your intentions to him. Then grab a megaphone to announce it publicly. I estimate the stakes in this wager would easily reach at least 10 gold yuan. Zhao Dongyang looked up at him. Disbelief etched across his face. How can one be so shameless? Ling Zihan shrugged. Regardless, I've laid out my terms. 1091 and 1 Gale. The choice is yours. Chapter 37. Ordinary entertainment activities. Zhao Dongyang was utterly defeated. He reluctantly handed Ling Zihan 6 gold yuan, never having imagined that his own subordinate possessed such cunning intellect. Having not only installed a miniature camera on his shoulder, but also recorded the entire conversation. This was a skill Ling Zihan had learned and adeptly applied from the remnants of the old world. He needed a firearm, one of the essential prerequisites for joining the Qinglong Legion. The electronic timer indicated that dawn had arrived. Zhao Dongyang lay in bed, unable to sleep, his mind filled with regret and anguish. Ling Zihan exited the grocery store after consuming 2 cassava biscuits. The gun shop was located at the junction of the impoverished and affluent districts, boasting a stringent security system. In addition to the electronic targeting and shooting devices positioned throughout the store, the staff had undergone combat training and were armed with formidable weaponry, including assault rifles and shoulder-mounted small-caliber cannons. Ling Zihan successfully purchased the 091 and Gale, both in their basic models. The distinction lay in the caliber. The 091 rifle had a barrel diameter of 9 millimeters, while the Gale pistol measured 12 millimeters. The advent of metallic exoskeletons and mechanical arms had ushered in an upgrade in humanity's weaponry. The formidable recoil of powerful firearms and the burden of heavy objects had been alleviated. For instance, the 12mm pistol, while reminiscent of similar products from the old era, was rarely wielded effectively or safely by most individuals. Crafting firearms from various materials scavenged from the ruins was a common endeavor among wasteland wanderers. Generally, manufacturing guns posed no challenge. The real difficulty lay in producing ammunition. Thus, most wasteland wanderers relied on black powder firearms, which, while devastating at close range, could not withstand even the mightiest armored behemoths. Their drawback was that they could only fire one shot at a time, with an exceedingly slow reloading speed. The azure-hued barrel captivated Ling Zihan, who caressed the gun's body as if it were an exquisitely smooth silk. The hard metallic texture emanated an awe-inspiring power, igniting an uncontrollable surge of masculine energy within him. The image of Su Xiaoxiao unconsciously flashed in his mind. This was an intriguingly peculiar blend of thoughts. Armed with his newly acquired weapons, Ling Zihan strode confidently out of the gun shop. His decision to venture into the big city had always seemed the most prudent choice. Now equipped with a Class A beginner's modification kit, the 091 rifle, the Gale pistol, and over 400 gold yuan in his pocket, his overall strength far surpassed that of the previous wasteland wanderers. The catalyst for this transformation was undoubtedly that small piece of mysterious jerky. Ling Zihan felt he was still not powerful enough. The progression from beginner to adaptive, to enhanced, and finally to extraordinary forms represented a continuum of strength. Beyond this lay the fifth stage, the effect body, the sixth stage, the mimic body, the seventh stage, the imitation body, the eighth stage, the control body, culminating in the ninth stage, the highest level, the lurking body. Those who attained the effect body were often referred to as demigods. Many believed in the existence of deities in this world, with their understanding being quite rudimentary. Anyone possessing abilities surpassing the ordinary could be deemed a god. Ling Zihan had never encountered an effect body nor witnessed any so-called miracles. Thus far, the strongest individual he had met was Luo Biao, a Class A adaptive body. Winning 10 consecutive matches in the fighting arena had left Ling Zihan with a peculiar physiological tremor. It was an extraordinarily subtle sensation, akin to a gambler standing before a high-stakes table, choosing between a big or small bet, or a pilot discovering 2 targets while piloting a fighter jet, yet only able to select one to launch a missile at. Previously, upon arriving in Luyun City, Ling Zihan would have had no chance against Luo Biao. At that time, his exoskeleton was merely a Class C beginner body. Despite possessing fire-based abilities, his combat ceiling barely reached the level of a Class D adaptive body. He had an exceptionally clear understanding of his own strength. Under normal circumstances, with the enhancement of his fire-based abilities, his combat prowess could surpass level 3. This meant that with the newly acquired Class A beginner's exoskeleton, Ling Zihan could unleash combat power equivalent to a Class B adaptive body. Coupled with the fresh acquisition of the 091 rifle and the Gale pistol, he felt confident in facing Luo Biao, estimating his chances of victory to be at least 60%. To him, Luo Biao now resembled a glistening golden pig. Once captured, Su Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Ling Zihan's interest in matters concerning money was profound, which was one of the reasons he had left the wasteland for the city. Luyun City, number 1333, Youth Road. Cool Bar. This peculiar address did not conform to the conventional numbering system established by the city's administration. Numbers like 333, 444, and 555 had to be purchased. Especially coveted ones like 666 and 888, which were auctioned off for prices reaching tens of thousands of gold yuan. The Cool Bar was not merely a bar. It offered a plethora of entertainment options. It catered to women of various ages, comedians, and all conceivable forms of entertainment. Room 306. Fang Jiaoyang sat in a chair, delicately holding a cigarette between his slender, pale fingers, his icy gaze devoid of emotion fixed straight ahead. There, 2 women awaited him, nameless and numbered 21 and 22. Their identities could be molded to the client's desires. They could be called Shiqing, Ziyu, or Rushuang, whatever the client wished, as long as they paid the price. They would cater to every need, both physical and psychological. Both women were quite attractive, embodying all the virtues of beauty. A finely crafted pouch lay on the coffee table, containing 20 gold yuan. Number 21 wielded a whip made of specially hardened plastic, its surface bristling with spikes. A single lash could tear through human tissue. Number 22 wielded an iron rod, a straightforward weapon requiring merely sufficient strength to use. The scene of 2 alluring women engaged in a deadly struggle with these weapons was exhilarating to imagine, let alone witness firsthand. This is a unique business venture launched by the owner of Kula. As long as one possesses wealth, anyone can participate. Victors are rewarded with bounties provided by the patrons, and the minimum reward cannot fall below 5 gold coins. Fang Jiaoyang frequently visits, as he has a penchant for this game and is well versed in its underlying economic principles, thus his offered bounties are no less than 10 gold coins. The rationale is simple. Women possess discerning eyes. The more money they receive, the fiercer their confrontations become. Number 21's nose has been shattered, with copious blood gushing forth amidst excruciating pain. Ignoring all else, she lunges forward, wrapping the whip around number 22's neck, tightening it in an attempt to secure victory, only to be met with a ferocious blow from an iron rod, which brutally tears through her soft abdomen. Women who earn their living in the nightlife are particularly attentive to their appearance. Every exposed inch of skin, from face to limbs, is pristine and smooth. According to various industrial classifications, the range spans from the most economical synthetic rubber to the costly biomimetic collagen. A clear reflection of the notion that one gets what one pays for. Of course, at a distance of 10 meters, it is challenging to discern such nuances. Yet upon closer inspection, the stark contrast between coarse and delicate becomes immediately apparent. Beneath these soft and fair exteriors lie hardened and resilient metal components. The brutality and bloodshed of female brawls in this era far surpass those of previous times. A single punch can obliterate a face, skin can be torn apart, and limbs dislocated. Some women exhibit extraordinary ferocity, their movements mimicking the savage instincts of wild predatory beasts, tearing into their opponent's back and yanking out the inner wiring. As long as life is not endangered and the brain remains intact, even the most sanguinary, violent, and savage actions receive tacit approval from both spectators and organizers, provided the bounty is sufficient to cover any bodily repairs. Scattered across the floor are numerous cigarette butts, and under normal circumstances, Fang Jiaoyang's smoking habit would not exceed 5 cigarettes. However, his inner turmoil and anger compel him to stimulate his brain with nicotine and various toxins. He has already injected 2 doses of high-energy nutrients, which also provide a stimulating effect on the mind while alleviating the excess nicotine intake. One might liken it to a lunatic from the old days, quenching his thirst with strong liquor while voraciously consuming opulent delicacies. Number 22 has freed herself from the whip's grasp and retaliates fiercely, thrusting her left hand into the gaping mouth of number 21, enduring the agonizing bite of her teeth. With her right hand, fingers splayed, she madly plunges her index and middle fingers into the eye sockets of her adversary, extracting the oil-coated optical scanning device. She will not be blinded. This is merely a replaceable body part, with the distinction lying in the choice between mechanical and biological replacements, the former being economical, the latter costly. Number 21 is nearly rendered unconscious by the pain. In a desperate act, she bites down hard on the arm of her assailant, simultaneously activating a concealed miniature metal pulverizer within her body. Accompanied by a piercing buzz, number 22's arm is severed, gushing forth a torrent of blood. While a 50-centimeter metal rod protrudes from number 21's throat, its tip adorned with triangular steel claws, and a rapidly spinning circular saw, aimed directly at the opponent's chest. Each individual harbors their own hidden lethal move. Number 22's ample bosom is cleaved open, rendering her utterly incapacitated, as if her very sinews have been drawn from her body, leaving her quaking and gasping for breath. Observing the scattered metal parts and human tissue, Fang Jiaoyang feels a modicum of his frenzied desire assuaged. He reaches for the money pouch on the coffee table, tossing it to number 21, then casually presses the electric bell set into the armrest of his chair. 2 attendants enter. One lifts the barely conscious number 22, affixing an emergency life support device to her neck, while the other drags the relatively intact number 21 out of the room. The second attendant, equipped with 4 mechanical arms, adeptly cleans the area, with one arm spraying water while another scrubs. Within mere minutes, the blood and stains vanish from the floor. A compact drying device dispels the uncomfortable dampness, while air fresheners imbue the room with a subtle hint of jasmine. As the attendants exit, a personal bodyguard enters. Seeing the scene, Fang Jiaoyang's once dark and menacing expression reveals a glimmer of anticipation as he inquires, "Did you find him?" The bodyguard stands before him, hands clasped, shaking his head. "We went to Luo Biao's residence at the earliest opportunity, but he was not present. Judging by the traces left at the scene, he must have been prepared and fled in advance." A flicker of undeniable disappointment crosses Fang Jiaoyang's eyes, and the anger he had just suppressed surges once more. He has lost 50,000 gold coins, a staggering sum that has deeply wounded him. He must find Luo Biao, only then can he hope to recoup his losses. Fang Jiaoyang is convinced that this incident is no mere coincidence. Luo Biao had previously provided him with special information several times, and he had won money as a result. This bears striking resemblance to traditional scams, where small favors entice one into a gradually ensnaring trap. He is eager to uncover who is orchestrating Luo Biao's actions against him. What stance does the Hangwei boxing gym hold? After a moment of contemplation, he looks up at his bodyguard. What does that wretched Su Xiaoxiao have to say about this? The bodyguard replies earnestly. The boxing gym is also searching for Luo Biao. Su Xiaoxiao has even offered a bounty of 500 gold coins for his capture. Fang Jiaoyang is taken aback, finding it utterly unbelievable. Such a high bounty. What could she possibly want? The bodyguard responds, I suspect Luo Biao possesses some secrets about the Hangwei boxing gym. And given the circumstances, Su Xiaoxiao has declared that she wants him alive or dead. In any case, even if it's just a corpse, she is willing to pay the bounty. Additionally, Li Song from Howren Group and Ma Hongyu from Zhonghua Company are also searching for Luo Biao, reportedly having lost a significant sum in previous gambling matches. Fang Jiaoyang instinctively reaches for a cigarette, yet refrains from lighting it. This situation has become intriguing. He had not anticipated Luo Biao's connections to them. After a moment of thought, he crushes the cigarette in his hand with an expression of uncontainable ferocity and rage. Publish a bounty, he commands his bodyguard in a chilling tone, 1,000 gold coins for the capture of Luo Biao. Following yesterday's gambling match, Fang Jiaoyang had initially set a bounty of 100 gold coins. Now it is evident that Luo Biao's significance far exceeds initial expectations. The secrets he harbors must be of great value. Moreover, it is likely that information regarding Su Xiaoxiao and other influential figures in the city may also be obtained. As long as he can recover his previous losses, the mere sum of 1,000 gold coins is a trifling matter. Chapter 38. The Legion in the same city. The East District, at 11 o'clock and 4 minutes in the morning, the Qilong Legion stronghold is situated at the periphery of the East District. For identical 5-story buildings form a perfect square, occupying the 4 corners. The perimeter is fortified by a robust 4-meter wall, topped with barbed wire, with watchtowers at intervals, housing heavy machine guns and auto-targeting artillery that dominate the high ground, while armed guards patrol, locking down every potential point of infiltration. The Qilong Legion maintains similar fortified bastions in every city. Compared to the bygone days, the concept of weaponry in the dark underworld has undergone a significant elevation. However, this notion predominantly applies to cold weapons. Traditional firearms, artillery, and explosives still reign supreme in modern combat. Laser weapons undoubtedly exist, and electromagnetic cannons are no longer novel. Yet humanity residing underground has yet to surmount the challenge of miniaturization. It is said that the Azure Dragon Legion is currently developing a formidable armored vehicle, with its primary weapon being the electronic cannon that is in the process of standardization. Perhaps hidden deep within the battle fortress lies a base-type laser cannon, waiting for the opportune moment to be revealed. The allure of the world's mysteries captivates countless explorers, largely because they stem from legends. Of course, not all legends are fabricated. Armed with a recommendation letter signed by Su Xiaoxiao, Ling Zihan successfully entered District 1 after undergoing a series of rigorous inspections, which is essentially the outer area of the Azure Dragon Legion's fortress. This area consists of single-story buildings situated outside the walls, serving as the Legion's office space. Upon surrendering all personal weapons, the thorough inspection left Ling Zihan with a sensation akin to being completely exposed. Nevertheless, he deemed the entire process both necessary and worthwhile. Upon entering Office 3, he beheld a young man of similar age seated behind the desk. Tall and slender, he wore a well-fitted deep green military uniform, his fair skin contrasting with his slightly long black hair that fell over his forehead, framing his striking, charismatic eyes. The insignia on his shoulders indicated his rank as a captain. Please, take a seat. Don't be so tense, he gestured towards the empty chair opposite him, a smile illuminating his face and revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Following his suggestion, Ling Zihan sat down, placing the personal information form he had been holding on the table. He had always preferred dealing with individuals who greeted him with a smile, regardless of their gender. The captain examined the form carefully before looking up with a smile and asking, "Is your name Ling Zihan?" Upon receiving an affirmative nod, he continued with a grin. "I am Xiao Hongguang. Hee. Everyone has their reasons for choosing the Azure Dragon Legion. Care to share yours?" Ling Zihan was aware of this question and answer procedure and had mentally prepared himself. "I wish to live a good life." Xiao Hongguang regarded him patiently, waiting for further elaboration. Unexpectedly, after stating his intention, Ling Zihan fell silent, gazing at him with an expectant look. "Is that all?" Xiao Hongguang set down the form, feigning surprise. Ling Zihan's countenance radiated a palpable honesty as he spoke slowly and steadily. "I simply want to serve in the military and then enjoy a good life." As long as he could pass the review, Ling Zihan was more than willing to adopt an even more unassuming demeanor. "Well, that is indeed a reasonable explanation." Xiao Hongguang chose not to pursue the matter further and shifted his focus to the applicant's materials on the form. The Hungwei Boxing Club has issued you a recommendation letter. You have provided your own weapons, the basic Model 091 rifle and the Liphone pistol. You have met the Legion's basic requirements for soldiers. He opened a drawer, retrieved a stamp, dipped it in ink, and firmly pressed it onto the upper right corner of the application form. Congratulations! From this moment onward, we are colleagues. He produced a circular ceramic badge from the drawer and handed it to Ling Zihan. As Ling Zihan accepted the badge, he felt a surreal sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated the review process to be so straightforward. Yet, the badge in his hand felt undeniably real. He was now officially a private in the Azure Dragon Legion. Xiao Hongguang, clearly accustomed to this moment, smiled and reminded him. There is a number on the back of the badge. You would do well to memorize it. If the badge is accidentally lost, you can apply for a replacement using that number. The identity number assigned to Ling Zihan was 359-8147. Committing this number to memory, Ling Zihan raised his head, his gaze lingering on Xiao Hongguang's uniform. What should I do next? Where do I collect my uniform? You are not yet eligible to receive a uniform. Xiao Hongguang's smile was genuinely pleasant, as he could have easily conveyed the message in a more brusque manner, stating, "You are merely a common recruit." He explained with a smile, according to regulations, only officers ranked lieutenant and above are entitled to uniforms. After a brief pause, he continued, "The fabric is quite costly. Uniforms symbolize the honor that belongs solely to the Legion. Higi, when I first arrived, I was just as clueless as you. As long as you ask questions and take initiative, what you desire will eventually come to you. For now, you can utilize the military's public network to search for relevant information and find suitable tasks to undertake." He offered 2 pieces of advice. Firstly, you must complete at least 1 task each week. Otherwise, your military status will be revoked. Reapplying will be quite difficult, as your electronic record will reflect any previous shortcomings. Therefore, once you choose to accept a task, you must see it through to completion, no matter how challenging it may become. Secondly, do not assume that all mechanized equipment is advantageous. Sometimes, the higher the biological individuality, the more unexpected benefits you may reap. Ling Zihan found the latter statement somewhat perplexing. What do you mean by that? Xiao Hongguang chuckled. You'll have to discover that for yourself. I'm simply offering a small piece of advice. With that, he stood up from his chair and extended his right hand politely. Welcome to the Azure Dragon Legion. After leaving the office, Ling Zihan wandered around the break area outside the fortress for quite some time. The entire fortress was structured around 4 large buildings, forming a massive square. Surrounding this core were rows of single-story buildings and various defensive installations, interspersed with vast open spaces, as well as expansive warehouses reminiscent of large factories from a bygone era. Alongside a motor center, a repair center, and an indoor training facility, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with light streaming from the tower and other building windows, casting beams onto the ground. A dry wind howled past, bringing an uncomfortable chill from the distant, shadowy mountains. Most of the buildings on the fortress's perimeter were of a removable and simple design. Within many open workshops, different models of battle vehicles could be seen. Ling Zihan even spotted a tracked heavy vehicle chassis towering over 2 meters in height and approximately 20 meters in length. Its enormous turret was bound by steel chains, suspended more than 4 meters above the vehicle's body. Scattered across the ground were various parts, exuding a pungent odor of machine oil. A bustling crowd filled the area. From what Ling Zihan could observe, there were at least 200 people. Some wore uniforms, clearly officers, while dozens donned light gray work clothes, presumably mechanics or repairmen. Most individuals, like Ling Zihan, were dressed in various styles of clothing, likely fellow recruits. Many buildings featured gun emplacements and artillery positions on their rooftops. Various antennas of indeterminate purpose rotated continuously, with densely packed red lights flashing at their tips. In the distance, one could even glimpse small missile launchers alongside armed pickup trucks, the latter being a true luxury. This was not merely due to their high price, but rather because the operational costs of any vehicle were substantial. Unless one possessed an automatic battery charging device or had a stable fuel supply. Ling Zihan had previously encountered many scenes from this place online, like in the old days. The Azure Dragon Legion required fresh blood, although not everyone could become a recruit, and not all recruits would transition to full-time soldiers. The Legion's leaders and organizers frequently posted related videos online to attract more individuals to join. The Legion implemented a lenient management system, rarely resorting to forced conscription unless under special orders from headquarters. From generals down to the lowest-ranking recruits, individuals could form combat units based on their capabilities and needs. Battalions or squads were the most common formations. The former could vary in size, while the latter could range from a few members to dozens. The specific size depended on the organizer's abilities and resources. Generally, as long as there were sufficient supplies and weaponry, as well as the necessary financial means. Even an ordinary recruit could muster a medium-sized battalion of dozens or even hundreds of personnel. Once, many individuals found it perplexing to comprehend the loosely structured management system of the Azure Dragon Corps, believing that joining the faction held no substantial significance. However, life, the greatest teacher, imparted wisdom to these individuals after they endured numerous hardships, granting them unique insights, albeit too late. Ling Zihan shared a similar superficial understanding of the Azure Dragon Corps. He was aware of three essential facts. Firstly, membership in the Corps afforded certain benefits, such as more affordable ammunition supplies, more powerful weaponry, and comprehensive intelligence. Secondly, the Corps possessed a distinctive task system, rewarding completion with accolades and contribution points, which could lead to promotions. And lastly, when one grew weary of their duties and contemplated retirement, the Corps would serve as a sanctuary. Ling Zihan felt a sense of novelty in this place. At the weapons center, he observed an array of various equipment. For instance, the Type 09 rifle could be purchased here with an assortment of accessories. The overall price was cheaper than that of external gun shops, albeit only marginally, with a discount of approximately 0.1. Chapter 39, The Female Shopkeeper. Although this discount was minimal, equating to merely a few silver coins, it would increase as one's rank ascended. As long as one possessed wealth and the requisite permissions, numerous items were available for purchase here. In addition to the weapon stores established by the Corps, numerous shops operated by Corps members themselves were also present. In the northeastern corner stood a simple trailer with a sign depicting a human skull hanging from the protruding steel beam of the building. Such items were common, scattered across the wilderness. After being boiled in water for several minutes, dried, and sprayed with formaldehyde and clear lacquer, they could become fine collectibles and decorations. Next to the skull, a wooden board displayed the strikingly conspicuous characters for headshot written in red paint, giving the shop a unique character. Ling Zihan strolled inside. In the center of the room, a bright electric light hung from the ceiling, while the floor and surrounding areas were cluttered with military crates. The lid of the topmost crate was ajar, revealing an assortment of weapons. From daggers to portable artillery, from various grenades to anti-infantry landmines, everything was available. An extremely plump woman approached him with a smile. Despite her height being approximately 1.7 meters, her excessively wide waist negated any advantage her height might have provided. Unfortunately, her abdomen protruded and her breast sagged, resting heavily upon her belly, while her limbs appeared as if they had been plump like winter carrots, constricted at the elbows, wrists, shoulders, knees, and ankles, creating a visually striking image reminiscent of the smiling rubber figure from the old Michelin tire advertisements. Hello. What would you like to buy? She greeted, clad in an army green coat similar in style to the Azure Dragon Corps uniform, yet lacking shoulder insignia and a collar badge. Ling Zihan surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "How are your items priced?" This was a standard question from novice customers and a common opening line for seasoned negotiators, neither of whom were particularly favored by merchants. The stout shopkeeper, however, appeared unconcerned. An imperceptible glint of mockery flashed in her eyes, mingled with an unabashed admiration for Ling Zihan's handsome visage and an overt desire for possession. "Handsome, every item here is priced. If something catches your eye, we can discuss it, and I assure you a satisfactory offer," she said, reaching out to grasp Ling Zihan's arm, her thick, round arm coiling around his like a serpent. She opened her right hand, brazenly touching his exposed arm. She was astute enough to notice that 1/3 of Ling Zihan's left arm was biological, particularly the segment from his upper arm to shoulder, which retained a biological area of approximately 40 square centimeters. The genuine leather felt exquisite, soft and slick. Ling Zihan was well aware of his special allure to most women and did not mind the touch from the opposite sex, viewing it as a sign of intimacy and friendliness, far preferable to the stinginess, lechery, cunning, and malevolence exhibited by Zhao Dongong. He pointed to the Type 09 rifle displayed on the crate and inquired earnestly, "How much for this?" The Type 09 rifle comes in many calibers. The 20mm could be categorized as artillery. However, as long as the user could endure the significant recoil and carry an extraordinary amount of ammunition, any caliber, whether the standard 9mm or expanded to 30mm or even beyond, would be deemed acceptable. 30 gold coins, the plump shopkeeper replied succinctly, without hesitation. Her fondness for men was clear, but she would never offer a loss. Ling Zihan shifted his attention to a large grenade contained in another crate. Many wilderness wanderers resorted to crafting rudimentary grenades as substitutes. The crude results rendered these grenades unsightly, often failing to evoke a connection with the term grenade. In essence, they resemble the device the size of an adult's head, filled with homemade explosives, gravel, nails, metal shavings, and even chili powder and wild pepper, making them terrifying weapons with an extensive blast radius. Such devices were effective against beasts and humanoids, and could also be used against unarmored marauders of the wild. However, using them to incapacitate a vehicle, even a common armed pickup, would be utterly absurd. The grenades before Ling Zihan were evidently military-grade, far surpassing the potency of the hastily assembled civilian versions. 2 gold coins each, the shopkeeper declared, her laughter boisterous, somewhat grating yet not off-putting. Can the price be lowered? Ling Zihan instinctively inquired. The shopkeeper chuckled, reminiscent of a hen laying eggs. That depends on whether you know how to negotiate, little brother. Ling Zihan did not deter her from her mischievous advances. It was as if his biological limbs had vanished, transformed into an insensate material. He turned to the shopkeeper. Donning an innocent expression, would you consider being my sister? The plump woman was momentarily stunned. What did you say? She questioned, suspecting a problem with her hearing. I could be your younger brother. Ling Zihan's smile was charming, his voice imbued with a unique masculine allure. A result of years spent adjusting his facial muscles before the mirror and countless vocal training sessions. The shopkeeper gaped in astonishment, taken aback by such shamelessness, or rather, oddity. Yet, upon reflection, she mused that perhaps she was the more shameless one. She released her grip on Ling Zihan's arm, dramatically tossing her long black hair back. All right, I shall consider you an additional brother. In business, relationships matter. Who knows, you could become a promising customer in the future. I'm Ling Zihan. He maintained his charming smile, extending his right hand. Li Zuqing, she replied, also smiling, although her excess fat compressed her facial muscles, causing her eyes to narrow into thin slits, while her mouth still claimed a fair share of advantage. Hurry up, call me sister. Sister, hello. Ling Zihan said with utmost politeness and humility, his demeanor impeccable. Good boy. In that instant, Li Zuqing felt her vanity swell immensely. Yet, amidst the camaraderie, business remained business. What do you see here that you need? Feel free to speak up. Not once did she mention the word money. Ling Zihan understood all too well that should he dare to reach into the crate for a bullet, this newly adopted sister would undoubtedly seize the large-caliber assault rifle nearby and turn him into a human sieve on the spot. Everyone desires good things. Yet Ling Zihan is exceptionally astute, refraining from spending on superfluous items. He supplemented his supplies of ammunition, food, and first aid materials. The latter pertains to military provisions, signifying a fundamental distinction from civilian versions. Although both are cassava biscuits, the military variant is sealed and enriched with salt, sugar, fats, and various essential trace elements. A single biscuit, accompanied by a vitamin tablet, constitutes a commendable field meal. In truth, this fare is quite unpalatable, with a coarse texture that renders it difficult to swallow. Consumption necessitates drinking water simultaneously, lest one be plagued by a dreadful scratchy sensation in the throat, forever associating the word food with terror. Nevertheless, the military-grade cassava biscuits are guaranteed in quality and, crucially, affordably priced. Ling Zihan discovered that the goods here are priced lower than those in the city, leaving him perplexed. He inquired about this disparity. Li Zuqing scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, her face blooming with a smile. Stand still. Let me take your picture. Why? Ling Zihan appeared genuinely naive, although he was aware of her intentions. It will look better when enlarged. In the midst of speaking, Li Zuqing had already captured the image and proceeded to clarify his earlier question. Do you think anyone can just waltz into the QN Jialing Legion's camp? The Legion is a guardian of order and law, at least on the surface. Not everyone is willing to join, and the Legion only extends convenience to its own. If you were an officer, consider this statement null. You've seen it too. It's not just me. Everything sold in all the shops here is cheaper than outside. But if you aim to buy low and sell high for profit, I advise you to abandon that thought early. The goods you purchase here are subject to a strict quota. For instance, if you carry a Type 09 rifle, you cannot buy more than 500 rounds at once, with a minimum gap of 1 week, which aligns with the regular task completion cycle for reservists. The same logic applies to food. You may purchase enough for 2 weeks, provided it is solely for your personal consumption. If I were to sell you more than that, and the Legion discovered it, I would face expulsion, and in severe cases, even expulsion from the ranks. Ling Zihan nodded in understanding. Li Zuqing lifted her sturdy leg onto a crate, produced a cigarette, offered one to Ling Zihan, and lit one for herself with a lighter. Observing the prominent white lettering and the distinctive skull emblem on the wooden box beneath her foot, Ling Zihan's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Stand back. This could explode, Li Zuqing casually warned, flicking off the ash with an extraordinary nonchalance that would put even the finest actors of the bygone era to shame. This was a particularly unique gesture. As if a current of air swirled around her, causing the ash from her cigarette to dance and spiral toward the open shop door. Previously, in Yazi Town, Ling Zihan had witnessed Zhang Jun smoking in a similar manner. It required not only skill but also a certain level of strength. Suddenly, his portable computer vibrated, and he glanced down to see a new message. Li Zicheng exhaled a plume of smoke. This is my network account. Add me. Ling Zihan followed her suggestion and added her as a friend, lifting his gaze with a gracious smile. Thank you, sister. Li Zicheng regarded him with a complex expression filled with reluctance and nostalgia. You have quite a sweet tongue. The QNGLing Legion is a place of rules. But such rules apply only to insiders. She harbored an urge to seize Ling Zihan and enact her own form of justice. After all, the shop belonged to her. And once the door was closed, even the military police could not interfere. He appeared remarkably tender, exuding an allure that was simply intoxicating for a fleeting moment, causing Li Zicheng's hormones to surge uncontrollably. She felt capable of overpowering this newly acquainted brother. Just as the desire was about to erupt like a volcano, she restrained herself. He bore a striking resemblance to a man she once cherished. Love is a beautifully profound word, and at times, it should not be desecrated. Go away. Ha. See you next time, Li Zicheng rasped, releasing a crude remark from deep within her throat, which mingled with the smoke she exhaled. She sensed that if Ling Zihan remained, she would inevitably commit some exceedingly reckless act. Having already taken his picture and with a gelatinous doll in the box, she mused over the unique printing, synthesis, and bionic technologies combined with an electronic speaker installed in the doll's throat. All these elements would enable her to enjoy a splendid afternoon. As the old saying goes, technology transforms life. After departing from the Legion's base, Ling Zihan pondered for a moment before heading to number 1202, Qingnian Road, the address of the District 3 police station in Luyuan City. On either side of the road outside the station, a gasoline barrel was placed. As Ling Zihan approached the police station, he observed someone adding coal to the barrel. The flames blazed fiercely before being subdued, only to surge again, releasing an increasingly intense energy and light. Upon entering, a nearby officer looked up, regarding him with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Who are you looking for? Ling Zihan, adorned with the QNGLing Legion emblem on his chest, presented the best form of identification. I'm here to find some work. A friendly smile graced his face. Ling Zihan had meticulously reviewed the Legion's manual. Reservists possess various privileges, one of which is maintaining public order. This statement holds considerable weight. Simply put, any Legion member can become an official officer or an auxiliary staff member at the local police station. The two roles are not mutually exclusive. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a light gray uniform emerged from the room, having overheard the exchange between Ling Zihan and the officer. He approached with a smile that suggested an upbeat personality. You're a new recruit who just joined the Legion, right? Ling Zihan responded with a smile. Yes. A task was posted on the Legion's network, and since this place is close to where I live, I thought I'd come and take a look. Chapter 40. Debt Collection A Task? The middle-aged officer appeared intrigued. What task? Ling Zihan opened his portable computer, navigating to the task section on the Legion's network. Clicking on the D-level category. As a reservist, he was only eligible for tasks at this level. D-level task, escort. This task had been posted 16 hours ago through the Luyuan City network platform. The publisher simultaneously accessed the Legion's network, and it was approved 5 minutes later. The security situation in this era differs significantly from that of the old days. Although the police functions are somewhat similar, they increasingly cater to local powers. In contrast, the Legion operates with greater fairness and impartiality. As long as the populace has legitimate demands, the Legion typically provides a positive response. The distinction lies in the fact that the Legion does not establish local law enforcement agencies like police stations. Instead, it publicizes tasks on the network for Legion members to choose freely. The escort task's description was straightforward. A woman named Kong Linlin resides at 1037 Jiaxing Street. She issued a plea for assistance, requesting someone to help escort her brother, Kong Jun, safely home from work between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. The route and starting point, Wanshan Group steel plant to the residential address at 1037 Jiaxing Street. Compensation, as this is a long-term task requiring daily escorting for a week. The first successful escort will earn 5 silver coins, while subsequent escorts from the 2nd to the 7th will each earn 1 silver coin. Validity, the first escort begins tomorrow and concludes after 1 week. The middle-aged officer casually browsed the information on the screen, instinctively furrowing his brow. He tilted his head to glance once more at the Azure Dragon Legion badge adorning Ling Zihan's chest, revealing a friendly smile. Come. Let us have a seat in my office. The illumination in the office was ample, with the electric lights shining brighter than those in the hallway. A substantial stack of documents lay scattered across the desk, and the ashtray was strewn with cigarette butts, while a triangular information sign displaying the name Yang Yin faced outward in the center. Please, have a seat. Sheriff Yang Yin was exceedingly courteous, stepping into the room. Closing the door behind him, and gesturing towards the chair across from him for Ling Zihan to sit. He spoke directly. I advise against accepting this task. By the way, may I ask your name? I am Ling Zihan. Why should I not accept this task? Ling Zihan inquired with equal directness. Because this matter is beyond your control. Yang Yin replied, his expression grave. I am more aware of the complexities involved than you are. With your current capabilities, you cannot bear the consequences. Ling Zihan raised his chin. His meticulous mind recognized that now was not the time for inquiries. The wisest course of action was to remain calm and listen to the explanation. Yang Yin continued, Kong Jun is the brother of Kong Linlin, and he works at the Wanson Group steel mill. The distance from his workplace to home is not far, merely about a kilometer. Although this area is on the outskirts of the city, the security situation is not favorable, given the limited police resources. You understand. Ling Zihan maintained an exceptionally pleasant smile. This is a mission issued by the Azure Dragon Legion. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had clearly not anticipated Ling Zihan's response. After a brief moment, he regarded her with a gaze that now held more profound significance. Young man, being excessively obstinate is not a virtue. Ling Zihan replied with a smile. You certainly know far more than what you have just disclosed. Yang Yin furrowed his brow again, pondering briefly before carefully choosing his words. There are certain matters I am still investigating. Ling Zihan met his gaze directly. The reason I am here today is to seek detailed information and assistance from the police department. Yang Yin contemplated for a few seconds before responding earnestly. I can only divulge this much. As I mentioned earlier, I strongly advise you against taking on this task. Ling Zihan emphasized, the mission becomes effective tomorrow. You previously mentioned that you are investigating, which implies today is the last day. Yang Yan's tone remained sincere. There are indeed matters I cannot disclose to you. Kong Linlin has approached the police for assistance before, but the situation is quite intricate. Ling Zihan chuckled lightly. It seems I cannot expect any help from you. Yang Yan nodded gravely. Not at this moment. Ling Zihan shrugged, feigning regret as he stood and exited the room. At the same time, Luo Biao's residence was situated in the southern part of the city, a standalone two-story building. Fang Jiaoyang sat in a chair, his cold and cruel gaze sweeping over the individuals before him. The two elderly figures were Luo Biao's parents. His wife appeared remarkably youthful, with records indicating her true age was comparable to Luo Biao's, around 20 years old, her youthful visage evidently a result of bioengineering. Luo Biao's son was exceedingly adorable, merely 4 years of age. Fang Jiaoyang inquired nonchalantly, Speak. Where is Luo Biao? The entire building was under tight surveillance. 5 bodyguards were stationed outside, and an equal number of enforcers occupied the room, including Fang Jiaoyang. All present bore an unmistakable aura of menace, scrutinizing the women and child with a discerning, malevolent gaze. As long as no lives were lost, even if the police were informed, they would remain indifferent. To take a step further, even if a life were lost. Fang Jiaoyang possessed ample justification to assert that Luo Biao was a member of a fraudulent syndicate, in the face of a staggering sum of 50,000 gold coins. Even if he were to decapitate everyone present, the police would remain silent. I am the victim. Such reasoning was entirely valid, provided all actions and deeds transpired behind closed doors, and no incident or imagery surfaced on the internet. Otherwise, even a just cause could be rendered unjust, and no connections within the police could suppress the fallout. I don't know, Luo Biao's wife exclaimed urgently. He hasn't returned. I have no idea where he is. Fang Jiaoyang disregarded her plea, snapping his fingers. A slender, middle-aged Caucasian man dressed in a faded gray suit reminiscent of a bygone era approached, bowing respectfully. His name was Braun, a renowned auctioneer within the circles of Luoyang City. This profession encompassed a broad and profound range of meanings. To a certain extent, it was akin to a composite of accountants, actuaries, lawyers, brokers, and business operators from the old world. The war had torn apart the previous world. Yet the remnants of humanity continued to adhere to the original principles of habitation. The Eastern continent had never been a realm dominated by either whites or blacks, though the phenomenon of coexistence persisted. Even on the other side of the vast ocean, countless individuals of varying ethnic backgrounds lived. Braun approached swiftly, his serpent-like cold gaze sizing up Luo Biao's wife. He reached out, gently caressing her cheek. This lewd and invasive gesture rendered the woman utterly stunned, her mind momentarily blank. After a brief pause of astonishment, an unprecedented fury surged within her, occupying every corner of her thoughts. Damn you, filthy white pig. Get your dirty hands off me. She delivered a powerful kick between Braun's legs, the mechanical strength instantly impacting the spring mechanism. Braun instinctively opened his mouth, his eyes bulging, hands clutching his groin, his face displaying a momentary look of shock. 2 seconds later, he regained his composure. The advantage of being a half-mechanical entity fundamentally hindered the nervous system's response to pain. Not only would he remain expressionless if a collision occurred, but even if a steel saw were to sever the spring mechanism, most men, including Braun, would merely watch impassively as it detached from their bodies, their resilience akin to that of iron sculptures, not even emitting a grunt. The exaggerated facial expressions and bodily reactions were mere performances. Braun was acutely aware of his responsibilities, while also being mindful of Fang Jiaoyang's sentiments. He. No wonder you are the boxer's wife. You certainly possess quite the spirit. He unleashed the steel claw installed on his left arm, firmly gripping Luo Biao's wife's right shoulder, twisting it into an immobilizing position, before extending his right hand to gently stroke her smooth face, which radiated unbounded rage. Biological percentage, 31.7. This was a worthless slave, of little value. Braun's touch was not driven by lust. His palm housed an automatic detector capable of precisely measuring the biological composition of the individual. The higher the biological percentage, the greater the worth. Fang Jiaoyang remained noncommittal, shifting into a more comfortable position, his expression blank as he observed Braun's actions. Braun's voice was unpleasant, akin to heavy objects grinding against sand across a glass surface. Although he spoke fluent Chinese, many found his voice distinctly contrived. Biological percentage, 11.8. Damn old bastard, you wouldn't fetch even a single gold coin. This referred to Luo Biao's father. Biological percentage, 15.6. Can you even be considered human? You're nothing but an ugly steel monstrosity. This referred to Luo Biao's mother. Finally, it was time to assess Luo Biao's son. Braun's tone, devoid of human emotion, sounded harsh and cold. Biological percentage, 38.1. This is a tender youngling, delectable and succulent, with tender bones that offer a delightful chew. His brain could fetch a handsome price. Upon hearing this, Fang Jiaoyang expressed a rare note of interest, asking, how much can it be sold for? Not less than 20 gold coins, Braun explained. Younglings are not tainted by machine oil like adults, and their brains possess a high purity, making them the finest biological nutrient materials. The focused expression that had just emerged on Fang Jiaoyang's face vanished in an instant. He understood that children held great value, however. The figures reported by Braun diverged significantly from his expectations. Where's Luo Biao? Fang Jiaoyang's interest in Braun's valuation had entirely dissipated. In truth, he had harbored no hopes from the outset. He fixed his fierce gaze upon each trembling individual across from him, as if a famished beast were selecting its prey. I don't know. He hasn't returned. He has yet to come back. The woman's voice, tinged with despair, cried out as she desperately reached for her child, yearning to hold him, only to be forcefully pinned against the wall by Braun. Fang Jiaoyang furrowed his brow and nonchalantly gestured towards the two elderly individuals, commanding his bodyguards, dispose of them. Moments later, the floor was littered with disassembled parts, and Fang Jiaoyang found himself amidst two biological life support devices. Provided a stable power supply, they could maintain a fixed state of life amidst fear, panic, despair, and helplessness. Observing Luo Biao's wife, who was engulfed in helplessness, Fang Jiaoyang muttered to himself, this woman is rather attractive. Who among you is interested? You may enjoy her company now. Contemporary technological advancements could render all women into beauties that adhere to conventional standards of aesthetics. Such modifications to one's appearance did not necessitate a beautician. One merely needed to procure the appropriate beauty resources from the city's database and either apply them personally or visit a professional beauty salon to have robots perform the enhancements, yielding a visage with a beauty score exceeding 90. Like in the bygone era, beauty remained a costly endeavor, although it was merely a face. Conveying the reality to a machine through language was futile. Computers only comprehend equations. They never develop a special appreciation for beauty. Do you wish to become the Black Widow? The prerequisite is possessing her photograph. Transforming into Yang Gongru is also feasible, as the required resources are identical. You may even opt for a dual selection, one side resembling Diaochan, the other, Lin Qinxia. The key lies in wealth and resources. Beauty resources in the city's database were exorbitantly priced, akin to product formulas of the olden days. Thus, the adage that beautiful women are invariably wealthy holds true within the underworld's logic. Luo Biao, the manager of Hongwei Boxing Gym, enjoyed a lucrative income. It was entirely reasonable for him to procure a beautiful face for his wife. 3 bodyguards dragged Luo Biao's wife into the adjacent room. The door stood ajar, and soon, her hoarse screams reverberated, mingling with the overpowering scent of machine oil in the air. Fang Jiaoyang rose and strolled toward the terrified child, seizing his frail right leg and yanking it with force, tearing it away. The tender pain receptors instantly relayed horrific signals to the child's brain, rendering his face ashen as he struggled desperately within Fang Jiaoyang's iron grip, emitting inhuman wails. You better pay attention. This is your final opportunity. Fang Jiaoyang hurled the child onto the ground, casting a cold gaze around, as if a mysterious, invisible presence lingered in the air. Luo Biao, you'd best emerge immediately. I know you are here. This is your last chance. I am aware of your callousness and that the fate of your family is of little concern to you. Perhaps you have reached an unspoken agreement with them. Hehehe. I wish to convey that this place will soon be razed, and you will be driven out like a filthy rat from its hole. As an example, I shall methodically break your son's fingers, dipping them in his blood, an exquisite delicacy. Chapter 41. He certainly has secrets as for you. If you come out now, we may yet negotiate. You have 1 minute left. The countdown begins now. No sooner had he spoken than a dull mechanical rumbling emanated from deep within the floor. As the metallic panels gradually parted, a 2-meter-wide exit materialized before everyone. From the shadows emerged the imposing figure of Luo Biao. His head hung low as he ascended the steps, clearly displaying fear and an indescribable sense of hopelessness. Fang Jiayang's pallid face, long ravaged by smoke and spirits, bore a smug smile. When one possesses an abundance of wealth, many endeavors that seem insurmountable to the average person become remarkably simple. All electronic records from the exit checkpoints of Luoyuan City indicated no evidence of Luo Biao's departure. Furthermore, all beauty establishments within the city had no records of cosmetic procedures resembling Luo Biao. Thus, it could be deduced that Luo Biao was indeed concealed within the city. Despite exhaustive efforts to search every conceivable location, no trace was found. At that moment, Fang Jiayang firmly believed that Luo Biao was likely hiding in some obscure corner of his own residence. 1,000 gold yuan is no trifling sum. Such wealth could compel individuals to abandon their friendships, forsake loyalty and trust, and become the most shameless yet profitable renegades in the world. Upon entering, the bodyguards utilized specialized equipment to conduct a thorough inspection of the building. The results revealed a substantial concealed space beneath the floor. Since this wretched rat seemed fond of hiding, Fang Jiayang was more than willing to indulge the scoundrel in a performance, allowing him to fully experience the profound humiliation of witnessing his parents being dismembered, his wife transformed into another man's plaything, and his own son subjected to brutal violation. Returning to his seat, Fang Jiayang fixated his indifferent gaze upon the despondent Luo Biao and said coolly, I possess 100 methods to make your existence unbearable. Young Master Fang, please, allow me to explain. This situation was an accident. Luo Biao's eyes were reddened as he fell to his knees, pleading fervently. Fang Jiayang produced a cigarette, pinching it between his fingers, delaying its ignition. The feeling of having power firmly in his grasp was immensely gratifying, and he reveled in the psychological satisfaction it brought. Speak. I am listening. His tone remained frigid, as if the hulking figure of Luo Biao kneeling before him were merely an insignificant insect. That kid definitely has issues. I'm referring to the wild hyena. I guarantee it with my head, Luo Biao stammered. Your head is worthless, Fang Jiayang interjected brusquely, followed by a derisive chuckle. Let me remind you, you have no credibility left. Thus, you would be wise to offer something of value to convince me of your words. Also, do not lie. I have already stated that this is your final opportunity. All right, Luo Biao replied, bowing repeatedly in desperation. He remained silent for 2 protracted minutes, his face a mask of fear. He understood that Fang Jiayang's persistent gaze was due to his loss of 50,000 gold yuan in gambling at the boxing gym. If he could rectify this deficit, the crisis would be fundamentally averted. In recent days, Luo Biao had secluded himself in the basement, contemplating deeply. Having conducted a thorough analysis of the situation, kneeling, he lifted his head, and the expression on his face suddenly turned menacing. Young Master Fang, do you think a C-level novice fighter could possibly defeat a B-level fighter? It should be a lower-tier A-level fighter? Fang Jiayang regarded him expressionlessly, offering no response. The classification of fighters parallels that of ordinary humans. As for Luo Biao's mention of a lower-tier A-level fighter, it was merely a nuanced classification that lay between A and B levels, typically employed for boxing competitors to facilitate precise betting for the audience. Luo Biao continued his analysis. I have been at Hangwei Boxing Gym for over a decade. What kinds of fighters have I not encountered? From the most basic C-level events to high-stakes life and death matches. It is no exaggeration to say that I know every notable fighter in Luoyuan City. I could name their strengths with my eyes closed. The wild hyena is a newcomer. I have never seen him before. All who come to the gym to fight are desperately poor, all driven by the pursuit of money. In defeat, one garners nothing. Only the victors reap the rewards. Subsequently, Luo Biao recounted in detail the events of that fateful night. The wild hyena triumphed in 9 consecutive matches, while the hellish frenzy secured victories in more than 10. Any rational mind would wager on the hellish frenzy to emerge victorious. However, I too harbored uncertainties about who would ultimately prevail. That evening, the wild hyena arrived early at the boxing gym. Had he not swapped in a set of Grade A novice components and agreed to compete at the capacity of a Grade C novice? I would not have contemplated orchestrating a scheme to profit from him. Young Master Fong, I assure you, I spoke no falsehoods. The grade C components I fitted to the wild hyena were second-hand, possessing 3 points of failure, and the overall condition of the machinery was subpar. Especially the electronic sensor on the mechanical arm, which was temperamental at best. Should it malfunction at a critical moment, he would be rendered no more capable than a mere invalid. Young Master Fong, consider this. The limbs are crafted by me. And I conducted the comprehensive assessments on both competitors. It was as though the heavens laid a bounty of gold before me, an opportunity too precious to squander. Thus, I reached out to you that evening, confidently asserting an assured victory. To be candid, I even placed a wager of 6,000 gold coins on the hellish frenzy to win my entire fortune. The betting records at the casino are irrefutable. With your connections and capabilities, I trust you can verify this. The ferocity gradually faded from Fong Jiaoyang's visage, replaced by a hint of astonishment. Initially, he believed this to be a trap set by a rival, yet it was evident that the reality diverged from his assumptions. A simple misjudgment? Analyzing the situation logically, it indeed seemed plausible. Yet, I had suffered a loss of 50,000 gold coins. As this thought crossed my mind, the suppressed fury ignited anew. A harsh glint returned to Fong Jiaoyang's eyes. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke laced with venom and intense irritation towards Luo Biao. Is this your so-called explanation? He spat, devoid of courtesy. If you believe this will absolve you or spare your family, you are gravely mistaken. Luo Biao hastily knelt several paces forward, desperate to earn Fong Jiaoyang's trust. Young Master Fong, I harbor no such intentions. I genuinely consider your interests. Consider my interests? Fong Jiaoyang scoffed, callously flicking the ash from his cigarette onto Luo Biao's face. Let me remind you, your wife is still in the adjacent room, calling out. Do you wish for me to have someone dismantle your spring mechanism and replace it with a specialized bionic rubber conduit, amplifying sensitivity 100-fold? At that point, my men will ensure you know the meaning of a fate worse than death. Beside Fong Jiaoyang, Braun observed with a sinister glint in his eyes, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. I believe 1 rubber conduit would be insufficient. At least 3 would be necessary. We could knock out his teeth and modify his mouth, while leaving the existing passageway intact, merely creating a new aperture at his lower back. The diameter must be narrow, and the surrounding support must be secured with large rivets to ensure stability during the torment. As he beheld Luo Biao's terror-stricken visage, Fong Jiaoyang remarked coolly, This white devil's suggestion aligns with my own thoughts. A profound dread fermented within Luo Biao as he struggled to contain the fiery wrath igniting in his mind. Conjuring visions of horrific, inhuman scenarios. He swallowed hard, stuttering, Young Master Fong, I assure you, capturing the wild hyena will undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. He is no ordinary individual. Luo Biao elucidated, having spent many years in the boxing gym, I have witnessed countless matches. There are typically 3 scenarios under which one can achieve victory against a superior opponent. First, someone behind the scenes is manipulating the outcome, deliberately cheating. Second, one party possesses exceptional combat skills, but this is common in today's era, as fighters are largely evenly matched, with success hinging on performance in the moment. Third, and most crucially, he may be an ability user. The last 3 words Luo Biao uttered sparked immediate interest. Everyone, including Fong Jiaoyang, paused their actions, riveted by his proclamation. What did you say? Fong Jiaoyang found it hard to believe, a surge of madness erupting within him. Luo Biao relished the effect of his words. Raising his voice to reinforce his assertion, I say he is highly likely to be an ability user. The intense mental shock rendered Fong Jiaoyang temporarily incapable of coherent thought. He stood frozen. Luo Biao continued with fevered desperation, Young Master Fong, consider this. This is a genuine gold mine. His body, his blood, his genes, everything about him can fetch a high price. The medical consortium has long offered substantial sums for the remains of ability users. Even a mere fragment of a fingernail can be monetized. By consuming his blood, Young Master Fong, you could inherit his genes and become a formidable ability user. These words undeniably cast an unprecedented allure over Fong Jiaoyang. If he could truly become an ability user, then 50,000 gold coins would be trivial. In the shadowy underbelly of society, power reigns supreme. I could sever my father's head and seize control of the conglomerate. As for the 2 brothers who have overshadowed me, I have already devised ways for them to continue their existence. A mechanical dog equipped with a human brain should suffice, provided its claws are not overly sharp and its size remains modest. A vehicle controlled by a human brain presents a splendid notion. I could ride it freely. Outfitted with a fitting electronic speaker, surely making a grand impression while socializing with friends, perhaps even establishing a motorcycle brand beginning with an initial letter. Such audacious thoughts flickered momentarily in my mind. Regaining composure, Fong Jiaoyang fixed an icy gaze on Luo Biao. You possess quite the audacity. even in this moment. You dare to deceive me? Luo Biao quickly widened his eyes in denial. I do not. I speak only the truth. Fang Jiaoyang, with grave seriousness, inquired. If he truly is an ability user, why then does he only participate in grade C matches? If he were to reveal his identity, competing at higher levels would pose no issue. Braun chimed in, posing a chilling inquiry directed at Luo Biao. We are all aware of the significance of ability users. Young Master Fang is correct. Once identity is disclosed, any faction would readily pay handsomely for his services. Why resort to boxing for income? Luo Biao faltered. He had indeed pondered this question before, but every detail had been overshadowed by an intense will to survive. Perhaps he was reluctant to reveal his abilities and identity? This was the most reasonable explanation Luo Biao could muster. Without waiting for a response, he hastily continued, Young Master Fang, you must believe me, some matters defy conventional logic. Yet the possibility of an unexpected scenario remains. What if he is a weak ability user? A pauper, perhaps unaware of his own potential? This could elucidate why the wild hyena possesses only the strength of a grade C novice, and it would clarify everything that followed. Fang Jiaoyang leaned forward. Resting his left elbow on his knee, fingers pressed against his forehead, lost in deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze, fixing Luo Biao with an unprecedentedly serious stare. Where is he? I do not know. As soon as Luo Biao spoke, he suddenly realized he had misspoken, and he quickly corrected himself. What I meant to say is that the hyena must still be in this city. That night, he placed a bet on himself and won a substantial amount of money. Fang Jiaoyang appeared somewhat irritable and impatiently asked, Stop referring to him as the hyena. What is his name? Knowing the name was essential to uncover relevant information and locate the actual person. Ling Zihan, Luo Biao hastily replied. That's the name he filled in on the combat application form. Fang Jiaoyang straightened up and glanced at his personal bodyguard standing nearby. Instruct them to find this person as soon as possible. In truth, he was somewhat skeptical of Luo Biao's words. However, reality compelled him to act accordingly. Even if he were to crush Luo Biao into dust, he could not produce 50,000 gold coins to compensate for his losses. Better to err on the side of caution and attempt to verify the truth. After all, what if he spoke the truth? What if he was right? Capturing a living, relatively weak supernatural being would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Chapter 42, Siblings the following day. In the afternoon, number 1037, Chongqing Street, is an independent bungalow covering over 300 square meters. In the old days, such residences would have been deemed extravagant. However, even now, in the city, they are sparse. As long as it is not a prime location, one can construct as desired. Ling Zihan knocked on the door. Kong Linlin was not particularly beautiful but rather had a pleasing appearance. Her hair was neatly styled in a bun, her demeanor was dignified, and her attire was quite simple. Ling Zihan noticed that her fingers were entirely mechanical. This condition is relatively rare among women, as most of them are still deeply attached to beauty standards inherited from a bygone era. Even in the dark underground world, women place great importance on the maintenance and care of exposed body parts. They often choose expensive synthetic skin or exposed biological skin directly. Hand care and manicures remain lucrative beauty ventures in the underground. Of course, these are trivial details. Ling Zihan offered Kong Linlin a gentle smile, introduced himself briefly, and stated his purpose. Hello, I have accepted the task you posted and would like to learn more about the details. Kong Linlin nodded in understanding, a faint sorrow enveloping her features. The situation is quite simple. My brother, Kong Jun, has been working at the Wanson Group steel factory. Last week, during overtime, I brought him a simple meal, and I happened to encounter Lu Mingquan. Since then, he has been pestering me. Who is Lu Mingquan? Ling Zihan inquired. He suspected this person was not an unknown figure and could likely be researched in the regional network, but he needed confirmation from Kong Linlin. He is the young master of the Wanson Group and is said to be the fifth heir in the family line, Kong Linlin replied. Ling Zihan nodded. Please continue. Kong Linlin's eyes glistened with tears as she pulled out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. Lu Mingquan wants me to be his woman. He threatened that if I refused, he would have my brother expelled from the factory. After discussing it with my brother, we thought it best to avoid him. My brother has already contacted another factory to prepare for a transfer. Ling Zihan found this difficult to understand. If you've decided to leave, why not go now instead of continuing to stay at the Wanson Group factory? Kong Linlin appeared somewhat helpless. I thought the same. But my brother believes it's not worth it. If he leaves before completing this week, he will lose at least half of his salary for the month. How much is half? Ling Zihan asked. Kong Linlin hesitated briefly before answering. 25 silver horns. Ling Zihan instinctively glanced around the modest furnishings of the room, finding this response to be quite logical. He posed another question. Do you despise Lu Mingquan? Kong Linlin responded quickly. He wants to force himself on me. Ling Zihan was taken aback, not expecting such a direct answer that left him momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he continued, "Are you married, or do you have a boyfriend?" Kong Linlin lowered her head, seemingly reluctant to speak. "I don't like men, so well, that makes sense," he replied, though it sounded somewhat forced. Ling Zihan rose from his chair, smiling gently. "All right, that's all I wanted to ask." Kong Linlin also stood, looking at him with hopeful eyes. "If you accept my commission, you can ensure my brother's safety, right?" Ling Zihan beamed, responding, "I will do my utmost. Everything in this world is shrouded in darkness. The sun, moon, and stars, any natural entity related to light, are merely legends. Fortunately, also stemming from legend, Prometheus stole fire for humanity. This is the perspective of the white-skinned people. The inhabitants of the eastern continent scoff at this tale. We have always believed that light and warmth arise from wisdom and the efforts made toward it, rather than being granted by a seemingly noble thief. Although he is depicted as a god in the legend. The electronic timer displayed the time as 5:45 p.m. Ling Zihan strolled leisurely from the street corner, with the entrance to the Wanson Group steel factory visible about 50 meters ahead. After leaving Kong Linlin's home, he spent the entire afternoon surveying the terrain. For his first task, he wished to avoid any mistakes. Of course, he harbored a faint feeling that this mission might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Ling Zihan believed in simplifying complex situations. Since Kong Linlin requested protection, that was all he intended to provide. Romantic disputes, power plays, and wealthy heirs suppressing their brothers for the sake of a desired woman. All the chaotic matters on the streets were of no concern to Ling Zihan. Once he decided to take on the task and click the confirmation button on the screen, there was no turning back. Once a task is accepted, it must be completed. This is the ironclad rule of the Qinglong Legion. Tasks may fail, but penalties include forfeiting 3 times the task reward. If abandoned, the Legion will automatically expel the task acceptor. After all, it was merely a week's time. If Kong Jun were to perish due to external factors during this period, outside of the escorting time, it would still be considered task completion. Ling Zihan actually looked forward to some incident occurring with Kong Jun at the factory. Perhaps an accidental fall into a furnace or a brawl that rendered him unable to walk, so long as Kong Jun did not appear at the factory entrance within the stipulated time. It could not be deemed a failure. It is often said that soldiers are rigid, yet it seems that rigidity has its own benefits. At the factory entrance stood a young, sturdy man. He appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in coarse work clothes. It was the end of the workday, and others were passing by him, instinctively avoiding him and casting various meaningful glances his way. Comparing to the photo provided by Kong Linlin, Ling Zihan approached slowly, smiling as he asked, "Kong Jun?" The man looked at him in confusion, his gaze quickly locking onto the Type 09 rifle slung over Ling Zihan's shoulder. "Are you the person my sister hired to help me?" Ling Zihan's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained unchanged, maintaining a radiant smile. "Yes. May I ask if we can leave now?" "All right." Kong Jun nodded vigorously, though for some reason his steps appeared somewhat stiff. This was an ordinary street. The road surface was composed of gravel, filled with mortar, cement, asphalt, and an assortment of unidentifiable materials. This is a characteristic of the underground world. After all, engineering standards can no longer be as strict as in the old days. So long as it appears passable on the surface and feels relatively flat, that suffices. As long as one does not pursue tranquility and calmness, and the racing driver's meticulous attention to the road's imperfections, all of this seems sufficient to satisfy the majority. Humanity has not altered its diurnal rhythms despite the loss of the sun and moon. It is now the dinner hour. Shops flanking the roads have set out tables, showcasing their unique culinary delights. The most common of these is cassava. After the initial processing to remove toxins, this abundantly produced crop presents itself anew to diners. Salted and sugared biscuits are commonplace, affordable, with a single silver coin purchasing a substantial bag, if one can endure the coarse, throat-scratching texture and the blandness that makes it feel like chewing on solidified foam. Subsisting on such fare alongside water and vitamin pills can render monthly living expenses remarkably low. Duck blood vermicelli soup is a renowned delicacy from a bygone era. Here, on this remote street far from the bustling city center, one can still see the prominent sign for duck blood vermicelli soup. Cassava vermicelli possesses excellent resilience. It is quite durable when cooked, yet its texture leaves much to be desired, resembling a viscous substance akin to excessive mucus, with some claiming it is akin to an unchewable, high-density phlegm. As for duck blood, a high-end ingredient, one might as well consider human blood as a substitute. Of course, not every snack shop owner is unscrupulous. Some thoughtfully concoct a special viscous substance using red mineral pigments and various synthetic components. Though chewing requires effort, it at least appears enticing. resembling the blocky duck blood pictures in the database. Cassava buns and cassava cakes are honest foods, inexpensive and filling, for those willing to spend a little more. Synthetic meat made from cassava mixed with tofu can be purchased, allowing one to indulge in fantasies of an ancient meat sandwich, offering a far superior dining experience. Potatoes are common, though pricier than cassava. French fries remain a luxury, available only in upscale restaurants located in the city center. Should an inventive soul attempt to sell fries in this area, they would be swiftly overwhelmed by countless ravenous patrons, forcibly snatching them without a thought for payment. Those who dare conduct business on this street are truly unique. The proprietor of the cassava cake stall across the way possesses a cherubic face. Her ample bosom accentuated by 6 mechanical components, each larger than a durian, exposed to view. The soft, dark red tips have been transformed into metallic tubes, resembling single-shot firearms or perhaps inferior quality flamethrowers. As long as one pays honestly for the cakes, she will not cause any trouble and may even reward you with a charming smile. The duck blood vermicelli soup vendor is robust, possessing 3 arms, making it difficult to discern which is the left due to the turret-like rotating apparatus affixed to his upper body. One arm is bifurcated at the front, equipped with 2 fearsome knives, not intended to intimidate customers, but rather for the convenience of chopping vegetables. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his formidable appearance deters anyone from attempting to dine and dash at his stall. Slightly more respectable establishments offer sauce-drenched cassava cakes. The conscientious merchants differ significantly. The fermented cassava cakes are somewhat softer and contain a small amount of wheat flour, appearing much whiter compared to the previous dark, unsightly offerings. The sauce is genuinely made from tomatoes, prepared by chopping fresh tomatoes and mashing them with various seasonings. The man selling the sauce-drenched cassava cakes is slender and exudes a gentle demeanor. He bears an unusual appearance, with one shoulder higher than the other and a chin that exceeds 1/3 of his forehead's width. He possesses 2 mouths, one connecting to his esophagus and the other, located on his right cheek, is wide enough to reveal a mouthful of metallic teeth and a rotating circular saw. He stuffs tomatoes into his right mouth, continuing to add various seasonings as if in solitude, then bends down to twist open a cap located at the lower left of his back, wielding a large bowl to collect the prepared delicious sauce. Amidst the bustling street, Ling Zihan felt no sense of danger. He absorbed the comfortable atmosphere of life around him, softly humming a tune. I walk in the early morning on an empty street, burdened by fatigue. The hurried trials of the previous night have long numbed me in this unknown world. A cool breeze tousles my disheveled hair. The weight of my satchel torments my weary steps. Suddenly, I catch sight of a familiar scene at the bus station, filled with the dreams of wanderers and an inexplicable sadness. He has a fondness for this song from the old times. Kong Jun has been closely trailing behind him, silent. Ling Zihan maliciously speculates, could this fellow be deaf? Perhaps he is simply born with dulled senses. A kilometer is a short distance. Not far ahead lies the destination at number 1037, Chongqing Street. Standing at the entrance, Ling Zihan cautiously surveys his surroundings. Although he has safely arrived, danger often lurks until the last moment, leaving no room for carelessness. Knocking on the door, Kong Lin's face instinctively radiates surprise upon seeing Kong Jun. Thank you. She bows to Ling Zihan. He bows gracefully in return, farewell. It was merely a task. He had never contemplated forming any special connection with this woman. As he watched Kong Lin close the door and turned to gaze at the bustling marketplace in the distance, a surreal notion struck him. Could it be that I have been assigned a fictitious mission? This journey has posed no danger. Not even the imagined imposing figures that one might expect to encounter along the way. He strides forward at a leisurely pace, squinting his eyes to observe his surroundings with a seemingly casual gaze. No one casts him hostile looks, nor do they exhibit any malice towards him. Is this what they call escorting? Kong Lin would not dare default on her obligations. Should she do so, the consequences would be dire. All task remuneration is delivered in cash by the issuer to the local agency of the Qilong Corps, and the executor collects it upon completion. With the formidable support of the Corps, the likelihood of defaulting is minimized. Chapter 43. The Chongqing gang. Ling Zihan lingered on Chongqing Street for over 2 hours, traversing the main road back and forth, detouring through the alleys. During this time, he changed into 2 different styles and colors of outer garments. As before, he detected no anomalies. By the time he returned to Donyang Grocery, it was past 10 in the evening. Zhao Donyang likely bore psychological scars from the previous incident. He was absent from the store, presumably hiding with the shop owner's wife in some dark corner, engaging in a game of metallic pistons. Ling Zihan casually snacked on something, opened his portable computer, and searched for information online. The next day, the escort went smoothly. The 3rd day, everything remained normal. The 4th day, all was well. On the 5th day, Fang Jiayang returned to Luo Biao's private residence. Upon leaving last time, He had ordered 10 men to guard the premises, keeping a close watch on Luo Biao's family. 2 of his subordinates restrained Luo Biao, forcefully pinning him at Fang Jiaoyang's feet. "Are you deceiving me?" Fang Jiaoyang inquired. Seated in a low chair, his upper body bent forward, his cold, suspicious gaze fixed on Luo Biao. That filthy wild hyena has not been to the Hungwei boxing gym since the 10th match. For several days, he had dispatched individuals to watch the gym, yet had seen no sign of Ling Zihan. Fang Jiaoyang had paid for Ling Zihan's personal information registered at the gym, but the address field was empty. This was entirely expected. Most boxers are driven by monetary gain, leading a nomadic existence where they may change locations multiple times within a week. Thus, whether one fills out forms or not bears little consequence. To locate someone, one must patiently linger near boxing gyms. Fang Jiaoyang has never been known for his patience. He raised his right foot and pressed it against Luo Biao's face, the immense pressure distorting his entire head. Lies come at a cost. Fang Jiaoyang's slender eyebrows flickered with a blend of malice and cruelty. Your parents are still alive. You should be grateful I haven't turned their brains into high-energy nutrient solution. I think it would be quite interesting to transform your wife and child. There are many who would be fascinated by such mutant monstrosities, particularly those capable of participating in demolition games. Luo Biao emitted a desperate plea from beneath the sole of Fang Jiaoyang's shoe. I didn't deceive you. I swear every word I utter is the truth. Fang Jiaoyang's soft, serpentine words coiled around Luo Biao's neck like a tightening noose, gradually constricting his final breaths. It has been 5 days, and I have not found the person you mentioned. I have lost 50,000 gold dollars. You must provide me with an explanation. Luo Biao let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Find Su Xiaoxiao. She must know. Fang Jiaoyang's muscles twitched at the mention of Su Xiaoxiao. Do you think me a fool? He increased the pressure of his foot, causing a faint cracking sound from the shoe's sole, likely the result of Luo Biao's metallic jaw framework shattering. Some individuals are not to be trifled with, such as Su Xiaoxiao. If he could gain assistance from her, why waste time on Luo Biao? Gasping for breath, Luo Biao struggled against the sensors in his neck, which hindered normal lung contractions. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he cried out, "Let me go. I can help you. I can find him." Fang Jiaoyang felt a slight stir within him. He momentarily eased the pressure of his foot. Luo Biao keenly sensed this subtle shift and continued his frenzied pleas. Fang Jiaoyang, you must believe me. I understand the underworld better than you. I have my own connections, and besides, I cannot escape. Fang Jiaoyang found this last statement rather agreeable. Although he had captured Luo Biao, the bounty he had posted online remained active, as long as Luo Biao wished to flee. The various checkpoints in Luoyuan City would never allow him passage. Fang Jiaoyang inhaled deeply. How confident are you in finding that mutt? Luo Biao dared not propose conditions. His entire body trembled. Rather than swearing an oath, he clung to his last glimmer of hope. I can find him. I am certain I can find him. Fang Jiaoyang smiled, a sinister expression, granting the other a sliver of survival while simultaneously imposing restrictions. This matter cannot be delayed indefinitely. You set a timeline. A month. Luo Biao proposed, trying to gauge Fang Jiaoyang's intent and secure more favorable terms. I guarantee I will find him within a month. I cannot wait that long. Fang Jiaoyang's smile vanished, his gaunt face taut and rigid, his words as cold and unyielding as stone. 1 week. That is the final deadline. Luo Biao struggled beneath Fang Jiaoyang's foot, instinctively bargaining. That is too short. Make it 2 weeks. Fang Jiaoyang showed no mercy. I determined the timeline. This is your last opportunity. If you fail to locate him, I shall transform you into Luoyuan City's most prominent attraction, forever selling your body in nightclubs until you repay every last cent of the 50,000 gold dollars you owe me. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ling Zihan arrived punctually at the entrance of the steel mill, and Kong Jun awaited him there at the appointed time. Let's go, Ling Zihan said. While he and Kong Jun had rarely communicated, they had developed a tacit understanding regarding their return home over the past few days. As they traversed the bustling main street and continued forward at the intersection, a group of 7 individuals approached from the opposite direction, all towering over 2 meters, muscular giants. Except for the crucial body parts wrapped in thick cotton fabric for warmth, every exposed muscle was exceptionally well-defined, their arms and thighs corded with veins, resembling sculptures forged from steel, exuding an intimidating aura of strength. The leader, a middle-aged man with a shaved head, appeared formidable and stern. Stop, he commanded, pointing at Kong Jun without a trace of politeness. You come here. Kong Jun instinctively shrank behind Ling Zihan. Ling Zihan glanced back at the cowering Kong Jun, furrowing his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. A moment later, he recovered his composure and turned his questioning gaze forward. What is it? The bald man noticed the Qinglong Legion insignia hanging from Ling Zihan's chest, but it failed to intimidate him sufficiently. He fixed Ling Zihan with a menacing stare, warning. I am looking for him, not you. Step aside. Ling Zihan slung his Type 09 rifle across his back, loosened his shoulders and arms, and replied coolly. I do not seek trouble, but I am not afraid of it. The man snickered coldly and tilted his head towards Ling Zihan. A towering man beside him swiftly stepped forward, raising a fist the size of 3 normal ones, crashing down like a mountain. He aimed well. Knowing Ling Zihan possessed only the strength of a novice A-class, a full level beneath himself. What did it matter if he was a reserve soldier of the Qinglong Legion? Unless he was a lieutenant or above, they were all worthless. No one saw how Ling Zihan moved. In a dizzying blur, he sidestepped the incoming blow, nimbly seizing the opponent's arm, which had lost its momentum, and twisted it forcefully. He then leaped onto the man's back, pinning him to the ground. Pressing his finger against the man's right eyelid, he pushed down with enough force to penetrate about half a centimeter deep. This threatening gesture terrified the giant into losing control of his bladder. He cried out desperately, Do not gouge my eye. Please let me go. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. Release Wang Gang, or I will chop you up. You dare to touch someone from our Changxing gang. You must be tired of living. If you lay a finger on Gongzi, I will dismember you. Everyone can utter fierce threats. Yet none of these seemingly intimidating giants stepped forward to challenge Ling Zihan. They merely stood at a distance, hurling vile insults. The bald leader frowned. He had anticipated this to be a straightforward matter, but it had unexpectedly become so complicated. The intelligence was flawed. He knew Ling Zihan was a reserve soldier of the Qinglong Legion, yet he had not anticipated such strength. Wang Gang ranked among the top 10 in the Changxing gang. And in just one encounter, he had been easily subdued. Everyone knew that the reverse arm lock was an absolute control skill, yet few could execute it during an actual confrontation. However, given the current situation, it was evident that the other party did not wish to escalate matters. Otherwise, they would have directly gouged Wang Gang's eye, using bloodshed and brutality to intimidate the crowd. Thinking of this, the bald man stepped forward, clearing his throat with a hint of irritation in his voice. Let us discuss this calmly. Release our man. Ling Zihan showed no sign of loosening his grip. His sharp gaze fixed on the man. Who are you? I am Zheng Chong, the leader of the Changxing gang. The bald man took pride in his identity, stating, This is the territory of the Changxing gang. You would do well to release my man, and I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you. Ling Zihan smiled, glancing at Kong Jun standing behind him, then shifting his focus back to Zheng Chong. But you will make things difficult for him. Zheng Chang scratched his head, visibly displeased. I am merely carrying out someone else's orders. Ling Zihan ceased smiling, calmly inquiring, What is it you intend to do? Zheng Chong explained, My employer suspects this kid of stealing from the factory and has asked me to investigate. He promptly added, Rest assured, I will never intentionally make things difficult for him. I just need to search him briefly. Search him? Ling Zihan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this would be the pretext presented. It seemed quite reasonable. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Zihan inquired, How long will it take if it's just a search? This line of questioning caused Zheng Chong's previously elevated heart to begin sinking, and a hint of a smile emerged on his fierce visage. It seems we can negotiate after all. 10 minutes, how does that sound? That works. Ling Zihan replied succinctly and swiftly, then glanced at Kong Jun, who stood somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to do. Zheng Chong, elated, hurried over, grasped Kong Jun's arm, and signaled to several others to surround him, patting him down. Ling Zihan maintained his position, kneeling and controlling Wang Gang. Kong Jun did not resist. He raised his hands and allowed the men, who far outmatched him in both size and strength, to search him. The process was simpler than anticipated. 3 minutes passed with no findings, and disappointment washed over Zheng Chong's face. He had not lied. Someone had indeed hired the Changxing gang for this task, merely aiming to retrieve stolen goods from Kong Jun that had been taken from the factory. However, they had not provided specific images or names, only instructed to search carefully. The principle of avoiding bloodshed and not resorting to murder was a tenet of the Changxing gang, which Zheng Chong wholeheartedly agreed with. After all, this was a city, not a wilderness. Despite his men appearing fierce and aggressive, they would undoubtedly flee faster than a rabbit if faced with bloodshed or extreme violence. Ling Zihan had been observing silently. After a while, he inquired seriously, Did you not find what you were looking for? Zheng Chong scratched his head awkwardly. A habitual gesture of his. I told you it was just a casual search. Now you can go. Ling Zihan rose, releasing his grip on Wang Gang's arm, beckoning Kong Jun to approach, and then turned to leave. He had been keeping track of time. The deadline set by Kong Linlin was 1 hour. As long as he returned Kong Jun home within the stipulated time, the task would be considered completed. Ling Zihan did not wish to cause trouble in the city, so he had refrained from inflicting harm from the outset. Zheng Chang's attitude had revealed an alternative solution to the problem. Thus, he proposed to accommodate the other party's wishes by searching Kong Jun, as long as no physical harm came to Kong Jun. The search seemed entirely reasonable to Ling Zihan. After all, what was the harm in a man being touched? Moreover, opportunities for such encounters were rare. The Kong siblings undoubtedly harbored secrets, otherwise, there would be no escorting task. Today marked the 5th day. Only 2 days remained before the task concluded. The following day was uneventful. On the 7th day, the final deadline for the escort mission approached. At 6 in the afternoon, Ling Zihan returned to the steel factory's entrance. He did not see Kong Jun, and a feeling of unease stirred in his mind. Ling Zihan glanced down at the electronic timer. It was now 2 minutes past 6. He decided to wait 3 more minutes. This was his psychological threshold. Not just anyone could enter the factory. The guard was burly and armed. If it came to that, Ling Zihan felt he would have no choice but to force his way in. Completing the task was his top priority. After 2 minutes, Kong Jun's figure appeared in the distance at the end of the factory road. He quickly approached. As usual, Kong Jun's youthful face bore no signs of emotional change. Ling Zihan furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Why did you come out later than usual today?" Kong Jun's reply was simple and mechanical, had something to attend to. Chapter 44, Detailed Discussion. Ling Zihan stared at him for a few seconds, finding no clues. He turned around. "Let us go." Today, the Chongqing gang made no attempts to obstruct them on the street. As usual, Ling Zihan safely escorted Kong Jun home. Kong Linlin remained courteous and polite in her gratitude. Everything proceeded as normal. After leaving the Kong residence, Ling Zihan took his usual route to Dongyang's grocery store. He deemed it necessary to speak with Zhao Dongyang about resigning after receiving this month's salary and finding a more suitable place to stay. As he turned the corner, 2 tall men in black clothing approached, blocking his path. Ling Zihan glanced at them and turned to walk back. His way was also blocked by 2 similarly imposing figures in black. Estimating their capabilities, he assessed them as B-grade adapters. Ling Zihan sighed inwardly. What was inevitable had arrived. These individuals were undoubtedly connected to the Kong siblings. He gripped the handle of the pistol slung at his side. At such close range, if he could draw and shoot quickly enough, he felt confident he could escape safely. The black-clad man spoke from the shadows. "Kid, don't be so impulsive." Ling Zihan was somewhat surprised, but did not let his guard down. The man in black continued, "Come with me. Someone wants to see you." "Who?" Ling Zihan asked. "You'll know when you get there," the man replied, turning away. A long black luxury car was parked at the roadside, its front adorned with a prominent red flag emblem. Ling Zihan inspected the vehicle with a discerning eye, shaking his head slightly. Undoubtedly, it was a luxury item built from wealth. The smooth, beautiful paint alone was worth a substantial sum. This type of car might be suitable for city driving but was nothing more than a heap of useless scrap in the wilderness. Its low chassis offered no protection. The man in black opened the car door and gestured for him to enter. Ling Zihan bent down and climbed into the car, where he found a man in his 30s dressed in a light blue suit. The man appeared taken aback upon seeing him, quickly replaced by an expression of surprise. "You are quite handsome." He unabashedly admired Ling Zihan, revealing an intense possessiveness toward his strikingly handsome features. As soon as he settled in, the black-clad man closed the door tightly from the outside. In the confined space, the phenomenal aura emanating from the man in the white suit was so intense that Ling Zihan had to furrow his brows, his muscles tensed, instinctively ready to react violently if necessary. He silently regretted agreeing to this meeting. Had he known it would be with such a person, he would never have entered the car. "Don't be so tense. Relax," the man in the white suit said, somewhat aware of Ling Zihan's thoughts. He raised his hands high and leaned back against the soft leather seat, letting out a hearty laugh. "My name is Lu Mingquan." He reached into the car's center console, retrieving an open bottle of champagne, pouring it into a tall, slender glass that exceeded 20 centimeters in height, and offered it to Ling Zihan with a smile. Ling Zihan did not extend his hand to take it. He understood that such wine was expensive, especially under these circumstances, and would not provide a favorable experience for him. "I've heard your name," Ling Zihan stated, his eyes dark as jade locking onto Lu Mingquan. "You are with the Wanson group." Lu Mingquan was taken aback once more. Unlike before, he was not fond of the feeling of being controlled in the conversation. However, he was intelligent. After a moment's thought, Lu Mingquan quickly arrived at an answer. "It was Kong Linlin who told you, wasn't it?" "Indeed," Ling Zihan nodded, not denying it. "She said you want to have her. That you wish to force her." Lu Mingquan froze for the 3rd time. Unlike the previous instances, his mouth hung open, as if the various mocking retorts on the tip of his tongue had been frozen by an abrupt chill, rendering him unable to utter even a syllable. "Force her?" He chuckled. "She certainly knows how to talk." Lu Mingquan gently placed the glass of wine he held onto the coffee table, licking his lips as he fixated on Ling Zihan, the fervent desire in his eyes intensifying, unabashedly revealing his profound interest. if given the chance. I would gladly act upon my impulses towards you. This statement was rich in implication, igniting boundless speculation. Without waiting for Ling Zihan's response, Lu Mingquan reclined once more, crossing his legs and casually resting his arms on the back of the chair at shoulder height. As for Kong Linlin, even if 100 of her were to arrive, I wouldn't spare a glance. Ling Zihan selectively disregarded the unnecessary implications in the other's words. He glanced at the champagne on the coffee table before shifting his focus back to Lu Mingquan. Regarding Kong Linlin and Kong Jun, I trust you possess far more knowledge and detail than I do. Lu Mingquan's gaze bore into him, with a hint of wicked charm. Yet beneath that lay a clear sense of calm awareness. You are astute. I appreciate dealing with individuals of your caliber. Now, let us discuss Kong Jun. Lu Mingquan felt the initial pleasantries had run their course, making way for the main topic. Ling Zihan was slightly stirred. Are those individuals from the Changxing gang your subordinates? Lu Mingquan shook his head. Zheng Chang is a mere insignificant character, unworthy of my attention. The Changxing gang's reputation may sound impressive, but in reality, it is merely a fade, a mere piece of paper, useful only for cleaning up messes. He neither confirmed nor denied, leaving Ling Zihan to ponder his ambiguous stance. What issue with Kong Jun prompted such a significant response from you? This question had lingered in Ling Zihan's mind for the past week. Lu Mingquan scrutinized him for several moments before suddenly turning aside, his eyes glinting with a disquieting cunning, half smiling as he queried, "From the day you accepted Kong Linlin's commission, I have been curious about your motivations. Shouldn't you be the one answering this question?" Ling Zihan felt an inexplicable aversion towards Lu Mingquan at that moment. The man's demeanor and expression resembled that of a cold, damp serpent. Were his dark eyes to transform into slitted pupils, he would embody a truly terrifying creature. After a prolonged contemplation, Ling Zihan replied coolly, "Kong Linlin merely entrusted me with the task of ensuring Kong Jun's safe return home. The assignment was publicized online. I am certain you have seen it and understood the details." After pausing, he continued, "One thing puzzles me. The Wansheng Group's steel plant is under your control. So why do you not regard Kong Jun with the importance I had expected?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mingquan's expression shifted dramatically. He evidently did not anticipate Ling Zihan's assertion. Lu Mingquan contemplated in silence, adjusting his mindset and suppressing his initial disdain and mockery. He was a man of remarkable intelligence. Lu Mingquan had always believed that clever individuals only associate with others of equal intellect. Previously, he had deemed Ling Zihan inferior in status, strength, wealth, and wisdom, a mere unnoticed ant, unworthy of standing alongside him. The luxurious red flag vehicle concealed numerous mechanisms. Lu Mingquan had never intended to harm Ling Zihan. He simply wished to pose a few questions. As long as the latter answered truthfully, the matter would be resolved. Ling Zihan's striking appearance was far too dazzling. His looks were not merely a superficial imitation of bygone stars. When facial features become naturalized, deeply etched into muscles and bones, they truly become a part of an eternal imprint, with cells continuously managing and repairing minute details. The most crucial aspect related to the sun. In this underground realm devoid of ultraviolet light, Ling Zihan's skin appeared exceptionally pale, tender, and smooth. Lu Mingquan was not picky from the very first glance at Ling Zihan. He was practically salivating. However, in comparison to the Kong siblings, Ling Zihan could at most be regarded as an appetizing appetizer. The significance of the two would never be equated. Ling Zihan did not mention Kong Linlin, directly steering the conversation towards Kong Jun. This alone was sufficient to earn Lu Mingquan's respect. He stated coolly, "Kong Jun has stolen something from my factory, and I am investigating him, though I currently lack evidence." This was a premeditated excuse from Lu Mingquan, mostly evasive yet containing a kernel of truth. Ling Zihan followed his rhythm with a question. "If that is the case, why not apprehend Kong Jun while he is in the factory?" Lu Mingquan's countenance darkened once more. "It seems you are well informed. I am unaware of the intricacies between you, Kong Linlin, and Kong Jun," Ling Zihan replied, spreading his hands. "If you were to investigate my background slightly, you would discover that I speak the truth. I accepted this task because it was simple and lucrative." Lu Mingquan tilted his body, resting his right middle finger against his slanted forehead, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. "How about this? I will now initiate an investigation task regarding Kong Linlin and Kong Jun, offering a reward of 100 gold coins. Would you be willing to accept? It would benefit us both." "I cannot accept," Ling Zihan replied, not out of politeness, but reflecting his actual thoughts. Lu Mingquan continued to regard him with a gaze laden with implications. "It has been 7 days since you undertook this task." "Heh. I am a patient person. Otherwise, I would have summoned you to talk on the first day. Of course, had I known you were such an individual, I would have offered you more opportunities." I believe there are numerous topics of mutual interest between us, advantageous for both parties. I have not obstructed your completion of the task. In return, should you not provide me with some due compensation? Ling Zihan remained impassive. Observing Lu Mingquan, what do you mean? Let us discuss serious matters first, Lu Mingquan insisted earnestly, during these days escorting Kong Jun home. Have you noticed anything unusual about him? No. Ling Zihan shook his head. He answered swiftly as he had been contemplating the same question prior. Lu Mingquan frowned. Continuing, do not rush to respond. Reflect carefully. Over the span of 7 days, from the first day to the last, has Kong Jun exhibited any changes? No. Ling Zihan affirmed, stating his reasons plainly. Throughout the escorting process and upon returning Kong Jun home, I meticulously observed, yet found no abnormalities in any of the various situations after Kong Linlin opened the door. Suddenly, Ling Zihan shifted the focus. Given your awareness of Kong Jun's issues, why not detain him forcefully? In the factory, which is your domain, you could resolve this matter. Do you think I do not wish to? This remark evidently touched upon a sensitive and unspoken wound for Lu Mingquan. His expression darkened, and his words grew more intense. If I could have resolved it, I would have done so long ago, without waiting until now. Ling Zihan patiently awaited 5 seconds before stating earnestly, this is all I know. I have said what I needed to say. Lu Mingquan clenched his teeth, his facial muscles contorting with fury and other emotions. He managed to force out 2 words through gritted teeth, get lost. Ling Zihan remained seated, unperturbed. Thank you, 20 silver coins. Lu Mingquan was momentarily taken aback. Feeling he might have misheard, what did you say? Ling Zihan replied solemnly. What I just mentioned is my conclusion from my investigation, and thus I require payment. In truth, the notion of charging a fee had been an impulsive decision by Ling Zihan. Get lost was laden with unabashed insult. He longed to smash Lu Mingquan's head with a punch, yet the circumstances did not permit such action. Therefore, he must insist on a fee. Lu Mingquan felt his anger alleviated somewhat by the mention of payment, instinctively recalling another matter he had previously raised. Are you in dire need of money? Without waiting for Ling Zihan's response, a fervent desire ignited in his eyes. You could join my company, and the salary would undoubtedly please you, provided you fulfill my requirements. We can discuss it later, Ling Zihan replied nonchalantly. Lu Mingquan smiled, the first genuine smile he had displayed that evening. He retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, casting it toward Ling Zihan with a discerning yet appreciative gaze. Ling Zihan deftly caught the coin, remaining silent as he opened the car door and stepped out. The Hongqi vehicle drove away, leaving behind a chilling night breeze that swept through the darkness. Ling Zihan stood in the middle of the road, gazing at the direction from which the luxury car had vanished, idly toying with the gold coin in his hand. His mind racing with various vivid recollections connected to the Kong siblings. There was certainly something amiss with Kong Linlin and Kong Jun. Yet, even someone of Lu Mingquan's stature and wealth was reluctant to confront them directly. Hiring Changxing to assist spoke volumes, indicating the sole aim was to investigate Kong Jun's whereabouts. Moreover, Lu Mingquan had previously mentioned that Kong Jun had stolen items from the factory. Ling Zihan could empathize with Lu Mingquan's ultimate fury. If Kong Jun were indeed problematic, why not investigate and resolve the issue at the steel factory? This clearly had nothing to do with power or money. Chapter 45. The murder case. Ling Zihan cautiously tucked the gold coin into his inner pocket. He turned to face the remnants of the bygone era's ruins behind him and called out in a clear voice, "You may come out now." After a brief silence, a shadow emerged from the depths of darkness. How did you know I was here? The newcomer appeared somewhat surprised, speaking cautiously. Ling Zihan regarded him warily, his right hand hovering mere centimeters from his pistol grip. I noticed someone tailing me when I left Changxing Street, but I never expected it to be you. The figure slowly stepped out of the shadows. Although the distant light was dim, it was sufficient for Ling Zihan to discern the man's face, Yang Yan, the police chief of District 3 in Luoyang City. They had met once before, but had not interacted since. Ling Zihan was taken aback, but revealed none of his astonishment. Why are you following me? Yang Yan replied calmly, I wish to speak with you. Ling Zihan, shrewd as ever, inquired, about Kong Linlin and Kong Jun? Yang Yan nodded. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us go. I know a place where we can have a drink and converse properly. The night market barbecue stalls possessed an indomitable spirit, having traversed time and retained rich historical traces. Although the ingredients and methods had significantly evolved, the pursuit of profit remained a nearly eternal goal. The name Quoto Chachuan was familiar to the lower-class citizens of Luoyang City. The origin of the name, attributed to a specific bridge, had long been lost to history. Regardless, all the shops in the vicinity bore the name of the bridge. Quoto Women's Fragrance represented 2 distinctly different establishments, one pertaining to bodily allure, the other to culinary delight. Similarly, Quoto Roast Duck had dual business natures. One was beloved by countless aggrieved wives, while the other genuinely focused on barbecuing, albeit with a wide range of ingredients. High-quality duck meat was out of the question, but perhaps one might encounter the meat of a saw-toothed rat or a mosquito fish. Yang Yin led Ling Zihan to a secluded table at the corner of the night market's quota dog meat stall. The proprietor was an alluring middle-aged woman with a graceful figure, her hair styled in an elegant bun, and a red apron that covered all her vital areas. Remarkably, her back was partially exposed, while her lower half was clad in an extremely tight skirt, curiously concealing her intimate region from all angles. Yang Yin, evidently irregular, gestured to the owner to place their order. "Liao boss, I'd like 4 pounds of meat." After placing the order, the owner smiled warmly and busied herself in the kitchen. "Her name is Liao Chio. She's quite nice," Yang Yin explained casually. "The dog meat she prepares is excellent. You should visit often to support her business." Ling Zihan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Her name is also Liao Chio?" He instinctively turned his head to glance at the owner's retreating figure, catching sight of her long legs clad in light gray stockings and adorned with silver high heels, which would undoubtedly captivate most men. This flamboyant dog meat stall owner was a first for Ling Zihan. Turning back, he noticed Yang Yin pouring a bottle of liquor into 2 cups. "I don't drink," Ling Zihan stated earnestly. Yang Yin, without raising his gaze, replied, "This liquor is different from Lu Mingjuan's." Ling Zihan instinctively recalled the champagne from the Hongqi car and squinted. "How do you know he offered me a drink?" Yang Yin had already poured the drinks and handed one to Ling Zihan, smiling as he said, "If you had tasted Lu Mingjuan's liquor, you certainly wouldn't be sitting here now. Anyone chosen by him who drinks his liquor invariably wakes up the next day with some part of their body in pain. I can't elaborate further. You can imagine what I mean." The owner, Liao Chio, was quick in her service by the time she returned with the prepared dog meat. It was presented in a large earthen pot, the meat pieces tender and bubbling in a fragrant broth that filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Ling Zihan did not rush to eat. Instead, he looked across at Yang Yin, puzzled. "Dog meat is quite expensive. Is 4 pounds too much? You're referring to wild dogs." "This is different," Yang Yin replied, picking up a large piece of meat with his chopsticks, dipping it into his sauce, and savoring it with evident satisfaction. "In the city, people specifically raise dogs, and it's quite affordable." Ling Zihan found this hard to believe. "What do they feed the dogs?" Yang Yin, knowledgeable on the topic, scoffed. "Dogs will eat anything, even feces. Let's not even discuss other feed." Ling Zihan remained skeptical, pressing further. "I've heard people use corpses to feed dogs." Yang Yin laughed derisively. "That's absurd. Feeding dogs with corpses? That sounds like a ghost story. You'd have to kill so many people just to feed those beasts." Ling Zihan remained undeterred, insisting, "But what do they actually eat?" "It's not unlike what we consume. Cassava," Yang Yin revealed. "Anything edible by humans is also suitable for dogs. Raising dogs has become a technical endeavor. The principles of biological reproduction apply equally to dogs. As for feed, there was a term from the old days called foie gras. You've heard of it, right?" Ling Zihan nodded, suddenly enlightened. "You mean force-feeding cassava?" Yang Yin confirmed. "That's more or less the idea. Dog meat produced this way is certainly not as delectable as that of wild blood-patterned dogs. Just think about it. To fatten the meat dogs, they must remain caged and inactive. Conversely, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to contend with blood-patterned dogs. Even with weapons, it would be a struggle. In any case, you can rest assured about this meat. I guarantee its quality." Ling Zihan picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. The flavor was acceptable, though it could only be attributed to the owner's culinary skills and the well-balanced seasoning. The meat itself lacked texture, almost resembling a mushy paste more than actual meat. After sipping some liquor, he found it indeed, as Yang Yin had said, free of excessive toxins and pleasantly smooth. After a few rounds of drinks, Yang Yin lowered his voice and delved into the core topic. Since last year, 5 people had died around Chongqing Street, 3 men and 2 women. Death is commonplace, especially in the wilderness, but this is no trivial matter. However, this is Luyun City, where the external defenses are managed by the Azure Dragon Legion, while our police force is responsible for maintaining internal order. In truth, our oversight is not particularly stringent. We typically refrain from intervening in fights or violent altercations, as long as both parties choose to resolve matters privately without escalating the situation. However, when a life is lost, the circumstances change significantly. I refer to a case that is public knowledge, one that everyone is aware of. Initially, there were reports of a missing child. To provide some context, it is worth noting that there is a significant number of child abductions both within and outside the city. This is primarily due to the high demand for children's biological organs, which command a greater price than those of adults. Consequently, in an effort to safeguard their children, Some parents resort to cosmetic procedures once their children reach a certain age, deliberately aging their appearance to appear more mature. As long as they look like adults, they are less likely to be targeted by abductors. Ling Zihan nodded slightly, acknowledging that such occurrences are not uncommon in the wilderness, having heard of them frequently. Yang Yin continued, I oversee the security in this area. I have been investigating the case of the missing children for over a month, and ultimately, I found body parts of the missing individuals on the black market. Although we did not recover any bodies at this point, it is reasonable to conclude that the missing children are deceased. My case remains unresolved, and similar cases of child disappearances have emerged in Districts 2 and 4, followed by a series of reports from District 1, totaling 18 missing children, 9 boys and 9 girls. Cases of missing persons are quite prevalent, spanning various age groups and genders. Most investigations into missing persons ultimately lead to no conclusive results. Even in the well-structured legal systems of the past, achieving a 100% resolution rate was unattainable. Let me clarify, I do not seek to boast. While my role in the police department often feels like merely passing time, there are moments when action is required. If I fail to meet the annual evaluation criteria, I risk demotion and a reduction in my salary. Thus, I calculated the timeline and deduced that the consecutive child abduction cases across the 4 districts ought to yield some leads. Ling Zihan inquired, puzzled, why is that? Yang Yin glanced around to ensure their privacy before lowering his voice further. All these cases share a commonality. Firstly, the children who went missing are all 9 years old. Secondly, the families of these children are relatively well off, ensuring that they are not lacking in basic needs. Although their staple food is cassava, they supplement it with a certain proportion of more expensive grains like flour and rice. Some households even have dairy products and eggs. Ling Zihan contemplated a possibility. Could this be related to the medical association? Yang Yin shook his head. That is unlikely. Although the medical association openly purchases human brains and various fresh biological tissues, they never engage in murder or similar activities, and their operations align with societal moral standards. To put it plainly, there was a proposal in the past to obtain brains through the cultivation of humans, but it was promptly rejected by the medical association. Ling Zihan's expression remained unchanged as he pondered for a moment before seriously asking, do you believe these disappearances are connected to Kong Linlin and Kong Jun? Yang Yin took a sip of his drink. There is some evidence pointing towards them, though it is limited and the connections remain vague. Ling Zihan asked, is it because I accepted the task assigned by Kong Linlin that you sought me out today? Yang Yin did not deny it. You have been in frequent contact with her and her brother for the past week. So I had no choice but to approach you for information. Ling Zihan shook his head. I can only say you are overthinking it. I know nothing about them. When it comes to understanding this matter, I am far inferior to you. Yang Yin nodded. I am aware. His words carried an unmistakable implication. Ling Zihan, slightly surprised, asked, then why do you still seek me out? Yang Yin's voice grew grave. In matters of information and intelligence, Lu Mingquan is likely to possess more knowledge than I do. My reason for approaching you is akin to Lu Mingquan's intent in meeting with you tonight. Ling Zihan felt increasingly astonished, remaining silent and patient in his listening. Kong Linlin is far more complex than you might imagine. Having visited her home, I don't know if you sensed it, but the overall atmosphere of that house is distinctly unsettling and cold, reminiscent of the haunted houses described in ancient tales. Of course, I do not believe in ghosts. As he spoke, Yang Yin raised his right hand. I conducted 2 visits to investigate, and each time, the electronic sensors malfunctioned. Ling Zihan chuckled lightly, half-jokingly asking, could it be that your equipment is outdated? Yang Yin shook his head. Speaking earnestly, I believe it may be due to a unique magnetic field. He added, given Lu Mingquan's level of concern for Kong Linlin and Kong Jun, he must have secretly dispatched individuals to infiltrate that house. Ling Zihan fell into contemplation once more. I did not have such a feeling. In that case, have you had any contact with Lu Mingquan? Yang Yin sighed, shaking his head. Lu Mingquan is a cunning individual. I have made attempts to arrange meetings regarding the case, and he did show up. However, he sidestepped the main issues, employing various tactics to extract information about what I know. Yet he has consistently refrained from disclosing specifics about what he himself is aware of. I have a strong feeling that Lu Mingquan is cognizant of the mysterious discomfort present within Kong Linlin's house. Ling Zihan understood. So both you and he sought me out, each hoping to extract information from me? Yang Yin corrected him. It is a partnership. Partnership? The term sparked some peculiar thoughts in Ling Zihan's mind. What can I gain from this? He was a pragmatic individual. Yang Yin swallowed the last morsel of food and drained his cup, relishing the subtle intoxication that alcohol provided, invigorating and stimulating to his central nervous system. I have looked into your background, he stated, setting down his chopsticks and leaning slightly. resting his left forearm on his knee while scrutinizing Ling Zihan with keen eyes. You have not been in Luyun City for long. When you first arrived, you worked at a grocery store, later moving to Hangwei Boxing Club, where you trained every night and even recorded a streak of 10 consecutive victories. To be honest, I do not particularly enjoy associating with boxers. Let me clarify. I do not mean to offend you. Most boxers are driven by money, lacking in integrity. But you are different. As he spoke, Yang Yan's gaze fell upon the Azure Dragon Legion insignia pinned to Ling Zihan's left chest. We are all acutely aware of the significance of joining the Azure Dragon Legion. To be precise, as a soldier, one faces numerous restrictions in various aspects of life, although the Legion's regulations do not explicitly detail personal conduct. Here, Yang Yan raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead. I prefer engaging with soldiers. I understand that some among them may be rogues. Yet compared to the unanchored individuals in the city, they can be deemed the better of the two evils. After a brief pause, he continued, soldiers operate within a moral framework. This statement succinctly encapsulated everything. Ling Zihan stirred the dark dipping sauce and broth in his bowl with his chopsticks, as if it were the most fascinating toy in the world. It must be admitted that Yang Yan was indeed an eloquent speaker, his words imbued with an invigorating charisma. His articulate manner suggested he often spoke in public, having honed the skill of tailoring his discourse to suit different audiences. Had Ling Zihan been a tenacious adolescent, impulsive and fiery, he would likely have been stirred to a fervent response by Yang Yan's previous remarks. However, Ling Zihan was uncertain even of his own age, having lost too many memories. Perhaps beneath the facade of 20 years lay a heart older than 99, or perhaps his central nervous system bore the weight of such years. What can I gain from this? He calmly reiterated his earlier inquiry. Yang Yan flexed his somewhat stiff facial muscles, slightly parted his lips, and let his tongue swirl within the confines of his mouth, expelling a thick, murky breath from his nostrils, burdened with complex thoughts and chaotic emotions. What do you want? He fixated on Ling Zihan's eyes, which glimmered brightly from the depths of shadow. Ling Zihan quickly responded, I want 100 sets of Class A adaptive body modification components. What did you say? Yang Yan felt he must have misheard. Ling Zihan keenly observed his emotional shift. I want 100 sets of Class A adaptive body modification components. Are you out of your mind? Yang Yan, suddenly awakened to the reality, wore an expression of incredulity. How could that be possible? A complete set of Class A adaptive body modification components includes the Zhongwei Type 5 mechanical arm, standard level 6 ultra-high tension steel mechanical legs, the Guyuan Type 11 chip, and either a new Nanfu high-energy battery or a Jialing Chiwei internal combustion engine, all publicly priced at 100 gold yuan. 100 sets would total over 10,000 gold yuan. Ling Zihan remained composed, gazing at Yang Yan with an innocent yet probing look. Devoid of any jest, you asked me to make a request. This is my condition. Yang Yan quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow. Do you even know what you are saying? Ling Zihan replied succinctly. Every word I utter is entirely genuine. Yang Yan's agitation grew. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. It seems there is no point in continuing this conversation. Ling Zihan scoffed mockingly. Do you think I am a fool? You assign me a task that even Lu Mingquan cannot manage. Don't think for a moment that your little schemes can deceive me. Had it not been for his prior encounter with Lu Mingquan in the Hongqi car, Ling Zihan likely would have acquiesced to Yang Yan's request, and the terms offered would not have exceeded 10 gold yuan. Who is Lu Mingquan? The fifth heir of the Wanson Group, the actual controller of the Wanson steel plant. Even he dares not confront Kong Linlin and Kong Jun head-on. What is Yang Yan? A mere ordinary police chief. In comparison, moral coercion can indeed yield effective results, but it is contingent upon the individual. 100 sets of Class A adaptive body modification components represent an exorbitant demand, yet the significance of the task itself is thus underscored. In short, Yang Yan's attempt to use mere flattery and moral coercion to manipulate Ling Zihan into unwittingly becoming a pawn was clearly a miscalculation. Yang Yan glared at him angrily. This is impossible. Your asking price is too high. How much can you offer? Ling Zihan asked coolly. 50 gold yuan. Yang Yan replied gravely. Ling Zihan stood up, smiling. Thank you for the drink. To be honest, the dog meat here is rather unpalatable. I haven't finished speaking. Yang Yan interjected hastily, sighing. If you desire the modification components, this matter can be negotiated. Ling Zihan unabashedly declared his intentions. I want a great deal. Yang Yan paused for a moment, lifting his gaze. I happen to know of a batch of long-stored old goods, if you're interested. How many? Ling Zihan inquired. About 80 sets. Yang Yan's eyes glinted with cunning. I mean the parts that can be assembled. Ling Zihan swiftly calculated in his mind. Let us sign a Legion agreement. He considered this the fairest contract, as well as an important benefit for the Legion's subordinate members. Yang Yin did not refuse and promptly presented his demands. I want you to secretly assist in the investigation. Wait a moment. Ling Zihan interrupted. This matter is quite complex and will require time to investigate. Additionally, I have a feeling regarding Kong Linlin and Kong Jun. They may not be ordinary individuals. If, and I emphasize if, Kong Linlin and Kong Jun were to die, this case should be considered closed. Yang Yin did not respond immediately, lost in contemplation for several minutes. Finally, he lifted his head, his expression somewhat reluctant. All right, on the condition that you must hand over their bodies to me. Ling Zihan nodded. Understood. At the same time, in the joint territory of the Broken Bone Gang, the Insha Gang, and the Blood Wolf Gang, Liao Qiu's methods of governance were not markedly different from those of the previous three leaders, except that his approach and attitude towards matters and individuals were more equitable. The garbage mountain continued to appear at its designated time. Today was not a day for scavenging. There were no sentinels at the intersection. Suddenly, a narrow white line appeared across the dark sky, the signal for the opening of the garbage gate. This was essentially a door set against the celestial canvas. A brilliant orange arc streaked through the air, and the garbage gate subsequently closed. No one noticed this peculiar change. Nor did anyone see the arc fly directly towards the dark mountains on the western side of the garbage mountain. There lay the lair of the mutated beasts. A place even the boldest hunters dared not approach. The towering rocks obscured the orange glow, and this strange light gradually neared the ground, slowing its descent. It was a foldable single-person flying device, equipped with slender, outward-sweeping wings for balance, and a backpack-style jetpack that, though limited in energy, could maintain a cruising speed for up to 90 minutes. The outsider from the surface world exhibited a graceful flight posture, arms extended wide and feet together. Resembling the superheroes of bygone cinematic eras, the flames emitted from the jetpack's rear drew the attention of various mutated creatures. To them, fire represented a profound and primal understanding, a harbinger of painful burns and death, yet it also signified the tantalizing allure of human blood, delectable human flesh, and the tender crunch of human bones. They clearly saw a perfectly human form soaring through the sky. The flying device began to decelerate. However, inertia proved challenging to control. Although the pilot had chosen a clear, flat area to land through prior scanning, they were unprepared for the scattered rocks of varying sizes on the ground, coupled with the surrounding darkness that obscured visibility. As the tips of their feet touched the ground, they stumbled, losing balance and rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Dozens of ravenous blood pattern hounds immediately howled and surged forward. The grounded pilot reacted swiftly, planting their left hand on the ground while raising their right hand to point at the encroaching beasts from the shadows. A slender white beam swept through the air in a fan-like arc, cleaving through the bodies of the blood-patterned hounds, and the air filled with the intense aroma of scorched flesh. The vast beast horde was annihilated within mere seconds. The previously restless swarm of mosquitoes fell silent in an instant. The lurking sawtooth rat family retreated, obediently remaining underground, their shifty little eyes fixated on the formidable intruder. They harbored no desire for human blood or flesh. Their sole wish was for this terrifying harbinger of death to depart swiftly so they could rush to feast upon the carcasses of the fallen blood-patterned hounds. The downed pilot was quite satisfied with their combat prowess. Kneeling to remove their full-face helmet, the shoulder-mounted light illuminated a round, plump face with yellow skin and short black hair. It was a rather stout woman, easily weighing over 90 kilograms. Is this the underground world? She stood and surveyed her surroundings, muttering to herself. It's rife with radiation, dark and filthy, reeking of decay. This place does not suit me. After her brief lamentation, she unstrapped the flying device from her shoulders, opened her backpack, and examined various backup supplies. The recent tumble had damaged the left wing and severely compromised the battery unit, rendering it unusable. Such setbacks were trivial for the stout woman of the underground. She powered on a portable computer, inputting her coordinates for reference. The screen quickly displayed the location of the garbage mountain, along with images of the ground taken automatically during her aerial flight. Indeed, this is the place, she mused, a hint of a smile gracing her round face. The screen then promptly revealed her mission directives. In search of the trajectory of the 907 model biomass, the gene intake of the living specimen was captured. To the right of the screen, an image occupies 1/3 of the overall interface. If Ling Zihan were present, he would undoubtedly find the object depicted in the image remarkably familiar. It was the jerky he had previously consumed. Ling Zihan knocked on the door of Kong Linlin's residence, although he had already seen the visitor's appearance through the pinhole camera installed outside the house. Kong Linlin still opened the door with an expression of surprise, accompanied by the obligatory pleasantries. Hello. Chapter 47. Deception. Hello. Ling Zihan executed the formalities impeccably. May we converse? Kong Linlin appeared somewhat hesitant. What's the matter? The sincerity that surfaced on Ling Zihan's face was almost palpable. I've encountered some difficulties and hope to seek your assistance. Kong Linlin's gaze sharpened instantly. What do you mean? Ling Zihan glanced around before his eyes returned to Kong Linlin. This is not an appropriate place for discussion. May I come in? In truth, Kong Linlin wished to refuse. After careful deliberation, her face darkened as she stepped aside, allowing a narrow passage. The furnishings within the room were much the same as during his last visit. The furniture was outdated, and the various common items were of low quality. The appliances were no different from those found in an ordinary household, including a heater, an electric grill, a refrigerator, a projection screen, a fan, and so forth. The fundamental functions of household electronics in this era were not significantly different from those of the past, yet the prices were considerably lower. Due to the unique conditions of the underground world, refrigerators were not deemed essential for many families, whereas heaters, electric grills, and other heat-generating appliances were somewhat more expensive. Ling Zihan seated himself on a chair, casually surveying the surroundings, and smiled as he inquired, "Where is your brother?" "Yes, out," Kong Linlin replied succinctly, maintaining her gentle demeanor, which exuded a delicate vulnerability that elicited a protective instinct. "Speak, what brings you here?" Her eyes held a glimmer of wariness, tinged with a hint of cold indifference. "Regarding the previous task, I hope you can settle the relevant payments." This was Ling Zihan's premeditated excuse. The remuneration for Legion tasks could take various forms. The most common was monetary compensation, but there were also tangible goods as agreed upon by both parties, along with arrangements for companionship or even the submission of one party to the other in various forms. As long as the arrangements were customary and both parties consented, the Legion would not interfere. Monetary payments also came in different forms. Typically, the task issuer would directly hand the funds to the Legion, and upon task completion, the Legion and the executor would each receive half. If the task was not completed within the specified time frame, the Legion would refund half of the payment and impose varying degrees of penalties on the executor. Instances of the executor directly requesting payment from the issuer were rare, but the regulations remained the same. Such funds were strictly prohibited from being concealed and had to be submitted in half to the Legion's Treasury Department. Failure to comply could result in expulsion from the Legion or, in severe cases, ruthless pursuit and extermination. Kong Linlin's gaze slightly narrowed, instinctively furrowing her brow, appearing somewhat displeased. Yet the wariness in her eyes had evidently diminished. "That seems somewhat irregular, doesn't it?" She deliberately stated, having lowered her guard. "When I issued the task, those from the Legion informed me that the remuneration must be managed by them." Ling Zihan sighed, a hint of impatience evident. "Could you accompany me to the Legion's task department now to settle the payment?" Kong Linlin regarded him with an inquisitive look. "Why?" "According to the rules, as long as I pay the remuneration within 72 hours of task completion, it is not considered a violation. In this era, electronic payments were non-existent. The reason was simple. As the civilization of the old world crumbled amidst war, the national monetary system collapsed entirely. Gold and silver coins became the currency of the new era, not only for their intrinsic value as industrial materials, but also for their universal acceptance. Despite the inconveniences of physical payments, no one would accept electronic transactions due to the overwhelming uncertainties they presented, reminiscent of the discredited Bitcoin of the old era, which had proven to be a collective deception throughout time. Ling Zihan lifted a teacup and took a sip, his handsome face betraying unmistakable anger, mixed with a sense of urgency and anxiety. "I need the money now. What I mean is, you give me the remuneration, and I'll take care of the rest." Kong Linlin remained seated in silence, scrutinizing Ling Zihan. The youth appeared rather naive. It was not an exaggeration to say he resembled an exceptionally rare young chick. His cheeks flushed, betraying his inner turmoil, perhaps even anger, which hastened his blood flow and raised his body temperature. His speech was halting and devoid of rhythm, indicating a muddled thought process, yet his intent was clear. He needed money. He seemed genuine, not lying. "Very well." Kong Linlin did not possess a particularly forthright demeanor, but rather thought it better to avoid complications. After all, the remuneration would eventually have to be paid. Since Ling Zihan had approached her and promised that she would not need to worry about subsequent matters, she decided to acquiesce to his request. She reached into her pocket, retrieving a handful of silver coins, spreading them in her palm and counting them meticulously before placing them on the table. "Please, count them." Ling Zihan, without a glance, hastily gathered all the coins on the table, displaying the greed of the most avaricious miser. Kong Linlin found his behavior somewhat amusing, a smirk gracing her lips, revealing her disdain and mockery as she issued her dismissal. "Do you have any other matters?" Ling Zihan's response completely took Kong Linlin by surprise. "Yes, of course." The flicker of mockery that had just surfaced in her mind was swiftly overwhelmed by astonishment. She asked, maintaining her composure, "What do you mean?" "I've encountered some trouble recently." Ling Zihan's handsome face broke into a charming smile once again. "I need money." What do you mean? Kong Linlin glared at him. Ling Zihan crossed his legs, retrieving a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, lighting it with slow, elegant movements, inhaling deeply, then whistling at Kong Linlin with an air of a rogue, a scoundrel, and an ne'er-do-well. I know you harbor secrets. He gazed at Kong Linlin with an aura of mystery and masculine allure. I possess a virtue, as long as you fulfill my demands. I shall show no interest in your secrets and will not disclose them to others. Kong Linlin's expression darkened once more. Her demeanor icy. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Ling Zihan, with a smirk that held both amusement and challenge, looked at her. Shall I call the police? The muscles at the corner of Kong Linlin's eyes twitched involuntarily. She had never been adept at concealing her emotions. Seizing the moment, Ling Zihan continued, but I believe such actions would be detrimental to both of us. So, haha, he switched the cigarette from his right hand to his left, then made a pinching gesture with his right thumb and forefinger. I need money, 1,000 gold coins. The smile on Ling Zihan's face was utterly insincere, steeped in pretense and perfunctory courtesy. He relished the thrill of exposing his sharp fangs beneath a charming facade, especially as it was his first time engaging in such conduct. You shameless fiend. Kong Linlin trembled with rage, abruptly rising from her chair and pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Zihan, exclaiming, How dare you? Ling Zihan spread his hands, his expression more innocent than ever. I am merely discussing business with you. How can that be deemed shameless? In any case, if the deal falls through, we can still maintain our civility. You may agree or refuse. My asking price is not exorbitant, merely 1,000 gold coins. As I mentioned, you are a person of secrets. While I have no interest in your secrets, it does not preclude me from selling them to others, such as the police. I am a man of principles. If you are willing to pay and meet my demands, everything is negotiable. His words were forceful, exuding an air of superiority, akin to a figure from a bygone era boldly proclaiming the enduring friendship between Huaxia and the neighboring clans, dismissing the atrocities of the Nanjing massacre and the Northeast mass graves as mere fabrications, urging everyone not to believe in such illusions, with an air of righteous indignation. Kong Linlin appeared to lose her composure, heavily sinking into her chair, her hands clutching her head, fingers digging deep into her hair. I always thought you were a good person. My troubles are already overwhelming. I never expected you to. I have no money, she moaned, sounding more like a plea. Ling Zihan remained unfazed in his chair, still smiling broadly, his words laced with an unmistakable dominance and an enticing allure. As long as you provide me with 1,000 gold coins, I assure you that I shall keep your secrets under wraps, never revealing a single detail. Kong Linlin slowly raised her head, her eyes reddened with tension, fear, and anger. What do you know? Kong Jun is not a normal person, Ling Zihan said, taking a puff of smoke, exhaling thick clouds. He isn't even your brother. In truth, Ling Zihan had no evidence. All his assertions were mere conjectures drawn from various clues. One thing was certain, Kong Linlin was not lacking in wealth. She might even be a very affluent woman. Anyone faced with coercion, intimidation, or deceit, especially concerning money, would instinctively deny having any. Their first response is often, I have no money. However, Kong Linlin did not follow this pattern. The sequence of her words placed that denial in third place. What does 1,000 gold coins signify? The combined wealth of the Broken Bones gang, the Insha gang, and the Blood Wolf gang, along with the myriad assets and the lives of their members, biological materials, and metal components, roughly amounts to this figure. Chapter 48. Doubt. This is an immense fortune. The residence where Kong Linlin lived was both old and unremarkable, with furnishings that were nothing special, by the standards of the underground city's residents. Spending merely 2 gold coins on renovation and furniture would elevate it to a low-density, high-quality residential area of an earlier era. Yang Yin had once stated that Kong Linlin harbored significant secrets. Lu Minghuan shared the same sentiment. He even dared not touch Kong Jun, despite the steel mill being his territory. An ostensibly ordinary, frail woman possessed such wealth. Moreover, considering the meager rewards Kong Linlin offered for tasks, a mere few silver coins, the disparity was stark. After a long pause, an unprecedented ferocity and savagery surfaced on Kong Linlin's face. I hope you keep your word. Although her tone softened, her voice bore a hardness akin to sharpened teeth. Ling Zihan smiled more charmingly and warmly than ever. Of course, provided you give me 1,000 gold coins. He eagerly added, not a single coin less. Kong Linlin shot him a glare filled with intense disdain before turning to walk into the inner room. When she reappeared before Ling Zihan, she held a large money bag. Ling Zihan smiled as he accepted it, opening it to reveal a dazzling array of hard currency. Get out. Kong Linlin roared with unrestrained fury. Ling Zihan, unhurried, replied, hold on, I need to count. He poured the coins from the bag onto the table, instinctively moistening his thumb on his tongue, savoring the unexplainable pleasure as he picked up the coins, stacking them in tens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ling Zihan counted with enjoyment. Minutes later, he placed all the coins back into the money bag, carefully stowed it in his backpack, and stood up, wearing a cheap smile of satisfaction as he bowed slightly to Kong Linlin. Thank you. Kong Linlin glared at him, her eyes nearly blazing with rage. Pointing toward the door, get out, leave immediately. As you wish. Ling Zihan smiled as he turned to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Kong Linlin gasped, unleashing a venomous curse from the depths of her throat. You will pay for this. Just as he stepped out of Kong's residence, a resounding slam of the door echoed behind him. Ling Zihan's smile remained bright, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Today's visit was not in vain. Although it served as a test, Kong Linlin's reaction had entirely surpassed his expectations. Had she refused to part with the 1,000 gold coins, Ling Zihan would have deemed her weak. Yet, even a weak individual, in his eyes, did not equate to being kind-hearted. In this new era, deep within the shadows of the underground world, only interests prevailed, devoid of intricate moral frameworks. Ling Zihan harbored no fondness for Lu Mingquan or Yang Yan. Yet this would not engender any sense of closeness or goodwill towards Kong Linlin. As long as he could extract sufficient funds from her, he would gladly align himself with Lu Mingquan and Yang Yan. This was not about right or wrong. Moreover, it had become evident that Kong Linlin was not as simple as she appeared. Turning the corner, Ling Zihan paused in a deserted, shadowy nook. He unstrapped his backpack, retrieving a box measuring 20 centimeters on each side, and opened it. Inside lay a set of detection devices obtained from Yang Yan. The electronic base was filled with various models, specifications, functions, and applications of electronic sensors, totaling 55. The base was powered by batteries and featured a self-sustaining backup system for automatic connections. Under normal circumstances, it could operate continuously for 500 hours. The green light on the detection device's upper left had extinguished. The blue light indicating automatic functionality was also off. Ling Zihan meticulously rechecked each electronic sensor with his tools, receiving no response. Yang Yin was correct. The residence where Kong Linlin resided was peculiar. Perhaps it was the basement. Or maybe there was some special device hidden within the tables or cabinets, emanating a magnetic field of extraordinary strength that wreaked havoc on the fragile electronic sensors. Ling Zihan instinctively flexed his right hand. The mechanical wrist rotated normally, and all 5 fingers moved with ease, particularly the purely mechanical middle finger, whose tactile sensation and grip strength felt unchanged, indicating that the related components remained unscathed. Glimpsing the metallic parts of his right hand glimmering in the dim light, Ling Zihan began to contemplate rapidly. In this era, humanity enjoyed a high degree of freedom. One could possess weapons, not merely firearms, but also large strategic-level nuclear bombs, provided that their possession did not cause harm to others. It is important to note that this refers to causing harm, not merely posing a threat. These are two entirely distinct concepts. The notion of a magnetic field is quite simple. Atoms within a magnetic field align in a single direction. One might envision it as a vortex that operates along a fixed trajectory. Any object entering the vortex will be affected. Either the object possesses a high degree of sturdiness, forced to join the vortex under the impact of tremendous collision energy, or it is fragile, torn apart, and ultimately crushed. Ling Zihan could comprehend why a woman might secretly harbor special items at home for certain reasons. However, he could not comprehend why Kong Linlin would choose to secretly create, or rather, fabricate, such a potent small-scale magnetic field. There exist numerous types of magnetic fields, yet regardless of the kind, each poses a threat to the subterranean dwellers of this era. Humanity inherently possesses bioelectricity, essentially equating to a miniature magnetic field within. These two incompatible energies are akin to sworn enemies. Should the energy emitted by Kong Linlin's magnetic field prove excessively powerful, it could adversely affect nearby residents and passers-by, prompting intervention from either the police or the Qinglong Legion. Each city has its own set of rules. Ling Zihan prepared himself in silence amidst the darkness. Moments later, as still as a statue, he stirred, rising to traverse the street towards the brilliantly illuminated urban center. Not everyone holds the privilege to request an audience with Lu Mingquan. The difficulty rivals that of an ordinary individual approaching the Alibaba headquarters in Hangzhou, bluntly informing the receptionist, "I wish to see Jack Ma." The likelihood of being turned away is high. Of course, the attractive female receptionist would not outright refuse. Instead, she would smile and inform you, "Mr. Ma is currently very busy. Please register your personal details and contact information. If he has time, we will notify you." Typically, such waiting is indefinite. The process for Ling Zihan to meet Lu Mingquan was considerably simpler. He had the personnel from Wanson Group relay a message, I can assist you in acquiring the heads of Kong Linlin and Kong Jun moments later. He was escorted by two tall, imposing bodyguards into Lu Mingxuan's presence. The space was narrow yet well-appointed, boasting lavish decor and numerous furnishings that did not feel overcrowded. For reasons unknown, upon Ling Zihan's entrance, Lu Mingquan, who had been fixated on him, inexplicably shivered, as if this extraordinarily handsome man carried an unsettling chill from the outside. They met again. Lu Mingquan forced himself to expel his inner displeasure and tangled thoughts. With a smile, he presented a tall glass, pouring wine and offering it to Ling Zihan, who was already seated across from him. Try this, it is quite exquisite. Ling Zihan's composed visage remained devoid of expression. Someone informed me that your wine is undrinkable. Who said that? Lu Mingquan maintained his sideways posture, pushing the glass forward, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Ling Zihan addressed the inquiry directly. I have little interest in men, particularly in discussing physiological matters while sharing a bed with you. Lu Mingquan chose not to dwell on this topic any further. What do you know about Kong Linlin and Kong Jun? Ling Zihan replied coolly, my knowledge does not surpass yours. Lu Mingquan's expression shifted subtly. What do you mean by that? I believe we can exchange insights on matters of mutual interest, Ling Zihan baited. I can help you acquire what you seek. Lu Mingquan reclined, analyzing Ling Zihan with a complex gaze. He had to admit, the proposition aligned with his desires, even satisfying a long-buried, terrifying yearning. In the face of Ling Zihan's beauty and capabilities, Lu Mingquan chose the latter, albeit temporarily. A habitual haughty smirk adorned his face. I advise against your presumption. We have only met once, and our conversation lasted less than 10 minutes. How could you possibly know what I desire? This was both a test and a query born of Lu Mingquan's urgent need for clarity. Ling Zihan refrained from feigning mystery or prolonging Lu Mingquan's anticipation. If I am not mistaken, your target is Kong Linlin. Lu Mingquan scoffed derisively. Do you truly believe I would be interested in a woman like her? Ling Zihan replied calmly. I refer not to the physical allure that incites lust. You seek something possessed by Kong Linlin or a particular object associated with her. Lu Mingquan regarded him with a mocking gaze. Congratulations, you answered correctly. 10 points for you. Proceed. Ling Zihan's voice was crisp, due to certain circumstances. Your attention has regrettably shifted to Kong Jun. You discovered that Kong Jun has become a worker at Wansan Group's steel mill, your nominal subordinate. This revelation has sparked further thoughts and temporarily halted your scrutiny of Kong Linlin. The weight of these words struck Lu Mingquan with unprecedented force. He instinctively parted his lips, his complexion shifting dramatically. What do you know? Who informed you of these matters? Lu Mingquan's demeanor grew agitated. He stood, his posture resembling that of a beast poised to pounce on Ling Zihan. Yet at the critical moment, he regained composure, refraining from any shocking violence. Speak. Who divulged this information to you? He towered over Ling Zihan, his dark gaze fixed upon him, issuing a commanding threat. Ling Zihan smiled, his expression unwavering. Many secrets can be unveiled through various means. Lu Mingquan's countenance morphed into a grotesque mask of rage. What do you think this place is? Come and go as you please. Ling Zihan remained undeterred in his chair, his voice tinged with pity. You desire Kong Linlin, yet cannot even enter the dwelling she resides in. I must admit, I feel sympathy for you. This last statement struck Lu Mingquan with profound shock. He trembled involuntarily, an inexplicable fear washing over him once more. What do you know? A palpable ferocity radiated from his eyes. Tell me, how do you know this? Ling Zihan continued unperturbed. The reason you approached me is that I accepted a task issued by Kong Linlin. Furthermore, I have visited her home. Lu Mingquan did not deny this. His somber gaze nodded slowly. Your relationship with Kong Linlin must be extraordinary. You have not encountered any harm from her. And you have even promised to escort Kong Jun. Ling Zihan clarified earnestly. I did not previously know Kong Linlin. I have never even laid eyes on her. Lu Mingquan, now composed, paced the confined room, deliberating aloud. I believe you. Otherwise, you would not utter such words about bringing me the heads of Kong Linlin and Kong Jun. Ling Zihan suddenly laughed. What? Do you truly wish for their heads? Lu Mingquan halted, turning to Ling Zihan with a peculiar expression. You are merely a Class A newborn. To put it bluntly, my weakest bodyguard is a Class B adapted body. You could not even defeat them. Ling Zihan maintained his smile. Thus, one of my purposes for being here today is to seek your assistance. Assistance? Lu Mingquan instinctively inquired. What do you mean? Ling Zihan stated plainly. I require 100 sets of Class A enhanced body modification components. Wansan Group is one of the major powers possessing advanced modification kits. Above the newborns are the adapted bodies, followed by the enhanced bodies. A complete set of Class A enhanced body components consists of Zhongwei Type 7 modified mechanical arms, Honda Type 91 combined mechanical legs, Xinyuan number 29 chip, and either a Zenith battery or a Jialing Qiyue internal combustion engine. The market price is 1,000 gold yuan. What did you say? Lu Mingquan could scarcely believe his ears. 100 sets of Class A enhanced body modification components amount to a staggering 100,000 gold yuan. Ling Zihan reiterated his previous statement in a nonchalant tone. Are you mad? Lu Mingquan gaped in disbelief. Even the bodyguard beside him was left speechless. Ling Zihan remained unfazed. I believe the heads of Kong Linlin and Kong Jun are worth that price. In truth, he knew nothing of the secrets surrounding the Kong siblings. Deception is a word of considerable nuance, perhaps even a profound art form. This held true for Yang Yin, as well as for Lu Mingquan. Ling Zihan had researched the information on the Wanxing Group, a prominent enterprise ranked among the top 30 in the underground world. Although Lu Mingquan was not the eldest son of his family, his position in the line of succession was relatively high, and his exceptional talents allowed him to oversee the steel mill. Overall, Lu Mingquan's wealth was estimated to be no less than 500,000. In the event of an emergency, he could utilize privileges to mobilize funds approximately twice that amount. The mechanical modifications categorized into 3 levels, initial body, adaptive body, and enhanced body, encompass the vast majority of humanity in the underground realm. The precise data remains elusive, yet it is certain that the proportion, if not 98%, must be at least 95. Everyone aspires to become powerful. However, the truly powerful remain a minority. The superheroes from bygone cinematic eras, Superman, Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Captain America, capable of extraordinary feats, collectively constitute a minuscule fraction of humanity. The world has transformed into its current state due to war. Those who survive in the desolate depths have gradually formed new classes of wealth and poverty over the ages. The profits from mechanical manufacturing are exceedingly high. However, the highest tier of quantified production is conventionally deemed to be the enhanced body. In truth, even more advanced forms could be mass-produced. But such actions do not align with the interests of major corporations. Beyond the factors concerning raw materials, the limited purchasing power of the lower classes plays a significant role. Therefore, Ling Zihan's proposal for 100 sets of enhanced body components is not unreasonable, as it takes into account Lu Mingquan's psychological and practical capacities. The logic of the affluent differs from that of ordinary individuals. Money can procure many things, including love. In terms of the currency equivalents of the old era, 100,000 gold yuan in the underground world corresponds to 2 billion or even 3 billion of the old currency. Ling Zihan pondered what exactly Lu Mingquan found appealing about Kong Linlin. Her appearance was rather unremarkable, and her romantic prospects were negligible. Perhaps her body possessed some unique quality. Ling Zihan tentatively proposed obtaining Kong Linlin's head, which elicited a strong interest from Lu Mingquan. It was also plausible that Kong Linlin possessed some special object, such as a gem or a significant relic, aligning with logical speculation. Another possibility was that Kong Linlin harbored a secret. If any of these possibilities held true, it would mean Ling Zihan's request stood a considerable chance of fulfillment. Unfortunately, the information at his disposal was exceedingly scant. Ling Zihan remained indifferent to Lu Mingquan's astonishment and fury, sitting quietly in his chair, unwavering in his gaze as if this were his domain and everything was subject to his command. As time ticked away, the fury on Lu Mingquan's face gradually dissipated, replaced by suspicion and a multitude of questions bubbling up from the depths of his mind, akin to a plethora of soap bubbles disrupted by a mischievous child. The initial reasons for choosing to meet with Ling Zihan were threefold. First, Ling Zihan was the only individual to enter Kong Linlin's private residence and emerge unaffected. Yang Yin speculated that Kong Linlin's house housed a special magnetic field capable of causing detrimental effects to the human body. Upon receiving this information, Lu Mingquan dispatched his subordinates to engage with Kong Linlin on 4 separate occasions. The first encounter was formal and public, involving a polite knock on the door followed by a discussion. Upon returning, the subordinate discovered that the electronic sensor implanted in his body was malfunctioning. The subsequent 3 encounters were informal, taking advantage of the owner's absence to trespass. Lu Mingquan had hired what was claimed to be the best thief in the industry, a figure purportedly capable of extraordinary feats, who years prior had successfully stolen designs for a new weapon from the Teutonic Knights headquarters in the west. He entered Kong Linlin's room and was never seen again. During the second infiltration, Lu Mingquan sent 3 agile bodyguards, who also vanished without a trace. The third intrusion was on a larger scale, involving a fully armed 7-member combat team, all of whom met with disaster. Since that time, Lu Mingquan had developed profound doubts about life itself. Kong Linlin was merely a frail woman, possessing only the strength of an initial body of grade B. She had not even concealed any lethal weaponry. Lu Mingquan arranged for surveillance during Kong Linlin's absences to conduct long-range electronic observations, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Leaving no aspect of her physical data hidden, Lu Mingquan could not comprehend why. Despite having analyzed Kong Linlin to such a transparent extent, knowing even the precise timing of her monthly cycle, he could not uncover the secrets she concealed. Then, Kong Jun appeared. Lu Mingquan was aware that he was Kong Linlin's brother, yet he never imagined that Kong Jun would proactively seek employment, becoming a worker at his steel mill. Lu Mingquan dispatched numerous personnel to monitor Kong Jun, both overtly and covertly. 2 months passed with no signs of anything amiss. Kong Jun's probationary period at the factory was 3 months, during which he did not express any desire for renewal. Coincidentally, at this juncture, Kong Linlin submitted a request for an escort from the Legion. Lu Mingquan was utterly perplexed by her intentions. Nevertheless, he adhered to his own logic, firmly believing that since Ling Zihan was the sole individual to safely enter and exit Kong Linlin's abode, he must possess extraordinary qualities. Of course, it was also possible that Kong Linlin had selectively afforded Ling Zihan certain privileges for reasons unknown during his visit to her residence. Should Yang Yin and Lu Mingquan have exchanged words, he would undoubtedly have mentioned Kong Linlin's closure of the magnetic field at that time. The second reason was that Ling Zihan was a reserve soldier in the Qinglong Legion. Joining the Legion was not difficult. The challenge lay in faithfully adhering to the rules and regulations, providing an additional layer of intangible assurance regarding character and morality. Members of the Legion could indeed take lives, but they would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. The final reason was purely personal. Ling Zihan was quite handsome, and it was Lu Mingquan's first encounter with a man so strikingly beautiful. The term beautiful may not have been entirely appropriate, but Lu Mingquan appreciated it. He believed that both men and women could share the description of beauty. He disliked the term handsome, as it carried a masculine connotation. Lu Mingquan found the intimacy between men repugnant, perceiving it as perverse. Thus, the term beautiful allowed him to perceive both himself and the other party as pure. Consequently, he subconsciously regarded the other person as female. Chapter 50. Not all mechanical modifications can become strong despite holding a certain admiration and appreciation for Ling Zihan. Lu Mingquan still felt that the price of 100 sets of Grade A enhanced body components was exorbitantly high. Even employing elite armed teams to infiltrate Kong Linlin's private residence had only cost a few thousand gold yuan. Ling Zihan closely monitored the fluctuations of Lu Mingquan's emotions. He smiled and softly explained, "My asking price is actually quite reasonable. What I seek are modification components, not money." The rationale behind this was not difficult to grasp. Wanqing Group primarily focused on mechanical components, with a public selling price of 1,000 gold yuan for a set of Grade A enhanced body components, while the actual manufacturing cost was significantly lower. Particularly when disregarding factors such as labor, production, and material waste, the costs could be compressed to under 100 gold yuan. After a brief pause, Ling Zihan leaned forward, parting his lips, his voice imbued with an enchanting quality that dispelled Lu Mingquan's doubts while instilling a more decisive element. "I assure you, I can obtain Kong Linlin's brain. Is this not what you have always desired?" Lu Mingquan pondered for an extended period. With unprecedented caution, he slowly nodded, a reluctant sound escaping his nostrils in reluctant agreement. 2 hours later, Ling Zihan departed from Lu Mingquan's private residence, gently reaching out to caress the rough, chaotic scratches on the surface of his left mechanical arm. An unprecedented wave of emotion surged within him. The coveted Class A enhancement kit, which countless individuals could only dream of obtaining, had come to him with such unexpected ease. Ling Zihan had requested a set of Class A components as a deposit, and Lu Mingquan had not refused. He promptly made a call to have a brand new set delivered from the warehouse and directly replaced it for him. The rationale behind such a gesture was profoundly compelling. "I am about to risk my life for you, and I must be equipped with formidable enhancements to bolster my strength." This was, in fact, a test from Ling Zihan. The outcome revealed that Lu Mingquan was indifferent to the mere acquisition of a Class A kit. His focus lay elsewhere, specifically on the head of Kong Linlin. As for the remaining 99 kits, Ling Zihan's true objective was Kong Linlin's residence. Ling Zihan was oblivious to the concept of daytime. The remnants of the old Iris films depicted a world bathed in bright light, resplendent with vibrant colors. He was intimately familiar with the night, as familiar as he was with his own limbs and body. This familiarity implied a limited physiological field of vision, fraught with the threat of death. A cruel environment rife with evil and crime, murder and being murdered. Climbing over the wall and pushing open the ajar back door, Ling Zihan was met with the sight of Kong Linlin emerging from the basement. A bright light was affixed to her left arm, illuminating the space with a radiance that far surpassed the ceiling light in the living room. The basement entrance was located at the end of the corridor between the living room and kitchen, perfectly visible from Ling Zihan's position. The thick floor panels parted to reveal a 1-meter square opening, the light casting a glow on the neat steps and illuminating Kong Linlin's face, which was etched with sheer terror, soon to be replaced by madness and fury. "Why are you here?" she exclaimed, utterly unprepared to see Ling Zihan at this time and place. Her eyes were vacant, her thoughts a chaotic whirl, stammering, "Why are you here?" In mere seconds, a flurry of thoughts raced through Ling Zihan's mind, unraveling previously perplexing enigmas. This house must have a tightly secured defense system. Yet, for some undisclosed reason, Kong Linlin had refrained from installing offensive systems like automated turrets or identity recognition shockers on the exterior. Her primary reliance was likely the high-energy magnetic field situated in the basement. Such a defensive system was largely ineffective in the old era, as humans then possessed normal physiological structures. The energy emitted by the magnetic field could be regulated, explaining why Yang Yin had sustained only superficial damage to a few electronic sensors upon entering the room. As for Lu Mingguan, it seemed he had suffered greatly at Kong Linlin's hands. Ling Zihan aimed his gun at Kong Linlin, who had just emerged from the basement. "Stay right where you are." He was unsure whether Kong Linlin was inherently good or evil. This question was unlikely to be answered by either Yang Yin or Lu Mingguan. However, the distinction between good and evil mattered little to Ling Zihan. This was a chaotic era, a dark age where human life was rendered invaluable in these lawless times. Ling Zihan had already negotiated a price with Yang Yin, and Lu Mingguan had agreed to pay a sufficient sum to claim Kong Linlin's head. Whether she was virtuous or malevolent paled in significance compared to the allure of acquiring over 100 sets of Class A enhancement modifications. Of course, there existed another possibility. If, at this very moment, he were to encounter numerous children in the room, gathered around Kong Linlin in a nurturing and loving environment, Ling Zihan would find it impossible to bring himself to commit murder. The only course of action available to him would be to turn and leave, a final line he had drawn for himself. Kong Linlin regarded him with a vacant, chilling expression. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly erupted into a fierce, unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me?" This reckless laughter shattered the tender boundary Ling Zihan had within his heart. He tightened his grip on the gun, recalibrating its dark muzzle towards her with precision, and earnestly inquired, "Where is your brother?" Kong Linlin, astute as she was, responded, "Did Lu Mingguan send you? What did he offer you?" Ling Zihan remained motionless, his lips softening into a peculiar smile that gradually spread across his face. "If you can offer me better terms, I might consider aligning with you, even assisting you in eliminating him." His words were a blend of truth and falsehood, in the face of absolute gain. Ethics were but a pile of refuse unworthy of a dog's attention. "Really?" A strange smile flickered across Kong Linlin's face as she slipped her right hand into the side of her dress. This gesture, seemingly innocuous, was anything but. Many women would often have a small pocket sewn into the side of their long skirts for convenience, or they would create an opening in that very spot to allow easy access to concealed weapons or daggers. Ling Zihan observed all of this without revealing his knowledge. Nearly half a minute passed before Kong Linlin's expression suddenly shifted. "Why are you like this?" Shock painted her features. Ling Zihan shook his head and calmly replied, "Your magnetic field has no effect on me." Kong Linlin was momentarily stunned, her eyes illuminating with a peculiar brilliance. "You're not a cyborg?" She carried a small magnetic field controller that allowed her to modulate the emitted energy at will. The earlier defeat of Lu Mingxuan's armed squad had been accomplished through a similar tactic, under the onslaught of such invisible, devastating energy that surged like a tempest. Any mechanical entity would be rendered helpless. "You asked too many questions." Ling Zihan leaned closer to the scope of his gun, stating coolly, "Come with me. As long as you cooperate, who knows?" Before he could finish, Kong Linlin suddenly leaped from the steps, arms raised above her head. Her face contorted with rage and deep-seated hatred. She opened her mouth and unleashed a roar from the depths of her throat, her outstretched fingers appearing to grasp an invisible, massive ball of air, which she hurled towards Ling Zihan with ferocity. An unprecedented warning of death surged within Ling Zihan's mind, jolting every nerve into action. He discarded his gun and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of violent air that grazed past him. He distinctly felt the fabric of his clothing tear, shredded by the force unleashed by Kong Linlin. The cut was smooth, as if a sharp blade had sliced through the fibers. Behind him, a harsh, cutting sound resonated. The tumultuous airflow collided violently with the opposite wall, leaving behind dozens of terrifying, fine scratches on the hard, white surface. Some scratches measured a few centimeters, while others exceeded 30 centimeters in length, varying in depth. The deepest penetrated at least 5 centimeters, shattering the white paint layer covering the wall, compromising the brick structure. and even nearly severing the steel reinforcements buried within. Ling Zihan stood, momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, he profoundly understood the truth behind a statement made by Su Xiaoxiao. Biological tissue is crucial. Not all mechanical augmentations can transform one into a formidable force. Kong Linlin rarely engaged in vigorous activity, her long skirt serving as testament to this fact. Her hair tie had come undone, and her long black hair cascaded through the air, her fierce visage and icy gaze rendering her unrecognizable as a normal person. Hehehe, quick on your feet, aren't you? She cackled, her laughter sending chills down his spine as she raised her hands once more to repeat the same gesture. Die. In that electric moment, Ling Zihan suddenly realized that Kong Linlin's actual strength was quite feeble. According to conventional power classifications, she was merely a nascent Class B entity. The wind blades unleashed from her hands possessed a terrifying strength capable of annihilating even stronger foes. She wielded a supernatural ability, a wind elemental. In Ling Zihan's palm appeared a fireball, roughly the size of an adult's head, which he hurled towards Kong Linlin without a moment's hesitation. The fireball immediately exerted a crushing force on the wind blade, its burning area rapidly expanding, as the terrifying orange-red flames spread forth. Akin to encountering not a mere wind blade, but gasoline with a fierce combustive effect. Kong Linlin was utterly taken aback. Her mouth agape, her face a mask of horror. Her vacant, numb eyes mirrored the tumult of wind and fire that danced before her. Everything unfolding before her shattered the ironclad rules and principles she held dear. Once, Kong Linlin believed herself to be at least a demigod, if not a deity. The initial form, adaptive form, and enhanced form were all mere trifles in the face of divine power. Chapter 51. The Sun Cult with just a gust of air. They could be reduced to meaningless fragments in an instant. Yet, she saw Ling Zihan move. His speed was astonishingly swift, in less than half a second. He rolled and leapt forward. He seized Kong Linlin's right arm, twisting it backward with a force that awakened the long-buried fear within her. Before she could utter a word, Ling Zihan delivered a heavy punch to the back of her head, causing her teeth to clench uncontrollably, her mouth quickly filling with warmth. The fleeting numbness soon gave way to excruciating pain. She had bitten off a piece of her own tongue, blood oozing from her lips. Are you capable of this? The overwhelming intensity of her obsession drove her to twist her head back, her shocked eyes glaring at Ling Zihan as she mumbled her question. He offered no reply, merely tightening his grip, his eyes radiating a chilling vigilance. Having journeyed from the wilderness to Luyun City, Ling Zihan encountered an opponent of unprecedented strength. Kong Linlin felt herself faltering, on the verge of losing consciousness. She was never adept at combat, and now, the half-bite of her tongue resembled a gruesome sausage, while the swollen thyroid from the fight nudged against her chin and collar. Let me go, she screamed hoarsely. Ling Zihan remained unmoved. He drew the combat knife sheathed at his back, pressing the cold blade against her throat. The hard metallic sensation sent a jolt of fear through Kong Linlin. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her as she cried out desperately, "Do not kill me. Please, do not." Ling Zihan held the knife steady with his right hand, while with his left, he mercilessly snapped Kong Linlin's arm. Her screams of agony evoked no sympathy from him. He released her, seizing her long hair, his fingers locking tightly around the roots, forcing her to tilt her head back in pain, maintaining an angle that compelled her to look up at him. You need not die, Ling Zihan stated coolly. But you must provide me with a reason to spare you. In an instant, Kong Linlin comprehended. I understand. I know you seek the Pearl of Light. I will give it to you now. The Pearl of Light? What is that? A surge of questions flooded her mind, uncontrollable and rapidly expanding. One thing was certain. Kong Linlin stood at the precipice of life and death, and in the quest for survival, nearly everyone would divulge their greatest secrets, grasping at a seemingly tenuous chance to live. Whatever the Pearl of Light was, it must hold great significance for her. Yang Yin and Lu Ming likely sought the same. Ling Zihan narrowed his eyes slightly, a habitual gesture that conveniently concealed his astonishment and confusion. To Kong Linlin, it appeared as though her inner greed was being verbally satiated, manifesting as a palpable eagerness to obtain what she desired. You are not as foolish as I imagined. If I were to say that if you possess the same speed and strength as I, perhaps the one in control would not be you, but me. Ling Zihan slowly traced the knife's tip along her collarbone, and she felt the tremors of her fragile veins and nerves beneath her skin. Gasping for breath, Kong Linlin experienced a peculiar sensation. I can offer you the Pearl of Light. We are of the same kind. Ling Zihan showed no response to her apparent goodwill. He knelt and stood, intensifying his grip, forcibly yanking her hair upwards. Let us proceed. Lead me to the Pearl of Light. His tone was cold and devoid of emotion. You would do well not to deceive me, for I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. What appeared to be a commonplace threat reverberated with intense impact within Kong Linlin's mind. She understood that this was not mere bravado. The advanced integration of biological and mechanical technologies made many once fanciful scenarios a reality. For instance, a dog with a human brain must obey its master's commands, even if it means eating excrement or fighting formidable opponents in dogfighting rings, or a pig or cow endowed with human intellect, facing daily mutilation. Their flesh transformed into delectable dishes for their masters' tables. Despite the efficacy of blood coagulants and biotechnologies reducing the mortality rate of such injuries, the recovery period remained a mere 5 days, after which the tormenting procedures would recommence, rendering the suffering nearly eternal. I understand, though she could not nod. Her response was unmistakably clear. The basement was deep. The dark, gaping entrance resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, exuding a dreadful scent of blood. Ling Zihan urged Kong Linlin forward, and she pressed a switch on the wall, illuminating the darkness and revealing everything within. To the left of the stairs, at the center of the basement, Ling Zihan discovered an unusual concrete platform. The platform was about a meter off the ground, hexagonal in shape, with a 3-centimeter deep groove connecting its broad, hard edges, and at its center was an eye-catching circular emblem. It depicted a radiant sun, its light represented by lines, 4 bold lines radiating up, down, left, and right, while 4 shorter lines marked the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, each dotted with 3 short lines in between, reminiscent of an antique mechanical clock's precision. Raising his gaze, Ling Zihan beheld an even more horrifying sight. Suspended from the ceiling, 2 meters above the platform, were the corpses of several humans. Ling Zihan widened his eyes, counting intently. There were a total of 18 bodies, all of them young children. They were entirely nude, stripped of all mechanical components, leaving only their bare, withered tissues. The deceased had evidently undergone preservation, and while their grayish skin appeared shrunken, it exhibited smooth, flowing lines. The boys and girls faced each other, their limbs entwined, with hardened intestines dangling like ropes around their necks. The air was thick with the scent of formaldehyde, mingled with a strong odor of alcohol. They were paired off. A total of 18. Ling Zihan suddenly recalled Yang Yan's earlier words. Initially, someone had reported their child missing. Let me clarify, whether in the city or beyond. There are many who abduct children. This is primarily due to the high demand for biological organs. Children are worth more than adults. Consequently, to ensure their children's safety, some parents will resort to cosmetic procedures to make their children appear older, giving them a more mature appearance. As long as they look like adults, they become less likely targets for kidnappers. I oversee security in this area. I investigated the disappearances for over a month, ultimately discovering the parts of the missing children in the black market. Although no bodies have been discovered, given the current circumstances, it is almost certain that the missing children have succumbed to death. My case remains unresolved, while similar incidents of child disappearances have erupted in Districts 2 and 4, alongside the assorted cases in District 1, bringing the total number of missing children to 18, precisely 9 boys and 9 girls. Cases of missing persons are, in fact, quite numerous across various age groups and genders. Most of these disappearances ultimately lead to inconclusive outcomes, not to mention the present day. Even during the legally robust era of the past, achieving a 100% resolution rate was an impossibility. All these cases share commonalities. Firstly, the missing children are all 9 years old. Secondly, the families of these children are relatively affluent, living lives free from want. Though they primarily consume cassava, they also incorporate flour and rice into their diets. Some households even indulge in dairy products and eggs. The better the nourishment, the richer and healthier the biological composition. The lifeless bodies of the children, suspended from the ceiling, are paired and intertwined. 8 of them correspond to the prominent vertices of the coarse lines on the concrete platform below, while the last aligns with the sun at the center of the platform. A surge of rage coursed through Ling Zihan's body, the adrenaline-fueled blood flooding his brain. This was not merely an ordinary concrete platform. It was an altar. He lowered his head, his fierce gaze fixated on Kong Linlin, who was maintaining a half-kneeling position. In a raspy voice, he asked, "Are you a member of the Sun Cult?" The Sun Cult is widely recognized, whether among urban civilians or wilderness wanderers. This religion emerged following the fall of the Old Era, venerating light and the deity of illumination. The emergence of such a sect is unsurprising, as religion often arises from humanity's profound dissatisfaction with the status quo, coupled with a state of mental confusion. The legendary true deity has never revealed their true form, and the gospel passed down carries a weighty warning against gazing upon the divine. Under the influence of missionaries, the mad, the foolish, the zealots, and the lost have flocked to this group, each with differing desires, often leading to a dynamic of exploitation. The distinction lies in the fact that some sects propagate gentle doctrines, while others are rife with violence. The sun cult serves as a guiding light, Ling Zihan stated calmly. This phrase has circulated widely in the wilderness, even transformed into a catchy tune that children readily recite. A strange joy flickered across Kong Linlin's face as she responded. The God of Light bestows mercy upon all. Ling Zihan restrained his murderous intent and pointed at the corpses of the children hanging from the ceiling, asking, "Did you kill these people?" Chapter 52. The Pearl of Light. Kong Linlin nodded earnestly, stating, "They are crucial materials for crafting the Pearl of Light." Ling Zihan inquired, "What is the Pearl of Light?" Had it been before, Kong Linlin would never have answered such a question, although she feared for her life. Her pleas for mercy were contingent upon the person before her. If it were Yang Yin or Lu Mingguan issuing threats, she would never reveal a single secret in their presence. However, Ling Zihan was different. He could conjure fire at will. More importantly, Kong Linlin was certain that this was not achieved through mechanical means or military flamethrowers. He wielded fire, I wield wind. We are both endowed with extraordinary abilities, powers reserved for the divine. Another critical factor was that Ling Zihan had entered this room 3 times without experiencing the effects of any special magnetic field. Many who beheld this altar instinctively associated it with the sun cult. Given the signs and Ling Zihan's assertion that the sun cult serves as a guiding light, Kong Linlin, despite her injuries and under his control, had begun to shed some hostility. In truth, this statement was not merely a coded phrase. The sun cult is a widely recognized belief system, with churches and prayer rooms established in many locales. Missionaries often utter this phrase during their daily activities, akin to how bald monks of the old era would frequently recite Amidst. However, at this moment, Kong Linlin perceived a vastly different significance in the same phrase. In essence, we are alike. With such a shared foundation, it implies that this powerful man could be converted, influenced, and become a follower of the God of Light. Thus, she could respond to his inquiry. The Pearl of Light. Kong Linlin shifted her body and assumed a more comfortable posture. Breathing heavily, she murmured, her black eyes gleaming with a light characteristic of zealots. "Have you heard of the legend? A 9-headed emaciated black bull devoured 9 robust white bulls." Ling Zihan furrowed his brow slightly. He had indeed heard a similar tale, but its content diverged significantly from Kong Linlin's rendition. That story originated from the Old Era's Bible. Stemming from a dream of a pharaoh, he envisioned 7 gaunt, decrepit cows emerging from the river, swallowing 7 plump cows. Joseph, tasked with interpreting the dream, informed the pharaoh that the 7 fat cows symbolized 7 years of abundance, while the 7 lean cows signified 7 consecutive years of famine to follow. In their hunger, people would obliterate all memories of the previous 7 bountiful years. Records from the old era can be found in numerous places. As for Kong Linlin's transformation of 7 into 9, and the skinny and fat cows into black and white, it is a common tactic of emerging religions, ostensibly borrowing from the past while, in fact, simply repurposing portions of the old gospel into their own narrative. In the old era, such so-called new teachings were all categorized as cults. Kong Linlin gazed up into Ling Zihan's eyes, as if perceiving a special element within them that inspired her admiration. The Pearl of Light is one of those white bulls. By consuming it, one could gain divine affirmation and enter the realm of the deity. Let me rise. Ling Zihan scrutinized Kong Linlin for a long while. Loosening his grip on her hair slightly, Kong Linlin struggled to rise from the ground. Approaching the altar, she inserted her fingers into her mouth, applying a small amount of blood from her severed tongue to meticulously paint the sun's line at the center of the altar. This was a unique device utilizing personal blood, or rather, genetic material, as a means of manipulation. The circular design recessed along the edges before rising into a cylindrical metallic box approximately 1 foot high with a 5-centimeter radius. Kong Linlin pointed to the box and said, "This is the Pearl of Light." Ling Zihan examined the metal box closely, discovering its intricate design. The box comprises 5 sections, each capable of detaching to become an independent small container. Upon opening the topmost metal box, he found it filled with a pale blue liquid, within which floated an oval object the size of an adult's thumb, bobbing gently. The surface of this object exhibited a vibrant pink hue, 80% of it smooth, while a deep red hue emanated from within. The remaining portion displayed lymph-like connective tissue, with a few granules of white fat visible. Ling Zihan noted that the open section represented only 1/5 of the box's overall length. Kong Linlin elaborated, "If you open the box from below, there are 4 more pearls of light inside." Following her instructions, Ling Zihan discovered that the lower part of the box, as well as the remaining sections, could be disassembled, revealing 4 additional metallic boxes identical in size, shape, and appearance to the top one. Each box contained a pearl of light submerged in pale blue liquid, but these four appeared a pale white, neither as vibrant nor as large as the previous one. Kong Linlin continued, "They have yet to mature." Ling Zihan, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by that?" "The pearl of light is a sacred object. It requires nurturing," Kong Linlin replied, her face brimming with reverence. She gazed at the metallic box in Ling Zihan's hand, her eyes glazed with fervor, her tone imbued with an unquenchable zeal. "This is the box of sequences. Only it can contain the pearl of light. They are my precious and invaluable treasures." She gazed at him with her deep black eyes. Yet Ling Zihan could not discern whether she was looking at him or the metallic box in her hand. The name of this box, the box of fragmented sequences, was unsettling. From Ling Zihan's perspective, it was evident that this was merely an unusual, small biological cultivation chamber powered by an exceedingly rare and costly sheet lithium alloy battery. This type of battery was a novel product developed on the foundations of ancient technology, characterized by its minuscule size and substantial energy capacity. Ling Zihan had never encountered such a battery. He had only heard whispers about it and gleaned some information online. The price of a single battery, no larger than a button, was at least 2,000 gold coins. Thus, the 5 boxes of fragmented sequences in his possession were worth an unimaginable fortune. Ling Zihan raised the box containing the mature pearl of light and inquired perplexedly, "What is this used for?" The nauseating pink hue, the rosy glow emanating from its oval depths, and the unknown white particles surrounding the pearl all contributed to his discomfort. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. "It can lead us to the light," Kong Linlin uttered in a fervent murmur. Ling Zihan frowned and shot her an irritated glance. "Speak plainly." Kong Linlin explained, "I am not deceiving you. It truly can guide us towards the light. I mean, to the surface world." The gravity of her words immediately weighed heavily upon Ling Zihan. This represented the utmost desire of all denizens of the underground realm. Darkness signified evil and fear, and indeed, it was so. Even within the city, crimes proliferated incessantly. Death had become commonplace, despite the presence of police stations in every district. Their effectiveness in maintaining public order was questionable. With adequate preparation, specialized devices could obscure infrared detectors, portable magnetic fields could disrupt radio waves, and electromagnetic bombs or similar explosives could incapacitate up to 100 armed officers in an instant, leaving them helplessly awaiting their fate. While similar occurrences transpired in illuminated environments, the severity and frequency were significantly less than in the dark world. The importance of visual observation was self-evident. Another crucial factor was humanity's biological instinct. Sunlight, such a beautiful word, evoked longing. Ling Zihan felt a slight tremor in his body amidst the silence. He finally comprehended why Yang Yin and Lu Ming had subjected him to exorbitant extortion and unreasonable demands without outright refusal, instead opting to haggle and acquiesce to most of their terms. They had likely surmised that Kong Linlin possessed such precious treasures. More importantly, they could not enter this room. Nonetheless, the multitude of questions lingering in Ling Zihan's mind remained unanswered. He gazed at Kong Linlin's pale face and asked, "Why is there no sun in this world?" Whether in the wilderness or the city, he had found no answers from others. He believed Kong Linlin might possess some knowledge, after all. The phrase sun cult held profound significance. "The sun has been obscured." Kong Linlin managed a faint smile, "but I do not know the specifics." That is what the Grand Pontiff proclaimed. "All believers, myself included, are aware that the sun has been concealed." Concealed? Ling Zihan recalled the desolate ruins in the wilderness, the dense clusters of towering buildings. They pointed straight towards the black sky, as if harboring the answers to all secrets. Kong Linlin raised her right hand, making a gesture of obstruction. "It is said that during the most intense battles of the ancient era, someone detonated a powerful bomb in the sky. Since then, the sun, moon, and stars have vanished." Ling Zihan had heard similar tales before. The veracity of such accounts had long since become untraceable. He redirected his attention to the Pearl of Light and asked, "You mentioned that possessing the Pearl of Light allows one to reach the surface world. Why is that?" The speed of this question took Kong Linlin by surprise, leaving her momentarily flustered. After a few seconds of contemplation, she hesitantly replied, "I do not know." She continued, "What I mean is, I am not entirely clear on the reasons. However, that is what the Grand Pontiff states." "Who is the Grand Pontiff?" Ling Zihan inquired instinctively. Kong Linlin's eyes radiated fervent devotion once again. "He is the one who will lead us to the light. There is absolutely no doubt. He embodies the light itself." Ling Zihan fell silent once more. He finally realized that normal inquiry and fervent devotion could never be equated. In Kong Linlin's mind, the principles of a rational individual had been thoroughly extinguished. She had been brainwashed, and the extent was profound. Not only would she willingly strip bare for the so-called Grand Pontiff to do as he pleased, but with a mere command, gesture, or even glance, she would be inclined to do anything, even to the point of self-destruction. Ling Zihan felt he could only take a step back. He raised the box of fragmented sequences in his hand and earnestly asked, "How is the pearl of light to be used?" Kong Linlin's lips felt dry. And for reasons unknown, her voice quivered slightly. "Eat it without chewing, just swallow it whole." A peculiar sensation, unlike anything he had experienced before, coursed through Ling Zihan. He sensed that Kong Linlin was not deceiving him. This was indeed the genuine answer. Upon first seeing the pearl of light, a thought had already emerged in his mind, an urge to swallow it whole. It was akin to discovering a tattered garment on a garbage dump or finding that piece of dried meat in the town of Yaoko, a powerful craving overwhelming his senses. Eerily intense and terrifying, transforming his understanding of food into something fervent and impulsive, utterly overshadowing reason and calmness. Ling Zihan opened the box of fragmented sequences, retrieved the pearl of light with his fingers, and, with his mouth agape, inserted the mysterious oval object within. With a bland taste that had yet to dissipate on his tongue, it slid effortlessly down his throat into his stomach. He could feel that it was not poisonous. He sensed that this object was edible. He even felt that swallowing the pearl of light could bestow upon him immense benefits. Though he could not precisely articulate what they were, the sensation was merely that, a sensation. It was slippery, devoid of saltiness or sweetness, leaving only a faint metallic tang lingering between his lips and teeth. His earlier suspicions proved correct. This seemed to be some form of biological tissue. What could this possibly be? Ling Zihan pondered the flavor, feeling an oddity wash over him. For a few seconds, he entertained the notion that the so-called pearl of light might be alive. It felt as though it had not merely been swallowed, but had actively crawled or slid into his body upon entering his mouth. Kong Linlin's eyes sparkled with an eerie light as she wiped away the dried, soiled blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing an indescribable smile. "I told you. This is a fully matured pearl of light." After a brief pause, she added, "I created it." Ling Zihan scrutinized every expression and movement of hers, coldly asking, "How did you create it?" Kong Linlin did not respond. She stared intently at Ling Zihan, her tone laden with an unsettling alternative emotion. "How does it taste now that you have eaten it?" "What do you mean?" Ling Zihan quickly reacted, instinctively tightening his grip on the large-caliber handgun tucked at his waist. "It is my child." Kong Linlin suddenly exuded an uncharacteristic joy. "I nurtured it, watched it grow, and eventually mature." "What are you saying?" Ling Zihan's face turned pale at once, a sense of foreboding coursing through him, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of nausea. Chapter 53. The Sanus. I am the Sanus of the Sun God Cult. Designated number 01093. "When you first entered, did you not ask where Kong Jun was?" "He is right here." Kong Linlin struggled momentarily on the ground, then curled her legs into a different seated position. She gazed at Ling Zihan with eyes filled with warmth, as if he were her most intimate lover. Ling Zihan's face turned pale with terror as he raised his hand to cover his mouth, finally comprehending the nature of what he had just swallowed. Curse be it, the so-called pearl of light was, in fact, a fertilized egg expelled from Kong Linlin's body. Following the direction pointed out by Kong Linlin, he spotted Kong Jun, a familiar figure slumped in the corner against the wall. He had failed to notice him earlier, as the standing cabinet had obscured the light, compounded by Kong Jun's bowed head and splayed legs, which cast him in shadow. Not only was it difficult to discern his specific features, but even his form appeared blurred. Ling Zihan fought against his nausea and activated the powerful lighting device mounted on his shoulder, directing it toward Kong Jun's location. The familiar man was awkwardly seated, with a large gash in his abdomen, revealing that his entire body had been hollowed out. All his internal organs and mechanisms vanished without a trace. He was left with only a filthy, grotesque layer of skin, which might not even be genuine human skin, but rather a synthetic dermis draped over mechanical parts. Ling Zihan turned to Kong Linlin, and just then, she also focused her gaze on his face, their eyes meeting. "Were you wondering why I initiated that escort mission?" Kong Linlin's right hand rested on her abdomen, a victorious smile gracing her face, typical of a conqueror. Ling Zihan struggled to suppress the impulse to sever her head from her shoulders, responding coldly, "Yes, I am quite curious." Kong Linlin tilted her head back, staring at the ceiling, her words laced with nostalgia. "It is a lengthy tale, and I hope you possess sufficient patience. I was not always like this. I was once quite beautiful." In the cabinet across from us lie several albums filled with photographs of me from 10 years ago. Back then, many pursued me, willing to pay handsomely for my company in bed. You see, it was a lucrative business, and I hardly had to expend any effort. After all, the parts were made from synthetic protein. If they got dirty, a simple wash would suffice, and if need be, I could always replace them at a low cost. Ling Zihan regarded her with a complex expression. "It appears you relish that lifestyle? Do I have a choice?" Kong Linlin retorted, "I wonder if you've ever spent time in the wilderness. Women, especially those who are beautiful, must rely on men to survive. Eventually, I encountered the Grand Pope. He was an extraordinary man. I have met countless individuals, yet I have never encountered someone like him. He was strikingly handsome. No, that is an insult. To describe him as handsome is an understatement. The Grand Pope was like the legendary sun, radiating warmth upon his gaze. Ling Zihan snorted disdainfully, harboring the typical malice of a man, and asked nonchalantly, "Are you certain you are not referring to an oversized thermos?" Kong Linlin suddenly laughed, exuding elegance. She reached up and forcefully tore off her left ear, an attachment made of synthetic skin that caused no pain. However, the action appeared grotesque, revealing the bright red muscle fibers beneath, intertwined with metallic components. Do I appear beautiful now? If I were to don a synthetic beauty face priced at 500 gold in a salon, I believe it would certainly ignite your desire to ravage me. You have consumed my fertilized egg. Indeed, you could do so. When I met the Grand Pope, he told me, all appearances are false. Only the heart is genuine. Ling Zihan calmly shook his head. That is a standard charlatan. Kong Linlin seemed not to hear his words. Continuing, the Grand Pope believes I possess the potential to become a saint. He has an eye for talent, and I trust his words. Ling Zihan furrowed his brow and inquired, what exactly is a saint? Please elaborate. Kong Linlin did not respond. Instead, she scrutinized Ling Zihan from head to toe and asked, what is your biological composition percentage? Ling Zihan was taken aback. He never anticipated that Kong Linlin would pose such a question. What do you mean? A foreboding sensation surged within him, though he could not pinpoint its source. Kong Linlin perceived his wariness and burst into laughter. You are overthinking it. As she spoke, she removed the torn shirt from their earlier struggle, revealing her bare torso. Although Ling Zihan was uncertain of her intentions, he remained vigilant, prepared to strike at any moment. Kong Linlin picked up a small knife from the coffee table beside her and forcefully sliced into her left breast. The synthetic skin was supple, yielding easily to the blade and exposing several fine metallic wires, along with rotating gears and bearings. The blade continued downward, cutting through her abdomen, revealing a transparent artificial gel protective layer. This material possessed excellent resilience, effectively mitigating impact forces. This is my womb. Kong Linlin pointed at the exposed transparent layer, indicating the organ contained within, which was clearly visible, and spoke earnestly. This is a treasure bestowed upon me by the Grand Pope. I do not know if you have heard this legend. Any human with a biological composition percentage of 40% or more has the opportunity to become one of God's chosen and enter the divine realm. Ling Zihan understood her implications and replied coolly, my biological percentage is not as high as you might imagine. It is merely 26%. In truth, his actual biological percentage was 36%, a secret he could never reveal. Kong Linlin tilted her head back, displaying a sultry smile, though her facial skin was marred, lending her an eerie appearance. I do not believe it. If you possess only 26% biological composition, you cannot possibly be an extraordinary being. She followed up with her reasoning. Ling Zihan took a deep breath. How can you release wind blades? Where do you derive this power? Kong Linlin replied with a smile. Not just anyone can become a saint of the solar sect. Everything I possess comes from the Grand Pope. Ling Zihan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you can share all this? Do you intend to betray him? Kong Linlin shook her head. I could never betray the Grand Pope. However, I believe we can forge a completely new relationship between us. What do you mean? Ling Zihan had a vague inkling of her thoughts, yet the answer seemed utterly absurd to him. Indeed, what followed from Kong Linlin's lips confirmed his suspicions. I want you to become my man. Her tone was calm, yet resolute and undeniable. Ling Zihan raised his left hand, gently stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. He could not fathom why Kong Linlin would think this way. After a lengthy silence, he asked earnestly, why? We are both extraordinary beings. And you are stronger than I am. Kong Linlin had ample explanations for this. She had other reasons. Biological evolution has long shown that strong unions are the optimal choice. Our union would exponentially increase the likelihood of success. I must have you. Only then can I produce the highest quality fertilized egg. It will develop within me and may even become the most powerful being in the world. I can offer you everything you desire. I will report all matters to the Grand Pope, and he will undoubtedly provide me with ample support, whether it be money or resources. Any request you make can be fulfilled. I can make you the happiest man in the world. From physiology to intellect, I can meet any of your needs. I will become the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. From appearance to physique, every detail will enthrall you. All you need to do is engage in the act of mating. The final word left Ling Zihan feeling profoundly uncomfortable. He cast a frigid gaze upon Kong Linlin, mockingly inquiring, do you perceive yourself as an emotionless creature? In the face of all pursuits with a semblance of success, emotions are but a burdensome hindrance. Kong Linlin candidly retorted, in truth, The substitutes for primal desires that have existed since antiquity are indistinguishable from the modified bodies of today. Men merely seek release, while women seek fulfillment in the throes of impulse. They have never contemplated whether this will bear any significant meaning for themselves, for this world, or for the future of humanity. Ling Zihan scoffed, "You astonish me." To which Kong Linlin replied unfazed, "Legends sometimes morph into reality. I perceive you now akin to Zeus from ancient Greek mythology, devouring his own offspring to engender more gods." "Enough," Ling Zihan interjected coldly. "Let us discuss Kong Jun. What precisely is your connection with him?" This was another enigma that lingered in Ling Zihan's mind. Kong Jun. Kong Linlin instinctively directed her gaze towards the shadow lurking in the distant corner. "He is a man devoid of a soul. When the high priest bestowed him upon me, he had a portion of his brain excised. Do not misconstrue. Kong Jun is not a mechanical being. He is a human in the conventional sense. Yet, to a certain extent, he exists merely as a biological vessel." This revelation startled Ling Zihan, prompting him to echo, "Vessel?" Kong Linlin nodded. "All male components of the luminous pearl originate from the high priest. The Holy Maiden's successful conception, should it occur, involves extracting healthy, fertilized eggs from within the womb and placing them into the sequence disruption box." Chapter 54, The Unusual Feast. Wait a moment. Ling Zihan interjected once more. Unable to restrain himself, "Based on your previous statements, the fertilized eggs must mature. What precisely is contained within those boxes?" He had initially assumed it to be a standard nutrient solution, yet it now seemed the reality diverged significantly from his expectations. Kong Linlin replied earnestly, "That is amniotic fluid from within my own body, the finest biological culture medium." Ling Zihan felt an impulse to cover his face. Why must I consume that wretched luminous pearl? The horrifying consequences had escalated beyond mere nausea. "Now, regarding Kong Jun," he continued, clenching his left fist tightly before releasing it. "Why did you post escort missions on the Legion network? And why has Kong Jun become a worker at the Wanshan Group steel mill?" Kong Linlin spoke candidly. Without reservation, the process from the birth to maturation of the luminous pearl is exceedingly complex. The union between the high priest and the holy maiden can only yield a fertilized egg in the conventional sense, which serves as the foundation for the luminous pearl. The decision to entrust the fertilized egg to the holy maiden is predicated on the fact that only she can nurture it. Ling Zihan immediately recalled the amniotic fluid in which the luminous pearl was immersed within the sequence disruption box. As she spoke, Kong Linlin lifted her gaze to the corpses of children suspended from the ceiling. Each of them is unique. Blood type, genetic makeup, biological composition, living environment, and their state prior to being slain. All of these factors are intricate. I expended a considerable amount of time pilfering resident information from the city database, meticulously comparing and seeking targets one by one. The ratio of boys to girls must not exceed 24 hours. Otherwise, their cells perish en masse, losing the requisite vitality for absorption by the luminous pearl. Absorption? A new wave of confusion surged within Ling Zihan. Kong Linlin elucidated. A luminous pearl must absorb a substantial amount of biological energy from the moment of its birth until its maturity, depending on the required evolutionary maturation. This biological energy is categorized into two types. The first type derives from robust men, carefully selected. I require their healthy essence to be expelled normally, injected into the sequence disruption box. Throughout this nurturing process, the luminous pearl's size also expands. The second type is even more peculiar and challenging to obtain, targeting boys and girls aged 9 years. Their blood type ratio must align precisely, and the genetic match is detailed in a comparative chart that must be strictly adhered to. Even if the children in the wilderness meet the blood type and genetic criteria, they cannot serve as sustenance for the luminous pearl due to their frail constitutions, lacking sufficient nutrients. A prolonged diet of cassava will diminish their biological composition. Only children who have consistently consumed high-protein and high-fat diets, with a biological composition exceeding 35%, qualify. This proportion perplexed Ling Zihan. 35%? Kong Linlin clarified. The luminous pearl is, in fact, a living entity, although it is merely in its juvenile stage. It exhibits discerning tastes regarding food. The precise absorption process eludes my full understanding. In truth, when the high priest bestowed the embryonic seed upon me, I regarded it as something ordinary, only to later realize that the reality was far beyond my initial comprehension. Embryonic seed? Ling Zihan furrowed his brow, the sudden emergence of this peculiar term deepening his bewilderment. That is the male essence of the high priest, Kong Linlin continued, her pace noticeably slowing, a hesitant expression crossing her face. I am a devotee of the sun and light. I do not reject the notion of forming a special bond with the high priest. Prior to this, I believed that his essence, like that of other men, was solely for the purpose of procreation. Later, The high priest revealed to me that he had endowed me with an embryonic seed, thus designating me as the holy maiden of the sun cult. I believe this signifies a genetic transformation. Consequently, I have acquired special abilities. Such matters, even if disclosed, would be met with disbelief. Merely a simple union between a man and a woman, and I possess powers envied by countless others. I am aware that there exist those with extraordinary abilities in this world, capable of unleashing immense energy with a mere wave of their hand. Yet, I never dreamed that one day I could become one among them. As she spoke, Kong Linlin gazed at Ling Zihan with longing. Just like you. Ling Zihan's expression remained cold. I am your adversary. You could become my beloved. Kong Linlin's thoughts shifted rapidly. Her envisioned future stemmed from Ling Zihan's undeniable superiority in strength and her long-hidden ambition. I can transform for you. I shall become the most beautiful woman in the world according to your desires. Trust me, it is achievable. It is merely a matter of exterior appearance. If you desire a particular woman, I shall sever her head, skin her face, and don it as my own. Ling Zihan struggled to suppress the horror and fury rising within him, slowly shaking his head. You are a terrifying lunatic. You have lost your mind. I have not lost my mind, Kong Linlin replied with an impassive demeanor. A hint of evident mockery in her smile. The optimal means of gene enhancement is through selective combinations. Although the high priest granted me the embryonic seed, I have a sense that your embryonic seed surpasses that of the high priest. Ling Zihan was unwilling to delve further into this dreadful topic and instead sought a different avenue. You mentioned earlier that the luminous pearl requires biological protein as sustenance, yet it lacks even the most rudimentary human form. How does it absorb? Kong Linlin's expression grew solemn. After a long pause, she replied slowly. This is precisely why I have become the Holy Maiden. It is a unique activation method. The specific operational procedures remain unclear to me. When the high priest released the embryonic seed within me, following the expulsion of the fertilized egg, the followers of the sun cult would inject it with hormones. Apologies. I possess no detailed knowledge of the process or the specific substances used. I only know that following this ritual, yes, indeed. It was a ritual. The fertilized egg underwent the transformation from a mere ovum to the initial formation of the luminous pearl. Once the luminous pearl has undergone its initial transformation, it becomes a sort of creature. Though it lacks limbs or the cerebral organs that engender self-awareness, it possesses unique channels for absorbing protein energy. Simply placing the luminous pearl upon a target will prompt it to release bodily fluids, which dissolve the target's protein base, allowing absorption through its outer membrane. This feeding process is reminiscent of the larvae of flies and mosquitoes. The distinction lies in the substantial quantity of protein and nutrients absorbed by the luminous pearls. Kong Linlin lifted her head, her vacant and emotionless gaze fixated on the corpses suspended from the ceiling. Pairs of men and women, the luminous pearls placed between two bodies, must undergo a continuous absorption process 9 times to satisfy the primary nutritional source of the pearls. A surge of intense anger surged through Ling Zihan's mind. There are still 4 luminous pearls in the box. According to your assertion, none of them have matured. This implies that, unless someone intervenes, you will continue to seek new targets, turning more innocent children into their sustenance? Kong Linlin quickly clarified. No, it is not like that. The luminous pearls are absorbed in units of 5, injected simultaneously each time. I was fortunate to find 9 pairs of suitable boys and girls in a short time. Now all the luminous pearls in the disordered sequence box have absorbed sufficient bioenergy. They do not require additional nutrition. Given time, they will naturally mature. There is another method, which is to expedite their maturation. Kong Linlin's gaze turned to Kong Jun. We reside in a cold environment, and to hasten the maturation of the luminous pearls, a sufficient temperature must be achieved. The biological foundation of a human exceeds 35 degrees Celsius, so I had Kong Jun take a job at the Wonsan Group steel mill, becoming a worker there. I implanted a luminous pearl within him. The normal maturation period is no less than 300 days. But if he remains in a high-temperature environment for an extended period, the luminous pearl within him will also be affected, significantly shortening the maturation period. This is, in fact, an absorption process. The luminous pearl will gradually consume Kong Jun's biological foundation, entering a state of dormancy and self-seclusion once matured. As you can see, now Kong Jun is merely a shell. All his essence has been consumed. Lu Mingquan has somewhat discerned some of my secrets. He harbors suspicions about Kong Jun. However, he has not discovered the luminous pearl implanted within Kong Jun. To ensure safety, during the last week before Kong Jun's departure, I issued an escort mission. Ling Zihan nodded slightly, inquiring, since you do not face shortages in material or monetary aspects, why not issue a higher reward task level to seek more powerful assistance? Such actions would be too ostentatious. Kong Linlin admitted. Although the Sun sect possesses a vast number of followers, as a saint, I can also draw upon considerable resources. Yet we are not rivals to major corporations. I cannot even afford to provoke Lu Mingguan and can only barely protect myself. Ling Zihan found this to be quite reasonable. One last question. He gazed at Kong Linlin's battered face. Why do you want me to consume the luminous pearl? This is the core secret of the Sun sect. Why not entrust it to the Grand Pope? Kong Linlin seemed to perceive his thoughts and said earnestly, because I believe you to be stronger than the Grand Pope. And I think entrusting the luminous pearl to you is far better than giving it to him. I need an exceptional man like you. She spoke unabashedly, her eyes radiating an intense desire, as though she wished to devour Ling Zihan whole. I have invested considerable effort and money into creating this place. As long as the energy field is maximized, even a top-tier combat squad would perish upon entry. You have entered multiple times yet remain unaffected. This is, in itself, a miracle, or perhaps it should be termed a divine special ability. Chapter 55. The Secret of Gestation. I want you. I have a feeling that you will become the new pope. As she spoke, her spirit was vibrant, showing no signs of being a severely injured woman. Ling Zihan's expression remained impassive. He pondered while maintaining a cautious gaze upon Kong Linlin, listening patiently. I am the most outstanding saint of the Sun sect. It was evident that she was eager to prove herself and gain Ling Zihan's trust. Many secrets that should have remained concealed slipped out. I have even given you the luminous pearl. I have demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Ling Zihan raised the disordered sequence box he had been holding high, shaking it in the air. He expressed skepticism towards Kong Linlin's claims. If I recall correctly, you previously mentioned that the Sun sect has many saints. Your designation is 01093, ranking over 1,000. Given that there are so many women as potential vessels, the so-called rarity of the luminous pearl, he shook his head, a look of mockery and disdain etched on his face. In the absence of an understanding of the opponent's trump cards, deliberate mockery serves as the best countermeasure. I am not deceiving you. The luminous pearls are indeed precious. Kong Linlin grew anxious, her secret spilling forth. Do you know how much the luminous pearl you just swallowed is worth? A sweet bun with butter and eggs? Ling Zihan remained unfazed, his demeanor cautious yet ostentatious, letting out a cold snort as he recited the most common joke among wilderness drifters. Kong Linlin's expression stiffened. She took a deep breath, extending her right index finger, trembling slightly, held rigidly due to the nervous tension, lifting it high, while her eyes released a frenzied light of infinite yearning and desire. At least 100 million. She enunciated almost word for word. Ling Zihan was taken aback. Familiar with the data and stories of the old era, he possessed a profound understanding of currency. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. This is an exceedingly vast numerical unit. In the economically prosperous old era, the term 100 million was quite common. The wealthy Wang Chaqiao once famously stated, set a small goal, earn 100 million first. At that time, making money seemed remarkably simple. 100 million might not have been much. Hence, the principal could utter such grandiose words. Today, 100 million is a myth. Setting aside economic factors, Ling Zihan felt that the concept of 100 million was fundamentally meant to deceive. Here, it refers to gold currency, cash universally acknowledged and circulating. The underworld's reliance on gold and silver stems from two reasons. First, the advanced technology has led to superior counterfeiting methods, as countless examples have proven that paper currency is unreliable. Second, precious metals possess high versatility and can circulate on their own. He fixed a chilling gaze on Kong Linlin. Do you think me a fool? 100 million in gold currency can exchange for a luminous pearl? Heh. How much gold is there in the world? Moreover, this gold is not concentrated in anyone's hands. 100 million. How could you even conceive of such a thing? I truly am not deceiving you. Kong Linlin grew frantic, hastily explaining. According to the Grand Pope's words, this is the price set by those in the surface world. The surface world? Ling Zihan felt that the logical reasoning deep within his mind had been dealt another heavy blow. If that is the case, then Kong Linlin's assertions do make a certain degree of sense. The humans of the surface world possess vast resources. According to the law of equivalent exchange, even if they do not have that much gold, they can exchange various scarce resources from the underground world. The overall value of Luyin City reaches 200 million. However, the combined forces of all factions within Luyin City cannot amass such a sum of gold currency. In terms of material wealth, the output value of the Qinglong Legion, Wanson Group, Shenzhen Industry, United Steel, Kangxing Company, and various tycoons does indeed reach 200 million. The logic of value conversion is not hard to comprehend. Yet, Ling Zihan still found the concept of 100 million to be quite daunting. The fertilized pearl I just swallowed is worth 100 million? Are you joking? Kong Linlin perceived his doubts. Not just any woman can become a saint. nor does every saint possess the qualification to receive the essence from the Grand Pope. Furthermore, even if one successfully obtains the essence and becomes pregnant, not every pregnant saint has the opportunity to give birth to a luminous pearl. As she spoke, Kong Linlin lowered her head, opening the concealed pouch hanging at her waist. Retrieving a small information storage device and handing it to Ling Zihan, you will understand upon viewing this. This object is akin to a relic from a bygone era. A USB drive that seamlessly integrates into a portable computer's slot for immediate use. The information displayed on the screen is exceedingly intricate, encompassing hundreds of thousands of words, and would require several days to peruse in its entirety. Ling Zihan selectively skimmed through the critical sections, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the stringent selection criteria for the cultivation of the Pearl of Light, especially regarding the optimal genetic combinations and the subtle distinctions of the progenitive individuals. Upon shutting down the computer, Ling Zihan remained perplexed by certain actions of Kong Linlin. If the Pearl of Light is so precious and you are an exceptionally rare and superior type of saintess, why does the Sun Church permit you to reside here alone? This presents a paradox. It is akin to a natural diamond cast into a bustling marketplace, where amidst the throng, no one pays it any heed, let alone bends down to retrieve it. Perhaps one could assume that such diamonds are exceedingly rare, rendering them unfamiliar to the masses. Kong Linlin lowered her head, engulfed in silence for 2 minutes. Eventually, she straightened her posture, a faint smile of bitterness gracing her pale visage. The journey from the successful conception of the Pearl of Light to its maturity is a protracted nurturing process. The most direct and common method of nurturing involves retaining them within the maternal body for natural maturation. Ling Zihan comprehended this well, much like a woman undergoing a standard 10-month gestation. Yes, Kong Linlin nodded, continuing. This is the most prevalent approach. If the Pearl of Light matures directly within the maternal body, external nourishment becomes unnecessary. A sudden chill washed over Ling Zihan. He was astute, and Kong Linlin's words were not difficult to decipher. She persisted in her explanation. As I previously mentioned, 2 fundamental conditions are required for the maturation of the Pearl of Light: ample nutrition and a controllable high-temperature environment. Both conditions are daunting, even cruel. For the maternal body post-conception, the uterus, in a sense, becomes an alternative sequential box. If it cannot provide the requisite nourishment through 9 pairs of youthful male and female attendants, the necessary sustenance must be absorbed through the mother's body. I have witnessed a normally nurtured saintess, designated number 0388. Tragically, she was once a standard beauty, but less than a month post-conception, she was forcibly fattened, her weight skyrocketing to 4 times its original. Most of her mechanical components were dismantled, leaving only essential life support systems. She was confined to an artificial base with a radius exceeding 2 meters, supported by a powerful oxygen generator for her respiratory needs, while her excretory functions were entirely severed. She underwent surgery to elongate her intestines, stretching them to over 5 times their original length. Those pink tubular structures were ensconced in a large transparent container, effectively installing an artificial abdomen upon her, twisted and grotesque in appearance. The purpose of the intestines is nutrient absorption. She was in a perpetual state of feeding. The diet was lavish, consisting of various meats, eggs, fats, dairy products, high-quality grains, and even the occasional luxury of fruits. She did not eat voluntarily, rather, she was tended to by designated caretakers. At times, special machinery would pry her mouth open to force-feed her a blended liquid diet. On other occasions, a metallic panel installed on her side would be opened to inject high-energy synthetic nutrients. Doctors conducted regular checkups to assess her health status. She needed to do nothing, her entire being fixed to the artificial base, unable to move. Her limbs had been severed to prevent her from expending the stored nutrients within her. The intestinal surgery was designed to enhance food absorption. The longer the intestines, the more efficient the absorption. As for the resultant waste, the management would routinely open the artificial excretory outlet beneath her and cleanse it. This is the essence of a saintess in the conventional sense. Her sole purpose for existence is to provide nourishment to the Pearl of Light within her. In other words, without 9 pairs of youthful attendants serving as the nutritional foundation, a starving Pearl of Light would be compelled to consume its own mother. No saintess could survive such brutal torment. Almost all progenitive bodies endure this fate, conceiving one only to perish. By the time the Pearl of Light reaches maturity, the saintess as the maternal figure is nearly drained. At this juncture, Kong Linlin gestured towards the desiccated corpses suspended from the ceiling. The maternal bodies are drained even more thoroughly than they are, with not a drop of marrow oil remaining. Ling Zihan's gaze shifted subtly. So you escaped from the Sun Church? If I had not, I would have perished. Kong Linlin did not shy away from this topic. The Grand Pope is truly captivating. He is one of the most exceptional men I have ever encountered. Thus, It is not difficult to comprehend why so many women willingly become saintesses, actively seeking to conceive the pearl of light. Ling Zihan found this incomprehensible. Willingly seeking death? Kong Linlin shook her head. No, it is not as you perceive. Prior to conception and fertilization, no one harbors doubts about the Grand Pope, including myself. Had I not fortuitously snuck into the artificial nurturing chamber and witnessed the fixed number 0388 saintess with my own eyes, I would likely have dismissed it as fiction, even unto death. Chapter 56. Death, a love swindler? Ling Zihan scrutinized her intently, remaining silent for an extended period before earnestly inquiring, given the considerable value of the pearl of light, and your status as a saintess, particularly a unique one, the Sun Church must maintain stringent oversight. How, then, did you manage to escape? Kong Linlin replied. I can only attribute it to serendipity. Regardless, I did escape. Ling Zihan gazed at Kong Linlin's now fragmented visage. So, you underwent cosmetic surgery? Kong Linlin did not deny it. Kong Jun was also someone I brought along. I mentioned that his intellect is somewhat lacking. Ling Zihan still perceived lingering doubts. If the pearl of light can be nurtured through the feeding of saintesses, why resort to the slaughter of these children? I mean, Luoyan City is a place that values rules, where murder is punishable. Although you possess extraordinary abilities and have Kong Jun as your aide, capturing compliant children is not an easy task. How did you accomplish this? His tone was entirely normal, albeit infused with an unprecedented commanding quality. Kong Linlin fell silent once more. After a prolonged contemplation, she slowly parted her lips. The Grand Pope once remarked that I am an exceptionally fortunate individual. Luck? Ling Zihan found this difficult to grasp. Kong Linlin's expression remained calm. According to historians, war has birthed a new era and a novel concept of humanity. While the specific moment of the emergence of extraordinary abilities remains uncertain, it is undeniable that a distinct divide has formed between extraordinary individuals and ordinary people. The former possess divine powers, while the latter are myriads. The situation surrounding extraordinary individuals is exceedingly complex. The four recognized categories, earth, water, fire, and wind, merely represent the most common types within this group. In this world, there exist alternative extraordinary individuals who wield unimaginable powers. For instance, the ability of foresight. As Kong Linlin spoke, she fixed her gaze upon Ling Zihan, hoping to witness a look of astonishment upon his face. Yet, she was met with disappointment. At the mention of foresight, Ling Zihan's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any surprise. Are you implying that the Grand Pope possesses the extraordinary ability to foresee the future? He inquired calmly. Kong Linlin completely retracted any previous flicker of disdain towards Ling Zihan and replied earnestly, I believe that is the case. Ling Zihan replied nonchalantly, because you are exceptionally fortunate, you managed to escape from the heavily guarded Sun Church. Because of your fortunate circumstances, you have managed to remain undetected in the city of flowing clouds, and with just you and Kong Jun, you effortlessly located as many as 18 children who met the criteria, only to eliminate them, turning them into sustenance for the Pearl of Light. Thanks to your good fortune, you boldly sent Kong Jun to apply for a position at the Watson Group, securing a role as a steel mill worker to provide the essential thermal energy for the Pearl of Light. At this point, Ling Zihan turned slightly, her gaze landing on the magnetic energy machine set up in the basement. Due to your good fortune, you acquired this special device, which has become your crucial talisman. Kong Linlin felt her entire body stiffen. Through these words, she had an ominous premonition. Ling Zihan's tone remained cold. Tell me, why is the Pearl of Light so significant? Or rather, what exactly is its purpose? Kong Linlin scrutinized him for a while, uncertainly asking, I can tell you, but you must guarantee that you won't kill me. Ling Zihan nodded slightly. I assure you. A flicker of doubt crossed Kong Linlin's eyes. Are you certain? What benefit would it bring me to kill you? Ling Zihan candidly replied, Of course, I need money. If you can provide me with sufficient benefits, I may spare your life. Kong Linlin eagerly asked, Is 2,000 gold enough? She quickly added, This is all I could bring with me when I escaped from the Sun Cult. And this is all that remains. Where is the money? Ling Zihan asked directly. Kong Linlin pointed towards the cabinet opposite her, and Ling Zihan turned and approached it, pulling it open to reveal 2 bulging leather money bags. He stuffed the bags into his backpack and returned. You still have not answered my previous question. With the threat of death lifted, Kong Linlin appeared particularly relaxed. She spoke candidly. The Pearl of Light is the key to the world above. According to the Grand Pope, only the most powerful of extraordinary beings possess the right to enter the realm of the God of Light. This is all I know truly. Ling Zihan was dissatisfied with this answer, but he understood that he could not extract more information from Kong Linlin, and thus he settled for a lesser inquiry. I have one final question. You mentioned that you are a very special saintess. Why is that? This relates to the quality of the pearl of light. Kong Linlin replied, not every fertilized egg based on the essence of the Grand Pope can become a pearl of light. The failure rate exceeds 99%. Moreover, even those pearls of light that successfully absorb nourishment from the mother exhibit varying degrees of quality. If they are inferior products, they cannot fulfill their purpose. To put it bluntly, such items are more repugnant than excrement, worse than refuse. Ling Zihan nodded in understanding. So, even in the maternal nurturing stage, it cannot be ensured that all pearls of light will mature after absorbing nutrients? Yes, Kong Linlin answered. The success rate is exceedingly low, which is why the Sun cult has so many saintesses. Ensuring quality through quantity is the simplest logic. As for me, her expression suddenly became melancholic. Perhaps in the eyes of the Grand Pope, I am a very special existence. Physique, genes, biological foundations, whatever it may be. There is always some aspect that meets the special requirements. I admit I am fond of the Grand Pope, but I cannot risk my life for the sake of just one man. I have produced a total of 5 fertilized eggs, including the 4 unfinished products. They represent the highest quality pearls of light in the history of the Sun cult. I have consulted the database of the Sun cult and conducted the most detailed comparisons. I know I am a valued guinea pig for them, which is why I escaped. Now do you understand why I said you could become the new Pope? We can unite and return to the Sun cult. You possess greater strength than the Grand Pope. I am no match for you, and can only humbly kneel before you. I can bear more pearls of light for you. Together we can ascend to the world above, forever basking in the light bestowed by the divine. Her gaze towards Ling Zihan was filled with anticipation, quickly scanning every detail of his face. There was a hint of hormones, but more so a sense of utilitarianism. An uncontrollable excitement flickered across her face as she swallowed hard, her tongue repeatedly licking her dry lips. Ling Zihan stepped forward. He approached Kong Linlin's side, crouched down, and mercilessly seized her hair, drawing his combat knife with his right hand, once again placing the cold, sharp blade against her neck. What are you doing? Kong Linlin felt all the blood within her freeze instantly, her body turning as cold as ice. You must die. Ling Zihan gazed at her with a chilling intensity, like a lion fixating on its prey pinned beneath its sharp claws. You promised you wouldn't kill me. Kong Linlin trembled all over, struggling to comprehend how, just moments ago, this handsome man had promised her a chance at life, appearing as an angel flawless in credibility. Moreover, she had given him so much money. I lied to you. Casually uttering those 4 words, Ling Zihan's grip tightened, the blade following the familiar contours of human bone as it encircled Kong Linlin's neck, severing her head cleanly. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. Ling Zihan's movements were fluid, swift, and she hardly felt any pain. Yet even in death, her lingering obsession, surprise, and horror remained intensely vivid. Ling Zihan remained impassive, retrieving a lighter from his jacket pocket, igniting Kong Linlin's long hair. Flames erupted, engulfing her shattered face, and the air became saturated with a pungent, charred aroma. Ling Zihan continued to ignite the clothing on Kong Linlin's headless corpse, then stood back to observe from a distance, silently watching the 2 conflagrations on the ground. Without any accelerants like gasoline, the hair and clothing quickly burned away. Most of her head became charred, and her body exhibited varying degrees of burns, with skin and superficial muscles cooked to a crisp. Ling Zihan donned a mask from his backpack, dragging the corpse and head to the stairs, pulling them to the first floor. Returning to the basement, he raised his rifle and fired aimlessly into the air. He retrieved 2 pre-prepared high-explosive grenades from his backpack, aiming them at the altar situated in the center of the room before turning and sprinting upstairs. A tremendous, thunderous roar erupted behind him, accompanied by a tidal wave of energy shock. Thick smoke billowed, and amidst the shattered surroundings, a composed Ling Zihan took out a basketball-sized round container from his backpack, placing Kong Linlin's head inside before tucking it away. Having completed all this, he activated the communicator mounted on his shoulder and dialed Yang Yin's number. Minutes later, Yang Yin arrived at the scene with several police officers. Ling Zihan briefly explained the situation. I have taken care of it for you. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Yang Yin was reluctant to let him go so easily. However, the previous conversation had already divulged too many secrets, and he could no longer maintain control. Only nodding sullenly. Very well. Ling Zihan quietly cautioned, I will contact you later. Chapter 57. Turning against one another. With that, he turned and departed. The meeting place agreed upon by Lu Mingquan and Ling Zihan was located within a 5-story building on the inner side of the South Ring Road. This was an enterprise under the Wanson Group, adjacent to the most prosperous commercial district in Flowing Cloud City. Such a setting bore no difference from the old era. After all, everyone yearns for wealth, and once they have money, the majority's first instinct is to consume. The allure of beauty, both men and women, gambling. And the tobacco and alcohol industries are the most lucrative, remaining favored by the wealthy from the old era to this day, persisting even under legal repression. The flickering neon lights, while somewhat blinding, undeniably leave a profound impression within the recesses of one's mind, beyond the overwhelming visual assault they impose on the retina. This is the most distinctive feature of the commercial district. Even if the words on the neon signs are indistinguishable, the sight of their resplendent, chaotic glow incites a rush of adrenaline and hormones, urging the nervous system to crave the intoxicating stimulation provided by tobacco and alcohol. The coins jingling in one's pocket seem to be infused with a magical life of their own, clamoring to be unleashed in a frenetic dash towards the gambling tables. Propelled by an insatiable desire to win amidst the dazzling ocean of fortune and loss found in games of pai gow, dice, and poker, slowly succumbing to the depths until drowned, Ling Zihan was escorted directly into Lu Mingxuan's private chamber by the bodyguards clad in black. This space was significantly larger than the room where they had last met, exceeding 10 times the previous size. However, Lu Mingxuan's preference for compactness had not waned. He had designated a small alcove within the suite. Furnished with everything necessary, the living area was so painfully cramped that the two bodyguards had to stand against the walls, offering the only space capable of accommodating a chair to Ling Zihan. As Ling Zihan nonchalantly retrieved the severed head of Kong Linlin from her backpack, Lu Mingxuan felt his numbed intellect begin to awaken. He paid no heed to the ash staining his luxurious satin shirt, ignoring the slowly oozing blood and filth from the neck's severed point. Clutching the head as if it were a precious artifact, his eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief, scrutinizing every detail with uncontainable rapture. Kong Linlin was indeed dead. Nearly half of her facial skin had been marred in the struggle, her ears torn asunder by her own hands. Dark, half-congealed mucus streamed from her nostrils, while dried blood stained the corners of her eyes and lips. The burnt strands of hair had obliterated her former visage, her cheeks charred black, and the skin near her head cracked from the flames, revealing patches of pink flesh beneath the hardened blackened areas. Particularly on the left cheek, a palm-sized expanse of skin had sloughed off, exposing dark red muscle beneath. It was her. It was truly her. Aha. She looks delectable, utterly mouth-watering. At this moment, Lu Mingxuan appeared utterly deranged, his demeanor detached from any semblance of civility. Especially when he uttered the word delicious, Ling Zihan felt an overwhelming impulse to strike him fiercely with the butt of her gun. This man seemed a deranged cannibal, with an exquisitely refined taste. Indeed, she was quite delectable. After his boisterous laughter subsided, Lu Mingxuan handed the severed head to the black-clad bodyguard standing nearby, mumbling an instruction, followed by a command. Deliver this immediately, and do not let things go awry. Let Victoria take charge. I want results by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The bodyguard accepted the head, nodded in agreement, and exited the room. Lu Mingxuan redirected his attention to Ling Zihan, unabashedly revealing the instinctive smile emerging from the depths of his eyes. You have surprised me. Ling Zihan lifted the porcelain cup before her, sipping the warm tea gently, and replied calmly, Did you truly believe I would perish without bringing you Kong Linlin's head? Indeed, Lu Mingxuan reclined against the back of his chair, a satisfied smile tinged with a hint of derision. Few are worthy of bargaining with me, but you are one. Ling Zihan had a fondness for tea, a luxury that could only thrive in high-powered synthetic sunlight cultivation chambers. Kong Linlin's residence was equipped with a high-capacity magnetic field. In truth, with your prowess, you could have dispatched her easily by sending a few more men and adequate equipment. Lu Mingxuan nodded. This is Luyuan's city, not the wilderness. Their dialogue, laden with veiled implications, served as a mutual test of each other's capabilities. There were numerous methods to counteract high-energy magnetic fields, long-range bombardments, aerial bomb drops, and powerful magnetic countermeasures. However, the drawbacks of these methods were equally apparent. Their use would undoubtedly inflict immeasurable repercussions on the surrounding populace. Could they discreetly evacuate the nearby residents before taking action? Knowing Kong Linlin's astuteness, she would certainly detect any unusual activity at the first sign. Lu Mingxuan was unwilling to make this matter public, as involving the military or police would drastically diminish his true gains, leaving him with little to nothing. In truth, he had always harbored doubts about Ling Zihan's capabilities. Out of a sense of experimentation, he acquiesced to her conditions, never anticipating that she would indeed succeed. I want her brain, Lu Mingxuan candidly stated, his mood buoyed. I have been observing Kong Linlin for quite some time. I have a penchant for high-energy nutrient solutions, along with a peculiar hobby of collecting hair. He was not lying. This was the truth. Among the affluent, hair collection was a peculiar yet shared fascination. Of course, this was not perceived as a deviant behavior by outsiders, but rather a genuine physiological need. High-energy nutrient solutions were exclusive stimulants of this era, captivating both ordinary citizens and the elite alike. Even the wasteland drifters and the rabble, as well as the more evolved mutant species, exhibited a fervent desire for possession. Wealth could procure many things, and while the elite indulged in high-energy nutrient solutions, they also demanded more refined variants, eschewing the commonplace. For example, in Lu Mingchuan's circle, high-energy nutrient solutions must be clearly labeled with the identity of the extractor. Currently, the most sought-after was green olive juice, a product developed the previous year. The extractor must be between 9 and 10 years of age, with a permissible fluctuation of no more than 150 days. Their daily diet should consist of green vegetables supplemented with 5% animal protein, and their beverage is primarily composed of synthetic fruit flavors mimicking lime, green olives, and oranges. It was said that extractors raised on such a special diet naturally exuded a sweet and tangy aroma. Particularly, the high-energy nutrient solutions derived from their brains possessed an indescribably alluring flavor. In a natural state, such extractors were nearly impossible to find. The only method available was through cultivation. This was a heinous illegal act, yet with sufficient power and wealth, many actions would be overlooked by the enforcers. The eccentricity of hair collection was confined to the upper echelons, remaining unnoticed by the general populace. The rationale was simple: obtaining hair allowed for genetic testing, which could identify the corresponding high-energy nutrient extraction target. Some sought nutrient solutions from individuals with different blood types. Others preferred those with varying temperaments: irritable, gentle, cheerful, or morose. The profession of hairdressers had transformed into something entirely different from the past. Beyond addressing the physiological issues of the general populace, they also doubled as collectors of hair, maintaining their own databases of information, catering to the upper class with a range of secrets. It must be emphasized that mass indiscriminate killings within the city were impossible. Even with the appropriate financial compensation, eliminating 1 or 2 individuals discreetly posed no issue. However, should the body count rise too high, military and police intervention would ensue. Lu Mingchuan's interest in Kong Linlin extended beyond her brain. He was equally intrigued by the true identity of this enigmatic woman. Yet he understood the wisdom in refraining from probing too deeply into matters best left undisclosed. Given the current situation, although Kong Linlin's head has suffered significant damage, as long as her brain remains unaffected, it will suffice. Ling Zihan calmly gazed at him, stating, "We may now discuss the matter of compensation." Lu Mingquan did not refuse. He retained his languid posture, reclining in his chair. 100 sets of Class A enhanced body components seems rather excessive, does it not? Ling Zihan detected the veiled threat in his words and smiled slightly. "I anticipated you might attempt to renege, but I did not expect your directness in denying the agreement." Lu Mingquan narrowed his eyes, a complex expression sweeping over his face as he surveyed Ling Zihan. "You have already received a set of Class A enhanced body components from me, and in a fair exchange, I too have acquired Kong Linlin's head. This is a transaction worth 100 gold yuan. I believe no one will offer a higher bid than mine." Ling Zihan remained unfazed, maintaining his previous posture without a hint of anger. "I am aware of your shamelessness, yet I did not foresee your utter lack of dignity. Thank you for the compliment." Lu Mingquan leaned forward, feeling that such insults were a form of invisible praise, his face displaying an increasingly mocking expression. "This is solely your own fault. Had you presented Kong Linlin's head later, I might have even offered you a few more sets of modified components." Chapter 58. Cooperation. Ling Zihan suddenly laughed, leaving Lu Mingquan momentarily stunned. To him, this smile seemed utterly unfounded. "Here I am, clearly refusing to pay, and yet you are smiling? What is this madness?" After a few seconds, Ling Zihan, still smiling, inquired, "Do you believe victory is assured?" He shifted slightly to glance at the black-clad bodyguards standing behind Lu Mingquan. "Your subordinates are formidable. They are Class A enhanced bodies, just like me. Do you think their presence will ensure your dominance over me?" As he spoke, Ling Zihan withdrew a recording card from his pocket, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Lu Mingquan. "This is a recording of our previous negotiation. You agreed to provide me with 100 sets of Class A enhanced body components, and there is both audio and video evidence. If made public, the consequences and repercussions are unlikely to be something you, Master Lu, can resolve alone." Lu Mingchuan's expression immediately darkened. Reputation is paramount for the Wanson Group. In business, even the most unscrupulous merchants must maintain their standing. Particularly in a place like Luyun City, a scandal could lead to public skepticism towards the brand, resulting in unpredictable repercussions that could potentially obliterate the family business at its roots. The impact on Lu Mingquan himself would be even more severe. As a lesser heir, if his brothers learned of this, they would relish the opportunity to see the Navi younger brother stripped of his inheritance and permanently distanced from the family circle. He believed the recording card was genuine. There was no reason for Ling Zihan to deceive him. Simply inserting the card into a device would reveal its authenticity. Killing to retrieve the card? That would be a gross overestimation. Though their interactions had been few and their acquaintance brief, Lu Mingquan respected Ling Zihan's capabilities and methods. The latter undoubtedly had backups prepared, should he fail to receive satisfaction or if an unforeseen circumstance arose. The card's contents would likely be disclosed through other channels. At that point, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Ling Zihan continued the conversation, his gaze growing somewhat colder. I must inform you of a significant detail. Kong Linlin is a saintess of the Sun sect. This revelation struck Lu Mingquan like a heavy blow, both mentally and physically. He braced himself against the arms of the chair, sitting up straight in disbelief. What did you say? Ling Zihan deliberately slowed his speech, articulating clearly. Kong Linlin is a saintess of the Sun sect. Contemporary religion differs greatly from that of the past. After enduring wars and devastation, many survivors have come to realize the tenuous relationship between happiness and faith. Do deities truly guide one towards a path of happiness and well-being? Forget it. I can barely afford a meal at present. Perhaps it is best to wash up and sleep. Every era has its share of lunatics and the arrogant, resulting in the proliferation of various cults. In the slums of Luoyuan City alone, there are dozens of disorganized sects, with followers ranging from hundreds to just a few. Take, for instance, the Wine God sect, which has only 3 followers, yet its doctrine advocates for shared divine wine and collective happiness. The so-called divine wine is, in fact, a low-quality homemade brew. Incidentally, the sect's leader is a failed businessman. Compared to others, this is already considered a relatively benign cult. The Sun sect, however, is different. It is a large organization with a vast number of followers and extensive reach. Generally, successful individuals prefer to steer clear of religious affiliations, and the actual controllers of the Wanson Group are no exception. Of course, if both parties share mutual interests, collaboration can be discussed, but the ensuing consequences are notoriously unpredictable. For followers, especially fanatics, money holds little sway. Their unwavering devotion and faith in the divine are paramount. Although Ling Zihan killed Kong Linlin, the true mastermind is himself. In Lu Mingquan's eyes, Ling Zihan embodies the essence of a mercenary, fearless in the face of death, driven solely by monetary gain. For money, they would resort to any means, including disclosing their identity and the circumstances surrounding Kong Linlin's demise, along with all the details. His indifference to death was his own affair. What about me? A chilling wave of uncontrollable dread surged through Lu Mingquan. Once targeted by the Sun sect, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance for their so-called saintess. Wait a moment. He hastily rose from his chair, adopting a demeanor far more conciliatory than before, shedding any semblance of arrogance. Ling Zihan's smile remained as charming and alluring as ever. It seems we can engage in a fair and just discussion now? Lu Mingquan gestured to the black-clad bodyguard, who nodded in understanding and exited the room, leaving only Ling Zihan and Lu Mingquan behind. I admit I spoke out of turn before. Returning to his chair, Lu Mingquan rapidly organized his thoughts and offered a cigarette from the table, extending it towards Ling Zihan. You must understand, I oversee a vast family enterprise. The multitude of matters at hand inevitably leads to oversights. Ling Zihan smiled and nodded. I understand. You have always been a remarkable individual. I enjoy dealing with people like you. Let us finalize the invoice. You still owe me 99 sets of Class A enhanced body components. Lu Mingquan gave him a deep look, saying nothing as he retrieved a personal credit note and pen from his inner pocket, swiftly inscribing the previously agreed-upon figures. The personal credit note functions similarly to a checkbook from the old era, bearing the family crest and personal insignia. The pen's ink is specially formulated, containing the user's blood, which incorporates genetic elements that can be verified through specialized equipment, serving as an irrefutable testament to personal credit. After receiving the invoice from Lu Mingquan, Ling Zihan scrutinized it under the light for an extended period, ensuring there was no ambiguity in the wording before carefully folding the dry document and placing it into his personal notebook. 100 sets of Class A enhanced body components may seem substantial and exceedingly valuable, yet this applies to ordinary individuals and standard consumer demographics. Much like 100 top-tier Mercedes-Benz vehicles in the old era, it represents a significant fortune for a distributor, while to the actual controller of the Mercedes-Benz Group, it merely signifies the typical weekly output of an automotive manufacturing facility. When production costs are disregarded, the product becomes merely a process of raw material transformation, with pricing ranging from millions to mere pennies, contingent solely upon mutual agreements. A gloomy expression enveloped Lu Mingquan for less than 30 seconds before a smile once again graced his face. The tumultuous journey from reluctance and stubbornness to ultimately fulfilling his obligation to pay was a harrowing experience that only he could truly comprehend. Ling Zihan spoke in a remarkably distinctive tone, You are quite a remarkable individual. I believe we may become friends. Lu Mingquan struggled to suppress the incessant urge to utter the term draft code, nodding mechanically. I think so too. He was already envisioning how to issue a new task that would lead this handsome yet loathsome, no, rather detestable, individual to willingly leap into a pitfall, ultimately sealing his own fate during the assignment. Ling Zihan gazed at him leisurely. There's a business matter I wish to discuss. Business? Lu Mingquan was taken aback by this unexpected topic, filled with profound skepticism. What sort of business? Furs, fats, fresh animal meat, Ling Zihan replied. Producing a lighter to ignite a cigarette, inhaling the noxious smoke deeply before exhaling slowly. Are you interested? Lu Mingquan was once again stunned. In this era, animals represented a unique demographic. The Wildlife Protection Act had long since devolved into mere scrap paper. Predators in the wilderness often regarded humans as prey, relishing the taste of sweet human blood and tender flesh. Radiation had caused terrifying mutations in humanity and the animal kingdom alike. From insects to beasts, they had transformed beyond recognition, vastly different from their ancestors of a bygone era. Nevertheless, hunting these mutated creatures had indeed become a lucrative enterprise. The Medical Association announced a call for the acquisition of various mutated beasts, especially fresh meat and blood. The Xinjun Group had been purchasing various animal hides for years. These materials had extensive uses, serving as substitutes for resin and gelatin. Within major industrial conglomerates, they bore a distinct name, natural rubber. Liquid cultivation methods could indeed yield rubber within greenhouses, referring here to traditional rubber. However, this rubber was markedly different from that of the olden days. In simple terms, its gelatinous composition could not meet contemporary demands, thus relegating it to a subpar alternative in unavoidable situations. The concept of converting animal hides into gelatin could be likened to the old practice of using donkey skin for a gel. Mutated beast hides were currently the highest grade among all gelatinous materials, encompassing not only the bones and claws of these creatures, but also fetching high prices for their flesh. After all, they grew in nature, their meat and flavor surpassing that of artificially raised animals. Take traditional poultry, for instance, today as hens pale in comparison to their predecessors. To enjoy a bowl of delicious chicken soup, one must add monosodium glutamate derived from soybeans. As for the eggs, those who have tasted them claim they resemble the spawn of demons. The yolk content is merely 1/5 that of the bygone era. And even a thoroughly boiled egg shows a watery white, as if excessively diluted. The finest steaks in the city's top restaurants are made from mutated beast meat, which the wealthy deem the real deal. Naturally, these come at a steep price. Luoyang City boasts specialized hunting teams, representing another pathway to wealth. Chapter 59. I have support behind me. Lu Mingquan found himself somewhat intrigued by Ling Zihan's proposition. How much can you provide? This referred to the monthly supply. Ling Zihan answered candidly. It's hard to say at the moment, as I haven't done this before. However, I can assure you that the supply will not be lacking. Lu Mingquan's lips twitched. How can I be certain this isn't a trap? Ling Zihan smiled. With 99 sets of enhanced body armor as a foundation, I can assemble a formidable hunting group. Lu Mingquan discerned the underlying implication. You have allies? Ling Zihan nodded. Many. You will be pleased. Surprise flickered across Lu Mingquan's face. The phrase many seemed ordinary yet carried profound implications. For instance, the Qilong Legion boasts a considerable number, reportedly comprising hundreds of thousands when including its soldiers and retinue, dominating the entire eastern continent. The notion of having allies was equally rich in meaning. Just look at the Chongqing gang, where leader Jing Qiang and several subordinates collect protection fees from street to street daily. Though the sums are small, it remains a way of life. Lu Mingquan released a sound that was a blend of repressed emotion and disbelief. How many do you have? Ling Zihan's smile contrasted sharply with the dim surroundings, radiating warmth and positivity. About 800. So many? Although tinged with skepticism, Lu Mingquan did not doubt this figure. Rather, he expressed astonishment through another groan. The number was indeed daunting. For these individuals, as mentioned by Ling Zihan, were not residents of Luoyang City, but rather wanderers from the wilderness. That desolate place he had visited before was devoid of life, practically barren. Mutated beasts roamed freely, engaging in conflicts, among themselves and against others, each striving to kill and consume for survival. If the beasts behaved thus, humans were even less merciful. In the wilderness, a renowned dish called fried bananas existed in 2 versions. One version utilized human fingers as the main ingredient, coated in cassava flour and spices before being deep-fried. Lu Mingquan had tasted this before. Its flavor was delightful, with a crunchy texture. He dismissed the notion of using human fingers as mere absurdity, a fabrication spun by unscrupulous wilderness chefs to create a sensational story. The crisp texture could not possibly compare to the hardness of human bones. It was likely derived from the tendons of some mutated beast. The other version was strikingly peculiar. It involved a girl's body, with her limbs replaced by mechanical parts. Suspended in the air while someone fed her a monotonous diet of cassava noodles daily. She was unable to resist. Her mouth agape as a crane-shaped feeding device gradually forced the noodles down her throat. This process required meticulous care to avoid choking her. Balancing between a half-conscious state and a stomach filled to the brim, her eyes bulging with madness. A little water was also provided to moisten the food, ensuring it slid smoothly down her esophagus. The excessive food could not be fully digested under such conditions. Nearly half, or even two-thirds, of the cassava noodles forcibly introduced into the girl's body would be expelled in their original form. In essence, whatever she consumed would emerge as waste. The difference lay in that this expelled material, having been soaked in intestinal and gastric fluids, bore a sticky surface infused with a strong human scent. By rinsing off the surface residue with clean water, this semi-solid, undigested matter was then coated in cassava flour and spices before being deep-fried, resulting in dark yellow strips of fried bananas that were reputed to be quite palatable. This was an early recipe from the wilderness. As interest grew, urban restaurants began to mimic this preparation. Neither the food nor the method was particularly remarkable. It was simply a brutal world, shaped by a harsh environment that birthed countless cruel tales. Yet, the presence of many individuals in the wilderness signified formidable personal strength and exceptional ruling prowess. Ling Zihan also commanded numerous subordinates. He understood well that this was the power of wealth, a manifestation of his father and family's influence. As for the personal influence one might wield, beyond the title of the fifth heir of the Watson Group, few would regard themselves with any significance. One might even risk being ensnared by the lurking predators in the city's shadowy corners, sold to unscrupulous establishments as mere ingredients for dubious culinary concoctions. After much contemplation, Ling Zihan solemnly nodded. It seems we can collaborate. Ling Zihan displayed an encouraging smile. Trust me, this is a venture worth investing in. Ling Zihan chuckled. Well, at least so far, you have not disappointed me, nor have you lied. Upon leaving their abode, Ling Zihan dialed Yang Yan's number, arranging to meet at the dog meat stall. The proprietress, Liao Qiu, donned a more alluring outfit today, essentially a white Catwoman ensemble, complete with a fluffy tail affixed to her rear. However, the tail's quality was lackluster, resembling segments of corn cob strung together with wire, bent into a somewhat acceptable arc. The stall was bustling with patrons, and many ill-intentioned individuals sought to seduce the proprietress for intimate encounters. They activated their personal spotlights, casting lecherous beams of light upon her. The sheer fabric of her dress appeared almost transparent, accentuating her alluring curves. Liao Qiu graciously attended to her guests, yet under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, she appeared somewhat pitiable. However, this fleeting sensation of wanting to embrace and cherish her dissipated in less than 5 seconds, utterly obliterated as she lifted her skirt, producing a homemade firearm with a caliber not less than 30 millimeters from between her thighs. She stood atop a food cabinet exceeding 2 meters in height. Indeed, 2 meters. Her left leg gleamed with a dazzling metallic sheen under the lights, reminiscent of an old television antenna, capable of extending and retracting freely. The ankle could rotate a full 360 degrees, and the tips of her 5 toes boasted suction cups comparable to those of an octopus. This was not merely to flaunt her long legs, but to reveal a hidden metal cutter concealed between them. Beneath her seductive, diaphanous white skirt lay a high-speed 4-gear crushing apparatus. This contraption shared conceptual similarities with old-fashioned subway tunneling machines, utilizing rapidly rotating gears to pulverize foreign objects inserted within. The distinction was that while tunneling machines crushed stones, Liao Qiu pulverized dog bones and sliced cooked meat per her patrons' requests. There were always some foolish individuals causing disturbances at the dog meat stall. Liao Qiu retracted her mechanical leg and strode purposefully toward the nearest man, seizing him by the nape with her powerful mechanical arm, while her right hand brandished the substantial firearm, aiming at his left foot and pulling the trigger with force. Amidst the thunderous blast, the man howled in agony as he collapsed, his left leg obliterated below the knee, scattering metal shards, components, and biological matter everywhere. The air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Hey, handsome, would you like me to give you a thrill? She cackled, sheathing the firearm at her back and swiftly drawing a compact yet potent stun gun, reveling in the chaos as she thrust the sparking prongs toward the spring-like appendage of her target. Several astute onlookers hastily turned to flee, leaving behind a gruesome scene. Yang Yan's tall figure emerged slowly from the shadowed street corner. He glanced at the incapacitated man on the ground before turning towards the flustered proprietress, who was hurriedly concealing the stun gun. That's enough. Don't kill him, he said coolly. In Luyan City, fighting was permissible, as was the dismantling of any parts from one's opponent under normal circumstances, provided it did not result in death. This was the rule, and it was crucial. Okay, the woman replied, hastily stowing the stun gun between her legs. It was evident that she harbored some trepidation towards Yang Yin, her panic causing her to fumble. The shortness of her skirt revealing a bulging mass beneath, evoking many suggestive thoughts. Yang Yin ordered 2 kilograms of dog meat, producing a bottle of homemade liquor. Filling their glasses. "Let us discuss our affairs," he said with a satisfied smile. "You did well this time. You helped me resolve a significant issue." Ling Zihan refrained from reaching for his glass, maintaining his previous posture, and earnestly inquired, "When will you fulfill your promise?" Assisting Yang Yin was a compensated service, and he had previously signed a Legion contract with Ling Zihan, pledging a reward of no less than 80 sets of Class A adaptive body components upon completion. "Let us talk about that later." Yang Yin's smile noticeably waned. "Rest assured, since I signed the Legion contract, I will not shortchange you, nor will I default." He shifted the topic. "Kong Linlin is dead. I examined the body, and the identity confirmation shows no discrepancies. Although you took her head and gave it to Lu Mingquan. That is between you and him. I will not interfere or inquire further. But why did you blow up Kong Linlin's house?" As he spoke, Yang Yin changed his seating position, his gaze radiating a mix of threat and pressure. Ling Zihan had already prepared his explanation. "She intended to kill me. I acted in self-defense. The situation was chaotic, and I missed several shots, resorting to using a grenade." "A grenade?" Yang Yin expressed his dissatisfaction with this answer. "Do you take me for a fool? I know the difference between the blast marks of grenades and high-energy explosives. Are you trying to deceive me?" Ling Zihan regarded him meaningfully. "I think you have become muddled. Reflect on what you said before. Right here, you demanded the bodies of Kong Linlin and Kong Jun. I have given you what was due. What more do you desire?" Yang Yin remained unperturbed, furrowing his brow. "That may be so, but there are no buts," Ling Zihan replied calmly. Meeting his gaze, "I acted according to your requests, and you received the results you sought. Haven't you been searching for those missing children? They are hanging from the ceiling of Kong Linlin's basement. Lu Mingquan has agreed to provide a daily work record for Kong Jun at the Wanson Group S steel mill, which should assist you in closing the case. The reason you could not enter Kong Linlin's home is that a powerful magnetic field generator was present. Although it was damaged during the fight, it remains mostly intact. You can use this for your report. I have given you all that is due. Detective Yang, Brother Yang. One must be kind-hearted, keep one's word, and possess a conscience." Throughout the exchange, Ling Zihan refrained from directly confronting Yang Yin, continuously providing verbal leeway, allowing the latter to save face. Personal dignity holds weight only in specific contexts. As long as he could smoothly obtain the promised reward from Yang Yin, Ling Zihan felt that lowering his stance further would be acceptable. Yang Yin indeed dared not violate the contract, yet Ling Zihan was wary of provoking him, leading to unforeseen and unfavorable circumstances. The adage states that a powerful dragon does not trample on the local snake. Yang Yin undeniably embodied that local authority. Even if Ling Zihan were personally formidable, he had no desire to provoke such a figure. Eliminating Yang Yin would be simple. A single punch could shatter his skull. The dilemma lay in what to do afterward. Yang Yin was a police officer, and moreover, a respected sheriff. Ambitious law enforcement officers like him would never settle into a stagnant position, especially after resolving a significant case involving the Kong siblings and the missing children. His rank was bound to rise, if not to deputy chief of police, at least to district police chief. Ling Zihan understood this clearly. He could extract substantial benefits from Lu Mingquan through deception and manipulation, but the same tactics could not be employed against Yang Yin. Liyan City was a land brimming with opportunities. Before the Triad Alliance had become formidable enough to command respect, Ling Zihan was compelled to navigate the delicate balance between personal loyalty and self-interest. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his principles. Yang Yin brooded silently, downing his drink with a heavy hand before slamming the empty glass onto the table. His gaze towards Ling Zihan lost some of its earlier sharpness but retained an essential vigilance. Kong Linlin was affiliated with the Sun Cult, and he inquired tentatively, his tone more declarative than interrogative. "You killed her, then departed. I discovered some rather intriguing evidence at the scene. In the basement, there exists an altar, its orientation and specific function aligning precisely with the corpses of children suspended from the ceiling. I have conducted considerable research on the Sun Cult. Their fundamental doctrine aspires to the light, claiming that adherents who meet certain criteria may enter the realm of the God of Light. Whether this is truth or mere fabrication remains unseen. You conversed with Kong Linlin for an extended period. Surely, you gleaned something worthwhile. Although you obliterated the altar, remnants indicate its emptiness. What lay within? I am aware that the Sun Cult possesses a unique artifact known as the Box of Disruption, as well as a luminous pearl that can only be produced between the Pope and the Saintess." Observing Yang Yan's aggressive demeanor, Ling Zihan offered a gentle laugh. his smile softening the angular lines of his face like a warm spring breeze brushing over the icy depths of a pond. What is the box of disruption? What is the luminous pearl? I do not comprehend a word of what you just said. Yang Yin leaned back, stroking his sagging jawline. His gaze sharpening to a clear focus. You killed Kong Linlin. Ling Zihan paused, taken aback by Yang Yin's reiteration of the accusation. After a moment of silence, he smiled and asked in a tone of disbelief, You intend to arrest me? Yang Yin crossed his arms, exuding a sense of certainty. Albeit with a somber expression. Why not? You have committed murder. The body lies in the coroner's office, and I witnessed you fleeing the scene. If you seek evidence, there is an abundance. In the dim light, Ling Zihan scrutinized Yang Yin, endeavoring to discern every line that composed his current expression. Are you certain? He inquired, still smiling. Yang Yin swirled his tongue around his mouth, savoring the lingering taste of dog meat, then belched audibly, laden with the richness of the meal. I speak only the truth. Ling Zihan smiled deepened as he extended his left hand, rolling up the sleeve of his right arm to reveal a metallic forearm. It was an alloy armor, flipped outward, reminiscent of a car hood, concealing various components and wires beneath. Yang Yin failed to grasp the significance of this gesture, furrowing his brow. He watched as Ling Zihan raised his right leg, pulling the zipper of his pants above his knee to expose a metallic panel of the same hue and sheen. Your legs are quite shapely, he remarked, feigning levity with a banal jest. Too bad you're not wearing stockings. If you'd like, I can gift you a pair, extra thin, breathable, and absorbent, though of moderate strength, easily pierced. Thank you. Ling Zihan replied with a gentle nod, gesturing toward his exposed metallic forearm. This is the Jiwei Model 7 modified mechanical arm. He then shifted his stance to point at his right leg. This is the Honda Model 91 combined mechanical leg. Yang Yin furrowed his brow once more. What are you trying to say? Wait, are you saying? The transition from confusion to astonishment occurred within mere seconds. A look of profound shock settled on Yang Yin's face, rendering him momentarily speechless. He distinctly remembered that during their last encounter, Ling Zihan's abilities were merely that of a Class A adaptation. As a police officer who valiantly contended with various thugs, gangsters, and nefarious elements daily, Yang Yin was well versed in the different models of enhancement components. This unique concept had become part of his bodily memory. While every police officer was equipped with a firearm, the status and deterrent power of weaponry in this era paled in comparison to that of yesteryear. One had to be exceedingly accurate, as targeting the upper body was merely a foundational concept for effective shooting. After all, contemporary humans possessed multiple hearts and stomachs, with lung structures resembling jackfruit sprawling across their bodies, filling every available space in shoulders, legs, arms, and backs. A single bullet might not suffice to eliminate a criminal, who would undoubtedly retaliate viciously. Thus, personal strength became paramount in such moments. When authorities issued wanted notices, they detailed the target's power level and the types of enhancement components installed. A popular saying in the underworld was, when sizing someone up, be discerning. This referred not to gender, age, or character differences, but explicitly to the power level post-modification. Yang Yin had thoroughly reviewed Ling Zihan's dossier. This young man had only recently arrived in Luyun City, previously serving as a fighter at the Hangwei Boxing Gym, engaging in equal matches. The registration documents upon his entry indicated he was merely a Class D neonate. Survivors in the fighting arena were typically wealthy, especially since Ling Zihan had maintained a record of 10 consecutive victories. Thus, it was entirely plausible for him to have rapidly acquired Class A adaptation components to enhance his abilities. 100 gold coins represented a substantial sum, a fortune that some might never amass in a lifetime. However, with a stroke of luck and tenacity, one could indeed achieve overnight prosperity. Transforming 100 into 1,000 was no trivial feat. The difficulty of such wealth accumulation was immense, at least in Yang Yin's estimation. Therefore, he had never considered that Ling Zihan could ascend to a Class A enhanced body in such a short span, a transformation that left even him in awe. The pursuit of strength was a favored topic among the denizens of the underground. Both the Jiwei Model 7 mechanical arm and the Honda Model 91 mechanical leg bore a unique protective layer, akin to the glossy finish of luxury vehicles from a bygone era, gleaming with a brilliance that was visually striking. Many would toil their entire lives, their abilities forever locked at the Class A adaptation level. They treated the enhancement components affixed to their bodies as treasures, meticulously maintaining and cleaning them regularly. It was not an obsession with cleanliness, but rather a means to evoke awe and intimidation when they rolled up their sleeves or pants, revealing the labels and casings of their enhancements with undeniable pride. What did the Jiwei Model 7 mechanical arm signify? It represented a cost of 200 gold coins. Yet, Ling Zihan had casually stripped away that expensive outer protective layer. His arm now appeared ragged, marred by numerous scratches, resembling a worn-out piece of junk. The same applied to his mechanical leg. If not for Yang Yan's familiarity with the various models, he would have struggled to recognize it as the powerful Honda Model 91. Where had Ling Zihan acquired such wealth? When had he transformed into a Class A enhanced body? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Yang Yan's mouth agape. He found his mind ensnared in confusion, oblivious to the drool trickling down his chin. Chapter 61. Public property for private use. Ling Zihan reveled in the effect he had wrought. He smiled at Yang Yan. I have stated that I am entirely ignorant of what a luminous pearl is, nor do I know what the box of disruption entails. Yang Yan, returning from the depths of his shock, queried, Did Lu Mingquan give this to you? His intelligence and quick wit shone through. Ling Zihan offered no explanation. He lowered his sleeves and casually adjusted his pants, his youthful visage imbued with an unexpectedly mature gaze. I have completed the task you assigned. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. You are no match for me. As long as I desire, I could end your life in an instant. Yet, after much contemplation, I find myself devoid of any justification for such an act. His voice, though soft, resonated in Yang Yan's ears like thunderous detonations, each word embedding itself deeply into his psyche, sending unsettling tremors through his nervous system. Suddenly, Ling Zihan laughed. I believe we can become friends, he often stated. Of course. The context of when and to whom he would utter such words depended on the individual. Yang Yan instinctively glanced at Ling Zihan's arm. Although the fabric concealed the formidable mechanical arm, the impression it left in his mind remained vivid, like an indelible mark. I require an ally. After a moment's reflection, Yang Yan suppressed the tumult of dark thoughts swirling within him, adopting a more rational perspective. He certainly detected the underlying threat in Ling Zihan's words. The desire to draw his firearm and incarcerate this strikingly handsome man, who could incite envy in any male, flickered in his mind. Within the confines of a prison, his domain, he could exercise complete control. However, he dared not act upon that impulse. Yang Yan was acutely aware that Ling Zihan was working for Lu Mingquan, a wealthy scion not to be trifled with, as public officials avoided him at all costs. The visible scratches on Ling Zihan's grade A mechanical arm hinted at its wear, suggesting that these enhancements had been installed for some time, at least several days. Yang Yan had witnessed Ling Zihan departing from that house with the severed head of Kong Lin Lin, an item specifically requested by Lu Mingquan. It was likely that the grade A enhancements on Ling Zihan were a reward bestowed by Lu Mingquan. Yet it would be illogical to dispense such compensation before the completion of the task, indicating a far closer relationship than Yang Yan initially presumed. Indeed, only the term intimacy could aptly describe their connection. Ling Zihan possessed striking looks, and Yang Yan surmised that he had likely partaken in Lu Mingquan's libations. Although this speculation was tinged with malice, it appeared to be the most plausible conclusion. So what of it? All notions of the sun cult, the box of severed sequences, the pearl of light, altars, and cursed rituals could be cast aside. I am merely an ordinary individual, not a superhero destined to save the world. My greatest aspiration in life is to become the chief of the Luyun City Police Department. Thus, when Ling Zihan uttered the word friend, Yang Yan felt a stirring within him. He envisioned boundless possibilities emanating from Ling Zihan, complex though they may be, ultimately beneficial to his own aspirations. Not just anyone could aspire to ascend the ranks of the powerful, nor could just anyone receive backing from the underworld. More importantly, Ling Zihan held another identity as a reserve member of the Qinglong Legion. Despite his entanglements with darkness and the act of killing, who knew what other secrets he harbored? He at least maintained a requisite moral baseline. Yang Yan raised his glass, draining its contents. With slightly reddened eyes, he fixed his gaze on Ling Zihan and solemnly stated, I hope you remember the words you just spoke. Ling Zihan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Through the depths of his eyes, Yang Yan perceived resignation, discontent, and struggle. Yet the most decisive elements were acquiescence and recognition. Yang Yan rose to his feet. Follow me. Ling Zihan inquired. Where to? Yang Yan replied coolly. To fulfill my earlier promise. Since you signed the contract with the Qilong Legion, defaulting carries severe repercussions. South City, Cargo Yard number 33, Warehouse number 11. Yang Yan pressed the fingerprint lock, leaning his head towards the retinal scanner. Upon confirming the information, a clear click echoed from within the electronic lock. Grasping the full metal door frame, he exerted force to push the heavy door to the left, unveiling a temporary passage approximately 1 meter wide. Ling Zihan was astonished to discover that the steel door was incredibly heavy, with a thickness exceeding 15 centimeters. Yang Yan led the way, familiar with the location, casually pressing a series of buttons on the side wall, illuminating the entire warehouse in an instant. Even with prior mental preparation, Ling Zihan could not help but gasp in awe as he beheld the array of mechanical arms adorning the shelves. From the most common Hungda 3 to the high-spec variants. Everything was present. Yang Yin had not lied. He had promised 80 sets of grade A modification components as compensation. Yet here, Ling Zihan observed no fewer than 200 sets of various models of the Zhongwei mechanical arms. Mechanical legs, hybrid power batteries, an assortment of assembled chips, human assistance exoskeletons, and metallic skeletons. There was an overwhelming abundance of items, dazzling to the senses. Ling Zihan exerted control over his emotions, scanning the scene with a calm gaze. Yang Yin pointed to the nearest shelf, 100 sets of grade A modification components. Choose for yourself. Ling Zihan turned, a playful glint in his eye as he remarked. Did you not say there were only 80 sets? You mentioned we could be friends, Yang Yin replied generously. After all, these items are merely used goods. I'm unsure which are functional. You'll need to test and select for yourself. Ling Zihan jested, a hint of probing in his tone. I did not expect you to also dabble in the second-hand goods market. These items are not mine, Yang Yin stated, producing a cigarette and offering one to Ling Zihan. Luoyang City was once chaotic, though, admittedly, the current order is not exemplary. Theft, murder, arson, and various crimes, half of these components were scavenged from the deceased, while the other half belonged to those convicted by the court. Whether through forced labor or incarceration, all criminals must dismantle their excessive enhancement components. Excessive? Ling Zihan had never encountered such terminology before. Yang Yin took a drag from his cigarette, regarding Ling Zihan with a discerning gaze. Take you, for instance. With a grade A enhancement, an ordinary prison could never contain you. Your mechanical arm could easily dismantle an entire cell. Naturally, if it were a high-security solitary confinement cell, that would be a different matter. The problem is, such measures entail significant construction costs for the prison. To prevent such incidents and avoid unnecessary expenses, all incarcerated individuals must remove their excessive enhancement components, and during their sentences, they can only install the minimum configuration, which is the Grade D Novice Kit. Ling Zihan nodded in agreement. That is a sound approach. An elderly woman and a dog could easily supervise hundreds of ruthless criminals. Yang Yin replied nonchalantly. There are dozens of such warehouses. Ling Zihan, while astonished, expressed skepticism. Has there been such a volume of criminals in Luoyang City since its inception? Yang Yin clarified. Not just Luoyang City, but the surrounding areas as well. All crimes and abnormal deaths fall under our jurisdiction. I am not entirely sure when it started, but this cargo yard has been established for quite some time. Ling Zihan turned, his gaze fixed on the cold mechanical parts with a complex expression. The contrast between the wilderness and the city was stark. While the destitute fought for a mechanical arm with their lives, the city harbored such an abundance of similar items, seemingly unwanted. Of course, it must be noted that not just anyone could enter the cargo yard and warehouses to claim its contents. Behind him, Yang Yan's voice broke the silence. When this cargo yard was established, it was primarily for profit. Although they are second-hand goods, the potential audience is vast. Later, authorities deemed it inappropriate, fearing the negative reputation it would attract. At that time, the inventory was far less than it is now. It was not worth jeopardizing oneself over trifling profits. Thus, the order was given to seal it until now. Ling Zihan questioned, if that is the case, are you not guarding your own theft? Let us not phrase it so harshly. Yang Yin frowned slightly. We are in a cooperative relationship. You assisted in unraveling the case of Kong Linlin, and I shall certainly include your name in the report. In other words, you are indeed a key contributor, and the police department will surely bestow a reward of some sort. However, the direct allocation of a monetary bonus is out of the question. When it comes to finances, approval is nearly impossible. Yet, if benefits can be conferred in alternative ways, that remains negotiable. Ling Zihan suddenly comprehended. His initial proposal of 100 sets of Class A adaptive modification parts was merely a test, expecting to be met with resistance. Yet when Yang Yin countered with 80 sets, he felt something was amiss. In hindsight, his initial quote was indeed too low, within the boundaries of the rules. Many seemingly impossible matters can be maneuvered. He smiled. Since that is the case, why not propose more? How about 200 or even 300 sets of Class A adaptive parts? What do you think? Ling Zihan turned, regarding Yang Yin with a negotiating gaze. The latter remained silent. Yang Yin stood quietly, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, exhaling in a cloud of smoke amidst the silence. He quickly finished his cigarette, discarding the butt on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. Yang Yin appeared to have formulated his response, having made a decision. He fixed his gaze on Ling Zihan, his eyes betraying unmasked desire, and earnestly inquired, what can I expect in return? Chapter 62. This is the price without hesitation. Ling Zihan replied, 100 gold yuan. Yang Yan's eyes widened, anger spreading across his face, as the flicker of goodwill he had just felt evaporated. Are you treating me like a beggar? This is a perfectly reasonable price. Ling Zihan calmly articulated the facts. These components are second-hand. I do not imply that second-hand items lack value. Rather, these items are quite unique. They cannot circulate in the external market, nor can they be absorbed within the constraints of your police department. Electronic products hold little worth. Although a complete set of Class A enhancement parts is publicly priced at 1,000 gold yuan in specialty stores, we both understand that upon purchase, even a brand new set immediately depreciates by 10%. This principle is akin to the olden days of buying a car. Even if Ling Zihan remained silent, Yang Yin was already aware of this reality. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to 80 sets of Class A adaptive parts as compensation in the first place. 100 gold yuan is insufficient. He appeared somewhat agitated. This matter is not as simple as you imagine. The second-hand goods warehouse within the Luyin City police system is semi-public. Many are aware of this marketplace, and numerous individuals harbor intentions towards it. Had I not brought you here today, you would not have gained entry. Ling Zihan wore a beaming smile. Thank you for granting me this privilege. Yet, I must reiterate, the items here hold little value and are not for public scrutiny. Thus 100 gold yuan is my maximum acceptable offer. Yang Yan's expression darkened, and he menacingly threatened, "It seems we cannot reach an agreement?" Ling Zihan replied nonchalantly, "According to our contract, you must compensate with 80 sets of Class A adaptive modification kits. By the way, one must not be overly greedy. Your current monthly salary is 30 silver yuan, which amounts to less than 10 gold yuan annually. Even if I acquiesce to your conditions, 500, 1,000, 3,000, or 10,000, Deputy Chief Yang, you are surrounded by watchful eyes from top to bottom, including myself. Do you not fear being able to obtain the money but losing your life in the process?" A wave of fear washed over Yang Yan. He fully grasped the implications behind Ling Zihan's words. Although the administrative body of Luyin City is far from the integrity of bygone eras, with corruption rampant, the notion of maintaining a semblance of cleanliness holds significant weight. Once caught with a blemish on one's record, promotion would be the least of his worries. He might not even know how he met his demise. His expression darkened slightly as he struggled to suppress his rising anger. "Since I dared to bring you here, do you think I fear your report?" Ling Zihan responded with a charming smile, raising his thumb towards Yang Yan. "I knew you were the big shot of the District 3 Police Department, Brother Yang. I was merely speaking casually. Please do not take it to heart." "Brother Yang, Deputy Chief Yang," this shift in address carries profound meaning. Reporting you is out of the question. In reality, Yang Yin unexpectedly emerged as a significant asset in Ling Zihan's plans, a delightful surprise in a sense. The reason for employing both intimidation and monetary temptation was to draw Yang Yin onto his side. These words sounded pleasing and provided Yang Yin with ample justification. His previously irate demeanor visibly softened, and the intensity of his gaze towards Ling Zihan diminished. 100 gold yuan is too little. Yang Yin began to think with a more rational mindset. How about this? 1,000 gold yuan. And I will provide you with 300 sets of Class A adaptive modification kits. 300 is too few. At least 600. Ling Zihan shook his head. Anger reemerged on Yang Yan's face. "Kid, do not overstep your bounds. Allow me to finish my statement." Ling Zihan maintained his composure. Presenting the facts, the items here are second-hand, and their actual usability is debatable. Your police department is not as clean internally as it presents outwardly. A mechanical arm valued at 3 gold yuan may very well be hollowed out by the time it arrives. Chips, electronic sensors, microgears, transmission systems, controllers, and joints, old Yang. Can you guarantee that every mechanical arm here is in perfect condition and can be utilized immediately? Yang Yin glared at him, momentarily rendered speechless. He could not deny that every word Ling Zihan uttered was pertinent. Criminals must undergo a downgrade in capabilities upon entering prison. The various modification parts sent from the prison are likely tampered with. As Ling Zihan indicated, while a mechanical arm may appear intact, its internal structure is often hollowed out. Everyone aspires to gain strength, including prison guards and their families. Although the casing of a mechanical arm is the most expensive component, surreptitiously hollowing out the internal mechanisms allows one to piece together the desired modification parts from several, or even dozens, of inmates without incurring any cost. Ling Zihan's insight was astute. These second-hand items are practically unusable on their own, requiring at least 2 or 3 to form a functional unit. Yang Yin completely set aside his condescending attitude towards the overly charming young man, his expression turning discontented as he slowly nodded. "Let us proceed as you suggested, 1,000 gold yuan, with payment upon delivery." Ling Zihan beamed. With the essential courtesy, he reached into his pocket and produced 10 gold yuan, offering it. "This is the deposit." Yang Yin quickly glanced at the coins in his outstretched palm, maintaining his fixed stance. "Deposit? What do you mean?" "I need to arrange for transport." Ling Zihan replied earnestly, let us tentatively set the day after tomorrow. When the goods are loaded and taken away, I will settle the remaining balance in one go. Yang Yin scrutinized him for a long moment, gradually accepting the coins and emitting a muffled sound from deep within his nostrils. The night will ultimately pass, and dawn will invariably arrive. Yet, in the underworld, the sun will never grace the morning's tableau. The only indicators are the numbers on the digital clock and the hands of the mechanical dial turning in a fixed rhythm. Lu Mingquan was unaccustomed to being roused from slumber. Although the time now read 10:22 in the morning, he appeared quite relaxed in his private residence, shuffling out of his bedroom in slippers. Upon entering the living room and spotting Ling Zihan seated on the sofa, he yawned, stretching languidly. His eyes still bleary and his irritation evident. What do you want? The charming smile had become an integral part of Ling Zihan's signature expression. I wish to borrow a few vehicles. Borrow vehicles? Lu Mingquan, though an unadulterated wastrel, possessed the acumen of a businessman. He reacted swiftly. Are you transporting goods? Ling Zihan feigned casualness, replying with a smile. 99 sets of Class A enhancement parts is not a trivial number. They were quite heavy. And you wouldn't want to witness my unfortunate demise crushed beneath a cargo container, would you? Lu Mingquan dismissed his words entirely. Of course I would. Such a heavyweight blockbuster is rarely available for free, and you are the protagonist. It is imperative to watch it. In the face of malicious teasing and mockery, Ling Zihan boldly replied, I wish to borrow the transportation fleet of the Watson Group. Lu Mingquan was taken aback. Borrowing a vehicle and borrowing a fleet are two entirely different concepts. The former implies a small quantity for transport, while the latter suggests a significantly larger load, possibly beyond imagination. What exactly do you intend to transport? He inquired with confusion. Ling Zihan did not conceal his intentions and replied candidly, mechanical modification kits, along with food and some construction materials. The total weight is approximately 150 tons. Lu Mingquan couldn't help but gasp. His gaze towards Ling Zihan, now tinged with curiosity. So much? Ling Zihan confessed. I mentioned that I have people to support. I need to provide for them. He had long planned to approach Lu Mingquan for vehicle assistance. The reason he did not bring it up when delivering Kong Linlin's head was that it was not the right moment for such discussions. After all, their relationship was one of employer and employee, and only after settling accounts could they discuss other matters. In this era, the distinction between vehicles and modification kits is significant. For instance, with a Class A enhancement modification kit, one could save up 1,000 gold coins to purchase the kit and enhance oneself. However, spending 50 gold coins on a heavy-duty truck would be deemed a senseless investment by many, regardless of whether it is a traditional combustion engine or a new battery-powered model. Both fuel and charging modes are tightly controlled by major corporate powers. Without access to fuel or geothermal systems, purchasing a vehicle becomes an exercise in futility. You may buy it, but the costs are exorbitantly high, far beyond imagination. This is one of the primary methods by which corporate powers exert control over this world, which can also be interpreted as a form of care and protection for the common people. The wilderness is vast and fraught with danger. The most immediate and prevalent threats are mobs and mutated beasts. People wander the wilderness out of necessity, even with a 1 in a million chance. A rational person would never make such a choice. Ling Zihan understood that Zhang Jun held a unique status, but he never imagined that Zhang Jun would possess a vehicle, let alone a self-sufficient energy source. It was exceedingly rare for Zhong Xiaowei to drive Ling Zihan to Luoyang City. Hitchhiking is a relic of a bygone era, now equated to a tale of reckless bravery. As a driver, one can never truly know who stands by the roadside seeking a ride. In a wilderness rife with robbery and slaughter, stopping at random signifies death. This is an age where mechanical claws and shotguns express personal intent. Chapter 63. Transportation. Ling Zihan could seek vehicles through other means. However, exorbitant transport fees dissuaded him from such thoughts, leading him to consider Lu Mingquan. In fact, this was part of his plan, especially given the close relationship they had developed, particularly after helping Lu Mingquan acquire Kong Linlin's head. In a sense, we have already become partners in this forthcoming venture. Ling Zihan smiled. Luoyang City is a closed-off place. You should venture outside to see a world different from this one. Lu Mingquan licked his lips, his gaze towards Ling Zihan harboring a hint of mockery. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being duped. You wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you? Am I frightening you? Ling Zihan's eyes sparkled with the same mockery. We are partners. You should seize this opportunity to visit my workshop and understand the details. A workshop? This fresh terminology piqued Lu Mingquan's interest, altering his perception of Ling Zihan. A hunting workshop? Ling Zihan extended his arms dramatically, his exaggerated gestures complementing his equally grandiloquent tone. Come to familiarize yourself with the place. Our collaboration will be quite frequent. I am also preparing for future business, like a large capacity freezer. This requirement is entirely reasonable, and Ling Zihan's excuse is impeccable. Lu Mingquan suddenly felt a headache coming on, as if Ling Zihan was akin to an unyielding piece of chewing gum, clinging stubbornly. After much contemplation, he slowly nodded with a somber expression. Very well. This is purely for the sake of Kong Linlin's head. The efficiency of the medical alliance is exceptionally high. Lu Mingquan had already enjoyed the benefits of the high-energy nutrient solution derived from Kong Linlin's brain the previous night. The effects of that injection were remarkable, entirely different from ordinary nutrient solutions. How could he put it? Last night, he summoned a woman, and in less than 5 minutes, with astonishing speed, frequency, and force, she had completely dismantled the special components on her body. The damage was severe. Even the high-strength alloy components were twisted and deformed, causing significant indentations in her hips and abdomen, leaving her figure grotesquely angular and irreversibly so. Lu Mingquan was not yet satisfied. He paid a hefty sum for her to leave in pain and then summoned 2 more. In 8 minutes, the other 2 were also incapacitated, overwhelmed with euphoria. He even bit one of their thighs, causing the alloy guard to crack, accompanied by the shrill sound of electronic alarms and sparking. The woman's screams were thoroughly suppressed. In a wild state, Lu Mingquan resembled a beast, even tearing into her mechanical arm and crunching the fragile finger bones. The mingling of blood and oil between his lips and teeth providing him with a thrill. He paid exorbitant repair fees for the machines and sent them away. Then he called for 5 more. Ultimately, he requested 10. Lu Mingquan was thoroughly pleased with his formidable physical prowess. To boast and leave an indelible mark on his life history, he summoned 2 more women, reaching a total of 20. Kong Linlin was indeed a woman of remarkable genetics. Lu Mingquan had experienced various formulations of high-energy nutrient solutions, but had never encountered such a unique experience. This could serve as excellent bragging material within the circle. 20 in one night. Who would dare to challenge that? Let us compete on site. Do not misunderstand. This refers not to intimate physical contact, but purely to the mechanical aspects of strength, skill, endurance, and angles in the operation of machines. Regrettably, there was only one Kong Linlin, and worse yet, she possessed but one head. Many individuals have 2 heads, and some even 3, 4, or more. The Medical Alliance had developed the procedure for brain separation years ago. The purpose is to expand the cerebral cortex area. The surgery carries risks, with a mortality rate exceeding 65%. Yet, there are still those with a keen interest who attempt it and succeed in modification. It is said that those who succeed possess exceptional intelligence, their thinking and reaction speeds far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. From last night until now, Lu Mingquan has felt a profound sense of regret. The extraction fluid from Kong Linlin's brain is ultimately finite. Once used, it is gone. He considered commissioning the Medical Alliance to replicate her genetic material. However, Dr. Victoria deemed this approach futile. Genetic replication can only produce a primordial entity. Subsequent growth and experiences are unique. The brain is the most mysterious and complex organ in the human body, and the special components of Kong Linlin's brain extract are inextricably linked to her living environment and personal experiences. Unless one understands what she has endured and replicates it from age 3 onward, it is impossible to artificially create a second Kong Linlin. This is a direct quote from Dr. Victoria. Lu Mingquan could only settle for second best. He smacked his lips, and a faint smile appeared on his pale, exhausted face. We are friends, aren't we? Ling Zihan's body involuntarily trembled. He was quite fond of this phrase, but it had to be uttered by him to another. Now, the roles had completely reversed, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of being manipulated. I will take care of the transport convoy, Lu Mingquan declared with unusual generosity. To demonstrate intimacy, he draped an arm around Ling Zihan's shoulders and leaned closer, whispering with a chuckle, but you must assist me with one thing. His fingers casually glided across Ling Zihan's neck, eliciting a surprisingly smooth sensation that astonished Lu Mingquan. Was this fellow truly a man? Or had he invested a fortune at a beauty salon for the most exquisite synthetic skin? Ling Zihan subtly adjusted his posture, evading the increasingly intrusive hand that had tasted sweetness. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively inquired, is it related to Kong Linlin? Lu Mingquan, pleased by his quick wit and logical reasoning, replied directly, I desire her body. Given the limited availability of cerebral extracts, one could only ponder the rational application of cadavers. The medical union always possessed unimaginable techniques in this regard, perhaps offering unexpected benefits. That is impossible, Ling Zihan shook his head, candidly stating. The police have taken over everything related to Kong Linlin. They suspect her involvement with the Sun sect. Lu Mingquan was taken aback. After acquiring Kong Linlin's head, he had been focused solely on high-energy nutrients, dismissing everything else. The Sun sect? He furrowed his brow. Kong Linlin is affiliated with the Sun sect? Ling Zihan shrugged. You must inquire with the police. Disregarding irrelevant matters was his customary practice. Lu Mingguan pondered for a long while. He snapped his fingers, and the door swung open to reveal a tall man in black. This is Qin Bin, my head bodyguard and the captain of the second team. This is Ling Zihan, whom you have met. After a brief introduction, Lu Mingguan gestured to Ling Zihan and instructed Qin Bin, contact the convoy and arrange a trip according to his specifications. Qin Bin glanced at Ling Zihan, then turned to Lu Mingguan with a respectful bow. Understood, young master. I will make the arrangements immediately. Ling Zihan had a considerable amount of goods to transport, with the largest portion being food. According to data from the old era, an adult consumed approximately 857 pounds of food annually. This was a conceptual figure. The daily direct consumption per person was about 0.9 pounds. But when accounting for indirect consumption, including meat, eggs, dairy, biofuels, alcohol, vinegar, beverages, and food chemicals, the average daily consumption per capita was roughly equivalent. Semi-mechanical beings required far less sustenance, their daily intake not even reaching half of what was needed in the old era. Ling Zihan had calculated that the total population of the Tri-Alliance was around 1,000, necessitating approximately 25 tons of food each year. In Luoyang City, cassava was quite affordable. A silver horn could purchase a substantial quantity. If it were fresh cassava or stored grain that had not been processed, the price would be 60% lower than that of finished cassava flour. This distinction between city and wilderness was paramount. The price of enjoying peace and stability was the need to adhere to governance. The notion of freedom paled in comparison to the essentials of sustenance and safety. Of course, the nomads in the wilderness could venture to the great cities for supplies. But lacking transportation, they faced tremendous risks during long journeys. Rather than courting death in pursuit of food, it was wiser to remain in the ruins, hunting mutated beasts, scavenging for usable items, and exchanging them for living expenses at the offices set up by the medical union. In Suegu town, Yin Shangzu lifted his cup, gasping for breath, and downed the spicy cassava liquor in one go. This was his exclusive room, off-limits to others without permission. The dining table bore 3 plates, one filled with fried cockroach legs, another with salted pebbles, and the last with jerky from serrated rats. The portions were scant. It was impossible to fill one's belly, but it sufficed for a drink. Yin Ming, aged and nearly bald, with only a few strands of white hair remaining, sat across from Yin Shangzu, his wrinkled face etched with expressions of deep concern. These dogs treat you with utter disdain. Just think. You are the leader of our bone crusher gang, and yet now? You can't even attract a woman. Yin Ming was Yin Shangzu's uncle. Strictly speaking, they shared no blood relation, but this connection brought them close. The situation was rather straightforward. A few days prior, Yin Ming had visited Sehong Tower for a delivery. Due to the medical union's office being located there, hunting beasts for profit could only be conducted through Huangping. There, he had set his sights on a woman. Despite his age, Yin Ming's physiological decline did not hinder his semi-mechanical body from engaging in such pursuits. The woman was quite attractive. Yin Ming was well aware that her lovely visage was likely a result of modifications, yet he found himself enamored.